the supreme powerhouse burned his life to bring back the peerless dragon egg, only to form a contract with a young man who had just turned 18, even equipped with countless divine powerhouses to escort him. Their goal is simply to prevent the dragon egg from causing trouble in the world, as the dragon egg is an item from the abyss of the hidden dragon, possessing accursed magical power. For years, the divine powerhouses have had no solution to it, and if left unresolved, the entire country will be turned into an abyss. Therefore, a nationwide announcement has been made to seek a solution, and coincidentally today, I changed jobs to become the world's only hidden profession, dragon tamer, but was mocked by classmates as a useless waste because there are no dragon pets in the world for me to contract. When I called up the panel, I saw a message: lack of dragon pets. The professional panel cannot be fully activated. Dragon taming LV1. There is a chance to transform the target dragon into your battle companion after release. I have the skills, I have the profession, but where do I find a dragon? At that moment, I felt a bit frustrated. Ding! Detecting the host's environment. The strongest dragon tamer system is activated. Ding! As the host is binding the system for the first time, receive a beginner reward once. Ding! Your dragon tamer's active skill dragon taming has been upgraded to the maximum level. Dragon taming, max level. After release, will definitely transform the target dragon into your battle companion. Never betraying, absolutely loyal, very powerful. But I still feel frustrated because my problem now is not the success rate, but the fact that there are no dragons to tame at all. Can a dragon club work with just one dragon? Zhang Qi, please accept my condolences, the teacher in charge of career changes said sympathetically, glancing around at the mocking or sympathetic looks of the students, especially those who were not doing well in their career changes, all of whom seemed to be relieved that you were there. Zhang Qi, come with me, the class teacher, Du Ming, said, calling me over. I followed him without knowing why. Along the way, I heard whispers. The homeroom teacher called him away. Could it be that there is some hidden big shot in our school who wants to solve this for him? What nonsense are you talking about? That's long. He was called away because the school had invested too many resources in him before. Now they want him back. But who made him switch to a useless profession? Hearing these words made me feel uncertain as well. My grades and talents are very good. Rated as A-level talent in school. Enjoying many resource subsidies. But now I have awakened to such a profession. Maybe the school really intends to heal. With this cowardly and uneasy feeling, I arrived at the principal's office. When I pushed open the door and saw a row of teachers standing inside. Isn't it just a matter of resources? I could just steal your batteries. No big deal. Why are so many people looking so scared? You must be Zhang Qi, right? Soon, a middle-aged bald man appeared in front of me, with a smile on his face, looking friendly and amiable. From the details on his face and the angular features, I could vaguely recognize that this should be the principal with thick and enviable hair on the photo wall, the top student of the first middle school. You have changed to a dragon tamer. Can I take a look at your profession panel? The principal's smile was still kind, and my heart skipped a beat, thinking that something was up. Sure, you can, but my panel is not fully activated. I then shared my panel with him. After the principal finished looking at it, his smile became even more intense. As if he had finally chosen his favorite technician after spending half a day at the hair salon. Now I have an extraordinary opportunity to give you. This opportunity is enough to solve all the problems in your current profession. The principal's eerie smile made me feel a bit uneasy. Principal, what do you mean? I instinctively took 2 steps back and said. The principal saw my reaction, but his smile grew even wider. Then he turned to the tall, thin man behind him and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This is Director Lin, who came from the provincial capital. Your career change is very good. I came this time specifically for talents like you." Director Lin stepped forward, extended his hand, and smiled. I reached out my hand in confusion and shook it, but still didn't quite understand, because my professional panel had not been fully activated. Director Lin smiled and said, "The profession you just awakened is a dragon tamer, right?" I nodded in a daze. "I came this time specifically to look for professions related to dragons. Pack up and leave with me later. The country needs you." The weight of these words was not small, and I couldn't help but feel solemn. Since the country needs me, I naturally cannot refuse. But my profession has not fully awakened yet. The difficulty of awakening is quite high, and I'm afraid I won't be of much help. The principal of Yizhong School laughed heartily at this moment. Do you know why I said this is a great opportunity just now? To fully awaken your dragon tamer profession, you need a dragon pet. But you also know the status of the dragon race and how difficult it is to obtain a dragon pet. And now, the country happens to have them and is willing to let talented individuals try to tame them. Then the principal turned to Director Lin and said, "Director Lin, I just looked at the kids panel, and it requires a dragon pet to fully awaken the profession. and it happens to have a skill called dragon taming technique. This is simply a gift from the god of war to our dragon country, specifically for solving the current difficulties. Upon hearing this, Director Lin's eyes also lit up. Zhang Qi, may I see your dragon taming technique skill? Of course. I nodded and displayed the max-level dragon taming technique. Sure enough, when Director Lin saw my max-level dragon taming technique, his eyes widened, and then his breathing became rapid. He quickly grabbed my hand and said, Zhang Qi, I am certain now that you are the person I am looking for. Come with me now. If you have any difficulties, feel free to speak up. I will definitely meet your needs. Looking at Director Lin's urgent gaze, I was also stunned for a moment, and then said, I don't have any difficulties. I just need to inform my family. Principal Zhong said, I will take care of this matter. Zhang Qi, you just need to go. I won't say much more, whether the final outcome is successful or not. Zhang Qi, the school will not forget you. You will still have the resources you deserve. The school will keep them for you. At this moment, Director Lin looked at him meaningfully, and then said, Zhang Qi, over the years, I have also saved up some money. I can privately sponsor you with 3 million Longwei coins. Don't rush to refuse. Your career path has just begun, and you need money now. This 3 million is my investment, betting on your future. I finally understood, but still curious. I asked, Director Lin, why are you so sure that I will definitely succeed? Director Lin replied, I have a feeling that if you can't succeed, then no one in Longwei can succeed. You are the best candidate to solve this matter. Half an hour later, a military plane landed at Yongcheng No. 1 Middle School, and the grandeur of the scene startled me. Director Lin, isn't this a bit too serious? However, Director Lin said seriously, Zhang Qi, I need to correct you on one thing. You are now serving the country, and the country will never mistreat any hero. The principal of No. 1 Middle School then added, Yes, Zhang Qi, if not for this, do you think our Longwo martial arts would have started so late and still be able to hold a place among so many martial arts powers? It is precisely because the country values every outstanding talent. I understand. Looking at the serious expressions of the principal and Director Lin, I nodded heavily. The next thing he knew, he was on an airplane with Director Lin. And this matter, naturally, caused a lot of turmoil in the first high school. The students of the first school were speculating about what was going on. What kind of talent does it take to get a military helicopter to come? Must be the rarest of professions. Rare profession. I think it must be at least legendary level. I can't say. It's that mythical profession among the legends. Do we have such a genius in the first grade? Could it be the school beauty Lin Qingyi? Or Gu Qingge who awakened a rare profession in class 2? Who knows? Anyway, it's never going to be that Zhang Qi who awakened a wasted profession. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qi, in his whole life, I'm afraid he won't be able to sit in a military helicopter. And it's an honor to even look at it. What happened after that? Zhang Qi no longer knew. The helicopter went all the way to the area around the breeding dragons. Zhang Qi and Director Lin got off the plane. Director Lin said, This is a special area of land where helicopters are not accessible. We'll have to get a different mode of transportation. Are you hungry, Zhang Qi? Do you want to eat something first? No need, Director Lin. I'm not hungry yet. Zhang Qi shook his head. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lin Baidian. I'm the director of the martial arts department of our Hushi province, and I'm considered an old comrade in arms with your principal, Wu Yongqing. There's no need to be so raw with me. Zhang Qi was instantly enlightened. So he said, Uncle Lin. Lin Baidian's eyebrows had a hint more of a smile. This time, I'm actually looking for you for the 3 dragon eggs. 3 dragon eggs? Aha! Lin Baidian revealed a look of gravity. This place is called the Dragon Breeding Ground, and it came into existence because of those 3 dragon eggs. These 3 dragon eggs, which were brought out by Dongfang Shuo from the subterranean dragon abyss, have a mysterious origin, and are rumored to be the descended bloodline of 3 dragon kings. Dongfang Shuo? The No. 1 powerhouse of our human race? Zhang Qi was shocked. Yes. Lin Baidian laughed bitterly. Shortly after obtaining these 3 dragon eggs, he handed them over to the country, with the intention of helping countries with a much later start in martial arts, to shorten their development time, but he didn't expect that the 3 dragon eggs were stained with the aura of the subterranean dragon abyss too deeply, and wherever they were located, they were assimilated and gradually transformed into an abyss. Now that the 3 dragon eggs are rooted here, if we don't address them, in time, our entire dragon kingdom will turn into an abyss. In the midst of the abyss, it is impossible for people to survive to live. The country has tried quite a few ways, but none of them work, so that's why they want to try to see if they can be domesticated with the help of the professionals. 3 batches have been searched for earlier, and all have failed. Listening to Lin Baitian's words, Zhang Qi's heart also heaved. However, there was also more anticipation in the mind. Because of his own full-level dragon harnessing, there was no possibility of failure. Then these mysterious 3 dragon eggs were, by the looks of it, tailor-made for themselves. Lin Baitian looked at Zhang Qi and said, Zhang Qi, you're the most promising one since I've been looking for so many people. Dragon Master. It's forbidden to say that our dragon kingdom can appear the first true dragon mastering professional. That's a powerful and mysterious dragon race. At the mention of the word dragon race, even Lin Baitian's eyes revealed a feeling of longing. Chapter 3, Invited by the State to Harness the Dragon. Uncle Lin, I'll do my best, Zhang Qi solemnly said. Lin Baitian burst out laughing. It's a good thing to have the heart, but there's no rush. The last batch of professionals went in and haven't come out yet. You'll have to wait for the next batch even if you have the heart. And here, one must be extremely careful. This land of bred dragons has gradually assimilated with the 3 dragon eggs, and has already bred quite a few monsters, all of whom are of a very high level. And even I wouldn't want to run into them. Zhang Qi was instantly shocked. Even Uncle Lin has to be careful? Lin Baitian said. I'm only level 47 nowadays. I haven't completed my awakening yet. And some monsters are tricky to deal with if I run into them. There are quite a few of them. And once I'm entangled, I'm likely to be rounded up and beaten to death. By the way, while there's still some time left, I'm just in time to tell you a little bit about this career path. Lin Baitian said. Professionals who have changed jobs are only level 1, as you know, and you need to go through the copies in the abyss and kill monsters to upgrade. Each monster has the potential to explode equipment, and as the level of the monster as well as the higher the grade, the better the equipment exploded will be. A good piece of equipment is even capable of selling for millions or even tens of millions of sky-high prices. And leveling here, after you have successfully awakened your professions, you will be considered to have turned 1, and after you have upgraded to level 50, you will be able to awaken, and after awakening, you will be turning 2, and for the 3rd turn, you have to be at level 75. The path of occupation allows each occupation to be roughly categorized into 3 classes based on their characteristics: the main combat class, the support class, and the life class. The upgrade path of each profession also has differences, such as auxiliary class as well as life class. Upgrade is going to be safer than the main combat class. The life class is the safest, but the upgrade is going to be slow. And the main battle class upgrades quickly, but the danger is high. Zhang Qi nodded his head, indicating that he knew. What is Uncle Lin's occupation? Lin Baitian fell back and said greatly, I'm in the main combat class, the Broken Moon Swordsman. Zhang Qi showed a surprised look. Uncle Lin is actually a rare profession. Hey, how many ordinary professions are there that can get to level 30 and beyond? Other than the professionals of the big families? Without talent, they simply can't get to the back. That's true. But, Lin Baitian's gaze landed on Zhang Qi and actually carried a hint of envy as he said, if you are able to succeed, this talent, there shouldn't be many in the entire Dragon Kingdom that can match it. For so many years, there has never been a dragon in the Dragon Kingdom's imperial beast and summoning professions. No, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, even above the Blue Star, there is none. Sakura State has a professional who can summon the Orochi, only a short time after the 2nd turn. The strength is able to make a lot of 3rd turn divine clergyman Big Brother sideways. And this profession that you have, able to harness the dragon, it's hard to imagine, when you are awakened, what degree of strength will it be too? Zhang Qi smiled and said, that's also thanks to Uncle Lin giving me this opportunity. Ha 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 ha. Lin Baitian laughed freely. The more he looked at Zhang Qi, the better he felt. There's talent, a career that's against the odds, and skills that are strong and awesome, and most of all, no arrogance. A guy like that is a proper top dog for the future as long as he doesn't die young. Especially, of course, since the topper was still unearthed by himself. When he thought of this, Lin Baitian instantly felt incomparably happy. Looking at the time, he said, get ready, it should be your turn. Yes, not long after, as a group of professionals came out, Lin Baitian walked up. Old Money, how's it going? The one called Old Money is a chubby middle-aged man with no dandruff and a decent amount of hair. What else? Old Money spread his hands. Horses. At least thousands of people have gone in, not to mention touching it. Not even a single one can get close to the dragon egg. This approach, it seems to be difficult. That's hard to say. An inexplicable smile appeared on Lin Baitian's face. Old Money took a look and immediately saw something and asked, why? You've brought nice seedlings this time. Are you sure? Harm. This kind of thing. Who dares to say that there is certainty? Only to say that we can do our best. Can't see it. When did you Lin Baitian speak in this flavor? You were taken over by a monster? Asterisk 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 off. Zhang Qi, come. Lin Baitian waved towards Zhang Qi. Old Qian's eyes then fell on Zhang Qi and looked him up and down. Not bad. Not humble. Such appearance is also upper class. Surely not your Lin Baitian seed. Where is a good seedling? Lin Baitian didn't care about the flirtation in his words. Yangqing's. Yangchang? That's a great place. I won't ask for more. But there is one thing I should warn you about. Old Money looked at Zhang Qi and solemnly said, the closer you get to the dragon's egg, the greater the danger will be. And after being tainted with that subterranean dragon abyss scent, there is a possibility that you will fall sick for the rest of your life. You have to protect yourself. Thanks for reminding Elder Qian. Zhang Qi clasped his fists. Elder Qian? Ha 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 ha. Old Money laughed out loud. Lousy in my whole life. I really haven't been called like this. Okay, you kid is to my liking. No matter if you make it or not. Wait for graduation. Come to my Jin Demon army and report Lousy's name. Lin Baitian instantly smiled and introduced. This is the deputy military lord of the Demon Suppression Army, Chen Tang. Zhang Qi's eyes revealed a shocked color, but he still clasped his fists and said in an unassuming manner, many thanks to Elder Qian for mentioning me. If the kid really makes a name for himself in the future, he will definitely report to the Devil Suppressor Army. Oh, not coming if you can't make a name for yourself? Zhang Qi revealed a little smile too. If you can't make a name for yourself, the kid will not go over to lose face. The Jin Demon army that is in the front line of the killing, without some ability, is not to go over to the Old Money to add to the blockage it? Ah ha 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 ha. Old Money laughed freely, is patted Zhang Qi's shoulder, said, good boy, have guts, got guts. Old Money laughed for a moment, then turned to caution. This time when you go in, the 3 dragon eggs are different, but that black one, compared to the weakest one, if you want to try, start from the weakest one. But don't be like those silly eggs earlier, who were still far away, and were directly fainted by the wave of the submerged dragon abyss breath. Yes, Zhang Qi nodded. Get in there. Zhang Qi then clasped his fists towards the 2 men and went in with the flow of people. Lin Baitian. This seedling is not bad. Wait for him to come out later and let him come to my Demon Suppression Army? The Demon Suppressor Army? Lin Baitian had a playful smile in his eyes. When he comes out, your Demon Suppression Army won't be able to accommodate him. What? Old Money narrowed his eyes at once. You're so sure that he will be able to succeed? You know that there were a few good professions earlier. The Dragon Grammarian and the Dragon Blood Warrior. But they were only able to get close to it. And this is already the strongest profession. The legendary level. And the one that is approaching the mythic level. And none of them succeeded. Just watch and see. Then I'll really have to see how your Lin Baitian's vision really is? But I can say goodbye. If this kid doesn't work, my Jin Demon army really wants to my liking. Lin Baitian still didn't agree. Anymore, you have to ask this kid himself. I don't have the power to help him agree. Old Qian narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Baitian. You wouldn't want to stay and cultivate yourself, would you? Lin Baitian shook his head. Are dragon scales not the stuff of the pool? I'm not qualified yet. Just wait and see. Old Money Road. I don't believe that someone can influence those 3 dragon eggs, after so many years. How many times have the 3 turned priesthoods been tried? Can he, a newbie who has only been turned not long ago, succeed? How about a bet? Bet? What's the bet? Old Money glared. If you're going to lose, let me have the man. Fine. Then if you're going to lose, give me a set of unranked gold equipment. Grass. You really dare to take it. Old Money became anxious at once. Unranked gold equipment. The Jin Demon army doesn't even have a few sets. The Imperial Martial School came to ask for it for those few mythic rank professional geniuses. I didn't even give it. You want a set to go away on a bet? Dare or not? Lin Baitian smiled and took a pinch. Bet. I don't believe it. No one can succeed with this dragon egg. Chapter 4, First Dragon Pet. Panel opening. Zhang Qi naturally didn't know about the bet between the 2. He was now deep into the breeding dragon land. There were hundreds of professionals who entered with him. The professions are all related to the Imperial Beast and summoning classes. And then there are some, which are dragon-related professions. However, the ones of them that are associated with dragons are much more abstract. Dragon Claw Cleaner. Mother Dragon's postpartum caregiver. Young Dragon Dietitian. Zhang Qi didn't even have the heart to tell his occupation for fear of their inferiority complex. but out of all those people, there are indeed a few with good careers, 1 legendary, 2 rare, the 3 were gathered in the center like stars. The few abstract professions were among them, and kept on complimenting. With Brother Dong's legendary career strength, I'm afraid the successor this time will be none other than you. If Dong can't succeed, then no one can. That's true, Dong is simply invincible. This dragon egg, isn't it specially prepared for Dong? Zhang Qi was too lazy to listen to their nonsense, so he began to look around. It was built similar to a lair. There was a small flight of steps in the very center, and at the top of the steps was a large clearing, which was bedecked with feathers of various colors. There were 3 dragon eggs in the center. Outside of those various colored feathers, there was darkness after darkness. When Zhang Qi looked at it, he was stunned. What a thick abyssal power. With that in mind, these 3 dragon eggs were, indeed, of great origin. To be able to make so many third-turned priesthood powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom helpless. As he approached, Zhang Qi looked at the feathers' messages. Red phoenix feather. God Luan Yu. Green phoenix feather. Can't even see the message. But these feathers must be of a very high grade. If not, they wouldn't be able to withstand this thick abyssal power. Dong, I'll do it. I'll go ahead and try it for you. Just then, someone volunteered and stepped forward. Zhang Qi took a look at it. It was an ordinary Imperial Beast Master. After this person came out, he took a step towards that step, but when his foot was about to step on the step, he stopped abruptly. It was able to be seen that his face twisted for a moment, veins rippling up one by one, as if he was under immense pressure. At the same time, Zhang Qi also observed that the raging darkness all around seemed to be pressing towards him. He backed off. Dong, as soon as I went over there, I felt something pressing down on me so hard that I couldn't move. What a waste. Is that what Dong wants to hear? I'll do it. Another person walked out. Dragon Knight. It's actually a rare class occupation. This person's performance was much better, going up several steps in a row, but after crossing halfway, his body abruptly froze. He gazed above that platform, revealing a look of horror as cold sweat broke out, and then it retreated. Brother Dong, once you reach the top, you will be eroded by the abyssal aura. And there is also a thick dragon might up there. If you want to go up to the top of the platform, you'll have to endure this double pressure. And if you're not careful after a while, you'll be invaded, and you'll fall sick. The youth called Dong nodded his head. Tough on you brothers, I already understand some of it, so I'll try it myself. Of course, everyone can also try something on their own. However, with the strength of my legendary great profession Dragon Scale Shield Warrior, if it's all difficult to succeed, no one will be able to succeed. So, please also use your discretion and don't try to be brave. Now, does anyone else want to try? Li Dong opened his mouth and looked around the circle. The implication is that either you go ahead of me and test out the situation here for me, or I'll do it and you'll both be counted as failures. Bossy as hell. However, after Li Dong's words fell, there was really no one who dared to step down. Zhang Qi also heard and understood, and after a little contemplation, he felt that the time was almost right, so he moved to take a step. He was so fast that he approached the steps in a flash, and his step was the 3rd level. Zhang Qi didn't feel any pressure. Instead, he was no different from usual, and Zhang Qi's appearance was instantly noticed. Someone's moving. So fast. Coldness came to Li Dong's brows. Dong has already said that no one but him can succeed, and with a kind reminder, there are actually people who don't know what's good for them. After we fail later, we'll know Dong's good intentions. It's sure to fail. The only one who can succeed is Dong. Zhang Qi didn't bother to pay attention to that nonsense. He was now close to that platform. The next moment, he took a step and walked onto the feather-covered platform. And in that instant, that Li Dong's eyes narrowed and sank. Stepping away as well, he followed. His speed was equally not slow, and in the blink of an eye he was more than halfway to the platform. Only, after getting onto the platform, cold sweat broke out, as if he was being stared at by some ancient creature. Unable to move, Zhang Qi didn't bother paying attention. He remembered Qiantong's instructions to come, and after scanning the circle, he came straight to the black dragon egg. However, as Zhang Qi paid attention, the dragon egg suddenly trembled lightly. Ding! Host's proximity to the dragon egg detected, activating some of the system's functions. Black-winged devil dragon, the king of the devil dragons that sleeps in the abyss. Hatching its eggs requires abyssal magic stone *10. Ding! Newbie rewards continue to be issued, rewarding the host with abyssal magic stone *10. The dog system is really not giving much at all. 10 abyssal demon stones then appeared in Zhang Qi's hands. which were then placed one by one on that black-winged demon dragon egg. Soon, the lines on the dragon's egg flashed up and the layers lit up. The abyssal aura of the black-colored dragon egg suddenly rose. The professionals standing in front of the steps felt great pressure in an instant. It's not good. Quickly go. This abyssal aura is too strong. If we stay any longer, we might be assimilated. Go, Dong, go. There's someone else on that platform. That professional. What do you care? If you don't have the brains to rush up there, you deserve to die. People then fled in droves. On the contrary, it was Li Dong, who stood closest and looked at Zhang Qi in front of the dragon egg, revealing a complex expression. Others had already touched the dragon egg, but he, a legendary level professional, couldn't even get close. But there was no time for him to get sentimental, as the abyssal aura grew thicker and thicker, and he twisted his head away. He even gave Zhang Qi a deep look on his way out. Click! Right after the professionals were all gone, the sound of shattering rang out. The first crack appeared on the dragon's egg, followed by the second and the third. The abyssal aura grew thicker and thicker. It was just that the dragon egg constructed a shield as it shattered, shielding Zhang Qi from the effects. A tiny dragon horn poked out violently from where the dragon egg had shattered. A little bit, like a little dirt bag jutting out of the flat ground. Then there were the wings, which had a spike on them that pierced right through the eggshell. After absorbing the abyssal demon stone, the dragon egg continued to shatter. Zhang Qi took a deep breath. Full level, dragon mastery, is ready. Click. Right at this moment, most of the dragon eggs cracked open, and before the black-winged demonic dragon within it was fully revealed, Zhang Qi's dragon harnessing technique had already been thrown out. Ding! The black-winged demon dragon contract is successful. Your profession panel has been opened. Ding! You have your first dragon pet. The Dragon Master's exclusive dragon space opens. Ding! It was at the moment when Zhang Qi's contract was successful. Above the sky, in an instant, the wind and clouds rolled back, dark clouds covered the sky, and an electric light blasted down, illuminating the entire breeding dragon land. The countless monsters within it were now looking somewhere in unison, and then prostrate himself on the ground. A new king is born. Chapter 5 Pamphleting Grounds. Panel Attributes. What's the commotion? It seems to be coming from the land of the bred dragons? Breeding dragon land? It's over. It must be that the abyss continues to grow, and the domain forged by those 3 dragon eggs is going to start devouring all around. What? Go, get over there. With the unusual movement that occurred in the breeding dragon land, it instantly attracted the attention of many people. The vicinity of the dragon breeding ground was populated by powerful third-turn divine priesthood holders, for that matter, to deal with unexpected situations. And what about now? Their attention was drawn and they rushed over. The two of them, Lin Baidian and Xiantang, had also noticed the disturbance and were about to go in to take a look, when they saw a few strong third transformation divine priesthood holders who had rushed over. Elder Zhou, Elder Zhang, Elder Sun, why are you guys here? The depths of the breeding dragon land have moved, and we speculate that it might be the dragon egg awakening to devour all around. This is a big deal. We had to come. The two of them looked at each other, and at once realized the seriousness of the problem. Lin Baidian immediately changed his face and said, but a bunch of professionals just went in there. Get them out of there. If we're late, we might all die in there. Lin Baidian immediately moved his body. However, it was only when they reached the entrance that they saw the many professionals walking out. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There's a disturbance inside. The dragon egg is moving. The darkness is thicker. There's so much pressure in there that one can't bear it at all. The professionals who came out were talking about what was going on inside. Lin Baidian, on the other hand, after a quick sweep, his face still didn't look right as he asked, where's Zhang Qi? Where is Zhang Qi? Zhang Qi, don't recognize him? Who is he? Yeah, never heard of this guy. It's not the one that's looking for death and won't leave, is it? That should do it. He's the only one left in there. Listening to the words of these people, Lin Baidian's face was ugly. After all, people are brought by him, which only went in, is out of this mess. On the side, Xiantang also heard it, sighed, patted Lin Baidian's shoulder, and said, Old Lin, I'm sorry for your loss. Now that the breeding dragon land is stirring up, and the 3 big brothers of the 3-turn divine clergy are here, he, a newcomer who has only just awakened his profession, won't be able to survive. The priority now is to find out the root cause of the disturbance in the breeding dragon land and see if it can be solved. Chanticleer Road. There's no time to be sentimental. Don't more people die every day? At this point, those 3 third-turn priesthood powerhouses came and looked at the two, saying, "We're going in to see why. You guys, just deal with what's going on out there." Lin Baitian gritted his teeth. "I'm going in too. I brought the people with me, and even if I die, I'm going to bring the bodies out. But if there's still a glimmer of hope." Ugh! Xiantang sighed and arched his fist at the three elders. "Leave the matters outside to me." "Good. Then Xiao Lin will go in with us." And at this point, Li Dong, who was in the crowd, however, walked over. "My lords, this dissension today is a bad thing?" Li Dong inquired cautiously. Once Xiantang saw that it was the only legend-ranked professional in the group, he patiently explained. "Entering here information is to be turned in, not to be able to see the occupation information. Nowadays, with this strange movement, it's 80% that the abyss is going to expand." Li Dong instantly understood, and then said, "I know what this dissension is due to." "Because of what?" "Zhang Qi." Li Dong's face surged with a flush. "It's all because he threw something towards the dragon egg, and then, only then did the latter happen." This sentence caused several people's faces to all change. "What did you say?" Lin Baitian immediately stared at Li Dong, his face somewhat ironic. Liden took half a step backward and said, "I can assure you, that's what I saw." "Kobayashi," Elder Zhang of the 3 called out to Lin Baitian. "You're not in the right state right now. Just wait outside for news first. The 3 of us will go in, and if that child is still alive, we won't let anything happen to him. But if the dissension is all because of him, then..." The latter was not said, but the meaning was understood by all. Lin Baitian wants to avoid suspicion now. The matter of the breeding dragon's land alienation was too big to be avoided, even if it was possible. "Alright, the 3 of us will go in. You guys stay outside. Xiao Qian, you're in charge here. I'll leave it to you." "Yes, Elder Zhang." Chantal nodded. He naturally believed that nothing would happen to Lin Baitian, but with something this big, it never hurt to be cautious. The 3 priesthood powerhouses entered the dragon breeding ground, and within the land of the bred dragons. So much noise? Zhang Qi looked somewhat dazedly at the fact that in front of him, a small black dragon, the size of 2 palms, was hugging the eggshell and eating it one bite at a time. There was also a crisp click with each bite. Perhaps seeing Zhang Qi's gaze, the little black dragon thought for a moment and picked out the biggest piece of eggshell from the pile before handing it to Zhang Qi. The corner of Zhang Qi's mouth twitched as he refused. "You eat. You're growing up. You eat." "Ah." The little black dragon was instantly excited. Like eating peanuts, he tossed small pieces of eggshell into the air and then stretched his neck to catch them in his open mouth. It didn't take long for the eggshells to be eaten. Then it sat down on the ground and patted its round belly in satisfaction. Seeing that Zhang Qi had been looking at it, he instantly smiled, revealing 2 rows of teeth that had only grown out not long ago and were white. It was black all over, but it looked toothy and white. A little naive. Did this thing really hatch from a dragon's egg? Or one of the 3 dragon eggs that have influenced this place for so long? How come it doesn't look like that? The career panel is open though. Zhang Qi tuned it out. Occupational panel. Name, Zhang Qi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master, first turn. Level, 1, 200 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 1000. Magic power, 200. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 11. Remaining free attribute points, 3. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Space, Black-Winged Demon Dragon, unnamed. The attributes are great. Like a normal profession, the 3D attribute is usually around 5. His own strength and agility are at 11. And his intelligence is even 20. And the profession panel that opened up. In addition to Dragon Mastery, there was also Dragon Language. Dragon Language LV. 1. You have a rough grasp of the language of the dragon race, and are able to communicate with your dragon pet without obstacles. That's it? Wait a minute. Zhang Qi remembered that there was a profession that was a dragon grammarian that could cast dragon spells, so the key to this was the dragon language. Wouldn't he or she be able to cast it with a higher level of dragon language? There does seem to be room for improvement in. Then immediately after, Zhang Qi checked the information of the black-winged demon dragon. As his first dragon pet, Zhang Qi was with curiosity, but after reading it, there was a gasp of surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The attributes are so high. Chapter 6, Terrifying Dragon Favors. Arrival of the third transformation divine position. Boy! Zhang Qi rubbed his chin, and there was still a look of surprise in his eyes. Black-winged demon dragon. Master, Zhang Qi. Level, mythic, common, rare, legendary, mythic, Level 1, 200 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 10,000. Magic, 2,000. Strength, 500. Intelligence, 300. Agility, 300. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. Up to 10. 000 blood and 2,000 magic power. Not to mention the horrible 3D. 500 strength. 300 intelligence and agility. Zhang Qi felt that he was afraid that he would be able to exhale himself to death if he were to touch afterward. And the key point is that it's only level 1. He's three-dimensional, dozens of times his own. Zhang Qi even felt that even after he rose to level 20, the odds were that he wouldn't be able to match it, and that was even with the equipment on. And if this little thing wanted to upgrade, it needed the same experience value as himself. This means that it will be upgraded just as quickly. Then the strength increases even faster. And if he had such a dragon pet, wouldn't other professions be weak compared to his own? Unusual professions. How many levels must this rise and how much equipment must this wear to be able to withstand their own level 1 dragon pet? After reading the information about this black-winged demon dragon, Zhang Qi was naturally excited. Oh yeah, and skills. Skills haven't been looked at yet. Abyssal Dragon Breath, active skill. The black-winged demon dragon opens its mouth and spits out dragon breath from the abyss, and sprays it all the way toward the front. And those who are hit are harmed while also being eroded by the breath of the abyss, and have a certain chance of being pulled into the abyss at a higher level. Desperate Dragon Claw, active skill. The black-winged demon dragon pushes its own power and uses its own dragon claws to slap violently, causing huge amounts of damage. And those who are centered by the damage have a certain chance of being killed directly in seconds. Dragon King Deterrence, active skill. As the Dragon King, all beings whose bloodline is inferior to yours will be subject to the dragon's intimidation. The target's damage type skills will drop by 30%. Defense type skills will drop by 50%. Status type skills will be disabled. And the target will fall into a 3-second stun state. Cannot exceed your own level 20. Dragon King Bloodline, passive skill. As a Dragon King, you will be immune to all negative effects. Your blood and magic recovery speed is increased by 300%. When finished reading the skills, Zhang Qi had only 2 words in his mind. It's still capitalized. The skill. What does the first 2 absolute damage skills, one with a chance to pull into a higher level abyss, amount to? Exile. The second one is much simpler, with a chance to just spike and kill it all at once. And thirdly, how many beings have bloodlines that can surpass that of a dragon? This horrible drop effect cleared all statuses on the target, with a drop in offense and defense, as well as a 3-second stun. The self is also immune to any negative effects. Let's just say, invincible, absolutely unbeatable. Compared to that, the other summoning and beast immortal professions were all weak in comparison, and Zhang Qi was lamenting. Suddenly, this little guy suddenly looked towards a certain place, and revealed a look as if he was on the verge of an enemy. Zhang Qi also looked at the entrance altogether. Only 3 figures were gradually revealed. It was the 3 priesthood bigwigs who came behind them. At this moment, after the 3 of them felt the aura around them, their complexion suddenly became a bit gloomy. Compared to earlier, the aura of this place was indeed not quite the same. The pressure was much higher, especially the thick abyssal power. It seems to be spreading. This caused the 3 to frown deeply, and upon entering, they quickly surveyed their surroundings. The eyes finally landed on the platform. However, when he saw the person on the platform, his sight was lulled. Is that Zhang Qi? It should be. Actually still alive? It seems to have some real means? For a profession that has only just changed professions to be alive in such an environment, either the profession itself has something special, or there's something in his hands. Either way, we need to know the end result of this. Go! The 3 approached quickly, but as he approached and the platform was in full view, he was stunned, especially the little one that was next to Zhang Qi, hissing towards them. It's Elder Zhang was first stunned before his eyes quickly swept over Zhang Qi and looked behind him, only to see that 2 of the 3 dragon eggs were already missing. Immediately, he then understood what was going on, and his demeanor was instantly agitated, pointing at the little guy. It hatched from a dragon egg? Zhang Qi took a look, and after realizing that he couldn't detect any information about the 3 and that the aura emanating from them was terrifying, he also added some caution. He nodded. Yes, I wonder if the 3 of you are. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, that Zhang Lao instantly burst out laughing. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Something that so many of us third-turn clerics were unable to do anything about. was actually been solved by you, a waif who's only been turned. The other elder Joe and elder son also understood at once. It's true that heroes come out of youths, and the latter are fearful. It's so unexpected that something that's been bothering us for so long has been solved just like that. Ha 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 ha. That old Zhang was in a good mood. I was still thinking about it. This bred dragon land usually nothing. How today is a big change. It turned out to be a dragon egg hatched out. This dragon egg hatching. If there is still no movement here, that would be really strange. Zhang Qi looked at the three people whose emotions were changing and guessed what was going on. Then he arched his hand. Junior Zhang Qi, meet the three seniors. Good boy, Zhang Lao said. It's rather eye-catching. He continued. Old man tension. This time I really have to thank you properly instead of the Dragon Kingdom. Chang. Chanting that name, Zhang Qi's eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Lion King tension? Ha ha ha. After such a long time, there's actually someone who still remembers the old man's name. Zhang Li laughed out loud, clearly satisfied that Zhang Qi remembered his name. Zhang Qi followed his words. How is it possible to forget you? You are the Lion King who has consecutively descended into several abysses, and fought for the Dragon Kingdom for many years, and made a great contribution. I'm afraid that when the Sakura Kingdom mentions your name to this day, they still have to remember the days when they were beaten and held their heads in their hands. Tension was all smiles. Then, the other two were introduced, Zhou Bo and Sun Ji. All of them were strong third-turned priesthood holders. These two also have a great track record. Zhang Qi arched his hands one by one in respect. This dragon breeding ground is for these three dragon eggs. Now that one of them has been settled. Zhang Kid, what is your occupation? Zhang Qi said. The occupation awakened by the late generation is Dragon Master. Harnessing the dragon. Tension paused for a moment before locking eyes with the other two. All of them saw the shocked colors in each other's eyes. And then he pursued the question. Since you are a dragon master, but you are only able to contract one dragon pet? Zhang Qi shook his head. It's not just being able to contract one. After these words fell, the three people's eyes lit up for a moment, and then looked at Zhang Qi in unison. Zhang Qi was a bit furious all of a sudden. After all, being stared at by three old men like that was really a bit hard on the heart. Hastily, three seniors, this is. Zhang Li pointed to the back and said, Zhang Kid, this dragon egg can still have two of them. Try it? Zhang Qi was stunned. Although there were three dragon eggs, it was also said that they were sent by the number one human powerhouse, Dongfang Shuo, and brought out from the subterranean dragon abyss. As for the exact root cause, it was Dongfang Shuo himself who was not clear. This must be extremely valuable. One is already an indentured one himself. And this one alone had such a powerful attribute of a dragon pet. If he could contract the next two. At this instant, even Zhang Qi himself was somewhat looking forward to it. He felt his body heat up a bit, which was obviously agitated. Zhang Qi licked his somewhat dry lips, and then the word. Then, the latecomer will dare to try? Try. Zhang Li was an acute person and immediately said, these remaining two dragon eggs, if you are able to solve them as well, you are the one who deserves the great credit. These three dragon eggs are giving those of us a headache. Do you know how many strong third-turn priesthood holders there are in the Dragon Kingdom? Zhang Qi shook his head. Tension went on. Do you have any idea how scary it would be to have all these people in one place? Zhang Qi still shook his head. But, it's just that so many third-turn priesthood holders are here, yet they can't do anything about these three dragon eggs. Settling all three of these dragon eggs is our expectation and the expectation of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Kid, try it. Yes. Zhang Qi nodded solemnly. Chapter 7, the state is taking me to the next level? Right now, having already contracted a dragon egg, if one could contract a second one? Thinking about the terrifying attributes of the black-winged demon dragon, even Zhang Qi could not help but get excited. The second dragon egg was a red one with magma-like lines on it, and just by being close to it, one could feel the hot temperature. As he approached, beads of sweat gradually broke out on Zhang Qi's forehead. His eyes were fixed on the dragon egg, but, as Zhang Qi moved, he did not realize that the three tension, in fact, were even more nervous than him. These three dragon eggs have been tormenting the Dragon Kingdom for too long. For so long, they expended time and energy to prevent the abyss from expanding, lest something uncontrollable happen. The three dragon eggs had slowed down quite a few third-turn priesthoods in the Dragon Kingdom. If not, there would be even more battle forces that would go into the digging of the abyss. The resources of the Dragon Kingdom, too, would be on another level, and more professionals could be trained. In that case, The progress of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom would naturally be taken to the next level. The position in the international arena is also stronger. It will never be constrained in every way, as it is now. Sakura country, that bullet-sized place. Martial arts strength was even stronger than the Dragon country. Who could stand it? Once the 3 dragon eggs were resolved, they would be able to free up more manpower for full development. And the key to all this lies in Zhang Qi. Unconsciously, tension clenched his fists, even as his palms began to sweat. Zhang kid, do your best to try. No matter if you succeed or fail, there's no need to worry. Don't be nervous, Boss Zhang. I didn't see if Kid Zhang was nervous or not. You sure are. Behind him, Sun Ji's voice rang out. Zhang Li turned back at once. You fart. I wasn't even nervous when I was facing as many enemies alone back then. Would I be now? In the middle of his sentence, he saw Sun Ji pointing to his thighs, and Sun Ji said, Can you pinch your own thighs then? Zhang Li immediately showed a blush and muttered, I told you, why don't you feel anything? Sun Ji, it's a wonder you can feel anything at all. Zhang Qi fixed his gaze on the second dragon egg and tried to touch the dragon egg information, but after half a day's effort, there was still no movement. Just as Zhang Qi was about to try the dragon harnessing technique, he suddenly saw a line appear. Unlocked after level 50 and awakening. There's a request? Needs to be level 50 and after awakening? How long will that take? After all, Zhang Qi knew that Lin Baitian was only at level 47, and there was still a distance from level 50 awakening. Now that he had only transferred, if he wanted to reach level 50 and awaken, the difficulty would indeed not be low. And upon seeing the look of Zhang Qi, the 3 Zhang Li sighed and Zhang Li said, It's fine. These 3 dragon eggs, the latter one is stronger than the other. In fact, at first, these 3 dragon eggs were placed separately, but the latter 2 are too strong, and if they are separated, they will assimilate the surrounding area and form 3 abysses. In the end, it was simply put together, and between the 3 dragon eggs, they were still able to have some control over each other. It's good enough that you were able to fix one. Tension comforted. The last 2 dragon eggs are, indeed, a bit too strong for us to do anything about. Zhang Qi said at this time, Can I try the third one? Tension nodded. Try it. But at this point in time, he had lost hope. The second dragon egg didn't work, let alone the third. Zhang Qi then walked a little further. The 3 dragon eggs were placed in sequence, although they were together. The third one, a golden-colored dragon egg. Zhang Qi was only close enough to see the message before he went to make much contact. A very dry message. You don't have enough levels. Sure enough, as he had expected, the 3 dragon eggs, all of which he was able to fix himself, were just, the grade is too low. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qi walked back. Zhang Li smiled and patted Zhang Qi's shoulder. You've been great. With one of the 3 dragon eggs reduced, we'll be able to hold out for a while longer, and maybe in that time, we'll be able to find a way to fix it. No, I know it, you have pressure in your heart, but it's not your problem. It's that these last 2 dragon eggs are too mysterious and powerful. Actually, you're already better than a lot of people. Tension was still comforting. However, Zhang Qi was already somewhat helpless. This Lion King, at least, was a third-turned clergyman big brother. How could he not let people talk? Actually, he snapped, interrupting Tension's later words. Zhang Qi said, I have a solution for that. You have a solution? This time, the 3 froze, then looked at Zhang Qi, and Zhang Li couldn't help but say, What solution? Zhang Qi said truthfully, the last 2 dragon eggs. I'm also able to contract, but my level is too low right now to do so. The last 2 can also. One moment. All 3 froze. Frozen. He looked at Zhang Qi, stagnant for a full 3 seconds, and then, Zhang Li's eyes stared blankly, stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Qi's hand, urgently said, What do you mean? The remaining 2 dragon eggs, you can contract them too? This sudden movement gave Zhang Qi a fright. He nodded. Yes, but I'm too low level to do it now. Rank. Zhang Li mumbled twice and asked in a hurry, How many levels? How many levels do you have to be able to contract the remaining 2? Zhang Qi said, For the second dragon egg, you need to reach level 50 and be awakened. As for the third one, the level is too low to see the information right now, but you can be sure that you can contract it. Level 50. Level 50 will allow you to contract a second one. Ha 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 ha. Steeply, Tension suddenly let out a loud laugh. After half a day of laughing, he cursed at once when his laughter ended. Tramp. The problem that's been plaguing us for years is finally solved. Good boy. He slammed his hand on Sun Ji's shoulder. Sun Ji immediately revealed a pained expression, but he was also so absorbed in his joy that he didn't pursue the matter. Zhang Qi said, "But I need to reach level 50. It's going to be a long time." "Long?" Zhang Li immediately said. "Zhang kid, you have to know the importance of these 3 dragon eggs. Don't say you have to get to level 50. Even if you are level 75 with 3 turns, or even higher, we will help you." "Damn it, isn't it simple for me? The whole country of Dragon Kingdom, to feed you a level 50 out?" Zhang Li chopped his head and looked at Zhou Bo and Sun Ji, saying, "Old Zhou and old Sun, you guys quickly go and call out all the third turning priesthoods. This kind of big event, everyone must know about it." "Yes," the two agreed. Zhang Li solemnly said, "I'm going to ring the national tragedy bell." A national tragedy. Zhang Qi was stunned. The national disaster bell he was aware of. The only time it would ring was when it could truly affect the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom and was a disaster-level event. When the bell rings, all third-turned priesthoods in the Dragon Kingdom, no matter where they are or what they're doing, are to return immediately. Zhang Qi was about to open his mouth, but was stopped by tension. "Zhang kid, you don't have to persuade me. You're worth it. I said I would use the power of the nation to take you to the next level. You Dragon Master. The state will take you." Chapter 8, The Bell Tolls of National Trouble, The Power of the Nation in Me? Zhang Li's trio left in a hurry. In the middle of the dragon breeding ground, Zhang Qi had been able to feel that the aura from the subterranean dragon abyss had thinned out quite a bit. This was all due to the fact that one of the 3 dragon eggs affecting this place was missing. Think about it. Zhang Qi looked at the black-winged demon dragon on the side that was blinking its big eyes and looking at itself curiously, and smiled as he stroked its head. "By the way, haven't named you yet." "Ah." When the black-winged demon dragon heard these words, it immediately raised its head, an expectant look in its eyes. "You're so dark and hatched from a dragon egg. Why don't we just call you Big Black Egg?" Only after Zhang Qi's words fell, the black-winged demonic dragon instantly spread its wings, a small face bluffing right away, and a threatening look appearing in its eyes. "Ha ha ha." With Zhang Qi's loud laughter, the black-winged demon dragon immediately turned its head away, with an expression that "You are the Big Black Egg. Not playing with you anymore. Forget it, don't call it that. This little guy, he's quite emotional." Zhang Qi was busy saying, "How about this? Let's call it Saya, shall we?" With Zhang Qi's change of words, the little black dragon only twisted its head around, revealing that this was more or less the same look. Then the party spread its wings and flew over. A look for a hug. Zhang Qi instantly cried and laughed. The little guy was quite arrogant. So haughty and clingy. It can't be a little female dragon, can it? Sayomi, black-winged demon dragon. Master, Zhang Qi. Sex, female. Level, mythic, common. Rare, legendary. Mythic. Level, 1, 200 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 10,000. Magic, 2,000. Strength, 500. Intelligence, 300. Agility, 300. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. It's actually true. Phew. At this time, an even snore came from Zhang Qi's arms. He didn't expect that this little mother dragon actually fell asleep so quickly. Can't really do anything with you. However, when he thought of Seo's attributes, Zhang Qi felt that he should still indulge a bit. Since the last 2 dragon eggs couldn't be contracted in a short period of time, there was no point in staying here. Zhang Qi then walked out of the dragon breeding ground, and just outside, Zhang Li's trio left in such a hurry that they didn't have time to explain anything, but the hasty look was in the eyes of everyone outside. At this moment, Lin Beitian's expression was also ugly. Regardless, Zhang Qi was the one who brought him here, but there was an accident. But in his heart, he always felt that things should not be so simple. Perhaps there was another reason in. And, if it was true that Zhang Qi was harboring ill intentions towards the dragon egg, then, when the 3 elders were leaving, they should have immediately asked them to evacuate the people here. But they didn't say. Something's fishy. Lin Baitian frowned. It's just that it's his guess, and it's not convincing enough to say it. And at this point, Li Dong and the others, however, were talking about it. The elders are leaving in such a hurry. Something big must have happened. Definitely, something happened in there. 80%. That Zhang Qi is really a spy. It's abominable. No wonder he's fighting with Dong. So he's holding back. Then Brother Dong confronted that spy earlier? It's really dangerous. What are you talking about? It's clearly Dong fighting spies. If not Dong, How could that Zhang Qi end up in the middle of something and be forced to do it? It must be Dong bringing him full pressure. Hearing this, Li Dong could not help but bring a smile to the corner of his mouth. Although he knew exactly whether he had put pressure on Zhang Qi or not, it didn't matter anymore, because no one knows the 3 dragon eggs of this bred dragonland. He didn't succeed. Then if he wants to obtain resources, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity now to make himself a hero. Li Dong rolled his eyes and arrived in front of Lin Baidian and Xiantang. My 2 lords, that traitor Zhang Qi has entered the depths of the breeding dragonland. I'm afraid that the situation is no longer under control. We should have made plans earlier. The 3 elders left in a hurry. They must have gone to move help. Xiantang nodded his head when he heard this, but he couldn't help but look down at Lin Baidian and coughed lightly before saying, in this matter, I have my own judgment, and need not say more. And Chantal paused at this point in his words and added, whether Zhang Qi is a spy or not is still a matter of 2 words. We have to wait for the elders to return to confirm. He did have a good impression of Zhang Qi, plus his relationship with Lin Baidian. The elders left in a hurry, and Xiantang could see that something was fishy. At their position, naturally, there are no stupid people who are so stupid that they would have died long ago. However, right at this moment, suddenly, between heaven and earth, a loud noise came instantly, like a great bell. It shook the heavens and shook the earth. Above the sky, the clouds were immediately shaken apart, and endless sound waves connected in a circle, vibrating into the distance. The movement subdued everyone. This, a national tragedy clock? The national disaster bell is ringing? Something capable of causing a national disaster has happened. How? What's the big deal? I can't believe they're going to ring the national tragedy bell. The 3 elders left just now. It couldn't be. Have something to do with this national tribulation bell? They couldn't have gone to ring the national tribulation bell, could they? The moment these words came out, it was like a boulder falling into a deep pool, stirring up shocking waves. The bell of national trouble. Breeding dragon land. The clock starts. The 3 words were quickly linked. And then, Li Dong, who was standing at the front of the crowd, suddenly took a step forward, holding his head high, and said in a confident manner, my lords, the bells of the national tragedy are ringing, and it must be because of that bell Kai. If he wasn't a spy, how could he have caused the national disaster bell to ring? He laid his hands on the dragon eggs in the dragon breeding ground, trying to work against the dragon kingdom. Li Dong angrily opened his voice with a sense of righteous indignation. And at this point, snap, footsteps sounded, and Zhang Qi's figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Li Dong's words only fell, then twisted his head when the steep sea, suddenly eyes in a happy, pointing at Zhang Qi then scolded, you spy, how dare you come out? Sneaking into the dragon breeding ground and getting his hands on the 3 most precious dragon eggs has brought disaster to the dragon kingdom. If it wasn't for me, Li Dong, fighting to the death to stop it earlier, I'm afraid you would have accomplished it much more easily. It's a pity that I, Li Dong, am not strong enough to stop you for only a few moments, even if I put my best foot forward. Now since you have the guts to come out again and want to take the Dragon Kingdom's greatest treasure away, I, Li Dong, will not agree to anything I say. Li Dong's words could be described as extraordinarily impassioned, as he pointed behind him to Xiao Yi in Zhang Qi's arms. It also caused many people to drop their eyes onto Sayaka frequently. What's that? It seems like a dragon. How could it be a dragon? What are you thinking? A creature like a dragon. Would it appear randomly? That's the topmost existence among the sequence of monsters. That must be the greatest treasure in the dragon breeding ground. Zhang Qi sneaked into the middle of the dragon breeding ground just for that greatest treasure. Thanks to Li Dong pointing this out. Ah, if not for that, we really wouldn't have known. Li Dong is a hero. Ah, he has given a lot to guard our Dragon Kingdom's greatest treasure. What a hero, worthy of a legendary profession. With some words from Li Dong, the eyes in glory were immediately gathered on himself. This bit of planting evidence can be very skillful. Seeing that the time was almost up, Li Dong opened his voice again and rebuked. Zhang Qi, why don't you hand over the supreme treasure? Are you really betraying the Dragon Kingdom? Ran. Right after Li Dong's words fell, several figures instantly broke through the sky and landed in the middle of the field. Between the iteration of the momentum, suppressing the 4 directions, actually caused the clouds in all directions to be dispersed. There were a total of 6 people in the field, and 3 of them were the 3 Zhanli who had just left. Zhanli coldly and murderously said, betray the Dragon Kingdom? Who wants to betray the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 9, if you frame a loyalist, even a legendary profession must die. Betray the Dragon Kingdom? Who wants to betray the Dragon Kingdom? In the arena, with the sound of Zhang Li's voice ringing out, it was a sudden tremor in all directions. Zhang Li looked around the field, and his eyes eventually landed on Li Dong. Liden's body shook, and then his eyes revealed some excitement, but it was quickly hidden by him. Hastily pointing a finger at Zhang Qi, he snapped, "It's him! It's him! Zhang Qi!" He triggered the ringing of the national tribulation bell, and he also tried to sneak out the supreme treasure of our Dragon Kingdom from amongst the breeding dragonlands. If he wants to betray the Dragon Kingdom, he is a traitor. Traitor! At this moment, just as Li Dong was speaking up and accusing Zhang Qi, only halfway through his words, several silhouettes reappeared. Whoosh! 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 Third turn priesthood. Just through the scent alone, someone had judged its strength. And the national tribulation bell has rung. And I'm afraid that all of my Dragon Kingdom's third turn priesthood bigwigs are coming. This Zhang Qi, I'm afraid it's completely over. Several people murmured out, while Li Dong, at this moment, had the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. After all, at this moment, he still carries the so-called hero aura. As long as he kills Zhang Qi, that is the name. Especially when you show your face in front of so many bigwigs, it can be a smooth road ahead. Zhang Qi, he's the Dragon Kingdom's rebel. Li Dong opened his mouth, only to be interrupted by one of them before he could finish his words. Old Zhang, is this the little guy you said could solve the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom? It's really a talent. I can't believe that what so many of us couldn't do was actually solved by a little kid. The heroes are the youngsters. The latter. A few people lamented and laughed at the same time. The eyes fell on Zhang Qi. Little fellow, on behalf of the entire Jin Demon army, I thank you for resolving the safety of the Dragon Kingdom. The old man who opened his mouth, spoke solemnly, and actually performed a Jin Demon military salute towards Zhang Qi. Elder Yi, what are you? The one who opened his mouth this time was Qiantang. There was only one person who could make the Vice Lord of the Demon Suppression Army treat him so solemnly. Lord of the Demon Army, Penny. Yi Lao's face was serious. This is a great merit for our Dragon Kingdom. Qiantang's demeanor was instantly straightened. And then he similarly turned towards Zhang Qi and performed a bored military salute. This time, the whole room was in an uproar. Yi Lao, the Demon Suppressor Army Lord, was too high in rank, and not many in the arena recognized him, only knowing that he was a third-turn divine priesthood bigwig. But Qiantang, the Deputy Army Chief, then it was all clear, and right now both of them are giving a military salute towards Zhang Qi. Elder Qian, Elder Yi, what are you? By the main and deputy army masters of the Jin Demon army appear military salute. Zhang Qi a moment some flattered, but he also reacted quickly, then immediately returned a military salute. That's all I'm supposed to do. Good boy. Yi Tingyun revealed an appreciative look, and then his eyes landed on Little Knight in Zhang Qi's arms. Surprised. This is, hatched from a dragon egg? Yes. Zhang Qi nodded. Seo was still sleeping soundly at this time, but being watched by so many people, coupled with the crowd and noise, she couldn't help but open her sleepy eyes, and then, it showed a fierce look, but it was equally adorable in its current state. Even when it showed its fierce look, ha 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 ha, Yi Tingyun laughed out loud, and when she saw Yi Tingyun laughing, Little Light was even more annoyed and wanted to fly out and bite him, but she was held down by Zhang Qi. Be good, Saya. Zhang Qi touched its head, and the Little Light party quieted down a bit, but there was still dissatisfaction among the eyes. Yi Tingyun still had a smile in his eyes. Things he'd heard a bit about already. 3 dragon eggs resolved 1, though there were still 2 left, but that was just a matter of rank. Right now, all that was needed was for Zhang Qi's level to rise. Then all can be resolved gradually. The problem that had plagued the Dragon Kingdom for decades now finally had a solution, which made Yi Tingyun couldn't help but get excited as well. And at this moment, seeing Zhang Qi talking with a group of bigwigs, it was obvious that Li Dong's words from earlier were not offensive. Then someone was puzzled. But didn't Dong say that Zhang Qi was a traitor? Yeah, Dong even said that he was the one who put his best foot forward to stop that Zhang Qi. How come now? Dong. They all looked at Li Dong. Li Dong cursed in his heart, but his facial expression carried a smile. Don't talk nonsense. I was only reasonably questioning earlier, and now that the truth has come out, naturally I was wrong. Then he looked at Zhang Qi and arched his hand. Zhang Qi student. I misunderstood you earlier. Please forgive me. You're a big man. Surely you won't get on my bad side, right? Besides, I'm just being reasonably skeptical. It's not like I have anything to lose for you. In the future, with my talent, My achievements are not destined to be low. There will still be encounters between us. There is no need to have hatred on this life. Zhang Qi-san, you're not going to hold a grudge just because of this little thing and try to go after me, right? Li Dong smiled and looked at Zhang Qi, wanting to use this to morally kidnap Zhang Qi, so that Zhang Qi would say something that would not blame him. Moral kidnapping is a hand that Li Dong can be said to have played skillfully. Only he miscalculated. Even the national tragedy bell had rung, and so many priesthood bigwigs had come for Zhang Qi, who had solved the problem that had plagued the Dragon Kingdom for so many years. How could Zhang Qi be wronged in the slightest for such a feat? Therefore, just as Li Dong was smiling, thinking that the matter had passed, the demon suppressor army Lord Yi Tingyun, who was on the side, however, suddenly opened his mouth. Wait a minute. Yi Tingyun's eyes fell and looked at Qiantang first, inquiring, Feng, what happened? Qiantang naturally told the truth, did not have hide, and did not add oil and vinegar. However, even though this was the case, it still caused anger to show up in the narrowed eyes of this third revolution divine cleric bigwig, the army master of the demon suppressor army. He didn't turn his head, but he said, word for word, the dragon breeding ground, which appeared 50 years ago, has plagued my dragon kingdom for 50 years, and for 50 years how many third-turn divine priesthood powerhouses have been bound to this place, making it difficult to travel far, and because of this, the dragon kingdom has missed out on many opportunities to develop. They, too, have missed many opportunities to become stronger. Solving the conundrum of the breeding dragonland is something that each and every one of us desperately wants to do. And now, finally, there is a solution to the matter. The Dragon Kingdom. It's saved. The bells of the nation are ringing because of him, and as long as he is willing, the Dragon Nation will open up all of its power and resources for him. Yi Tingyun's eyes landed on Li Dong as his killing intent burst forth. And now, someone has the audacity to threaten him in front of my old man. When Li Dong heard this, he instantly panicked and hurriedly said, Elder Yi, that's not what I meant. His words. Yi Tingyun didn't bother to listen any further and waved his hand to interrupt, saying, a mere legendary profession. My Dragon Kingdom can afford to lose it. Chan Tun, subordinate, kill it. Chapter 10 Zhang Qi's Upgrade Path. 3 words, simple, but they constitute the end of Li Dong. Qiantang led the order. Half pity was not there. The eyes were morose coldness. Boo! With a muffled sound, a legend-ranked professional, bright future and admired professional, died just like that. Public obliteration. Everyone present was shocked, because of Yi Lao's ruthlessness, and even more so because of Zhang Qi. The bells of the national tragedy rang, and so many third-turn priesthoods rushed to the city, and it was actually because of him. What did he do? Countless thoughts appeared in the middle of everyone's mind, especially those who had previously entered the dragon breeding ground together with Zhang Qi. Many of those who had a lively mind were already wide-eyed, roughly guessing some of the results. The eyes finally landed on Little Knight in Zhang Qi's arms, and the shocking color was even more clear. But there are still these faces that are bewildered. But Li Dong's corpse is right in front of them, trembling and not daring to speak again. And besides that, the one who was shocked was Lin Baitian. Although it is not the Jin Demon Army on duty, it is also clear that the nature of the Jin Demon Army, the party let Qiantang out. That is no fear of implementing military justice. And the Jinmu Army is a frontline force. In this case, naturally, there is no need to implement military justice. This is ultra vires. But it was still done, and without fear. Suffice it to say that Zhang Qi is important. One of the 3 dragon eggs. Lin Baitian couldn't help but clench his fists. Himself. It really was the right gamble. Little fellow, if you still have any aggrieved place, despite saying it, the old man is here today, and give you support. Yi Tingyun opened his mouth and looked at Zhang Qi with a smile. Lin Baitian was at the side, secretly alarmed. He was very skeptical. At this time it was Zhang Qi who said the name of Qiantang. This Shin Demon Army Lord were able to do it without hesitation. Since the beginning of time, this honor is really not many. However, both were able to solve the difficulties of the Bred Dragonland. Zhang Qi is naturally worth it. At this point, Zhang Qi smiled and favored him. Many thanks to Elder Yi for his love. The latecomer did not suffer any wrongdoing, but instead was cared for and pampered by everyone, and was a bit flustered for a while. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tingyun laughed out loud. Spoiling is right for you. With your kid's ability, up and down the Dragon Kingdom, who dares not to spoil you? With that, he approached and patted Zhang Qi's shoulder. His quiet proximity, in turn, put the Yaruchi kid on alert. This caused Yi Tingyun to burst into laughter again. Well, it's the old man who's being uninteresting. You little fellow, but you're very protective of your master. Then, Yi Tingyun was looking at the others. Let's change places to talk? This is not the place to talk. Yes, Tenshin nodded his head a few times. Then, it was with Zhang Qi, a group of third-turn divinities that quickly left the place. Left behind were Qiantang, Lin Baidian, and a group of professionals who had only just entered the dragon breeding ground. Qiantang looked at Lin Baidian at this moment and sighed. I was really looking away. Lin Baidian hummed arrogantly. And don't look at whose vision it is. Remember the bet. Don't forget the unranked gold equipment. Can't forget. Qiantang stroked his forehead. I didn't expect that this kid is really so powerful. So many dragon eggs that cannot be solved by a third-turn priesthood were actually solved by his kid. Chantal muttered. Dragon Master. What a great name. Truly God blesses my dragon kingdom. Just then, some other professionals came forward and asked cautiously. Elder Qian. When can we leave? Qiantang immediately glared. Leave? I don't even know when I can leave. Stand still, all of you. No one leaves without orders. Dang. The sound of the bell was melodious and still echoed in the middle of the sky. The moment. It was right at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, in a secret territory where there was lava everywhere. A number of professionals faced off within it. Looking closely at their strength, there were even a few third-turned priesthoods. Just, at the very center, a professional stood tall, standing in the center, with a small vacuum zone around. No one dared to approach. Dragon countryman, I recognize your strength, and this secret realm will belong to you, Dragon country. However, you should not underestimate us, Tianju, if not for our unwillingness to suffer too many casualties. When the bells drifted to this point, the face of the Dragon Kingdom professional standing in the center, who had suppressed several national professionals with his own strength, changed slightly, and then he even ignored the others and twisted away. This secret realm, the Dragon Kingdom doesn't want it. He sailed away, his figure far away. The Tianju Kingdom professional who had been in the middle of his words earlier, his face reddened. It took a long time to hold his tongue. So arrogant. Meanwhile, such a scene was playing out in various places, or in the middle of the secret realm, or elsewhere. The Dragon Kingdom professionals, one after another, returned home. Such an aberration undoubtedly drew too much attention, and there was a lot of speculation about it. What the hell is going on? Have the dragons gone crazy? The National Tribulation Bell. That seems to be the National Tribulation Bell of the Dragon Kingdom. What? The Dragon Kingdom has reached the point where it's time to ring the bell of national tragedy. It can't be that a giant abyss has appeared, can it? Can't say for sure, but other than that, can't think of anything worth ringing the national tragedy bell. Keep a close eye on the movements of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't miss a thing. Once the Dragon Kingdom is weakened, we have to be ready, in advance, to seize its resources. There was a moment of darkness, but they simply don't know. So many Dragon Kingdom professionals. The movement of the third-turn priesthood was all because of one person, Zhang Qi. At this moment, Zhang Qi was led by Yi Tingyun and the others to the three sacred regions of the Dragon Kingdom, the most central and sacred place in the Dragon Kingdom. Any professional considered the three sacred regions as an honor, and regarded entering the three sacred regions as their lifelong goal to strive for. Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix, the three major regions, nearly encompassed all the talented professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. Like before, Li Dong, even if he was a legend-ranked professional, he did not have the qualifications to enter the three holy zones. Those who were able to appear here were the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. Nowadays, Dragon District. You mean that Zhang Qi is actually able to solve the three dragon eggs perfectly, but just doesn't have the means to do so because he isn't leveled up enough right now? Yi Tingyun looked at Tenshin, and there was a glow of excitement hidden underneath those calm eyes. Yes, Tenshin nodded. Zhang Qi's talent and occupation is very special. According to his own words, the second dragon egg, need him to awaken after the second turn before. As for the third dragon egg, for the time being, cannot see, but has a solution may. I speculate words, is the need after the third turn, second turn, third turn. As long as this little guy is able to step into the ranks of the third turn divine priesthood, then the problem of these three dragon eggs will be solved. The excitement in Yi Tingyun's eyes was hard to hide, even if it's not the third turn, but a higher level. With the power of my Dragon Kingdom as a nation, could it not be solved? That's the idea. Tenshin nodded back. Yi Tingyun asked at once, when will the others be back? It should be back tomorrow for the most part. Some, after all, are already in the large abyss and beyond, and it's possible that they won't be able to hear it. Then, regardless, a charter will be negotiated tomorrow. This little guy's path of upgrading cannot be delayed. Yes. Chapter 11 The strongest practicing lineup. Saya, what do you think? What kind of treatment will we get? Zhang Qi murmured as he looked down at Seo in his arms. After coming with Tenshin and the others, they first placed Zhang Qi here before leaving. It was only natural for the bigwigs to deliberate on more matters, and Zhang Qi was inconveniently present. However, a lot happened today. From a dragon master without a dragon pet, who was taunted by the crowd, to having a dragon pet, the bell of the national tragedy rang because of him, and many big brothers of the third-turn clergy returned because of him. It's not a big change in between. Even Zhang Qi was somewhat looking forward to it at the moment. The state took him to practice. What kind of lineup would it have to be? He was curious. On the other hand, Little Light blinked her big eyes twice after hearing Zhang Qi's words, revealing a cute and adorable look and a clear stupidity in her eyes. Zhang Qi couldn't help but stroke his forehead and said helplessly, "Come on. I'm asking you for nothing. It's hard to guess at such things. There's nothing to do but wait in peace." At this point, in the conference room, there were quite a number of people coming. Their breaths were all incomparably powerful, and any one of them going out would be a strong person who was famous for town. Third turn of the priesthood. The Dragon Kingdom's third-turn priesthood powerhouses that could arrive in a short period of time were all here. Tenshin, what are you ringing the national tragedy bell and calling us back for? I just made my rounds, and there's not much movement in the country. The one who opened the door was a rugged man, carrying a shield with a zinnia pattern on his right arm. Long Qi, be at ease. Yi Tingyun opened his voice while smiling towards the crowd present. This time, I have already understood the matter. And the ringing of the national disaster bell is indeed worthwhile, because something has indeed happened that is enough to affect the danger of our Dragon Kingdom. And it is still a great calamity. What? Long Qi frowned at once. Yi Tingyun's status was very high, and as the army master of the Demon Suppressor Army, he had a great deal of prestige. These words caused many people to frown and search for thoughts, and then they all had their eyes fall on their bodies, waiting for the following. Yi Tingyun continued. There are 3 dragon eggs within the dragon breeding ground that have been troubling us for a long time, and previously, the Grand Elder had agreed to search for special professionals from across the country to try and solve this problem. And now, there is a result. Useful? Instantly, many people's expressions changed, revealing surprise. Yi Tingyun nodded his head. One of the dragon eggs has been resolved. How? I can't believe it actually got fixed. Unbelievable. Wouldn't that be our biggest problem? Something that has plagued us for years, finally being solved? Only one resolved? Can the other 2 be solved? For a while, there were also many different opinions. When Yi Tingyun saw that the crowd was almost done asking questions, he said something that was enough to shock the crowd. 3 dragon eggs. It all works out. Not a problem. Hiss. For a moment, the sound of pouring cool air rang out. One of them said, "Old Yi, quickly stop selling out and hurry up and say it. You're popping out sentence by sentence like this. It's too much of a pain in the balls. Yeah, you're in a hurry. I gave up the secret realm I had in my hands, not rushing back to hear you whet my appetite. Come on. Ha 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 ha." Yi Tingyun laughed aloud, and then he didn't continue to hang on to his appetite and directly said, "There's a little guy who has awakened the profession of Dragon Master, and can contract a dragon race and become its partner. One of the 3 dragon eggs was successfully contracted by him, and according to that little guy, the other 2 dragon eggs can also be contracted successfully. Only, his level is not enough." Not enough levels? How many levels do you need? 100, or higher? Immediately, someone asked sharply. The others showed the same urgency. After all, the day that the dragon breeding ground is not resolved, it is like having a sword hanging over the neck of the Dragon Kingdom. The development of the Dragon Kingdom will be limited in every way. Yi Tingyun shook his head and said, "It doesn't need to be that high. A second turn of awakening allows you to contract a second dragon egg, while a third dragon egg requires 3 turns. The words fell, and there was an outcry. God bless the Dragon Kingdom. Second turn, third turn. It's not hard. Pour out the strength of the nation, even if it pours out everything, and let him reach it quickly. Where is he? Where? I'll personally take him for an upgrade. So can the old man. So can the old man. Together. We're together." For a moment, the crowd of third-turn priesthood bigwigs was extraordinarily lively and scrambled. It was like a food market, and even a few had already fought to the point of redness. Yi Tingyun saw this, but he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He had expected this image. To be honest, he had all these thoughts after the news. He even entertained the idea of having the entire Jin demon army withdraw back and then bring Zhang Qi to upgrade. But in the end, it was restrained. For one thing, if you did this, you wouldn't actually upgrade much faster. Too many people would split up a lot of the experience and not much would fall on Zhang Qi's head. Moreover, if the level was too high, not only would Zhang Qi not be able to upgrade much faster, but he would also lack practical combat experience in the future. In that case, the Dragon Kingdom's problems could indeed be solved, but Zhang Qi would be like a giant baby, extremely weak in actual combat. Besides, that's not the fastest either. It's the next best thing in terms of speed or quality. The fastest way to gain experience if you wanted Zhang Qi to upgrade quickly was undoubtedly a copy. The copy also has a level limit. More than the level is too high, there is no way to enter. It's instantly restrictive. Of course, if he wanted Zhang Qi to enter a higher difficulty copy, he was afraid that with his current level, he wouldn't even be able to survive the harsh environment within the copy. So at this moment, the group of third-turn clerics stopped arguing. What does Army Master Yi have in mind? Someone inquired. The little one's upgrading definitely cannot be delayed. We must have a way to do it faster and without being able to sacrifice the little one's potential. Yi Tingyun said in a deep voice. We are trying to solve the Dragon Kingdom's peril. But we can't sacrifice the future of a genius. This was said, drawing nods from the crowd. Right on. So, my idea is, have those few geniuses from the Dragon region temporarily form a squad, have Zhang Qi join, and have them lead the leveling. The ones in the Dragon District. As the words fell, at that moment, there were quite a few people who looked odd. The Dragon District was not quite the same as the other sacred districts. There weren't many professionals, only 3, but these 3, they are one more arrogant than the other. Of course, in terms of their talent, no one could match them. It could be said that these 3 geniuses from the Dragon District were the 3 people with the best talent in Zhang Qi's term. Form them into a squad, plus Zhang Qi. It was true that the speed of practicing like this was extremely secure and efficient. But, it was 3 pricks. Will it work? If it really worked, this would be the strongest practicing lineup ever in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Together with Zhang Qi, the 4 top mythic level professions. It's settled. Practicing leveling is urgent and cannot be delayed. Yi Tingyun clapped his hands. In that case, then, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled. Tension rubbed his chin. Otherwise, I always feel that something bad will happen. These 3 guys, they're no peacemakers. The others nodded similarly, deeply impressed. Chapter 12, Choosing a Copy. Practicing begins. The land of the bred dragons. Qiantang looked at the other professionals and barked. Not a single thing you have seen can be revealed. Next go in turn and sign the non-disclosure agreement. Then you can leave. It's over here. After negotiating Zhang Qi's practicing lineup, the blockade ended here. Lin Baidian looked at Qiantang. How did it turn out? Who's going to take Zhang Qi to practice? It's fine if I don't come in person. Although there are many affairs in Harshi province, it's not as busy as this. Qiantang looked at Lin Baidian with a playful expression and said, although you, Lin Baidian, are quite a character in Harshi province, I still have to tell you that if you want to take that Zhang kid to practice, you, Lin Baidian, are not qualified enough. Hearing this, Lin Baidian was stunned. Disbelievingly, Zhang Qi is indeed important, but I'm at least a near second turn, and I'm considered an expert. Qiantang still shook his head. Not enough, not enough, not to mention you. Even the 2 of us bundled together is not enough. Boy, Lin Baidian rubbed his chin in astonishment. What kind of practice lineup would that have to be? You know the 3 Saints district, right? The Dragon District knows, right? The Dragon District only recruited 3 people this year, and the 3 of them formed a squad that was used to take that bellboy. Lin Baidian was instantly stunned. That's the 3 that are known as the strongest support profession, the strongest mage profession, and the strongest assassin profession this year? Qiantang nodded his head, an envious look coming from his eyes. Can't help it. Tramp. Such a luxurious practicing lineup. This is not a third-turn clergyman himself, but it's not much worse. These 3 guys, in time, as long as they don't die halfway, they are all ironclad third turns, nowadays. Yet they form a squad and use it to bring Zhang Kid to practice leveling. I heard that the old man still made the decision himself. What a blood money. Lin Baidian couldn't help but lament. Yes. Qiantang looked at Lin Baidian and said, do you want to go and meet him? It won't be long before he's off on his copy, so I guess it'll be hard to see him then. Good thing too. Right. What about that set of unranked gold equipment? Prepare it quickly and try to use it before Zhang Qi goes down to his copy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't forget, Chantal said in annoyance. Get lost, get lost. Nothing good comes from meeting you. Lin Baitian left from here and went straight to find Zhang Qi. I can't believe that the first time I entered the three sacred area, I actually still dipped into your kid's favor. Lin Baitian was overwhelmed with emotion when he saw Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi smiled slightly. I'm still brought here by Uncle Lin, and without his support, I wouldn't be where I am now. These words were very flattering to Lin Baitian. By the way, you know about the practicing, right? Zhang Qi nodded. Lin Baitian continued. Although I'm in Hushi province, I still know some news about the geniuses of the dragon region. After the matter of the breeding dragonland, the dragon region's recruiting standards were changed, and there are only 3 people in this term. These 3, all of them, are the best in their respective professions. The strongest auxiliary profession, Holy Light Priestly Muhan. The strongest mage faculty profession, Heavenly Thunder Mage Jiwen. The strongest assassin lineage profession, Hidden Moon Assassin Han Lingxi. The 3 of them are all mythic level professions. Just like you, if the 4 of you team up, it's good for you to practice leveling. It's just that, being the same genius, it's inevitable that there's arrogance in them. Plus they're the ones leading you to practice, so I'm afraid that they might have some opinions about you. The words weren't finished. The point was here, but the meaning was understood by Zhang Qi. I know Uncle Lin, Zhang Qi said. I will avoid conflict with them. Lin Baitian's expression eased and said, your talent is not weaker than theirs, but you started too late, and with enough time, it is completely possible to catch up. Right now, it's just a moment of holding back, Lin Baitian added. Later on, Qiantang will have someone send a whole set of unranked gold equipment. This is something that can be worn at all levels, very suitable for newcomers to practice leveling. Just take it, Uncle Lin. This is. Zhang Qi was shocked. A little wager I made with him, Lin Baitian said. There's no need to care too much, just take it and don't worry about owing favors. Zhang Qi drifted off and said, then thank you Uncle Lin. I'll leave you to it then. You should be getting off your copy soon. I'll see Uncle Lin off. Shortly after Lin Baitian left, the unranked gold equipment sent by Qiantang arrived. Kamikaze suit. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Set attributes, strength plus 60, intelligence plus 60, agility plus 50, 20% increase in endurance when facing extremely cold and hot environments, extra 20% increase in experience gain. Kamikaze helmet, set. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Attributes, blood plus 100, magic plus 50, intelligence plus 10, immune to 5% damage when taking damage. Kamikaze breastplate, set. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Attributes, blood plus 200, magic plus 100, immune to 5% damage when taking damage. Kamikaze leg armor, set. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Attributes, blood plus 100, magic plus 50, agility plus 10, immune to 5% damage when taking damage. Kamikaze armor, set. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Attributes, blood plus 100, magic plus 50, strength plus 10, immune to 5% damage when taking damage. Although it was gold equipment, the attributes were also rather mediocre. However, unranked equipment was already rare, not to mention gold ranked. Compared to the no more than single-digit bonuses given by the initial equipment, this was extremely terrifying. After putting on a whole set of gold equipment, Zhang Qi's attributes had gained another qualitative leap. Occupational panel. Name, Zhang Qi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master, first turn. Level, 1, 200 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 1500. Magic, 450. Strength, 81. Intelligence, 93. Agility, 71. Equipment, Kamikaze suit, gold. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skills, Dragon Mastery, Dragon Language, Dragon Harnessing Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Sayaka. 3 free attribute points. Zhang Qi had all of them on intelligence. As a Dragon Master, intelligence was the key. And after getting ready, Zhang Qi arrived at the promised location. The 3 sacred areas, the most sacred place in the Dragon Kingdom, had quite a few copies to grind in itself. The first area that was set, called the Spectral Dense Forest, was suitable for level 0 to 10 professionals. However, After waiting for half a day as Zhang Qi arrived here, those three teammates were still not present. In response, Zhang Qi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Genius arrogance? Gently stroking the little knight in his arms, Zhang Qi's heart grew calmer and calmer. Compared to Seo, I really don't know what the so-called top geniuses can be considered. The exaggerated attributes of Seo alone were unknown to have exceeded mythic-level professions by many times, not to mention the fact that in addition to that, there were also skills that were comparable to forbidden spells. Whether or not there were teammates was no longer an issue for Zhang Qi. But here's the thing, the copies here were all group copies, and there was no way for him to enter without a teammate. Therefore, Zhang Qi was only able to wait for a few more moments. Well, it wasn't long before someone finally came. It was just that although people came, they could tell from their looks that they were not willing to do so. It's a woman. With a cold face, he grunted upon seeing Zhang Qi. You're really good at this. You've utilized quite a few connections, haven't you? Even the third-turn divine cleric has stepped in. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm an auxiliary profession and even more lacking in resources, I would never have come. Li Muhan. Through these words, Zhang Qi learned her name. Just to be clear, I'm not going to take you for long. I have my own things to do, and my time is far too precious to waste with a relation like you here. The words were cold and unforgiving, and Zhang Qi was indifferent to this. However, it was also true that all three of them were top geniuses, and it definitely wasn't easy to get them to listen and come over to bring themselves to practice leveling. Geniuses have pride. Now it's taken so long for one to come. The remaining two are afraid they won't come. And in order to enter the copy, it is necessary to team up with 4 people. Now that there are 2, there are still 2 missing. Zhang Qi simply didn't bother to wait and was ready to make a move on the spot. The copies of the 3 sacred area. Besides some geniuses here who were brushing up, there were also quite a few children of the great ones. Anyone who can come here is either rich or wealthy. It's not all genius. After choosing for a moment, Zhang Qi was able to recruit the other 2 team members. A round-faced, cute-looking archer girl, and a fat mage with a big smile on his face. Neither of these 2 were high-leveled. The archer girl was level 3 and the mage fatty was level 4. Zhang Qi still picked half a day and picked these 2 low-grade ones. When Li Muhan saw the team members chosen by Zhang Qi, a layer of frost was added to her already disgruntled face. The configuration for brushing copies should at least have a meat shield to pull monsters, a priest to add blood, and then someone to output. The team members Zhang Qi chose were all brittle, and once the monsters were numerous, it would be easy to hang them all in one wave. Sure as a dude who doesn't know anything. However, Li Muhan looked at his level 9. Although the team configuration was poor, but by relying on his own powerful assistance, as long as his teammates had a little bit of brains, there was no problem to pass the level. It's just that time will be slower. But she couldn't help but get even more annoyed at the thought of taking so long to beat such a low-level copy. Well, our team is thus formed. Zhang Qi smiled at a few people. I'll be your captain. After forming the team, although the other 2 had doubts about Zhang Qi, they were much relieved when they saw Li Muhan's level. It's okay to have thighs on the team. Just lay back. Only when it came to choosing a copy, Zhang Qi was scratching away the lowest level copy, Dark Secret Forest, and instead tapping towards the higher level copy, Cold Secret Forest. What are you going to do? This instantly caused Li Muhan's complexion to change. The Dark Dense Forest was something she could carry through steadily, but the Cold Dense Forest was going to have a lot of variables, especially with these 3 teammates, who obviously had little to do with genius, and the chances of trying to pass were low if you relied on her as a support profession. The entry requirements for Dark Secret Forest are level 0 to 10, while Cold Secret Forest is level 5 to 15. And, due to its special environment, the difficulty is increased more than several times. Being in a frigid environment, staying there for a long time alone would slowly deduct blood, not to mention having to brush up on copies. Taking 3 weaklings and clearing a copy like this? Li Muhan wondered if Zhang Qi was crazy. But, when her words were out, Zhang Qi had already chosen well. The countdown came into view and they were already going in. Damn! Her face hardened for a moment. Chapter 13, Sayaka's Terror. Direct seconds. Are you crazy? Li Muhan just couldn't help it. In the case of the Dark Secret Forest, trying to pass through it was not much of an effort with her divine assistance. But the Cold Secret Forest was otherwise. It was exponentially harder to get through, and that increased difficulty was ultimately going to present itself to her. If it was a normal team configuration, even if it was weaker, she felt that she could pass. But with such 3 weaklings, or this purely brittle configuration, the pressure this put on her was no less than going to fight a top-tier copy. But the problem is, it's not worth it to put in so much effort and not get much out of it. Upon seeing that the chosen copy was cold ice dense forest, the other two team members also panicked at once. Zhang Qi, however, did not slow down. Don't worry so much. I'm sure I'll pass. Ha! Li Muhan didn't want to say anything more to this dude who relied on his connections. She had already made up her mind that she was going to leave when this copy was over. Taking a dude like that to practice is too much torture. The four of them entered the cold ice dense forest. The steep cold wind blew all of a sudden, and Zhang Qi, wearing a gold level outfit with equipment enhanced endurance, didn't feel anything. But the other two team members were shaking a bit. You better really be good at something. Li Muhan stared at Zhang Qi and said, otherwise, if we delay for a while, the two of them are going to freeze to death here before the copy is even painted. Don't worry, it won't be long. Zhang Qi laughed. Well, since we're already in, let's get acquainted first. My name is Zhang Qi, the round-faced girl said. Cui Ying, the smiling fat man said. Lin Yuan. Li Muhan said her name even though she was reluctant. After finishing again, she couldn't help but introduce the place, saying, cold ice dense forest. The main monsters are kobolds with the power of cold ice. The minimum level is level 5. We're entering a normal level copy, and the boss is only a level 8 elite monster. And it's going to be even more difficult to deal with level 5 ice goblins in the cold environment here. It would be fine if it had a fire type skill. It's going to be easier with the attribute restraint. But, she suppressed her anger and patiently explained, the best thing we can do is to pull over a monster first, experiment with brushing it, and also hone the team's cooperation, and then gradually increase it. In that case, the most perfect time to clear the level is around 4 hours. Too slow. After her words, Zhang Qi shook his head. And then the word. It's just a normal level copy. It doesn't take that long. We don't have that much time to waste. Li Muhan laughed silently and coldly. What should be said she has already said. Afraid that this dude still think this copy is outside those simple copy it? The copies in the 3 holy zones were all quite a bit more difficult than the ones outside. And of course, the rewards were better. Otherwise, how could so many people come here? The monsters here, compared to normal level 5 to 15 copies, had half the blood, higher other attributes, and a harsh environment. Even an all level 5, normally configured team was at a considerable risk of regimentation. And here they are. Level 1, 3, 4. Li Muhan was even ready to quit halfway through. Now that we've gotten to know each other, let's get started. Zhang Qi opened his mouth before taking the lead towards the distance. As the clock started working, 2 level 5 ice goblins came towards this as their attention was attracted. They squeak on the snow as they walk. Ice kobolds, grade 5, blood 1500, attack power 70, skills ice throw, cold claw, 1500 blood. That's high. Cui Ying exclaimed in shock. The 2 walking kobolds were rather oppressive. Zhang Qi walked at the front, and after a slight survey, he took 2 steps back. Then the word, Sayaka. It's time for you to make your move. After a tender cry, Little Light was released by Zhang Qi from amongst the dragon harnessing space. After coming here, in order to avoid trouble, Zhang Qi had temporarily let Xiaoi go inside the dragon harnessing space. Little Light revealed a somewhat dissatisfied look in its eyes after it came out. Not too happy with Zhang Qi for putting it into the dragon harnessing space. When Zhang Qi saw it, he burst into a bit of tears. This little guy, is this the time to be complaining about all this? Of course, Sayaka didn't continue, and after seeing those 2 ice goblins approaching, she opened her mouth violently. Immediately, a dragon's breath was spewed out from Little Light's mouth. Those 2 approaching ice goblins were directly melted the moment they came into contact with the dragon's breath. Minus 53,732. Minus 53,596. 2 huge damage numbers appeared above their heads. Upon seeing these 2 damage numbers, the 2 Cui Ying were directly dumbfounded, frozen in place, mouth wide open. He didn't react for a long time. Even Li Muhan was stunned at this moment, and his eyes were filled with horror. Halftime. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 2 voices rang out coincidentally, coming from Cui Ying and Lin Yuan. They were just now marveling at the fact that this goblin's blood was so thick. How were they going to be able to brush past this copy? Yet now, after this whopping 50,000 plus damage appeared, all the previous worries dissipated. But it's too high. 50,000. That's $50,000. A fraction of that damage alone would have been enough to kill those 2 ice goblins in seconds. Brother, tell me, Are you hiding your rank? Lin Yuan couldn't help but say after swallowing his saliva. Actually, you're already over level 30. You're just here to experience life in a low-level copy. Zhang Qi glanced at him. What are you thinking about? How can I enter this copy when I'm over level 30? Moreover, how many levels am I? Can't you see it? Zhang Qi didn't hide the information. The bright LV1 was right above his head. Golem. Upon seeing it, the two, Cui Ying and Lin Yuan, could be said to be completely shocked. Level 1. I can't believe it's only level 1. How is it possible to be able to deal up to 50,000 damage at level 1? That, and how much damage would have to be dealt if it had leveled up even more? And, their eyes landed on Seo beside Zhang Qi. What's this? The two stared at Sayaka. In the middle of his mind, a word flashed uncharacteristically. Dragon. Dragon? Brother, this pet of yours, it's a dragon? Yes. Zhang Qi nodded. Then he took little Knight in his arms and stroked its head, saying, this is my dragon pet. Sayaka. Golem. Again, the sound of swallowing saliva. It's a dragon. Among the sequence of monsters, it was also an existence that ranked at the very pinnacle, the totem of the Dragon Kingdom. They had only seen pictures on the internet, but now, they were in reality. Thighs. What thick thighs? The two men's eyes glazed over. Chapter 14. The fastest way to swipe a monster. Breaking the record. Compared to Cui Ying's and Lin Yuan's much drier reactions, Li Muhan's at the moment was much more complicated. Especially earlier, she had opened her mouth several times, sneering in the name of persuasion, and even more so when she came to say outright that she was unwilling to waste time here. I can't help but feel my cheeks burning as I think back on it now. With Zhang Qi's skill, she didn't even need her so-called god-level assistants to carry it. With such a terrifying dragon pet, it would be no problem to pass the level with just Zhang Qi alone. This copy is a group copy and you need to get a small team together. In other words, she, the so-called strongest auxiliary profession of this session, was just like these two level 3 and 4 ones who had come over to make up the numbers. This was not very acceptable to Li Muhan's pride. Her pride wouldn't allow herself, either, to be this useless. The moment. Zhang Qi didn't have time to worry about Li Muhan's mental activities. As far as he was concerned, all three were indeed considered pendants. With Sayaka around, their role is simply to form this squad and get into the copy. Therefore, when choosing his teammates at the beginning, he specifically chose two with low levels. This way, when entering the copy, the overall level of the squad is low, and when brushing the monsters, it will be considered a cross-level kill, which will grant more experience. Now, after the two level 5 ice goblins died, they turned into two white lights and disappeared into Zhang Qi's body. However, even so, the two level 5 ice goblins, again, were not able to upgrade him. Well, go on then. Touching the little knight in his arms, Zhang Qi looked into the distance. The cold ice-dense forest was a huge forest, but because of the harsh weather conditions, its trees had already turned into ice sculptures, and now with a glance, the scenery was not bad. Just can't see any monsters. Li Muhan opened her voice at this time. The terror of the cold ice-dense forest lies in the fact that the monsters within it will not be outright in the open, but are all hidden in the shadows, and every tree in front of you, or even every inch of the ground, could be hiding kobolds. It's true that your dragon pet is strong, but your own body isn't that tough, and there's also the possibility of suffering a defeat once you're sneak attacked by too many ice goblins. Li Muhan's calm demeanor carried certainty as she said, I told you that it's not that simple here. You're being reckless. However, it's not impossible to get past it. My profession allows you to. Before Li Muhan could finish her words, Zhang Qi waved his hand and interrupted it. No need. Li Muhan was stunned for a moment, and then her expression, which had only slightly eased, grew cold. You'll pay for your arrogance. Zhang Qi smiled gently, stroking the little knight in his arms and looking back. Although you are considered a top genius of the dragon region, you are after all an auxiliary profession and your vision is limited. Hearing this, Li Muhan revealed an annoyed look, but Zhang Qi had stopped looking at her. You know nothing of power. Nothing. Leaving these words behind, Zhang Qi was stepping forward, walking deeper into the cold dense forest. The two of them, Cui Ying and Lin Yuan, looked at each other, and they immediately followed. The two of them, after seeing how powerful Seo was, had already decided that no matter what, they would hug this thigh tightly. The two of them didn't have any possibility of brushing through this copy with their strength. The only hope was to stay close to Zhang Qi. They see it through, and when Li Muhan saw this, she was so angry that she clenched her teeth. but it can't be helped. Only to be able to keep up as well. Phew! The cold wind whistled through. Zhang Qi's footsteps creaked on the snow, and just a short time after he was gone, suddenly, snap, the snow block loosened, and 4 blue circles of light immediately appeared on the ground. And then from within that circle of light, 4 ice goblins emerged. Look out! Seeing this, Cui Ying, who was following Zhang Qi, subconsciously shouted. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, had been on guard. Saya! Ah! The abyssal dragon's breath spewed out all of a sudden, and again, after 4 damage numbers as high as 50,000 surfaced. The experience didn't enter Zhang Qi's body, and then a wave appeared on his body as he upgraded. Occupational panel. Name, Zhang Qi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master. First turn. Level, 2, 500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 1600. Magic power, 500. Strength, 84. Intelligence, 98. Agility, 74. Equipment, Kamikaze suit, gold. Remaining free attribute points, 3. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Saomi. As the free attribute points were the same on intelligence, Zhang Qi's intelligence then broke 100. And after Zhang Qi upgraded, Sayaka similarly rose to level 2. And compared to Zhang Qi's bonus, Sayaka's boost was terrifying. Blackwing Demon Dragon. Master, Zhang Qi. Level, Mythic, Common. Rare. Legendary. Mythic. Level, 2, 500 experience left until next upgrade. Blood volume, 12,000. Magic, 2500. Strength, 560. Intelligence, 350. Agility, 350. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. The blood volume had increased by a full 2000, while on the 3-dimensional attributes, there were even more bonuses. Zhang Qi's current 3-dimensional attributes after wearing a full set of gold equipment were all far worse than Seo's. Not bad for a dragon. An existence that stood at the very top of all monster sequences. The 4 ice goblins were instantly killed by night. But unfortunately, nothing exploded. The pop rate is low as hell. However, the sudden appearance of the ice goblin was indeed very fast, and Fang was afraid that if the 2 Cui Ying were here, they wouldn't be able to react at all, and would have to drop quite a bit of blood. It's horrible. Cui Ying revealed a frightened expression. These little monsters alone are not something we can handle. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Luckily, Zhang was there. Even Li Muhan couldn't pick any faults with Zhang Qi and Xiao Yi's excellent response, but she still said, right now it's just 4 ice goblins. Once it's more in-depth it won't be just that, and then it won't be so easy to deal with it. So, you'd better. I told you, you know nothing about power. Zhang Qi shook his head, interrupting Li Muhan's later words. Saya! Zhang Qi shouted. Ah! Saya responded. Between one person and one dragon, there was now a decent tacit understanding, and as Zhang Qi opened his mouth, Sayumi already understood what he was going to do. It was spreading its wings and quickly flew out. Keep in mind that Saya's 3-dimensional attributes are extremely high, up to 350 agility, letting night disappear in a puff of smoke. Its figure quickly traveled through the middle of the cold ice-dense forest, and as it traveled, one cold ice goblin after another was lured out. Moreover, due to Saomi's extremely high agility, even though these ice goblins appeared, they still couldn't touch Saomi by half. It didn't take long for Sayaka to return, and at this moment, all the kobolds lurking in the middle of this cold ice-dense forest, all of them appeared. Finish them off. With Zhang Qi's command, Xiao Yang instantly spewed out a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath. Then, terrifying damage numbers appeared in droves. Minus 71,236. Minus 72,156. Minus 71,659. All the ice goblins that were drawn out instantly melted away. The monsters that were killed over the level also allowed Zhang Qi to upgrade again, and it was still 2 levels in a row. Reach level 4. The massive amount of experience not only caused Zhang Qi to upgrade, but even Cui Ying, who was being careful at the side, similarly upgraded. Cui Ying was still in a bit of disbelief when the upgraded light appeared on her. I just upgraded? She felt like she was dreaming. Entering this copy so far, it's only been a few minutes, and she just leveled up like that? That's too soon, isn't it? Lin Yuan, who was on the side, had also reached the edge of escalation, and was similarly dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in front of him. Shocker! It's also too fierce. To actually be able to brush monsters like this, worthy of being Brother Zhong. And Sayaka's damage has increased again. It's actually 70,000. Lin Yuan had really opened his eyes this time. I'm afraid that in this lifetime, it would be difficult to see such a high amount of damage. Also, there's the Zhang Qi swipe. Relying on the high agility of the dragon pet, he lured all the ice goblins out at once and then directly resolved them. Efficiency. It's so damn efficient. After sobering up from the joy of the upgrade, Chueying thought of something and couldn't help but say, "So now, are we left with just the copy boss? That level 8 boss, the Ice Goblin Commander?" "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded. Chueying said, "So, are we going to break the record?" Lin Yuan froze, and then immediately revealed a joyful expression. "Yeah, even though it's just an ordinary level copy, but with this speed, no one should be faster than us. It's a pity that it's not a warrior level copy or above. Otherwise, breaking the record would have a special reward." He felt a little sad, but it was something to be happy about to break the record. The replicas are graded, normal, adventure, warrior, king, and nightmare, Chueying said. With Zhong's strength, even if it's a warrior level copy, it's not like there's no chance of breaking the record. Right now, the two of them were incredibly glad that Zhang Qi had chosen them in the first place, and they didn't quit in the middle of the day. If not, where would such a good thing be able to come to them? At this moment, the two looked at Zhang Qi as if they were looking at their righteous father. There would be no danger now. Zhang Qi clapped his hands together and broke into a smile. Next, just walked peacefully to the boss. And looking at Zhang Qi's way of brushing the monsters, Li Muhan fell silent. She didn't expect it to end like this either. As one of the 3 top geniuses in the dragon region, she had seen too many geniuses, and even the other 2, which she had also seen, although they were also terrifying, they were still not enough compared to Zhang Qi. Even if the other 2 were to join forces, I'm afraid it would be difficult to have this speed, right? It's too fast. Moreover, this dragon pet of his, what a high agility. At this point in time, Li Muhan even began to doubt, who was the genius? Compared to Zhang Qi, his own genius seemed, he's not quite worthy of the name. I'm an auxiliary. Auxiliary. Li Muhan comforted herself in her mind. It's the only way to make yourself feel better. Brother Zhong, are you tired? I'll pinch your shoulders. When little fatty Lin Yuan saw Zhang Qi's eyes looking at him, he immediately ran forward and sensibly pinched his shoulders. And when Chueying, who was on the side, saw it, she was afraid that she would be a step too late and lose the opportunity to hug her thigh. But the shoulder had been robbed, and there wasn't much another place. A momentary reddening of the face. Zhong, do you have a girlfriend yet? Zhang Qi was stunned. Lin Yuan's gaze towards Chueying was instantly more wary. Chueying said with a red face, "It's not me. I have a cousin who is as beautiful as a flower. Although her talent is not as good as Zhong's, her face value is definitely not bad. And she has a convex front and long legs." Ahem. Zhang Qi gave a dry cough. What's going on here? Is he or she such a person? What's with the long legs? How can I be sure if I don't see it with my own eyes? What if I'm lied to? However, right at this moment, Li Muhan suddenly spoke. Since the small monsters have been cleared, let's hurry up and fight the boss. Zhang Qi also cleared his throat and said, "We'll discuss this matter later. Let's brush up on our copies first." Yes, the two of them nodded. But Chueying added quietly, "My cousin isn't much worse than Sister Li Muhan." Li Muhan glared over with a cold face. Chueying instantly scrunched her neck. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, pretended not to hear. Although Li Muhan's attitude stunk a bit, her face value as well as her figure was really nothing to write home about. Of course, it's mostly big, not bad enough for a milkmaid. It didn't take long for the 4 of them to reach the boss. The only monsters left in the replica. Level 8 Ice Goblin Commander. Chapter 15, System Quest, entering a nightmare level copy. Ice Kobolds, Grade, 8. Blood, 7600. Attack Power, 110. Skills, Goblin Summoning, Ice Throw, Cold Claws, Ice Arrows. 3 striking flags were planted behind them, a little taller on the head. 2. The oppressive force of the Goblin Commander was indeed going to be sufficient. It was just that the few people who had seen Sayaka's terror really couldn't muster any awe for it. As for Zhang Qi, naturally, he didn't bother to talk nonsense. There's only one mini-boss left, so it's good to get through it quickly. He glanced at Sayaka, who was also smart enough to understand what Zhang Qi meant. A mouthful of abyssal dragon breath went down, and with upwards of 60,000 damage, This goblin commander was directly seconded. The experience given by the Ice Goblin commander allowed Zhang Qi to upgrade again, reaching level 5. Occupational panel. Name, Zhang Qi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master, first turn. Level, 5, 1500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 1900. Magic, 650. Strength, 93. Intelligence, 119. Agility, 83. Equipment, Kamikaze Suit, Gold. Remaining free attribute points, 3. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Saomi. And after upgrading, Zhang Qi also took the time to look at Seo's panel. And then he couldn't help but draw a corner of his mouth. Nima. The gap is too big. Seo's attributes were truly coveted when he looked at them. Blackwing Demon Dragon. Master, Zhang Qi. Level, Mythic, Common. Rare. Legendary. Mythic. Level, 5, 1500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 18,000. Magic, 4000. Power, 740. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 500. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. 740 strength. And 500 intelligence and agility. But the good thing was, even if the attributes were higher, this was still his dragon pet. When the Ice Goblin commander died, he also exploded a piece of equipment, which was the only thing he gained from this copy. A bronze grade leg guard. Zhang Qi lost his desire after taking a look and turned to the 3 people behind him. Bronze grade leg guards, are you guys interested? Yes. The 2, Cui Ying and Lin Yuan, almost spoke in unison. Bronze level leggings are still a powerful piece of equipment in the early stages. Brother Zhang, name your price. I want it, Lin Yuan said. Zhang Qi pondered slightly. Let's go with the market price. You two discuss who wants it. It doesn't matter if you can't get it. The copies in the back will come out as well. Zhang Qi's words fell, instantly causing both of them to be extraordinarily elated. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhang, more copies? That's for sure. It's too slow to upgrade with a single normal level copy. So, Lin Yuan asked carefully, can we still be together for the next copy? I can pay for it. Just ask Brother Zhang to take me. I can pay for it too. Cui Ying also hurriedly said. He was afraid that Zhang Qi wouldn't take them with him on his next copy. With this kind of thigh, it is natural to hold on to it early, and a second slower is disrespectful to the thigh. Zhang Qi let out a light laugh. Sure, these two are still quite nice, and the grade is what he wants, and will come back for more. Now that he had even paid the money, Zhang Qi was naturally happy to bring it along. Brother Zhang, I've already thought about it. I won't want this piece of equipment for now. Give it to Cui Ying. I'll wait for the later. Lin Yuan took the initiative. It's okay. Zhang Qi then gave this bronze leg guard to Cui Ying. Thank you, Brother Chung. Cui Ying smiled sweetly. I'll transfer the money to you as soon as we get out of the copy. Good. At this time, Li Muhan rarely said anything and remained silent. And Zhang Qi didn't say anything. The boss has been fought and the copy passed, so it's good to get out. The ordinary level copy of the Cold Ice Dense Forest. After they set a new record, the new time was naturally recorded on the list as well. However, since it was an ordinary level, not that many people paid attention to it and it didn't stir up much of a splash. Some even snickered at this as they watched the time. Is this someone who wants to break a record trying to go crazy? All the way to hitting a normal level copy? Hey, if you're really capable, go ahead and break the record for a warrior class copy. Break a normal class one. What's that? Come on. Where do you get the guts to go to the warrior class when you've specialized in breaking the records of the normal class? Ha 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 ha. It's still true. On the forums, many people who saw the message mocked it. And this was something that Zhang Qi naturally didn't know. He was waiting for Cui Ying as well as the 2 Lin Yuan, who went to get ready. And while waiting, a line of writing suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Qi. Ding! Triggering the first quest. Please clear a nightmare level copy once. Upon completion of the quest, you will receive 1 reward opportunity. Triggered the mission. Nightmare level copy. Zhang Qi rubbed his chin, showing a slight smile. It was pretty much what he thought. After clearing the normal level difficulty, the copy will be able to unlock the rest of the difficulty. The hardest to get is undoubtedly the nightmare level. The nightmare levels are all several times more difficult compared to the king level side quests. This also led to the fact that quite a few copies, a lot of king level copies passed, but when it came to nightmare level, there were often only 1 or 2 teams. if any. Not much longer. Cui Ying as well as Lin Yuan returned. The two initiated a trade request at the first opportunity. Lin Yuan transferred 500,000 and Cui Ying 600,000, 100,000 of which was the price of the equipment. Pre-existing equipment is still not cheap. After collecting the money, Zhang Qi sent a team request to the duo. As for Li Muhan, it was quiet from start to finish. Zhang Qi then looked at her and said, "How are you? After all, this chick won't be staying long," as she said at the beginning. Now that he was about to enter a nightmare level copy, even though Zhang Qi had complete certainty, this possibility that something might go wrong was not something he was willing to do. So it's better to get it all out of the way before you enter. Seeing that the gazes were all looking at her, Li Muhan then spoke. "I said I'd take you leveling, so naturally I won't go back on my word." Zhang Qi's face was odd. For their part, the two Cui Yings were stifling their laughter. With a thigh like Zhang Qi, who would want to give it up? As for Li Muhan, she was a support profession, and it was difficult to simply rely on herself to brush copies. It's proper good to have a big leggy main C. I just couldn't say anything to soften the blow because I was in the way. Then get ready to start. Zhang Qi didn't dwell on it. After all, this chick was still a top-tier support profession, and it was still quite useful. The team configuration hasn't changed. The difference was that the strength of Zhang Qi and Xiaoyi had, once again, increased a lot. Zhang Qi led the team to the place where they chose their copies. Then, once again, Cold Ice Dense Forest was chosen. Only this time. In terms of difficulty, Zhang Qi made adjustments and moved several times, directly choosing the highest difficulty. The moment the jump to nightmare difficulty is made, even the few people who were confident in Zhang Qi before froze just the same. Nightmare difficulty? That's a bit of a span, isn't it? Can we get by? Lin Yuan was filled with disbelief in himself. It should. It's okay, right? Cui Ying said uncertainly. With Zhang around, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Are you crazy? And the one who reacted the most was Li Muhan. You want to go through a nightmare level copy with a configuration like that, with two of them basically having no combat power? Li Muhan really thought Zhang Qi was crazy. Even though his dragon pet was very strong, a nightmare level copy was really different. Nowadays, with so many geniuses in the three holy regions, after so long in the past, the nightmare level copy of the Cold Ice Dense Forest had not yet been able to pass. However, the readout for the copy to enter had already begun. There's no use saying anything now. And right after they entered, the news that a team had entered the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, copy, also spread. Heavens, there's actually a team entering the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Is this a sure thing for clearing the level? Oh come on. It looks like it's another one of those who can't think straight looking for death. The nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, can be different from other nightmare level copies? Other nightmare level copies are even more difficult. There are teams that pass through, but Cold Ice Dense Forest doesn't. Do you know why? That's because, once you enter, the entire party will be directly surrounded by 15 Ice Goblin Undersiders at the location where your copy appears. You have to kill all 15 Ice Goblin Undersiders within a short period of time, or else they will summon Ice Goblin minions at the first opportunity. The longer it drags on, the more glitches that will need to be fought. Think about it, within a few minutes of going in, you're surrounded by hundreds of Ice Goblins. Even the thickest meat shield wouldn't be able to carry it. My goodness. It's so difficult. Then wouldn't no one be able to pass this nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest? Pretty much. Anyway, after so many years, the other nightmare difficulties have more or less been passed by teams, just for a longer or shorter period of time. But, Cold Dense Forest, is literally not passed. It doesn't look like there will be a second result for this entering team. Just looking for death. And right now, Zhang Qi's situation here was also understood by Tenshin and the others. However, they didn't look very good. Zhang Li was even more somber. Only one of the three chosen went? Yes, only Li Muhan from the auxiliary department went. The other G1, as well as Han Lingxi, didn't even show up. Good. Yes. Zhang Li laughed back. Who gave them the right to refuse? You go tell G1 and Han Lingxi that when Zhang Qi's copy is over this time, make it mandatory for the two of them to report. If they dare not go again, I'll personally dispose of them. It's, what? My word isn't good enough anymore? No, it's Zhang Qi's squad that has entered the nightmare level copy. Nightmare level? This kid has such a big heart? But yes, with Li Muhan around, it's not like the nightmare level can't be rushed. Which nightmare level copy did he enter? It's Cold Ice Dense Forest. What? All at once, Tenshin's eyes widened. A cold, dense forest? He instantly showed a disheveled look. It's over. It's over. This kid is newborn. And when he first entered a nightmare level copy, he entered one with such a high difficulty. Zhang Li was at a loss for words for a moment. The nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. He had entered it back in the day. Better be lucky to run fast, or else you could really be accounted for in there. And now, one can only hope that Zhang Qi, this kid, is not so headstrong and knows to quit earlier. Or else, this hope of solving the problem that only the Dragon Kingdom had is going to be lost. What a headache. It was also that Tenshin didn't know the configuration of Zhang Qi's team. If not, he was afraid that it would be even more of a headache. And right now, once again, news of a team entering the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, appeared on the forums as well. Tiger Pioneer's 3 punches shatter the dream of the great saints. Another team is in? How many years has it been since anyone went looking for death? You and I are all in the same boat, we're all finished. The nightmare level, ice forest, is not meant for people to go through. It's too hard. 2.5 years of practicing, that's it. No one is getting by at all. The teams that went in this time, can't tell. They'll quit before they even get in. Show chicken feet, so let's guess how long they can stay in there. I'll bet 3 seconds. You and me both, 2 seconds. 3 seconds is too long. Tiger Vanguard 3 punches to break the dream of the great saint. Hey, I bet just went in and came out. Say no more. Just want to enter the blog a reputation. There was quite a bit of discussion on the forum, but without exception, none of them thought that it would pass. Of course, no one even thought that it would be possible to stay in there longer. And right now, it was then within the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. Zhang Qi's 4 men had already appeared. Chapter 16, You're roasting in a nightmare level copy? The moment Zhang Li's attitude spread to the other 2 geniuses in the dragon region, Ji1 and Han Lingxi. However, even though they were warned, the 2 still didn't take it as anything. Look at this. It's not working without us. Ji1 opened his mouth, with mockery in his eyes. Even relying on others to bring you upgrades? What is this, not a waste? Han Lingxi's attitude was equally bad. I really don't know. What's the point of bringing this kind of trash? I've heard it's connected to quite a few big names. Gavendo. I also asked someone to pull up the information, but the level of secrecy is too high to see it, he said in a cold voice. I can't say. It's the bastard son of some big shot. Otherwise, how could he get this treatment? Ha! Han Lingxi sneered. The 2 men's perception of Zhang Qi was naturally poor, but now that they've been warned again, there's nothing they can do about it. He can only wait for Zhang Qi to come out of the copy and then find his way up. They had already figured out that even if they really wanted them to lead the upgrade, then they would have to make an appointment. That Zhang Qi is best to listen to some. If not, they are still able to quietly on some means. By the looks of it, it's just a dude anyway. Good to hold. And at this point, it was then within the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. When Zhang Qi's 4 entered the place, a bone-chilling coldness came over them. Cui Ying and Lin Yuan obviously made full preparations. The moment they came in, the 2 were taken out of the backpack and put on the cotton jacket. But even so, they were still frozen and shivering. Zhang Qi didn't feel anything. However, the moment their vision became clear, it was the moment they abruptly saw that a full dozen or so ice goblin undersiders had surrounded them. Is this nightmare difficulty? Interesting. Moreover, the moment they saw them appear, a total of 15 ice goblins, at the same time, all unleashed their skills. Summoning, a blue-colored aperture appeared, and within it, one after another of the ice goblins had already revealed their heads. In this moment, Li Muhan's face showed urgency as she immediately said, Come on, let's back out. Exit the copy. Ha? Why are you backing out? Lin Yuan was a bit confused for a moment. Li Muhan said sharply, These 15 goblin commanders will summon their subordinates the moment we come in, and then it won't be long before we're surrounded by an army of ice goblins. Our team won't be able to carry on for long without a meat shield profession in place. Once they've finished summoning and get into a fighting position, we might not be able to retreat in the first place. She glanced at Zhang Qi and then continued, Zhang Qi is indeed very strong, but as long as they are not able to take care of them in the first place, they will summon a much larger number of kobolds, and even the fight here will attract monsters from further away. Infinity. There's no way we can get through. It's, how? The nightmare difficulties, cold ice dense forest, is actually this strong. It's so much harder than the other nightmare level copies. This time, upon hearing Li Muhan's words, Cui Ying, as well as the 2 of them, Lin Yuan, were also stunned. They were aware of nightmare ranked copies, but hadn't bothered to specifically learn about the nightmare ranked, cold ice dense forest. Mainly, he also didn't expect that Zhang Qi would just come up and hit the nightmare level right off the bat. They hadn't bothered to look up any cheats. And now, after hearing Li Muhan's words, they immediately felt that it was almost impossible to clear this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. Especially at this moment. The 15 ice goblins summoned by the ice goblin commander have come out quite a bit. In a short period of time, 15 monsters, that is, to 45. And, the number is still on the rise. Retreat! Li Muhan shouted again. Just at this time, Zhang Qi raised his hand and stopped her. Road. Don't bother. Just settle it. That's 15 ice goblin undersiders. And, instead of the level 8 of a normal level copy, they're level 12. The blood volume and defense have increased a lot. It'll be endless if you can't fix it in the first place. Zhang Qi didn't bother. Just summoned Sayaka. And then the word, Saya, shocked them. Upon hearing this, Sayaka opened her wings and flew into the sky. Then, roar! A dragon's roar immediately shook the four directions. The ice goblin commanders who were releasing their summoning skills, without exception, all froze. Not only them, but also the summon ice goblins were all frozen in place. The Dragon King intimidates. All beings whose bloodline is inferior to Sayaka's will be forcibly stunned for 3 seconds under the Dragon King's intimidation. And, their attributes will also receive a drop. 3 seconds is perfectly enough time to deal with these kobolds. Finish them, Saya. Ow. Sayaka growled. Immediately, it released the abyssal dragon breath. Minus 87,569. Minus 105,694. Minus 85,693. Minus 112,369. Minus 86,854. One after another. Damage numbers appeared above the heads of the kobolds, and then they were dissolved by Sayumi's abyssal dragon breath. Those over 100,000 damage were done to the summoned ice goblins. It wasn't long before large swaths of ice goblins were cleared. As for the up to level 12 ice goblin overlord, it was also cleared out for the most part. This sudden scene caused all three of Cui Ying to be stunned. Among them, Cui Ying's mouth dropped open. Good. So awesome. The dragon's roar just now was still buzzing her brain. That is, because it's a group and doesn't affect your teammates. Otherwise, Cui Ying doubted that she would have been fainted right where she was just like these goblins. Is this the dragon? It's too much. Too strong. Her eyes were full of little stars. Then she looked at Zhang Qi. Swear in your heart. No matter what happens, one must hold on to this thigh. Cousin, you've got to fight for it. This cousin's husband you must take. Gollum. Lin Yuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Look at the situation that has suddenly changed. To be honest, he was somewhat hurt about this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, but the understanding wasn't clear. He just knew that, after so many years, there wasn't even a first pass. The strongest team didn't last long enough to get out. Lin Yuan knew it was hard, but he didn't know that it was so perverted. You just came in, and you're surrounded by 15 level 12 ice goblin chieftains? And, still, summoning minions in the first place. What team can beat this Tama sea of men? No wonder it's taken so long to get a first pass. However, that's how difficult it is. He's now on a team that actually has any hope of actually ever having one. In this moment, the way he looked at Zhang Qi was as if he had seen his long-lost real father. As long as Zhang Qi said one thing, shouting at his father would take you through. He definitely didn't hesitate. Unfortunately, Zhang Qi wasn't interested in taking this good deal. 15 goblin undersiders, with a few left, but it's no longer a climate. Sayaka was able to clean it up quickly. In no time at all, the 15 goblin commanders, plus all the summoned goblins, were cleared out. Sayaka slowly flew back with a haughty look on her face. It looked at Zhang Qi with the look of quick to praise me. Am I awesome? Zhang Qi smiled and picked it up. Awesome. You're the best. Gently stroking its head, Sayaka let out a comforting purr. After the 15 ice goblin undersiders were cleared, Zhang Qi had leveled up again and was already at level 6. Unfortunately, the kobolds they summoned don't count as experience. If not, it would be great. Zhang Qi should be able to get a lot of experience. But it's kind of okay these days. 3 pieces of equipment exploded from the deaths of 15 chilling goblin undersiders. One of them is bronze ranked, and 2 of them are normal white plate equipment. The bronze level one was a bracelet that could increase intelligence by 15 points, so Zhang Qi used it directly on himself. As for the white plate equipment, it's ready to go out and just throw it on the auction house. After all, white plate equipment, they were all unused. Don't even ask about that. When all the ice goblin undersiders here were cleared out, the shock that came with it was still extremely powerful, especially here in Li Muhan. She was the one who was most aware of the horror of this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. It was also more clear that after this entry, the terrifying goblin army, once you are not able to deal with it in the first place, what awaited was an endless supply of kobolds. It wasn't as if there weren't teams that hardened and mopped up those 15 ice goblin undersiders, but what followed was more kobolds attracted by the commotion, which in turn attracted more kobolds. Eventually, under the endless attack, they had no choice but to choose to exit the copy. It lasted a full 15 hours. Only 17 goblin overlords were killed. Spare a thought for the best record. But now, Zhang Qi alone was able to clear out 15 goblin commanders within a few minutes. It's too fast. 2. The shock this gave Li Muhan was unimaginable. She even began to doubt it. Since Zhang Qi had such a terrifying talent and such a terrifying ability to clear monsters, what need was there for someone to lead the leveling? She, who was claimed to be the most top-notch support profession, even, until now, had not had much of a chance to strike. Achoo! Just then, Cui Ying couldn't help but sneeze. It was too harsh, and even if she was wearing a cotton jacket, it was still useless. Even under the severe cold, the blood began to drop. This is the same here in Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Li Muhan immediately threw a healing spell over and began to replenish the blood they had lost. As for Zhang Qi, he was wearing a whole set of gold equipment and didn't need it at all. But the blood drop is continuous. To maintain the blood level of the two of them, she would have to keep using healing spells to do so. It made her frown slightly. It's kind of hard to do. Zhang Qi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the two of them. However, right at this moment, Lin Yuan took out 2 fireplaces from amongst his backpack, then add wood and light the fire in one go. This maneuver directly froze the others. Hey! Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed and said, Brother Zhong, didn't I see that it was too cold before? So I made some preparations, and now I'm able to put them to good use. For a moment, Zhang Qi didn't know what to say. It did get a lot warmer when the fireplace showed up, though, and Cui Ying and Lin Yuan's blood loss stopped. After Li Muhan filled them up, the two of them were temporarily warmed up. Brother Zhong, are you hungry? Kind of. Zhang Qi touched his stomach, as if it wasn't far from the mealtime. Just then, Lin Yuan turned to pull out a large meat skewer from the middle of his backpack, skillfully placed on the stove. The word, Brother Zhong, wait for me, I'll be quick. Zhang Qi, what the hell? What kind of stuff did Lin Yuan bring with him on this copy? Fireplace? Kebabs? But, it kinda smells good. Taking the meat skewer Lin Yuan handed over, Zhang Qi tasted it. His handiwork was really good. Even the wafting aroma of meat made Sayaka crave for it a bit. Zhang Qi didn't hold the little guy's appetite, so he directly gave it a string. Ow! The little guy swallowed it in one gulp, and then he was flying out of Zhang Qi's arms and flying to the fireplace, blinking his eyes and looking at Lin Yuan. In the end, it seemed to feel that Lin Yuan was too slow to take the test. A mouthful of dragon breath sprayed over. With the meat and the stove all gone, Sayaka's eyes, for a moment, widened. The dullness flows from within it. Don't quite understand how it could have come to this when it was clear that the man was also roasted over a fire and he was doing a favor. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qi was in tears. Hurriedly, he carried Sayaka back, then talked to it and tell it not to go over there and cause trouble. It's a good thing Lin Yuan brought more than one stove, took another one out and re-grilled the meat. But this time he knew enough to give some of the grilled kebabs to Sayaka first. Even Li Muhan, too, ate some. These 4 people and a dragon were actually eating roasted meat in the middle of a nightmare level copy. Halfway through the meal, Cui Ying simply took out her cell phone, photographed the grill, photographed the surroundings, and captioned it. First nightmare level copy experience, easy and enjoyable. Chapter 17, Nightmare level copies also clear monsters so fast? Chao Su had been hanging out in the 3 sacred area copy for some time now. Although his occupation is ordinary and his level is not high, he has an obsessive quest for high difficulty duplicates and researches them extraordinarily finely. In this case, especially the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, every message, every picture, was examined one detail at a time, without missing a single point. But alas, not having the strength to pass it myself, I'll have to seek a little pleasure on the forums and in various places. And at this point, just as Chao Su was browsing the forums, suddenly, a new message was swiped. Hardworking Ing, first nightmare level copy experience. Simple and enjoyable. There are accompanying pictures below. After reading this message, Chao Su just snorted. Laugh your ass off. Can't even pretend? Nightmare level copies easy? Who would believe that? With a text? You're really not afraid of being dismantled. Let's see how I break you down. Chao Su then proceeded to look at the following pictures. After seeing the roasted meat, Chao Su scoffed, thinking that it must have been done by some copycat beauty who wanted to gain fame. But, as he looked deeper into the picture, then he was struck dumb, because, with his knowledge of nightmare-ranked copies for so many years, he was often able to tell, through some details, which nightmare-ranked copy it was. And this picture, realistic details, realistic scenes, even some of the edges, zoomed in, were able to see the remains of some kobolds. This, Chao Su's eyes widened at once, staring at this picture for a long time. Then, taking a deep breath, he wiped his eyes and gasped. This is the cold ice dense forest? Nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? He slowed down for a long time after saying this, and then he studied the picture half a dozen times. The details in his mind matched the memories one by one, and added a lot more, especially the limbs and arms of the chilled kobolds in the corners, and even the remnants of a flag in one corner. This was, without a doubt, what was left behind after the death of the Ice Goblin commander. The horror of the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, was already well known. But now, someone had actually survived the first wave of the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, and was even grilling meat in it? Chao Su now no longer bothered to consider whether this photo was fake or not. With such realistic details, this could never be fake. So, after seeing the message, he was the first to retweet it, and with the text, shocked, nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, there was actually a team roasting meat in it. The message was quickly seen by a number of people. It's generating a lot of buzz. Nightmare copy roast? Fake it. How could any teen be so laid back? How is this possible with a false glance? Moreover, it's a nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? The owner is afraid that he doesn't know the difficulty of the nightmare level, cold ice forest, right? Let's just say that of all the teams that have entered this copy so far, nothing has been able to survive the first wave, and they're still roasting meat inside? Funny. Claptrap. Can't you find a more reliable copy of the pics? Can't tell if it's true that someone held up the first wave? There's really someone? Don't tease. That's never going to happen. Nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, has existed for so long. So many teams went to try it and fell in the first wave. And now it's out? Just, next time you picture, you'd better study the copy more. Sure, with more and more people, there were still some, who knew a lot about the cold ice dense forest. Wait, this picture. It seems like it's really in the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. From my years of research on this copy, the picture doesn't look fake. Is it hard to believe that someone actually made it through the first wave? And with the heat of the moment, one of the members of the Kamikaze squad, Kamikaze warrior Lu Gang, commented, "It's true that it's a nightmare level, cold dense forest, within the picture, but I don't really believe that anyone can beat the first wave." Whoa! The big man has stepped in. It's Lu Gang. The Divine Wind Squad had entered the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, back then. Then it looks like the pictures are real. Biggie. What the hell is going on with this picture? A bunch of people ran to the bottom of Lu Gang's comments and left messages. Lu just replied, "It should have barely lasted through some of it. Purposely posing for a picture and posting a picture to get some attention. Can't you guys see that he only took a handful of shots and didn't dare to take all of them? I'm afraid that he knows that once he shoots the whole thing, he'll reveal himself. Worthy of a big man. He saw the end at a glance. I told you, how could anyone possibly survive the first wave of the cold ice dense forest? It's really posing, but also the guts are great too. Daring to go to the cold ice dense forest, to pose for a photo. What a way to die for attention. Quite a lot of hot air, but none of them believed that anyone would be able to last past the first wave of monsters in the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. And at this point, it's within the copy. Chueying patted her stomach and burped comfortably. Hiccup. I never thought I'd be able to eat such delicious barbecue in a nightmare level copy one day. Lin Yuan laughed as he sprinkled the grilled meat skewers with seasoning and handed them to Xiao Yao. It's thanks to Zhong and Sayaka. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have this chance. Chueying hastily nodded in recognition. Zhong Qi smiled slightly. At this time, Li Muhan was very torn about whether or not to tell what's in the back copy. Common sense would require her to tell it to lower the difficulty a bit, but Zhong Qi, as well as Saya's successive performances, had struck her several times. It's too strong. This man and dragon were completely uncharacteristically strong. Time and time again, her perceptions were turned upside down, so much so that Li Muhan began to dwell on whether she was going to be hit in the face again if she said it. However, After slightly agonizing for a while, Li Muhan still opened her mouth. She said, "Behind us, besides more ice goblin undersiders, there are also two types of monsters, the Minotaur Guard and the Goblin Heavy Cavalry. These two types of monsters, both have one characteristic, thick blood and high defense. They will block the front, making it difficult to even touch the goblin undersiders in the back." She paused slightly, thinking it over. "I'm afraid it's still not easy for us to get through. We've gotten through the first wave here, still so easily, in such a short time. It's already a broken record, so it's best to leave if you're playing it safe." After saying that, she was looking at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi shook his head. "Remember what I said to you on the first copy? You know nothing of power. Nothing. I'm not going to back down, and I don't need to. This copy, no matter how hard it is, won't stop us. Of course, if you're really scared, you can also quit first." Zhang Qi's voice was calm as he said, "In the Dragon District, you're a top auxiliary profession, a well-deserved genius, but in my place, you are nothing." Li Muhan lightly bit her lower lip and was silent. It was the first time she had ever been spoken to like that. But the problem was that even though Zhang Qi had opened his mouth like this, she couldn't find anything to say in rebuttal, because in front of Zhang Qi, it does. Zhang Qi didn't look at her anymore and looked at Cui Ying and Lin Yuan, saying, "Now that we've had enough to eat and drink, let's move on." After saying that, he was the first to take a step with Sayaka. Yes, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying chased after them, and Li Muhan stayed behind with a complicated expression. After a few moments of silent time, he finally chose to go after them. She couldn't let go. A genius with strength like Zhang Qi's was too much stronger than the other two, Ji Wen and Han Lingxi, and as a support profession, she was already vulnerable in the middle of a fight with them. Now he ran into Zhang Qi. It was the only chance she had to surpass the two of them. The moment. Li Muhan himself didn't even realize that his own mindset had changed a lot. From being arrogant and careless at the beginning, I am now careful with my words. That arrogance of genius. At this point, it gradually dissipated a bit. Li Muhan followed Zhang Qi's trio, and when Zhang Qi saw them, he didn't say anything, and not long gone, the bullhead guards and goblin heavy cavalry that Li Muhan had mentioned at the beginning all reappeared one by one, and all blocked in front of it. Behind them, flashing one blue light after another, there was no doubt that it was the Ice Goblin Commander. Minotaur Guards, Grade, 15. Blood Volume, 11,000. Attack Power, 80. Skills, Charge, Tomahawk Strike. Kobold Heavy Riders, Grade, 15. Blood Volume, 12,000. Attack Power, 75. Skills, Mount Charge. War Trample. What thick blood! Both monsters have broken 10,000 blood. Cui Ying couldn't help but be shocked. With such a thick amount of blood, no wonder no one has been able to clear the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, after so long. And that's not even the scariest. Lin Yuan's face was also grave as he said, "What's even more terrifying? Is that behind the Minotaur Guards and Goblin Heavy Cavalry? There are a lot of Ice Goblin Undersiders. As long as you don't solve them, they will keep summoning goblins. The monsters will be endless. This is too hard." Cui Ying couldn't help but say. The mere thought of it made her scalp tingle, especially with her current level and strength, not to mention the Minotaur Guards and Goblin Heavy Cavalry standing in front of her. It was the summoned kobolds that she couldn't necessarily handle. So, after examining the situation, she very sensibly stepped to the back of the room, mainlining and never add to the chaos. The same goes for Lin Yuan. Li Muhan, on the other hand, threw a group healing spell to the team first, and then threw a support skill that briefly increased intelligence to Zhang Qi and Xiaoyi. After eating the increased skill, Zhang Qi's intelligence increased by another 20 points, followed by the other support class skills, casting speed, attack speed, agility, add a lot at once. This caused Zhang Qi to look at him a little sideways, worthy of being a top-tier support profession. This skill alone, as well as the amount of increase, would be able to throw off most support professions. Of course, facing so many monsters, Zhang Qi's tactics were very simple. Just do it. Boom, boom, boom. Upon seeing a few people, the Minotaur Guards as well as the Kobold Heavy Cavalry started forward, and behind them, the Ice Goblin Commander had begun to draw a summoning spell. One after another, Ice Goblins appeared from within the spell. See this scene. Li Muhan couldn't help but remind him. We must quickly stop them from continuing to summon. If not, the summoned Ice Goblins will gradually encroach on the space we can stay in. We'll become more and more passive. Zhang Qi nodded. Saya, Little Knight directly spread his wings and was soaring in the long sky. However, the moment it took off into the air, whoosh, 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 one cold ice arrow after another was actually shot towards Xiaoyang. Even though Sayaka's agility was high enough, there were still some arrows that hit. -13, -12, -10. Luckily, Saya's blood level was high enough that this amount of damage simply didn't hurt. And as Sayaka approached, a dragon's roar erupted out. Active skill, Dragon King Shock. A large chunk of the Ice Goblin commander was stunned straight away. Then a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath went down, and it was a large swath of seconds. -85,963, -88,692, -88,955. Seo's exaggerated monster clearing speed still surprised a few of Chueying who had already seen it a few times. It's too fierce. This is too fierce. I've seen other summoners clearing monsters, but they all rely on their summons and grind the blood bit by bit, which is like Zhong, directly killing in seconds. Those are other summoners. Can they compare to Zhong? Can a summoner compare to Sayaka? This is a dragon. Golem. Once again, look at the blockbuster seconds. It was Li Muhan who, at this moment, couldn't help but swallow his saliva, being ruthlessly shocked. Especially, with her increased skill, Sayaka's damage was even more terrifying than before. With this mouthful of dragon's breath, even if one's blood level was thicker, one would not be able to carry it at all. Even some of the bullhead guards that were caught in the wave were reduced to ashes under the dragon's breath. Massive amounts of experience converged towards this place. Since the monsters were all brushed by Sayaka, the vast majority of the experience was towards Zhang Qi. However, Li Muhan was a support profession, and the experience share she received after using a support class skill was far higher than Lin Yuan and Chueying. With such a large amount of experience, even Li Muhan, whose level was as high as level 9, had grown by a good amount. From originally starting out at level 9 not long ago, it's almost 10 now, and that's just the first wave of monsters. Thinking of this, there was also a trace of excitement amongst Li Muhan's cool eyes. Monster clearing continues. -84,236, -81,269, -83,568, -78,962. It didn't take long for the Minotaur guards as well as the Goblin heavy cavalry that stood in front of them to be gone. Along with that, there was the Ice Goblin commander in the back. And after the monsters are cleared out here, Li Muhan had finally risen to level 10 as expected. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, was already level 7 and was more than halfway through his experience. Lin Yuan had also risen to level 7, and Chueying was level 6 just short of that. Such a fast upgrade. It made both of them excited. And after clearing the wave, there was no time to check the harvest. But suddenly I realized that the cold wind was even colder. Above the sky, a dark cloud attacked, and there were electric flashes in the cloud. And now below, a reddish figure emerged. This caused a few people to jolt. The boss appears. Chapter 18 Desperate Dragonclaw. Boss was directly killed in seconds? The dark clouds shrugged, and the cloud shrouded down, with electric light flashing within it. None of these sights were a sign of what was to come. Fruitfulness. Right at that instant when the electricity surged, a reddish figure came out from nowhere. It was huge, several times larger than the previous bull-headed guard. When it appeared, it occupied a considerable amount of space, just like a small mountain. A real sense of oppression. The muscles around his body were gnarled and chunky. Giant Kobold Guard. Grade, 15. Blood volume, 32,000. Attack power, 150. Skills, Tarzan Drop. Sunset Hammer. Fallen Cloud Tread. Twilight Wind Fist. Boss technique, Berserk, enters Berserk state when blood level is lower than 20%. Attack power increases by 50%. Skill range increases by 100%. But after using it, 5 seconds of stagnation will occur. It's a level 15 boss. What a thick amount of blood. A full 30,000. After seeing the boss's attributes, Lin Yuan expressed his surprise. However, before this surprise passed, it was immediately followed by, boo! A heavy muffled sound came. Right next to the giant Kobold Guard, another massive figure appeared. Giant Ice Goblin. Grade, 15. Blood volume, 27,000. Attack power, 110. Skills, Ice Formation. Ice Crystal Drop. Ice Throwing. Boss technique, Berserk. Along with this giant Ice Goblin, there was also a figure. Giant Ice Kobolds. Grade, 15. Blood volume, 29,000. Attack power, 130. Skills: Command, Ice Summoning, Ice Formation, Ice Storm. Boss Technique, Berserk. 3 bosses? After seeing the 3 bosses appear, Lin Yuan was already completely stunned. He thought that this nightmare level copy would be difficult, but he didn't expect that this time it would be 3 bosses. What kind of squad can beat that? When he came in, a full 15 chilling goblin undersiders surrounded him, and then there was another large wave of monsters. More meat shields in the front, summon monsters in the back as well as mage monsters. After settling these, instead, there are a full 3 bosses, and that's just getting into this nightmare level copy and not having gotten very far. At this point in time, Lin Yuan could no longer imagine what they would have done without Zhang Qi. No wonder, after so many years, no one has been able to first pass the nightmare level, Cold Ice Forest. It's too hard. It simply doesn't want people to pass. Cui Ying, who was on the side, also had a small white face. Looking at the 3 bosses that were gradually approaching, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. And Li Muhan looked directly at Zhang Qi. To be exact, it was looking at Sayaka beside Zhang Qi. A snort erupted from Sayaka's nose, seemingly in disdain for these 3 bosses. It's even more difficult to see how anyone could be afraid of what are just 3 bigger bugs. Whoosh! Little Knight then spread her wings and flew out. Compared to these 3 bosses, Sayaka's size wasn't that big. One could even say it's very petite. However, at the very moment when Sayumi flew away, the giant kobold guard at the forefront actually subconsciously took a step back. This is the bloodline pressure. Even if Sayaka's level was not as high as it was still the one that trembled at that relative moment. To be honest, when it comes to times like this, I'm a little out of my depth. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say, how long has it been since we entered this nightmare level copy? And it's already 3 bosses. How hard should it be back there? Cui Ying nodded. It's like a dream. This is too hard. I feel that even if I were level 15, or even level 20 now, I wouldn't dare to enter this kind of copy. The 2 stood off to the rear. He turned his head as he spoke, but then he instantly realized that Zhang Qi was right beside him. Lin Yuan was stunned. Zhang, why are you here? Zhang Qi looked at him strangely and said, is it weird that I'm here? No. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say, Brother Zhang, at this time, shouldn't you be at the front, directing Sayaka? Zhang Qi revealed a surprised look. Commanding Sayaka for what? Do you think I need to do that? But, Lin Yuan held his tongue for a moment. I see all the other summoners. They have to command the summoned beasts without stopping for a moment. Zhang Qi looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. I'm a dragon master, not a summoner. Dragon harnessing contains gold. Do you understand? Lin Yuan scratched his head. Suddenly it became clear that there was a gap between the 2. It did seem like a pretty stupid question to ask yourself. Zhang Qi said, do you have any more of those kebabs? Yes. Does Chung want some? Rack ahead. Zhang Qi commanded. I'm guessing that by the time your kebabs are done, Saya should be done settling the fight. So it'll be a good time to replenish some. Lin Yuan froze. And Zhang Qi's words caused Cui Ying, as well as Li Muhan, who were on the side, to be stunned. The kebabs are grilled and ready to. That's a bit ambitious, isn't it? 3 bosses. Didn't even put them in their eyes. Lin Yuan, however, didn't bother with that anymore. At the moment, he skillfully set up the stove, and then grilled the meat skewers. And yet, at this point, Sayaka had already flown in front of the giant kobold guards long ago, and instead of spitting out dragon breath, she instead swung her dragon claws. It was directly toward the slap. Desperate Dragon Claw. Another of Sayaka's active attack skills. This claw swung onto the giant kobold guard, and it actually emptied the blood directly. -32,000. Oh my god. Straight up seconds. Cui Ying was instantly shocked. However, Li Muhan, who was meticulous, issued her own question. What's going on? Saya's damage is much lower? It was reasonable to say that the damage that Sayaka had done before was much higher than what she was doing now. Even though the boss's defense was even higher, the difference wasn't so great, was it? Could it be due to different skills? Cui Ying also found out and then gave his opinion. Li Muhan didn't answer, but looked at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was naturally aware of what had happened. With some surprise in his eyes, he said, it actually triggered the extra condition. Additional conditions? The 2 women opened their voices together. Yeah, Little Knight's desperate dragon claw, after slapping it, has a certain probability of killing the monster directly in seconds. I didn't expect that the first time Little Knight used it, it triggered it. Directly. Seconds? These 4 words directly caused the 2 women's eyes to widen. All the reserve in Li Muhan's body was much less. As for Cui Ying, it's a lot more exaggerated. His mouth was open so wide he could almost fit an egg in it. Awesome! On the sidelines of them, they watched as Sayomi so crisply and efficiently killed a boss, and was actually so fast. Lin Yuan's fan for burning kebabs was already on the verge of fanning smoke. Xiao Yang's speed was so fast. Don't let him finish grilling this meat skewer when the boss is dealt with later. This little ancestor is so fierce. You can't dare to offend him. Phew! 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 Lin Yuan fanned himself vigorously, his heart constantly praying that the meat skewers would cook faster. Chapter 19 The Real Secret of the Nightmare Level Copy. You gain experience 532. Your level has been upgraded from 7 to 8. Occupational panel. Name, Zhang Qi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master, first turn. Level, 8, 2500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 2200. Magic, 800. Strength, 102. Intelligence, 143. Agility, 92. Equipment, Kamikaze Suit, Gold. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Harnessing Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Sayaka. Attribute A Clock Kai tapped directly on intelligence. The experience of a single boss allowed him to upgrade straight away. And that Kobold Guard had exploded a piece of equipment after his death. Too late to pick it up now though. 2 left. Roar! It so happened that at this moment, the giant ice goblin commander directly drew a spell to summon monsters. Sayaka directly interrupted the movement with a Dragon King shock. Then, a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath went down. The blood level of the giant ice goblin blocking the front was instantly emptied. Minus 72,369 seconds. Zhang Qi's experience grew another notch. Cui Ying's mouth remained open. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, fanned out a little faster. Minus 75,264. The other giant ice goblin overlord blood bar was also empty. The 3 bosses, not long after they came out, were directly cleared by Xiao Ye, and right after Sayaka cleared the boss, Lin Yuan finally lived up to his name and grilled the meat skewers. He let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Luckily, caught up. Otherwise, if you are not as fast as Saya in clearing the boss when you roast this meat, you are a bit too useless, aren't you?" The 3 bosses exploded 2 pieces of silver equipment as well as 1 piece of bronze equipment after their deaths. A silver staff, a silver longsword and a bronze longbow. Zhang. When Zhang Qi turned around, he saw the 2 of them, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, staring at him tightly, staring at the equipment in his hands. To be exact, Lin Yuan was a mage while Cui Ying was an archer. These are 2 pieces of equipment that they can both use. Seeing the duo's expression, Zhang Qi smiled slightly. The old rules, according to the market price. Got it? I know. The 2 nodded in unison. This kind of equipment is already considered cheap at market price. The higher the grade of the equipment, the higher the price is often at a premium if you want to buy it. This stuff comes with a price. It's not as simple as having the money to buy it. Zhang Qi's willingness to sell it to them at market price was already a great deal. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but give Zhang Qi a grateful glance. Thinking to myself, this is a real leg up. In fact, this staff Zhang Qi was also able to use it, but the attributes he looked at did not match him, so it would be better to sell it. Staffs were of a higher grade and more expensive, and Lin Yuan didn't have that much money with him, but not so with Cui Ying. Delivered directly on the spot, and after paying 300,000, happily took that bronze longbow away. Weapons are much more expensive than defense. After getting the bronze level weapon, Cui Ying naturally took out her cell phone once again, took pictures and posted them on the forum. Nightmare level copies have a high explosive rate, so soon you have bronze level equipment. And shortly after it was sent, the post was instantly topped by a number of influxes. Bronze level equipment. Big guy. This is the one that entered the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? Still alive? How is that possible? Upstairs. You've been tricked, right? Previously there has been a kamikaze squad, Big Brother said. They by no means stay in there for long. This look is their own by bronze weapons. Into the photo pretending X. So that's how it is. I told you. How can this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, be so easy anymore? And this post of Cui Ying's, shortly after it was sent out, Chao Su, who had been paying attention, was the first to see it. After a while of research, he asserted, this is the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, and it's also different from all the pictures that have been circulating. So, This squad should have passed through the first wave of monsters, and now it's probably the second wave. And it's even possible that some of the second wave have been fought. However, right after Chao Su finished his post, he was immediately sneered at by many people. Come on, you even confirmed it. Have you ever entered the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest? The big brother of the Divine Wind Squad has already said that they will never pass the first wave. You're even more authoritative than Big Brother, aren't you? Clowns. Pure and simple clown. I was following you and thought you were making sense, but now I see that it's pure and simple bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a laugh. You even commented on it. Don't you know what you are? Soon, Chao Su was then sprayed by many people, but for all that, he still felt that what he had judged was right. Although he hadn't entered the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, himself, he guaranteed that no one could match him in terms of research. The scenery within this picture, whether in detail or otherwise, is the actual scenery of the Cold Ice Dense Forest. So, he came to the conclusion. There really was a team that had passed the first wave of monsters in the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, that legendary copy of death. Now, there are teams with the possibility of getting through. When thinking about it, Chao Su was instantly excited. And right now, the news of the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, copy was making a lot of noise. Ji-won, as well as Han Lingxi, both of them knew about it as well. What do you think? Ji-won looked at Han Lingxi. Someone really entered and passed the first wave of monsters? You believe this kind of news? Han Lingxi snorted. It's not like you and I haven't entered this nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, before. How difficult is it? Don't you know? If even we didn't pass the possibility, how could anyone else? Fair enough. Given shook his head and laughed. These days, there really are all sorts of people, and it's absolutely brilliant to be able to pretend with this. Of course, what feels even better is that there are actually people who actually believe it. Well, this thing is ironically false. Let's just think about how we're going to take that dude next. Zhang Qi, right. Ji-won's eyes went cold. When he comes out of his copy, he'll give him hell. Then again, which copy do you think he got into? Han Lingxi asked. Ji-won said indifferently. Ironically, it's some trashy normal level copy. If he's really capable, why would he need us to bring it? Also, it's disgusting. The picture that Ing Chui posted also arrived at attention. Stare at that picture. Zhang Li froze for a long time, and then asked, this person's ID, is it that of a member of Zhang Qi's team? Yes, a staff member replied. And, the sending location is also within the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Boy, Tension rubbed his chin and muttered. And really let him through. Dragon Master. Dragon Mastery. This is far too powerful than even a mythic level summoning profession. Minister Zhang. This news, should we tell Military Lord Yi? There's no rush. Let's wait for Zhang Qi to come out. It's still uncertain. It's impossible to say that this kid can really take the first pass of the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Inside the Cold Ice Dense Forest, the three bosses, after being cleared away, had a treasure pearl in addition to their equipment. Ice Goblin's Pearl, rare grade pearl. After using it, it can give the weapon the attribute of ice. Nice attribute jewel. It can also be sold for a lot of money at the auction house. Zhang Qi put it away directly. After the three bosses were resolved, a large section of the back was safe and sound. It seems that all the monsters here have been concentrated in one place. Strange, how come we can't even see a monster after all this time? Lin Yuan muttered. Cui Ying said, it's not good enough to have no monsters. A few more and I'm going to have a heart attack. She tapped her still developing chest to indicate the pressure. And Zhang Qi similarly frowned after scanning the neighborhood. It really isn't quite right. The first thing was that they were surrounded by monsters as soon as they entered the place. Those ice goblin undersiders, who clearly had other skills, were one to only summon small monsters. Back there too, the front meat shield resisted while the same in the back was summoning minions. It seems their purpose in living is to summon. If it wasn't for Sayaka's quick efficiency in clearing monsters, there was no telling how many they could summon, and after clearing 3 waves in a row, there was not a single monster left. Waki! Zhang Qi looked at Xiao Yang and said, Sayaka, fly higher and check out the neighborhood. Upon hearing this, Little Knight was instantly flying high into the sky. Zhang Qi looked at Li Muhan and asked, Nightmare class, Cold Ice Dense Forest, what do you know about the news behind it? Li Muhan shook her head. The king level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, is over by 2 giant bosses. The Nightmare level 1 has never had anyone break through it, and there's not much news about it. But in the copy introduction, this place didn't seem like this before. Not really? For some reason, A feeling of uneasiness began to fill the chests of several people. Zhang Qi looked up at Sayaka as his figure faded away. He was stunned. Obviously it had only flown out for a while and the sky was still clear. How come I couldn't see the figure anymore? Saya, come back. Luckily, the connection between them was tight. And after Little Knight heard Zhang Qi's call, she chose to fly back. After communicating with Saya, the neighborhood is equally empty. Belle K learns. It was as if the place had been completely emptied of monsters. Cui Ying couldn't help it. It can't be, is it, that we've already gotten through? Lin Yuan nodded. It's possible. After all, this copy is so difficult after entering. After clearing so many monsters in a row, it's possible to pass. Then, just as they walked for a few more moments, a house appeared before them. The house was odd and had an eerie feel to it. There is an extremely long fence in the back that stops all situations behind it. And in front of the house, there was a glowing portal. The moment she saw the portal, Cui Ying instantly shouted out in excitement. It's really through. That's the portal out. We cleared the level. The nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. Still the first pass. As long as we pass through this portal, we'll be able to get out of here. At the moment, Cui Ying, as well as the two Lin Yuan, were both relieved. Because the sense of oppression that this nightmare level copy brought to the two of them was really a bit too strong. Even with Zhang Qi and Xiao Yi present, it was still the same. However, Zhang Qi didn't have the excitement of the two of them. Instead, he looked at Li Muhan and said, "Did you learn to dispel spells?" "Yes." Li Muhan looked at Zhang Qi and asked, "You suspect the portal is a fake?" Instead of answering, Zhang Qi said, "Try it." "Yes." Li Muhan immediately threw a dispel spell over. Throwing it at that portal didn't change much. Though, she said, "It is indeed a portal. And it leads outside." Li Muhan thought for a moment and said, "If we leave through this portal, we should be considered to have cleared the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest." When this was said, even Li Muhan felt that a hanging heart was finally released. The ferocious reputation of this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, was indeed a bit too sufficient. Just for the moment, Zhang Qi's furrowed brow still didn't stretch. "Chung, what's wrong?" Lin Yuan noticed Zhang Qi's appearance, so he asked out loud. "It's not right," Zhang Qi said. "Didn't the portal appear? If we leave from here, we'll be considered to have passed it. But if this passes, then what is this house?" Zhang Qi pointed to the eerie house in front of him. Lin Yuan said uncertainly, "Perhaps it used to be inhabited, only to be moved away and thus deserted?" Zhang Qi didn't answer, but walked through the portal and towards the house. There was no one in the house, and it did look like it had been deserted for quite some time. Just being able to see a little bit. Before this house, it was inhabited by women. There was a bone on the still clean table. Human leg bones. A bone that small has to be a baby, right? Lin Yuan wondered. Zhang Qi stared at the bone for a moment, walked outside the house, and turned to Xiaoyi. "Sayaka, fly and look outside the wall." Sayaka spread her wings and flew over. Right at the moment she flew over the wall, Sayaka's body strangely disappeared. But Zhang Qi could clearly feel that Sayaka was right behind the wall. What's going on? In an instant, Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Sayaka disappeared. Cui Ying was also baffled. I'm a little scared. The copy that I thought I had cleared actually took a different turn. Yet just at this moment, the glowing portal suddenly faded as the light dissipated. Following which, gone. The portal is gone? Lin Yuan realized at once. Didn't we pass the level? What's going on? Boo! Right at this moment, all the walls at the back of that house, all collapsed. Broken rocks fell and rolled back together. Then there was a crashing sound. Behind it, there's an abyss of 10,000 feet. Several people rushed over. It was then discovered that in the center of that abyss was a large cold pool, and within it, one after another of various ice sculptures, many of which were mutilated and not at all complete. "That's a lot of kobolds," Cui Ying exclaimed. "No, they're not kobolds. They're people," Zhang Qi suddenly said. "What?" In an instant, the other three looked at him abruptly. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, quickly returned to the house, picked up the human leg bone from the table, and threw it straight down towards the abyss. Also the moment it was thrown down, boo! There was a loud bang. The cold pool trembled and countless ice sculptures shattered together. The cold snapped in. Something awakened. Chapter 20, Solving the Final Boss. Magnificent explosion. What was that? At the moment he felt that aura, Lin Yuan couldn't suppress the fear in his heart and couldn't help but speak out. What a strong sense of oppression. Li Muhan also opened her voice at this moment. She had also entered quite a few copies, nightmare-level copies, and it wasn't like she hadn't entered them before, but never felt such a powerful oppressive force. Cui Ying, who was the weakest in terms of strength, had already suffocated a bit. Her small face turned white as she looked at the bottom of that abyss, unable to stop shivering. What was that? Boo! Another loud sound. Immediately, the cold pool suddenly surged up, and from the bottom of the cold pool, a huge head emerged. All the ice sculptures outside all shattered away. Pieces of debris fluttered and were taken to the sky above. It was like snow. Zhang Qi stared tightly at the huge head, which was incredibly ugly. On one side alone, there were countless human faces converging. It looks extremely hideous, Li Muhan said. It seems that this is the final boss of the nightmare class, Cold Ice Dense Forest. At this moment, even she was surprised. Other nightmare-level copies would never be this difficult. Lord of the Cold Pool. Grade, 20. Blood volume, 80,000. Attack, 300. Skill, Ice Roar. The Lord of the Cold Pool lets out a roar, dealing damage to all nearby enemies by virtue of the sound wave, and enemies hit by the attack will be stunned for 1.5 seconds. Skill, Giant Power Blast. The Lord of the Cold Pool swings his fist and unleashes a blow of enormous power. Within the range will be damaged and there is a small chance of being frozen. Skill, Cold Pool. The Lord of the Cold Pool activates the skill, turning the surrounding area into a cold and bone-chilling cold pool. And all living beings in the cold pool will continue to suffer from the freezing damage of the cold pool and have a high probability of being transformed into an ice sculpture. Skill 4, Eye of the Spiteful Spirit. The Lord of the Cold Pool loses 5% of his own life, and everyone who looks at him takes the same amount of damage. Boss technique, Cold Pool Field. When blood level falls to 20%, the place where the Lord of Cold Pool is located is a cold pool. Background, the Lord of the Cold Pool, the aggregation of countless grievances, was sealed here at an unknown time and suffered from the torture of the cold pool. It became the master of the cold pool, where it freezes all living beings, but it is also bound by the cold pool and cannot be freed forever. Holy! Lin Yuan was taken aback after reading the message. This Tama, so strong, a full 80,000 blood, and so many perverted skills. How can we fight? How about? Cui Ying was also shivering. Shall we withdraw? The terror of the Lord of the Cold Pool truly gave them too much pressure. Such a terrifying boss. They had never seen it before in their lives. Even some level 20 and even higher copies. The bosses weren't this fierce. Is this the nightmare level of difficulty? It's too scary. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say. How does this make it possible to fight through? It's simply impossible to get past. Li Muhan couldn't help but take a deep breath after reading the boss attributes. She calmed down completely and looked at Zhang Qi. How do you fight? Ha! One sentence made Lin Yuan and Cui Ying all freeze. According to common sense, in this kind of situation, shouldn't Li Muhan be the first person to consider how to run? Why are you so brave now? Not quite. Seeing the eyes of the two of them, Li Muhan couldn't help but say, I know what you're thinking, but as you can see, the hope of exiting the copy has been cut off, and the teleportation scroll is out of action. What? After hearing what Li Muhan said, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying immediately inspected it. At once, the face was ashen. Li Muhan continued. So we are now left with only two options, either pass or die here. Brother Zhong, you tell us, how do we fight? We'll all listen to you. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth after learning that he couldn't get out. He calmed down quickly. It was clear that the key to leaving alive was still here in Zhang Qi, and Zhang Qi, after looking at this Lord of the Cold Pool for a moment, didn't say anything about a solution, but asked, why do you think there is a woman's house here with a human leg bone inside? What do you mean? Li Muhan's eyes narrowed. There was a portal in front of the house before, and the wall behind the house blocked the scene behind it, so as long as you didn't see the back, you were able to leave, and once you did, you lost your chance to leave. Li Muhan was very smart and instantly understood the meaning of Zhang Qi's words as she said, you're saying that the portal before, even if we had left through it, we wouldn't have really passed and wouldn't have gotten a pass reward. And now, is what this Cold Ice Dense Forest really looks like? Zhang Qi nodded. I don't know if you've read the copy introduction here, but a long time ago, this was an extremely prosperous town with frequent contact with the outside world and endless merchants. Before that, there were many people here. Li Muhan steeply looked at the Lord of the Cold Pool below, and remembering Zhang Qi's words earlier, he said in a shocked voice, meaning, this boss is, in fact, coalesced from the grievances of the humans who died in the previous town? Lin Yuan heard this and steeped his way. Then if we can find the key to why the humans here died out and transformed into this grievance aggregation, we'll have a chance of clearing this copy? Li Muhan nodded after hearing this. That makes sense. But, Zhang Qi took over. But at least this grievance aggregation must be dealt with first. He pointed to the abyss below, the massive lord of the cold pool. At this time, it had completely come out from the middle of the cold pool, a huge figure that covered the sky. Every piece of its body was extraordinarily misshapen, completely sewn together from a mass of bones. Can we really fix it? Cui Ying couldn't help it. Li Muhan, on the other hand, was much drier and looked at Zhang Qi, saying, what do we need to do? Zhang Qi said, add all the increased class skills to me. Yes. After hearing this, Li Muhan, without saying a word, added all of her increased type skills to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes. When an increased class skill is applied to him, Sayaka is also empowered. This boss has a full 80,000 blood, and when the blood level is low, there will also be a boss technique trigger. Once all 4 places were turned into cold pools, the 4 of them would definitely not be able to carry it. So, it has to be killed before that happens. Moreover, they lost their chance to leave the copy and had to succeed, and if they failed, it was a real death here. Phew! Exhaled deeply. Zhang Qi looked at Xiaoyao and said, get ready to do it. Sayaka remained combative. Good. Finish it off in one breath. Sayaka burst out and flew towards the bottom of the abyss. Above that cold pool, the cold air was aggressive. The moment Little Knight rushed in, the lord of the cold pool threw a punch. Sayaka steps to the side to avoid it. Use the desperate dragon claw, Zhang Qi said. Little Knight was the dragon's claw reaching out and grabbing towards the lord of the cold pool with one claw. Thumbs up. There was a flash of fire as the claws caught above the bone. Minus 45,769. Sure enough, this boss has high defense. This strike went down, enough to clear out most of the blood bar. But fortunately, it didn't trigger the low-blooded boss technique. Sayaka once again dodged the fist attack of the lord of the cold pool. However, as it flew to the edge of this stone wall, the lord of the cold pool slammed his fist above the stone wall. Huge blast of power. Boom! The stone wall was immediately pierced, and countless pieces of debris fluttered and fell. Sayaka takes the opportunity to avoid it. However, watch out! Duck! Cui Ying immediately shouted. At that moment, the location of that punch was actually frozen, and the ice was spreading towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. Damn! This small chance of freezing actually triggered. Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse. However, as this ice seal spread over, Sao was not affected in the slightest. The Dragon King's bloodline was unleashed. A passive skill from Sayaka's Dragon King bloodline that immunizes against all negative statuses. Zhang Qi did not expect that this freezing was actually counted in it. Worthy of the dragon race, it was truly frighteningly strong. Shock and awe. Roar! A dragon roaring sound resounded at the bottom of this abyss. Even the cold pool was triggered by the sound, and quite a few water columns rose up to the sky. The lord of the cold pool fell into a dazed state, and Sayaka took advantage of this and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. The hot dragon's breath spewed out on the lord of the cold pool, immediately causing his body to start melting. Minus 68,592 seconds off. Didn't trigger the low-blooded boss technique. Zhang Qi sighed in relief. And right after the lord of the cold pool died, a massive amount of experience instantly rushed in. Not long after Zhang Qi had reached level 8, he was upgraded again. Reached level 9. And, at the moment that the lord of the cold pool collapsed, several pieces of equipment as well as a huge amount of gold coins were exploded. Even, Zhang Qi saw that there were a few of them that shone with a golden glow as well as a deep white light. That of deep white light was by no means silver grade. It should be platinum grade equipment. Gorgeous Big Bang. Chapter 21, Perfect Pass. Explosive Reward. Dead. Dead? The moment the lord of the cold pool collapsed and turned into countless pieces, completely collapsing, Lin Yuan had the feeling of living in a dream. So powerful boss. A full 80,000 blood, terrifying skills, high attacks, at low blood levels, it is even capable of triggering the unique boss technique cold pool. However, it was this kind of boss that was solved by Zhang Qi and Xiaoyi. His eyes glazed over, followed by the thought, wouldn't that mean that we passed this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? Zhang is too strong. Passed. Cui Ying also cheered. Just now, after the lord of the cold pool had appeared, she had even frozen her breath. So much pressure. This time, uncontrollably beating his chest. Phew. So scary. But, at this time, neither Zhang Qi nor Li Muhan said anything. Zhang Qi stared at the bottom of the abyss. At this moment, the lord of that cold pool completely collapsed. Countless bone fragments scattered into the cold pool. Then, were frozen. Circle after circle of ripples rippled above the cold pool. What's wrong? Lin Yuan and Cui Ying noticed the abnormality of the two. Li Muhan said, "It shouldn't be over yet." "What? There's more!" Lin Yuan exclaimed. Li Muhan shook her head. "It's not clear yet, but it shouldn't be over yet. That house, since it's a woman's house, from start to finish, yet there aren't even any traces of it." And she looked deeply into the abyssal ground, the cold pool, and said, "To this day, we're still not sure. So many people, how did they die? Here, how did it come to this?" Cui Ying froze, and at the moment, wow! In the middle of the cold pool, water surged up. A blue figure emerged from it. It was a woman dressed in blue with a deep blue staff in her hand. The clothes she wore, as well as her body, had some odd patterns. She was hanging above the cold pool, looking at Zhang Qi and the others. Her face was a little hard to see, but her eyes were hollow, and within them, she did not know whether it was the water flow of the cold pool, or tears. Why? When given the chance to go, did you not go? Why? Did you have to come here and stop me? She was having some kind of seizure and couldn't stop yelling. And at this moment, Li Muhan tried to check the woman's information. Ice Queen Demigod. Grade? Blood? Attack power? Skills? She froze completely. This, can't see the message? Not being able to see the information. There were two possibilities. One was that the other party had a perception shielding treasure on their body, while the other party's strength exceeded her by too much. Right now, it's clearly the second case. What to do? The other side looked like they were still enraged by them. It's over. Lin Yuan revealed a look of despair. Cui Ying was too stunned to speak. The oppression. It's too great. Demigods. That's a level 5 to 15 copy. How could there be demigods? Demigods. That was an existence that might not even dare to touch the mold after awakening. However now, instead they met. At this point, they were in despair. Even Li Muhan felt that they were bound to die at this point. There is no hope of survival. But, Zhang Qi, who had never spoken, suddenly opened his voice. The method you used only catches their souls and imprisons their bodies, but they will also be affected by the power of the cold ice and won't feel much pain at all. You can't torture them, you're just torturing yourself. What did you say? Whoosh! The woman who was still at the bottom of the cold pool was in front of Zhang Qi in a flash. The two were nearly face to face. On the side, the three Li Muhan were instantly knocked out by the woman who suddenly rushed in. Her aura, even the blood trough was emptied in an instant, with only the last trace left. The difference is too great. You're just torturing yourself. Zhang Qi repeated. He was able to see more news than Li Muhan's. There's also a paragraph with the background of this ice queen. The mother, who lost her child and was buried under a cold pool, was favored by the gods and gained divine power. Together with that combination of grievances, and on the king of the cold pool, countless human-faced skeletons, things, by and large, are clear. The reason why they were surrounded by goblin overlords when they entered and were all summoning goblins. It's this cold queen's orders. In that kobold are the souls of the people of the former villages and towns, and with each one summoned, the pain of their slaying is equalized. And more, they were within this cold pool, suffering from freezing. For everyone that is summoned, one is drawn out of this cold pool, then killed and returned to the cold pool. So, for every squad that enters and every kobold that is killed, a villager's soul suffers the pain of life and death. And the woman's child is supposed to have died at the hands of the villagers. They said that my child had an auspicious energy, that they wanted it to stay in the village and be passed on to everyone. And then, they cooked him while I was no longer there. A nice big pot of broth for one. When I rushed back, in that pot, there was only one leg left. One leg. By the time she said it, she was hysterical. Tears of blood flowed from within the empty sockets. The village chief tried to gag me with a leg, and when I didn't comply, he joined forces with the villagers and threw me inside the cold pool. It's just that they didn't expect that I didn't die and gained power. And then I killed them. All of them. Draw out their souls and make them suffer for all eternity. For all eternity. The Ice Queen's words complemented all the information Zhang Qi wanted to know. He took a deep breath. You used the cold pool to freeze their senses so they couldn't feel the intense pain. That cold Ice Queen was stunned. And then she suddenly snapped. So, what do you think I should do? Speak, or I'll kill you. The way to do that is Saya, deterrence, roar. Right at the moment Zhang Qi opened his mouth, a dragon's roar violently erupted. at such a close distance. Even a demigod could not avoid it. And, along with this sound of a dragon's roar, the lines on that cold Ice Queen's body actually shown directly, was instantly activated. Ah! The Ice Queen cried out in pain. Then, within that cold pool, two chains emerged from it and pulled it back alive. This sudden scene directly caused the Li Muhan trio to freeze. Zhang Qi frowned. The tattoos on that cold Ice Queen's body were dragon script, and with all that intricate veining, there's really only one word for it. Ice. And that one word is the source of all her divine power. More crucially, this divine power had an extremely thick aura of the subterranean dragon abyss. So, being one of the 3 dragon eggs in the subterranean dragon abyss, it was only then that Zhang Qi had the intention of letting Little Knight try her hand at it. In the end, he gambled right. A woman who had lost her child was most temperamental, and even if he did say something about a way out, he might not be able to get away with it. Rather, it would be better to lure it over first, and then use the Dragon King to shock it. This is the safest and riskiest way to go. And, of course, the only possibility of living. As the Ice Queen was pulled inside the cold pool, Zhang Qi murmured, "This time, it should be a real pass." All the stories of the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, were revealed at this moment. The people of the village divided and ate the child because of its ominous scent, and the woman who lost the child was sealed in a cold pool, gaining divine power but losing her freedom. As soon as that dragon text was touched, she would be sealed again, and the people in the village were all killed by the power that leaked out of the woman, and tortured. This after learning all the news, Cui Ying couldn't help but curse. Bah! What a bunch of people, actually eating other people's children. Serves you right. Lin Yun nodded. It's really cheap for them. It was Li Muhan who, at this moment, followed up with, "Beast, what a bummer," Cui Ying said. Although this counts as passing the copy, those beasts, they didn't get the punishment they deserved. Yeah, if only there was some way to punish them. Lin Yuan followed, and Zhong Qi laughed at this moment. Didn't I just say that there is a way? Ha, brother Zhong, you really have a solution? Then why didn't you say so just now? If I had just said that, we might not have survived. You guys wait for me up there, I'll be right back. After saying that, Zhong Qi looked at Xiao Yao and said, "Saya, let's go down." Then, Little Knight spread her wings, while Zhong Qi grabbed Little Knight's feet and reached the edge of that cold pool. Only when Zhong Qi arrived, there was the clattering sound of chains. The Ice Queen suddenly lunged out of the cold pool, her face full of scorn. "You lied to me." "No," Zhong Qi said. "I do intend to tell you the way, but I don't trust you." She was seething with anger. Zhong Qi said, "Your approach is too drastic, blocking the souls of all the villagers at the entrance, so that it doesn't torture anything at all. Didn't you realize that? Every time someone comes in, they can't kill more than a few." The Ice Queen was stunned. "So, what do you think? What's going to happen?" "Simple. Let go of the entrance so more people can come in. And, why not make a cauldron? Throw all the souls in there, let them suffer the cooking, and for everyone who comes in, give them a small task, and as long as they go towards adding wood to that cauldron, they'll get a reward. And, the more you add, the better the reward." Zhong Qi looked at that cold Ice Queen and revealed a light smile. Wouldn't that be a better way to get revenge? As Zhong Qi's words fell, that cold Ice Queen's eyes instantly lit up. In this copy, this demigod is the undisputed rule. All the rules within the copy were created because of her, and it couldn't be simpler if she wanted to change them. At the moment, whether it was Zhong Qi, or Cui Ying and the others, a message came from the center of their minds. "Congratulations on your perfect clearance of the Nightmare class copy, Cold Ice Midden Forest. Congratulations on passing your first Nightmare level copy, Ice Forest." Two pieces of news in a row caused several people to all jump for joy. Passed? It's a real pass this time. And it's still a perfect pass. First time pass plus perfect pass. 2 rewards. The rewards, aside from the massive amount of experience value, were the 2 chests. The first pass gives a platinum chest, while the perfect pass gives a diamond. Of course, it's Zhang Qi's. As for the other 3, they were all gold level boxes. The 2 bonus experiences also brought Zhong Qi's level to 10. In addition to that, there was the magnificent explosion after the death of the King of the Cold Pool. 1 piece of platinum grade equipment, 3 pieces of gold grade, 2 pieces of bronze grade, and 5 pieces of black iron equipment. There are also 3 skill books, and a whole bunch of gold coins. It can be a truly magnificent blowout. The chest Zhong Qi hadn't had time to look at it yet, because in addition to that, he had another reward. You have passed the Nightmare level replica, Cold Ice Forest, perfectly, and get the unique title, Cold Ice Best Friend. Cold Ice Best Friend, the only title that belongs exclusively to Zhang Qi. Ice Attribute Strengthening plus 30%. Ice Attribute Resistance plus 50%. Luck plus 3. Introduction, as a cold best friend, Ice Attribute attacks will have difficulty traumatizing you anymore. Very strong title. After wearing this title, wouldn't all the ice skills in the future be greatly discounted to oneself? Except for that title. Of course, there's also a hidden bonus. Long Men. Zhang Qi has a skill. Dragon Speak. This dragon text, he memorized while talking to the Ice Queen. Previously, Zhang Qi had always had a suspicion that he himself had the dragon language skill, so wouldn't he be able to use the dragon language spell? Now, this one word, ice, was just the thing for him to test. You have learned the dragon text ice and can transform into the dragon grammar technique ice, sky and snow. Do you want to transform? All of a sudden, Zhang Qi revealed a joyful expression. Sure enough it can. Chapter 22 Shocking Third Turn Divine Profession. Terror of the Dragon Master. Change. Zhang Qi didn't hesitate for a second. Congratulations on learning the dragon grammar technique Ice, Sky and Snow. Ice, Sky and Snow, using dragon text as a medium. No chanting required. Can be instantly released. Ice and snow fall within range, freezing all enemies. I can't believe it doesn't even need to be chanted. It's instantly released. Zhang Qi revealed a joyful expression. An instantly released skill. Even if it was less powerful, it was still a divine skill. Not to mention that this skill was first class in both power and range. Divine technique. Properly divine technique. And, one more thing, the system reward hasn't been claimed yet. However, there is no prompt yet, and it should be given only after you wait to leave your copy. Zhang Qi was looking forward to this as well. He went back up. Brother Cheng, Brother Zhong, the two Lin Yuan were thrilled. Passed. We passed. The two of them were so excited that their cheeks were flushed, and even the always cool Li Muhan now also had a flushed face, and her eyes looking at Zhang Qi were also showing a strange color. It can't be helped that people who are good to such an extent always attract the attention of the opposite sex so easily. Zhang Qi shook his head slightly annoyed. Well, pass. Zhang Qi looked at the three. Perfect pass. First pass. Cui Ying said excitedly. It's the first time I've cleared a nightmare level copy. It's worth it. It's worth it in this life. Brother Cheng, consider my cousin? She's really cute. It's real. Cui Ying's eyes glowed. Lin Yuan instantly said the same. Actually, I have a cousin too. Ahem. Zhang Qi coughed lightly and hurriedly interrupted them. Since we've already cleared the copy, let's hurry up and leave. Women and whatnot would only affect his speed of practicing. And at the moment, just the moment they pass, a message that had already spread throughout this copy area. Congratulations to Harness Dragon Squad for perfectly clearing the nightmare level copy, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Hereby announced 3 times. Congratulations to Harness Dragon Squad for perfectly clearing the nightmare level copy, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Hereby announced 3 times. The 3 messages instantly floated across the screen and were seen by everyone in the replica area. Then, it exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nightmare level, Cold Dense Forest? Seriously, it must be true. This is all floating screen. Which big brother of this led the team? Also too much. Nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. The copy known as the Team Killer. Someone really passed it. Too strong, too strong. Which big guy is it? Let me worship him. This dragon harnessing squad. Never heard of it. When did it emerge? So fierce. That's not right. There seems to be only a handful of teams that have entered the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, in this period of time. It's not the same team that posted earlier. Is it? It can't be? Wasn't it faked by the Kamikaze Squad's big brother? And just as they were discussing it, another post from Trey Young. First time clearing a nightmare level copy. Happy. JPG. This post was noticed almost as soon as it was made. Then there was a mad rush of people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Biggie Benny. I can't believe I actually cleared it. I told you. What Biggie posted before must be true. Come on. Your previous post was all spew. You little hack. Show your chicken feet. Don't get bloody. I'm Biggie's most loyal fan. That Xiao Su was also quick to post. I told you. All the previous pictures were true. I'm a professional regarding the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Someone commented below. This is a real fan. Can't spray it. Big brother divine prophecy. And the news that a team had cleared the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, spread very quickly. It hardly took long for it to become public knowledge. Among them, Ji1 as well as Han Lingxi had also gotten the news. Upon receiving this news, the two men's eyes were filled with disbelief. Is there really a team that can pass through the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? How is it possible? We've gone and tried this copy. It's impossible to pass with this difficulty. Which team? That's never going to happen. The two men were in shock. After all, they were already the topmost geniuses, but with them joining forces and the other geniuses teaming up, this was already a top team. But still, they didn't even make it past the first wave of monsters and were only able to exit. The nightmare level, cold dense forest, was too strong. How can you get by? Yet now, they think it's close to impossible. Surely, been done? Who? Which team is it? Anyway, it's... Han Lingxi also saw Cui Ying's post. A deep frown settled on his face. And then the word. It seems. It's that Zhang Qi's team. Gwen was stunned for a moment, and snapped out of it. It can't be. It's never possible. How could he have this strength? After all, the three of them had to take Zhang Qi to practice leveling before. How could such a person pass through the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? Han Lingxi narrowed her eyes. It seems to be the arrangement from above. The above rearranged his teammates for him. And, still, they are extremely familiar with that nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, so that, they hardened him to pass through it. It occurred to Givan as well. It seems like he's gotten a lot more resources than us. This kind of connected person can only rely on this tactic. If we also had this resource, we would definitely be able to clear the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, as well. Surely we can. With our strength, there will never be any accidents. Now that they've passed, what are we going to do now? Go over there? Get over there, Gavendo. Why don't we go over there? Wouldn't it be all right to regroup with him, take over his resources, and use them to strengthen ourselves? And, Ji-Wen immediately laughed. He passed the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. The top must have paid even more attention to him. There must be even more resources. These resources, does he deserve to use them as a punk? It will all be ours. Han Lingxi smiled at his words. That makes sense. Those teammates of his, how do they deserve to be compared to us? As long as we go over there, I believe that Zhang Qi will make the right choice. Kick out those trash teammates of his and beg us to join. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and laughed together. As if, he had already seen the scene of enjoying all of Zhang Qi's resources and pinning him down. And another place, Tension was similarly informed. A look of surprise came over him. Passed? Yes. Not only did it pass, it was a perfect pass. Perfect. No one knew the gold content of this perfect pass better than Tension. After all, there were only a handful of people in the Dragon Kingdom who had been able to perfectly clear a nightmare-level copy since the beginning of time. Tension had made a perfect pass once before, and to this day, it was still bragging capital. Yet now, Zhang Qi's first nightmare-level copy was perfectly cleared, or a difficult copy such as Cold Ice Dense Forest. Sure, what's even more terrifying is that he brought 2 soy sauce as well as a support profession into the copy. Even if Li Muhan's supporting profession was strong, it still had to be a powerful C position. Is a Dragon Master that strong? In this moment, even Tension was shocked. It was amazing that none of the third-turn clerics could even imagine how Zhang Qi had reached the perfect pass achievement. No, this kid has a perfect pass. I need to meet him in person. Tension mulled it over. Then, it was a flash of the body, heading towards the replica area. Copy area. There was a flash of light. Zhang Qi's 4 men left from the copy. They still didn't know that the news of the clearance had sensationalized the entire 3 sacred regions copy area. Nowadays, not only the Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix districts, all of them knew that a team had cleared the nightmare level difficulty, Cold Ice Dense Forest. The Dragon Harnessing Squad was a momentary sensation. Been chased by quite a few people looking for it. I don't know how many people want to join this squad. There was even a bounty on the forums for $100,000 for any news about the Dragon Harness Squad. There were also people who were willing to offer a piece of gold-ranked equipment to seek a way to join the Dragon Harness Squad. Why have there been so many people here? When he came out, Zhang Qi couldn't help but be a bit puzzled when he saw so many professionals around. And right after Zhang Qi finished his words, someone beside him said, "Dude, you don't know that yet? Know what? A team has passed through the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. That's a nightmare level copy. There are so many people here nowadays. And they're all professions who think they're extremely talented and want to join the Dragon Harnessing Squad. This team is too strong. Brother, my name is Li Dinyo. If you have any news about the Dragon Harness Squad, remember to tell me." "No problem." Zhang Qi nodded, and beside him, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying and the others. held their laughter extraordinarily hard. Brother Zhong, we're on fire and famous. I never thought I, Lin Yuan, would have such a day. He straightened his back and raised his eyebrows. Cui Ying also said, I'm going to tell my mom that I made it big. Zhang Qi smiled slightly. He didn't really feel too much. It's just a nightmare copy. There will be more down the road. However, it wasn't long after they came out. Suddenly, two figures stood in front of them. Zhang Qi, right? Is this your dragon harnessing squad? Zhang Qi frowned at once, looking at the two men in front of him. G1, Han Lingxi. Li Muhan called out their names and said in a cold voice, what are you doing here? Do what? Come help. Gwen laughed. Wasn't it you who needed us? We came over here to fulfill our promise and take you leveling. When they saw Cui Ying and Lin Yuan, they burst out laughing. Although they couldn't see the level, based on the equipment on their bodies, these two were by no means top geniuses. But they knew a little bit about all the powerful ones. But these two were not among them. Then it seems like it shouldn't be a powerful character. However, it was with such goods that they were actually able to pass through the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. So, what a great deal of help as well as resources given from above. If all of this could fall into their hands, the two men were instantly distracted. And as Li Muhan shouted out the names of the two men, Zhang Qi also realized who these two men were. It was the two of the three men who had been assigned to him earlier. Although Li Muhan was reluctant, she at least came. But these two, however, did not even show up. And now, when he passes the nightmare level copy, it comes. That's trying to pick the fruit. It's a nice thought. Gavendo, we had some important things to take care of some earlier. And now that we're done with them, we're rushing over. He looked at Zhang Qi. Now that we're here, these two, there's no need to stay, right? He pointed at Lin Yuan and Cui Ying. The two men naturally showed their anger. Han Lingxi snorted. What? To put it nicely and let you leave on your own. You two losers. What kind of strength? You don't know yourselves? Also have the face to stay here? You. Lin Yuan was furious. Ha, Gavendo, this is too much to bear? Do you know who the two of us are? My name is G1, and his name is Han Lingxi. G1, Han Lingxi, the two geniuses of the Dragon District? Now, Lin Yuan instantly remembered the names of the duo. Good to know. Now that you know, why don't you give up your position? It was the absence of the two of us that allowed you to enter the team to fill the positions before. But now that we're here, you're useless. Gwen taunted. For a moment, neither Lin Yuan nor Cui Ying spoke anymore. The two have really made a name for themselves, both in terms of strength, need for the team, and even more so, the two should have been on this team a long time ago. And the two of them, by comparison, are the later ones. Either way, they're not very competitive. Both of them showed a forlorn look at once. Ji-won and Han Lingxi felt that they were winning, so they looked at Zhang Qi and said, okay, now kick these two losers out and give me the captain. The one who opened his mouth was Gavan. However, Zhang Qi simply ignored him. Instead, he turned his head to Li Muhan and asked with a smile, the other two of you in the Dragon District aren't quite right in the head? By the looks of it, they should have been sick for quite a while. Pust. Li Muhan directly couldn't help but laugh out loud. She couldn't see eye to eye with the two either. Except that the captain was Zhang Qi, and all the decisions were in his hands. Li Muhan wisely chose not to answer. And now, since Zhang Qi had made a choice, it was natural for her to take a stand. Li Muhan said, it's true that the brain is not very good. The situation is quite long and needs to be cured. A single sentence caused Ji-won and Han Lingxi's faces to suddenly darken. Zhang Qi, what do you mean? Han Lingxi said in a cold voice. Are you unable to see the situation? Still really think that clearing the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, is on your own? It's your honor that the two of us came over and were willing to take you. Don't you give me the face you don't want. Zhang Qi's reply was also dry and direct. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stay away from infecting people with bad brains. In addition, I must emphasize once again that the Dragon Harness Squad's recruiting has a very strict IQ card, and the two of you don't meet the standard. Your IQs are too low. Zhang Qi. One sentence made the two men furious, and the brawl here was undoubtedly attracting a lot of attention. Ji-won and quite a few people in Han Lingxi knew each other, and the phrase harnessing the Dragon Squad in Zhang Qi's mouth made it clear to them that this was the squad that had cleared the nightmare level copy of the cold ice dense forest. In an instant, attention was directed toward this. Chapter 23, Tiny Third Turning Priesthood. Take a pinch. Ji-won, Han Lingxi, the two top geniuses of the Dragon District? Heavens, These two have been startled and have come for the dragon harnessing squad as well? And by the looks of it, they are already finding the dragon harnessing squad. Isn't that so? And by the sound of their words, they still have some sort of dealings with the captain of the dragon harness squad. Given the talent of the two of them, no matter what, the dragon harnessing squad will have to take them in. What envy! A squad capable of clearing a nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, copy, and then taking in Ji1 and Han Lingxi, two of the dragon region's top geniuses, is really like a tiger with wings, even more powerful. Why does it seem like they're not getting along with each other when you listen to this conversation? It seems there's a gap between them. It seems like it really is. However, this is the Dragon Harness Squad, as the only squad to have cleared the nightmare level copy of the Cold Ice Dense Forest. Moreover, it's still a perfect pass. What's with this perfect pass? How come we haven't heard of a few perfect passes in all these years? This perfect pass can be extremely difficult. Let's put it this way. Dozens of people who have cleared the nightmare level copy may not be able to emerge with a perfect clearance. So difficult? Then how did this Dragon Harness squad do it? Who knows? Either they know their copies extremely well, or the squad members are just really good at what they do. At this time, the crowd was talking. But the relationship between Ji1 Han Lingxi, plus the Dragon Harnessing squad, was even more enjoyable for them. It seems like they're going to fight. What's the origin of this Dragon Harnessing squad? To actually be able to not even give face to the two great geniuses. Not only do they not give it, they openly mock them. That's awesome. There's a good show coming, but they rejected the two great geniuses. So won't we have a chance? Can't say. Just look again and you'll see. This time, after Zhang Qi said these unforgiving words, it was enough to see that Ji1 and Han Lingxi's faces were difficult to see. Ji1 pointed at Zhang Qi, and his face was filled with anger. You don't think that relying on some information and squeaking through the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, is really what you're capable of? Do you? As Ji1 opened his mouth, there was an immediate murmur. What do you mean? Could it be that the Dragon Harnessing squad didn't clear the nightmare level copy on their own? It shouldn't be very likely. After all, the difficulty of the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, is there for all to see. There's no way to get past it simply by relying on some information, right? Then how could Ji1 say that? The way he is, he obviously knows some inside information. Wen continued, it's your honor that the two of us are willing to take you leveling, but I didn't expect that. By now, you'd have the audacity to reject us after you got lucky enough to pass a nightmare level copy once. Zhang Qi, I'll give you one last chance, Ji1 said in a cold voice. Tell the two of them to get the hell out and then beg us to join them. In which case we'll be merciful and take you reluctantly. He said this in a way that made Zhang Qi want to laugh. But the two of them, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, were indeed in a tangle right now. Lin Yuan even couldn't help but open his mouth and said, Brother Zhong, why don't I? Zhang Qi directly interrupted him. There's no need to say anything. Just leave it to me. Brother Zhong, trust me. Aha! Lin Yuan nodded heavily. Cui Ying also revealed a touched look. And just at this moment, as Zhang Qi was about to open his mouth, suddenly, a figure landed here. And the aura was powerful. The person who came was naturally no one else but the belatedly arriving Tension. Ha 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 ha, Tension burst out laughing. Zhang Qi, I can't believe that you were actually able to clear the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, on your own. Amazing. Truly amazing. Truly a hero. Even I am impressed. Tension laughed loudly, not too quietly, echoing around. Such words instantly made the previous words of Ji1 untenable. Even the third-turn cleric Big Brother Tension had said that Zhang Qi had relied on his own skills to clear this nightmare-level copy of the Cold Ice Dense Forest. No matter how genius he Ji1 was, in terms of authority, how could he compare to a third-turned priesthood? But at the moment, after Tension appeared, the two of them, Ji1 and Han Lingxi, didn't look much flustered, because they knew very well how talented their two were. They were the top geniuses of the Dragon District. Even a third-turned priesthood bigwig wouldn't do anything to them. Or even, would have to be a bit more polite, because, as long as they didn't die in the middle of the process, it would be a nail in the coffin for them to become a third-turn priesthood in the future. So at the moment, Han Lingxi spoke directly, saying, Minister Zhang, it's not that we don't want to do the things you've given us, but there are people who are bullying and are too wild. It's hard for us to do it. Han Lingxi's words attracted Tension's attention. Tension then turned his head. Ji1 also spoke up at this time. We were kind enough to bring this Zhang Qi for an upgrade and apply to join his squad, but unexpectedly, not only did he mock us for not having enough intelligence, He even wanted us to get lost. The two of us kept in mind the minister's previous instructions and begged him again with painstaking effort. Yet all we got was this Zhang Qi's mockery. Harm. Ji-won sighed. It's not that we're not willing to fulfill the task entrusted to us by the minister. But there's really no way out. The two men are singing together, but they themselves have been victimized. Instead, it was Zhang Qi who became that villain. You fart. You lie. In an instant, both Lin Yuan and Cui Ying immediately spoke out to rebuke them. Even the two of them could not stand it. The two of them reversing right and wrong, hitting each other upside down, wanting to put this stain all on Zhang Qi. This is something they will never tolerate. Even in front of the tension of a third-turn priesthood bigot, they still opened their mouths, just to defend Zhang Qi, even if they would be punished for it. However, after listening to their words, what puzzled Ji Wen and the two of them was that tension did not directly punish Zhang Qi, but instead inquired, "What happened?" Zhang Li's reaction did not look like he was facing a young genius in the slightest. Instead it looked like he was treating Zhang Qi as a peer-to-peer existence. It's a very unusual thing to do. This made the two Ji-won, for a moment, a little flustered. Zhang Qi gently smiled and said, "They're not wrong, these two are indeed stupid. I told them to get out of the way just now, but they were stalking and threatening." Zhang Qi shrugged, rather helplessly. What could have been solved by a good roll, has turned into what it is now. Now that's better. It's no longer a matter of getting the hell out of the way. Tension nodded and looked at Zhang Qi, asking, "I'll take care of it?" "That would be a pleasure." Zhang Li made it to this position now, naturally not a little cute. The order was given before. However, the only one who took Zhang Qi to upgrade was Li Muhan. Ji Wen and Han Lingxi, on the other hand, didn't even show up. This kind of disobedient move had long pissed off Tension. And now, the two of them had come back with this, which was totally treating people like little cuties. Still in plain sight, what Zhang Qi said was not bad. These two, indeed, were foolish. One more thing, with the importance of Zhang Qi, even if it is true that he is wrong, that, too, is right. What top genius? In terms of importance, it was all inferior to Zhang Qi alone. Not even close. Minister Zhang, what are you doing? The one who did wrong is him. Zhang Qi, you should be punishing him. For a moment, Kifumi panicked a bit, listening to the conversation between him and Zhang Qi. It's clear that he's trying to favor Zhang Qi. But why is that? The two of them are the top geniuses of the Dragon District. They should enjoy privileges, all the resources that you two enjoy. All of them stop. In addition, I'll let Elder Yi know and send you to the Demon Suppression Army for training. After staying in the Dragon region for so long, don't you really think you can be lawless? Deactivate resources and send them to the front line for experience. This is already the harshest punishment for a genius. No, I won't obey. Ji-won shouted with a scowl on his face. By what right would this happen? On what grounds? You can't do this. You can't do this to me. Han Lingxi similarly shouted. However, Tension didn't even give them an explanation. After that, these two people were taken away from here. Regardless of the importance of Zhang Qi, the fact that these two men disobeyed orders alone was enough to punish them. Geniuses do have their own arrogance, but it is not a privileged qualification. Especially, as opposed to a Zhang Qi who was both incredibly important and immensely talented. It couldn't be clearer what to choose. With two cannon fodder, they were able to pass through the nightmare level, coal ice dense forest. Zhang Qi's strength left another heavy mark in Tension's mind. You, boy, are quite a surprise. Zhang Li smiled and patted Zhang Qi's shoulder. Zhang Qi immediately showed his teeth in pain. This old boy, really hard. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me first? Yes. Zhang Qi naturally did not refuse. And right after they left, the people who had gathered around the square were completely confused. Heavens, what kind of character is the captain of this dragon harness squad? Even Minister Zhang of our resources department is impressed. No, looking at them, it looks like they've known each other for a long time. It couldn't be the bastard son of our #1 powerhouse, Dongfang Shuo, could it? What are you thinking? People are called Zhang Qi. Not anymore. What kind of background is that? Even the two top geniuses of the Dragon District couldn't do it. It's too strong. Dragon Harness Squad. I must join the Dragon Harness Squad. I'll take it too. This squad is too fierce. Not only is it strong, but its background is also terrifyingly strong. Do you know why I handled it that way? Within the Ministry of Resources, Zhang Li looked at Zhang Qi and asked. Zhang Qi shook his head. How to dispose of it? Isn't it a word from you, Minister Zhang? If only it were that easy. Tenshin shook his head. The dragon region is not the same as before since the rules for recruiting were modified and the number of recruits became smaller and smaller. The people recruited are indeed getting better and better in talent. But this arrogance, it's also getting bigger and bigger. Disobeying orders, that's a big no-no in the middle of a battlefield. Once we engage the monsters, or even have a national war, a single disobedient order could cost us dearly. And these people from the Dragon District, which also includes you, and the other professionals, are the ones who must all go into battle, whether it's to face monsters, or professionals from other countries, and then it's possible to lose more good professionals because of them. Tenshin had a worried look in his eyes. The problems in the Dragon District, they've been there for a long time, and I've been trying to find a chance to straighten things out, but I haven't gotten around to it. Zhang Qi rubbed his nose and realized. So, I'm being used as a gun by you? Zhang Li glared. What do you mean by being used as a gun by me? Am I not seeking justice for you? Come on. Zhang Qi waved his hand. I can't carry such a big black pot. Carry it, Tenshin said. You're the only one who can carry it nowadays. No one but you. Tenshin looked at Zhang Qi. Your status is important. No one can touch you. And with your talent, you're simply the perfect candidate to take the fall. Zhang Qi's head was full of black lines. This kind of black pot he really didn't want to take. Offend the entire Dragon District, isn't it? It's not like those are the only ones in the Dragon District. It's just that this term, there are only 3 of them. What about the last one? The one before that? Don't worry, Tenshin comforted. There won't be anyone above your strength targeting you. And, the vast majority of third-turn clerics will stand up to you. There are also benefits. Whatever resources you want will be prioritized for you. Hearing this, Zhang Qi instantly narrowed his eyes. Didn't you say before that you would devote all the nation's strength to cultivating me? And that I could have whatever resources I wanted? How come now? It's become a condition again? Isn't this supposed to be my treat? What about the favors you gave? Where are the favors? Ahem. Zhang Li coughed twice. Embarrassed. There are definitely benefits. But it's not. It's got to be slow. Zhang Qi didn't believe him at all. However, just at this time, a line of writing suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Ding! Triggering extra mission. Suppressing the contemporary. Suppressing the contemporary era. A good dragon master should suppress not only his own contemporaries, but also an era, which is unrivaled before the era, and unrivaled after the era. Gotta! And triggered the mission. It seems that this is a black pot that can't be taken anymore. But, it can't just be accepted. Zhang Qi looked at Tenshin and pondered this. I heard that a while ago, your old man brought out 10 intellectual fruits from the abyss? Zhang Li revealed an incredulous look. This news, where did you know about it? Intelligence fruit, when taken, can add a permanent increase in the intelligence attribute. Such ones that can increase permanently are treasures that have a price tag. Then it looks like there is. Well then, you can have it, Zhang Li said helplessly. Zhang Qi, however, did not let up and continued. 6 more agility fruits? Zhang Li stared at Zhang Qi for a long time and finally said, Here, let's get a few more power fruits together then. Just the thing. Zhang Li, blood and magic come some too. Tenshin. And, Zhang Li hurriedly interrupted. Are you treating me like a wishing fountain? Zhang Qi said. Then you'll hire someone else? Give. Anything you want. Hey, tiny 3-turn priesthood. Take a pinch. Chapter 24, Dragon Pet Evolution. Diamond Grade Equipment. Zhang Li looked at the smile on Zhang Qi's face and suddenly had the feeling that he was being punked. He always felt that even if he didn't agree to these conditions, this kid, too, was destined to go up against these geniuses of the dragon region. But, relying on his own strength, with 2 dragons, he passed the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. This talent, this strength, that's pretty scary. Dragon Master, such a powerful profession. God bless my dragon kingdom. And, to know a little bit, now Zhang Qi here, there is still only a dragon pet. Bread Dragonland still has 2 dragon eggs. If those 2 dragon eggs were contracted as well, how powerful would this occupation have to be? That second-turn professional from Sakura country who was able to summon the Orochi was already on the lists of various countries. That was the divine beast of the Sakura kingdom. And there was no need to talk about how powerful it was. It's horrible to be able to summon the Yamanano Orochi. But now, what is a mere Orochi compared to a true dragon? In this moment, Tenshin was extremely excited about Zhang Qi's growth. I really don't know what Zhang Qi will be able to grow up to in the future. Zhang Qi left from Tenshin. In addition to the attribute fruits, he also wanted a few skill books. Although Dragon Masters shared similarities with summoners, there was still a difference in essence. Low-end skills that simply don't work, and those high-level skills are priced and too hard to find. Going to let Tension worry about it nowadays couldn't be better. As for those geniuses in the Dragon District, it doesn't count for much. Suppressing an era? Zhang Qi was still confident. Ding! You passed the nightmare level copy, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Do you want to receive your reward? A voice came from his ear, and Zhang Qi almost forgot about it. There's a system bonus too. Pick up. Zhang Qi did not hesitate. Ding! Congratulations! You've gained the joint skill, Dragon Claw. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned a lucky card *3. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a full-level skill card *2. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a Divine Pet Evolution card *1. A series of voices rang in Zhang Qi's ears. He waited for the sound to die down before he went to take a closer look at the reward. First up is this Dragon Claw skill. Dragon Claw LV. 1. You select a dragon pet and share 10% of its attack power, manifesting the claws of a giant dragon and delivering a deadly blow. It was actually an active attack skill that shared 10% of the dragon pet's attack power. Knowing Sayaka's terrifying three-dimensional attributes, even if it was only 10%, it was still terrifying enough. Moreover, the skill was able to be upgraded. The potential is strong. Next is the Lucky Card. Lucky Card, use it to increase your luck by 5 points. It was only 5 points of luck, but luck was something that affected so many things. Burst rate, chances of triggering extra rewards in the copy, and timing of running into good stuff. The problem is that it's just too hard for Lucky to improve. Gotta have a special reward for that. And now, under 3 lucky cards, you can directly raise 15 points of luck. This is already extremely high. And in addition, full skill cards. Full level skill card, selected skill. After using it, this skill can be upgraded to full level. Please note that it must be a skill that can be upgraded. Good stuff too. 1 full level skill card that allows you to raise a previously learned Dragon Claw directly to full level. Finally, there is the Divine Pet Evolution card. Divine Pet Evolution card, select your pet and use this card to evolve your pet once. Cannot be used after reaching the evolution limit. Upon reading the message, Zhang Qi's eyes lit up. It can evolve once. Now Sayaka's attributes were already terrifying. If it could evolve once more, then attributes are able to improve a lot again. It could be said that this was truly a good thing to boost Zhang Qi's strength. This dog system, finally, is giving something good, not as stingy as before. At this point, Zhang Qi took those 3 lucky cards first. Luck value is something that the sooner you raise it, the better, and it's impossible to say what good luck can be triggered later on. After using it, Zhang Qi's luck value increased by 15 points. Then, using a full level skill card, raise Dragon Claw to full level. Dragon Claw, full level your selected dragon pet, sharing 45% of its attack power, manifests the claws of a giant dragon and delivers a deadly blow. The attack will have the bleed attribute attached to it, as well as 30% true damage. In one word, strong. 45% attack power sharing, and 30% true damage. In addition to bleeding, this Dragon Claw went down, literally grabbing directly into the aorta. What kind of monster can stand this claw? Sure, that's not even the main thing. The most important thing was also this Divine Pet Evolution card in Zhang Qi's hand. After using it, you can increase Sayaka's attributes significantly. Is the Divine Pet Evolution card being used to target Black-Winged Demon Dragon Saya, Infancy? Yes. As Zhang Qi crushed the Divine Pet Evolution card in his hand, an invisible force then surged into Xiao Yang's body. It was possible to clearly perceive that the power within Xiao Yang's body had become even more vigorous. The power becomes strong. It's grown a lot from what it was. Most noticeably, Sayaka's wings began to grow. The bone spurs on them growing a lot. The size has gotten bigger too. It's gone from being cute and cuddly to being more powerful. Saya's previous panel, which Zhang Qi purposely screenshotted. Black-Winged Demon Dragon, Infancy. Master, Zhang Qi. Level, Mythic, Common. Rare, Legendary. Mythic. Level, 10, 8, 000 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 28,000. Magic, 6,000. Strength, 1,040. Intelligence, 750. Agility, 750. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet Equipment, none. And new panels. Black-Winged Demon Dragon, Juvenile. Master, Zhang Qi. Level, Mythic, Common. Rare, Legendary. Mythic. Level, 10, 8, 000 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 38, 000. Magic, 8,500. Strength, 1,340. Intelligence, 1,000. Agility, 1,000. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. After evolving, this attribute growth can be terrifying, breaking 1,000 three-dimensional properties. It's only level 10. It was that the vast majority of bosses, at level 10, definitely didn't have such terrifying attributes. Now, however, Sayaka has it. After Zhang Qi saw Xiao Yang's attributes, his heart was also shocked. Too damn strong. With such a Sayaka, what bosses can't be killed in seconds? Even if those top geniuses of the dragon region were added together, they wouldn't be enough for a mouthful of Knight's Dragon Breath. At this time, Sayaka had evolved into a juvenile, fully doubling in size. Then, spreading his wings, he fluttered into Zhang Qi's arms. It swooped down and directly gave Zhang Qi a stagger. After evolving, Saya's weight, too, has grown a lot. Zhang Qi was already having trouble holding it as easily as before. In particular, Zhang Qi's own strength attribute was not weak, but it was still a bit of a struggle to hold Sayaka. Seeing Zhang Qi's appearance, it seemed that Little Knight understood that she had become much heavier, and she immediately scratched her head with her paw in embarrassment. However, there was still anticipation amongst the eyes that looked at Zhang Qi. Harm. Zhang Qi sighed. There's really no way around it. Facing this kind of Saya, where did he get the resistance? Only able to cuddle. Excitement immediately surged amongst Sayaka's eyes. It also felt its enhanced power. It wasn't long before Sayaka was snoring loudly. As for Zhang Qi, after hugging him for a while, he put Sayo into the dragon harnessing space. It was too much for him to keep hugging like that. In addition to the system's rewards, the equipment exploded by the king of the cold pool, platinum level, which happens to be a staff. Cold Spirit Staff, level, platinum. Where requirements, level 10, summoning, auxiliary, mage, attributes, intelligence plus 70. Reduces the chant time by 20% when releasing a skill. When releasing the skill, all around will turn into a cold pool. Affecting hostile beings, damages 20% of intelligence. When using ice attribute skills, the damage increases by 200%. Very powerful staff. The 70 intelligence increase alone is considered a godsend for mage-type professions, especially the 20% reduction in skill chant time, as well as the self-preservation skills. If it's an ice mage, this is a proper artifact, bar none. Although Zhang Qi was not an ice system, this staff, the strengthening effect on him was not small. Straightforward replacement, and 3 pieces of gold equipment. Cold Pond Grievance Breastplate, level, gold. Where requirements, level 10, strength of 75. Attributes, blood plus 800. Ice attribute resistance increased by 10%. 10% chance of triggering a cold attack when attacked, 8% of your own blood. Armor of Cold Pool Grievance, level, gold. Where requirements, level 10, strength of 75. Attributes, strength plus 40. Ice attribute attack increase by 70. When attacking, 15% chance of attaching a cold attack, 10% of your own strength. Bracelet of Cold Pool Grievance, level, gold. Where requirements, level 10, agility of 70. Attributes, agility plus 30. 30% immunity to slowing type skills. Sprinting, when the skill is activated, his agility increases by 75% for threes, with a cooldown of 1 minute. 3 not bad gold gears. Among them, 2 pieces of armor that Zhang Qi could not use, although the attributes were quite a bit stronger than his own set. But after all, his own set had set attributes and the effect of increasing experience. Instead, the bracelet could be used by itself. These 2 pieces of armor were not suitable for the people in their party, but they could just be sold. As for the remaining silver equivalent ones, Zhang Qi didn't even look at them and directly listed them on the auction house. The level is too low to see. With an additional platinum grade staff and a gold grade bracelet, Zhang Qi's attributes had risen a lot more. But that's not all. First time through the nightmare level abyss as well as a perfect pass, and there are still 2 chests left to open. Zhang Qi had some expectations. 1 diamond and 1 platinum. Nightmare class copy first pass chest, platinum class. Is it on? Turn it on. Zhang Qi had no hesitation. Open successfully. Congratulations. You've acquired the Rift Star Meteor Blade, platinum grade. Congratulations. You've gained the secret pill of intelligence *5. Congratulations. You have obtained the secret pill of strength *5. Congratulations! You have obtained agility secret pill *5. Congratulations! You've gained gold coins. The platinum ranked chest gave a platinum ranked longsword, as well as 3 secret medicines. Other than that, it's the gold rewards. Zhang Qi checked the attributes of the long blade. Split heavenly star sword. Level, platinum. Wear requirements, level 15, warrior class profession. Attributes, strength plus 80. 30% chance of bleeding attribute attached to attacks. 3. When the target is caught in the bleeding property, all damage type attacks are increased by 90%. Split star, summon a meteorite to blast the target, dealing 300% damage. Cooldown 2 hours. A very strong platinum level long knife. Bleeding warrior's artifact. It was enough to see that this knife would cause a mad rush of bleeding warriors if it made it to the market. As for the 3 secret medicines, they all increased their attributes by 30 within half an hour of taking them. Next up, the diamond level boxes. Zhang Qi rubbed his hands together expectantly. Nightmare class copy perfect pass chest, diamond class. Is it on? Yes. Congratulations. You have obtained the Inferno Dragon's Blade, diamond grade. Congratulations. You have obtained the Scroll of Resurrection *1. Congratulations. You have obtained a diamond grade treasure map *1. Congratulations. You've gained a skill book *1. Diamond level chests can be extremely generous in the rewards they give when opened. That diamond grade equipment gleamed. After it appeared, it was such that even Zhang Qi couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Diamond grade equipment is extremely valuable. This level of equipment, that is, some of the second turn awakened, may not have a piece. Yet now, Zhang Qi already owns it. What's even more crucial is that this diamond grade equipment is a pet equipment. This could be the best news for him. A dragon master. Pet equipment of higher ranks is much rarer. It hardly ever makes it to the market. It was Tenshin who was unable to find a suitable higher order pet equipment there. The ones that could be found were all high grade, and Zhang Qi couldn't use them at all. And now, he opened one from among the diamond rated chests. Zhang Qi was already eager to check up on the attributes. Dragon Blade. Grade, diamond. Wear requirements, level 10, wearable by pets. Attributes, 20% increase in 3D attributes. Attacks with Inferno Dragon's Breath. Searing 15%, own intelligence, of the target's blood for 10s. 40% immunity to fire attacks. 15% probability of triggering Inferno Dragon's creation when attacking. With 30% of the attack's damage converted to real damage after triggering. Inferno Dragon Aura, when activated. Attacks receive an 80% damage increase. Consumes 1% magic power per second. Cooldown 10s. Hiss. After reading the attributes of this equipment, Zhang Qi had been unable to stop himself from sucking in a breath of cool air. Terror. The addition of this equipment is horrible. Seo's current attributes were already terrifying enough, and if she wore this Inferno Dragon's Blade, she could completely enhance it by another level. 20% 3D. Sayaka's 3 dimensions had already broken 1,000 now, and with another 20% enhancement, that would be at least a 200 bonus, not to mention the accompanying burn damage. Real damage. This was exactly like pulling up Sayaka's damage level, hard by a notch. This equipment, if a normal pet wore it, would just be a very good enhancement. But for Saya, that's an explosion on top of an explosion. The main reason was that Sayaka's own attributes were already heaven-defying enough. Without hesitation, Zhang Qi put on the pet equipment for Xiao Yang. Now, if one were to run into that Lord of the Cold Pool again, one could guarantee that one could definitely kill it directly in seconds. The rewards given for this trip to the replica were not too generous. The strength of Zhang Qi and Xiao Yang had been raised by several notches, and what follows will be an explosion of escalation. For regular people, upgrading gets harder and harder the further back you go, but for Zhang Qi, the best time to upgrade is next. The second dragon egg. It won't be long before it's able to be contracted. Chapter 25 Re-entering the nightmare level against the entire Dragon District. Dragon District. Ever since the Dragon region had modified its rules, the geniuses recruited in each session had been restricted to death. This also led to the fact that the quality of the geniuses that came out of the Dragon District was a whole lot higher than the Tiger and Phoenix districts. In quite a few places, the geniuses of the Dragon District also occupied a higher voice. It's bordering on becoming a stereotype. As long as the geniuses coming out of the Dragon District, in quite a few places, had privileges, and there is nothing to be done to protect that privilege. Nowadays, the matter between Ji1 and Han Lingxi was soon known by the geniuses of the Dragon region. Boo! A dull ringing sound suddenly erupted. extremely obvious in this calm environment. At the top of the list, Han Lin had more than a hint of anger on his face. This is outrageous. Lingxi and Jiwen, who didn't make any mistakes at all, were punished so severely. This Zhang Qi, what exactly is this Zhang Qi? The information is confidential. We can't trace it. However, this person just passed the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. His strength should not be underestimated. Nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? The moment these words came out, it immediately caused many people to look sideways. That does have a not-so-weak strength. However, even if it has strength, it's not something to rely on to mess with our dragon region. If this person is left alone, then in the future, what are we going to do when our dragon region geniuses are in various places? How will other people look at those who come out of our dragon region? Yun Chengqing knocked on the desktop in front of him, attracting the eyes of the others before speaking. As of now, this person has excellent talent and is not weak. Plus his background is unknown. He also passed the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, and it's said that he's still a perfect pass. And there shouldn't be anyone among you who doesn't know the gold content of a perfect pass, right? This person, he's not to be messed with. Yun Chengqing, what are you trying to say? Han Lin frowned. Can it be that we're going to let it go just like that after he slapped our dragon region's face? Naturally not. Yun Chengqing shook his head. Not many have dared to provoke our dragon region after so many years. It seems that quite a few people have forgotten the terror of the geniuses of our dragon region. It's time to take this opportunity to proclaim to the world once more the might of our dragon region's geniuses. Han Lin looked at him. Yun Chengqing said, this Zhang Qi's appearance is an opportunity. No matter how big his background is or how strong his talent is, as long as we can press him to death, so that he can't tumble up, then our dragon region will still be that transcendent position, the holy land of the world's geniuses. Han Lin also narrowed his eyes after hearing this. Road. Makes sense. Just, what are we going to do? Yun Chengqing laughed lightly. Didn't he, Zhang Qi, pass the nightmare level copy? Let's go through it as well. Send people to spy. As long as there's news of him entering a copy coming in, then we'll send a team forward as well, only to pass every copy before him, ruthlessly crushing him and suppressing his sharpness. At that time, this Zhang Qi's rise to fame, everything he has done, is nothing but paving the way for us. It's not even worth mentioning. After hearing Yun Chengqing's words, the geniuses in the dragon region here all burst into laughter. Obviously, they were still quite attached to things like destroying geniuses. Wait, since we are determined to strike and destroy this Zhang Qi, we might as well let this fire burn a little more fiercely. Han Lin opened his mouth at this time. He had another idea. How? Yun Chengqing looked at him with curiosity in his eyes. Han Lin smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth revealing an oozing coldness. Brother Chung. Lin Yuan revealed a joyful expression upon seeing Zhang Qi. To be honest, he hadn't expected at all that Zhang Qi would actually choose them under these circumstances. This moved Lin Yuan. And taking advantage of this moment when Lin Yuan was moved, Zhang Qi beckoned, flicked his index finger on the belly of his thumb, and said, don't be melodramatic, raise the money. Cui Ying, who was beside him with tears in her eyes, had an emotional lurch and was quite confused. Zhang Qi didn't give them a chance to remain bewildered and continued, $1 million each, and I'll take you down a copy. When he finished, he added, nightmare level, a very fair price. I'll give it. After briefly freezing for a moment, Lin Yuan reacted and quickly opened his mouth. Cui Ying also wiped her tears and after paying the money again, she then asked, Brother Zhong, how have you considered my cousin's matter? If you're willing, I'll let her come here, guaranteed to be fit and obedient. At that moment, Li Muhan glanced at Cui Ying at just the right moment. At once, Cui Ying closed her mouth. Zhang Qi did not pick up the words, this time more than one woman, not to find their own pain? He said dryly, you guys go get ready and meet up in front of the replica again in 30 minutes and we'll go to the next replica. So fast, Lin Yuan exclaimed. Even those powerful squads in the three holy regions didn't have a precedent of going down nightmare level copies back to back. After clearing a nightmare level copy, you often have to rest for a month before continuing. And Zhang Qi here, he remembered the horror of Sayaka. Well, there's really no need to rest either. Brother Zhong, I'll go get ready. Lin Yuan and Cui Ying both leave. Left Li Muhan. Zhang Qi looked over at her. You're not going to get ready? Li Muhan shook her head. I don't need to. She paused slightly before saying, the Dragon District, going to target you. Against me? Zhang Qi laughed. What's the point of targeting me? It's not like I'm affecting them. Li Muhan shook her head. The two Han Lingxi and Ji1 are the top performers that the Dragon region has taken in this term, and now because of you, they've been greatly punished, so someone has placed the blame on you. Interesting. Zhang Qi laughed lightly, understanding the meaning. Trying to maintain the majesty of the Dragon District by overwhelming me. Are you? Li Muhan nodded. What about you? Li Muhan's face was expressionless. I'm out. You won't regret it? Li Muhan said seriously. Following you. I feel more promising than staying in the Dragon District. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Qi laughed a few times, and then the word. For the next copies, I got the information from Minister Zhang, and after sifting through it, he told me that there are 3 copies that are most suitable for me. Which 3? Cat Demon's Rampage, Kingdom of the Minotaur, Cold Forest. Li Muhan thought for a moment and nodded. These 3 copies, with moderate difficulty, are indeed the most suitable for us. With the fact that we've only just passed the nightmare level, Cold Forest is going to be more appropriate with experience. Cat Demon's Rampage is actually harder. The environment is too harsh for us. But, the 2, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, would have a much harder time. Zhang Qi nodded. I have also considered this matter, so for the next copy, the choice must be careful. Li Muhan asked. Which one to choose? I've considered the situation mostly, and I've decided to take none of these 3 copies. Ha! Li Muhan's expression stiffened for a moment, slightly bewildered. He looked at Zhang Qi, who said, I heard that the geniuses from the last class of the Dragon region have formed a squad and are attacking the Tree Spirit Jungle? Yes, and it has failed several times. Li Muhan nodded. Tree Goblin Jungle is an abyssal copy that appeared not long ago, and currently the first pass hasn't been taken yet, and the Dragon region wants to take the first pass. Halfway through her words, Li Muhan stopped abruptly, then looking at Zhang Qi, he seemed to be somewhat incredulous and said, Are you trying to? Zhang Qi nodded. Our next copy is the Tree Goblin Jungle. Since the Dragon region has already started targeting me, why don't we be more proactive? But, Li Muhan still felt a little less able to accept it. This, Tree Goblin Jungle, is a level 15 to 25 copy. There's no way to clear it with our current level. Li Muhan looked at Zhang Qi, revealing disbelief. Zhang Qi, however, waved his hand, not caring. It's possible. I'm sure of it. But, trust me. Zhang Qi revealed a warm smile, and Li Muhan stared blankly at the scene, watching Zhang Qi smile. For some reason, she had an inexplicable feeling of peace of mind. Thinking of this, Li Muhan did not make a sound, just sighed inwardly. Forget it. Let's just go crazy for once. Throughout the ages, there are examples of transgressions into the copy, but without exception, are in the copy of the halberd. There was almost nothing that wanted to cross the level, especially if it was like Zhang Qi, who was going to cross the level to enter a nightmare level copy, because that's a death wish. The 2 of them, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, were still unaware of Zhang Qi's decision, because they are, right now, making difficult choices. Lin Yuan looked at his father who appeared in front of him and couldn't help his hands from trembling. Yuaner, don't hesitate. You know what kind of people you're messing with. That team of yours. Lin's father, who had gray hair, pointed at Lin Yuan. The Dragon District. They've messed with the Dragon region. Ah, now that the Dragon region has released the news, you'll definitely regret it if you're still stubborn. Lin Yuan shook his head. No, father, I believe in Zhang. Even with the geniuses of the Dragon region around, it still won't be able to stop Zhang's rise. You don't understand. You don't know the terror of Zhang's talent. Rebel son. Lin father knocked Lin Yuan's head and said angrily, Do you want to destroy the Lin family before you're satisfied? If you dare to go to that dragon harnessing squad again today, you won't have to go home again in the future. My Lin family. I'll pretend I don't have you. I, Lin Wudao, will pretend that I don't have you as my son. Father. Lin Yuan looked at his father, his eyes caught in the middle of an endless struggle. Eventually, he chose to give in. Okay. I'll quit the dragon harness squad. That's right. Lin Wudao was instantly beaming with joy, patting his son's shoulder and comforting him. It's fine. Isn't it just some dragon harnessing squad? The adults in the dragon area have already said that they will take you to practice when they have free time. The adults in the dragon area. Aren't they more powerful than some dragon harnessing squad? Lin Yuan was bitter in his heart. Not really. On the other side, Cui Ying's home. Inger, you have to be obedient. Do you know what a huge enemy you are about to face? That's the Dragon District. One of the 3 holy regions. The Dragon region. Everyone who comes out of the Dragon region is a top genius. and has important positions in various fields. If you offend the Dragon District, you're cutting off your own future. I don't believe it, Cui Ying said. As strong as the Dragon District is, it can't stop Brother Zhong. As long as Brother Zhong is willing to lead me, then I will definitely develop better. By then, I won't be afraid of any Dragon District. You've really been drugged by what's his name Zhong. Trey's mother shook her head. Listen to your mother. This is the time to back out of that what's hurting dragon squad, or else, there will be a time when you regret it. I'm definitely not backing down, Cui Ying said firmly. I must stay in the Dragon Harness squad. Mother, I have average talent, but I feel that this is my opportunity. If I miss it, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Just support me, okay? Cui Ying shook Mother Cui's arm. In the end, Mother Cui also sighed helplessly and said, "You're such a kid. I can't help you." Hey, Mother's the best. Brother Zhong, I'm back. Cui Ying's voice rang out. Zhang Qi looked over and nodded. Just come back. Cui Ying looked to the side. Has Lin Yuan not arrived yet? So late? He's not coming. Opting out. Zhang Qi said. What? Cui Ying was stunned for a moment, then said, he was given to stress too? Aha. Things are getting more interesting. Zhang Qi smiled gently. However, the fact that this dragon region can do this means that they are in fear of us. Yes, they fear us. Cui Ying nodded, then went on to ask. So what are we going to do next? Recruit another one? No need. Zhang Qi shook his head. Li Muhan said that he has a brother who happens to have time, so he'll just let him come over. After a few moments of time, Li Muhan's brother, Li Shuo, is here. It just so happened that this Li Shuo was also a shield warrior, which sort of made up for the lack of a meat shield in the team. This Li Shuo is also considered a genius, and is from the Tiger District among the 3 holy districts. Sis, I'm coming. Li Shuo greeted Li Muhan first, then the party surveyed the others. However, after seeing Cui Ying, he frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Zhang Qi looked at it and said directly, alright, let's go. There's no point in wasting time since we're all together. Yes. Li Muhan and Cui Ying both nodded their heads. It was to follow Zhang Qi's pace. At this very moment, above the forum, a message that a member of the Harnessed Dragon Squad had quit was noticed by most people and sparked a discussion as soon as it was posted. Isn't the Dragon Harness Squad quite strong? Why would anyone still quit? Strong is strong, but the captain of that Dragon Harnessing Squad, he doesn't know what's good for him and has offended the Dragon region. That's the Dragon District. After offending the entire Dragon District, what else can we do in the future? Definitely quit. What? Offended the Dragon District. Goo. It's a good thing I didn't go in the first place. Otherwise if I had joined the Dragon Harnessing Squad, it wouldn't be a big regret. Who says it isn't? I can only say that this Dragon Harnessing Squad is drifting after a bit of achievement. Is the Dragon District a good place to mess with? He only has a little achievement, but there are so many geniuses in the Dragon region, and every one of them has an achievement. Goo. This Dragon Harness Squad, it looks like it's going to be targeted to death by the Dragon District. Dragon District being silent for so long, I'm about to forget this name. This reminds me, in the past, the copy areas were ruled by the geniuses of the Dragon District, and almost every copy here has traces left behind by them. The Dragon District is returning. The Dragon Harness Squad is going to suffer. Pity. And just as the crowd was buzzing, Zhang Qi had already brought the 3 of them to the entrance of the replica. Sis, which copy are we going into this time? Li Shuo thought about having some understanding before entering the copy. He had only just come out of the middle of the copy, and didn't have any information about the outside world. Therefore, it was not clear about this Dragon Harnessing Squad. However, since Li Muhan had called him over, he came straight over. A team with Li Muhan on it would definitely not be weak. It's the Tree Spirit Jungle. Oh, Li Suk nodded. This was a newly released copy. He didn't expect that this squad was actually short of the level and dared to cross the level to brush the normal level, Tree Goblin Jungle. It seemed that the team members were not weak. Li Shuo did not think much. After all, this level, normally speaking cross-level into the copy, certainly into the ordinary level. You can't enter the adventure class, can you? Isn't that pure abuse? But he didn't know that. What Zhang Qi was going to enter was the nightmare level. If he knew that, he was afraid that Li Shuo would be so scared that he would rush to quit the team. When Zhang Qi made his choice, Cui Ying, who was familiar with the process, asked, "Did you guys get through once?" Li Muhan nodded. "While we're waiting for you, we've already brushed up once." Cui Ying opened her mouth, but in the end there was only one sentence. "Chung is awesome." Then, it is to enter the copy. Zhang Qi didn't have much hesitation and was dry as a bone, directly choosing the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. When the copy finally appears to read, after looking at the copy that he entered, the 3 big words of nightmare level were brightly displayed on it. Li Suk fell into a short stupor. Then the first thing he did was look at Li Muhan and blurted out, "Sis, there's no grudge between us. How do you want me to die? Entering the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, or entering across levels? What was that if not looking for death?" Just, during Li Shua's regret, the entry spell had already appeared. Not long after, another picture appeared in front of the 4 of them. The sky was bleak, and an air of gloom and evil pervaded everywhere. Li Suk showed a look of desperation. When Shuiying saw him, she covered her mouth and giggled. "Sister Muhan, your brother. He's quite interesting." Li Muhan helplessly held her forehead. Then he turned to Li Suk. "It's okay, nothing will happen." Li Shua still didn't believe it. He cried out, "All of you are long-range professions, only I'm a close quarters, or a meat shield profession. If I'm at the front, I'll definitely be the one to die the fastest." Cluck cluck cluck. Shuiying already couldn't stop laughing. Zhang Qi was also amused. "This kid, he's a bit more honest." Li Muhan, on the other hand, felt humiliated. Stepping forward, he grabbed Li Shua's ears and questioned, "You don't believe me? But I'm more convinced of the damage of the monsters within the nightmare level copies. I think this tree spirit can whip me to death with a single whip." While Li Suk was crying, Zhang Qi was already taking steps towards the jungle, and, looking at an old tree a short distance away, "It's a good disguise, but unfortunately, it doesn't work on me." Chapter 26 10 Bosses? Horrible difficulty. The Dragon Harness Squad has entered the Tree Goblin Jungle? The news that Zhang Qi and the others had entered the copy was quickly spread to the Dragon region, and Yun Chengqing and Han Lin and the others naturally heard it. Han Lin immediately showed coldness in his eyes. "Really looking for death? We haven't gone to trouble him much yet, and he's taking the initiative to come to the door. What? You wouldn't think that after clearing that cold ice dense forest, you'd be able to cross over the level of a copy, would you? Stupid." Yun Chengqing also let out a laugh, but in the middle of the smile, it was full of mockery and ease. He said, "Moreover, what they entered was not even the normal level, nor the adventure level, but the hardest nightmare level." Nightmare level? Ha 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 ha. As Yun Chengqing's words fell afterward, the geniuses present in the dragon region could not control themselves and burst into laughter. What a laugh! They also dare to enter the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle? Looking for death. This is really the old man striking a lantern. Looking for death. Even us. We only dare to first overdo it a little bit from the warrior grade and king grade, and we don't dare to enter the nightmare grade for a while. But this dragon harnessing squad, it actually dares to enter the nightmare grade directly? This is great. I guess we don't even need us to make a move. This so-called dragon harnessing squad will die all by itself. Dare to enter the nightmare level, Tree Spirit Jungle? Getting tired of living really? Obviously. None of the geniuses in the dragon district thought that Zhang Qi and the others would be able to pass. Of course, it's not just the pass. They even thought that it was questionable whether Zhang Qi and the others could hold out for a while. After all, the warrior level, Tree Goblin Jungle, they had gotten the first pass. And it's only now that the king class enters. Warrior level, Tree Goblin Jungle, is difficult enough. King level, they also prepared for a while. And then, only then did they enter. Even then, the probability of failure is not low. And now, someone has entered the nightmare level? Or is it a cross-grade entry? For a while, a rather cheerful atmosphere passed through the place. Everyone thought that the dragon harnessing squad would be annihilated in the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. In the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, Li Suk had a hard time accepting the facts in front of him. It's already a certain death anyway, so might as well have a little fun before you die. And right after Zhang Qi opened his mouth, several people's eyes were drawn to the old tree at once. "It's nothing special." "Ha?" Li Shua said in disbelief. "This can't be a monster, can it? It's just a regular old tree." With that, he crossed over Zhang Qi and walked forward. "Then hold out your hand." Snap! The normal old tree loosened up for a while, and then a branch came down, directly draining most of Li Shua's blood at once. This sudden turn of events caused Li Shua to be confused for a moment. He scrambled back. If it wasn't for Li Muhan's timely healing technique, I'm afraid that Li Shua, the meat shield, may not be folded here first. After this hit from Li Shua, this tree spirit was considered completely activated, also able to see the information. Old tree spirit, grade 20, blood volume 15,000. Attack power, 130. Skills, camouflage, branch whipping. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 15,000 blood. How is this going to fight? Li Shuo's eyes widened. And after reading the tree spirit's attributes, he was directly shocked. What a fuss! Cui Ying, on the other hand, said in a rather disdainful manner, it's only 15,000. What's that? Just as Li Shuo was about to say something else, Zhang Qi had already taken a step ahead of him and walked to the front. At the same time, from amongst the dragon harnessing space, Little Knight was summoned out. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar shook the sky and the earth. And then, a mouthful of dragon breath was spat out. Even Saya's skill form changed after she evolved to a juvenile stage. The dragon's breath became deeper and more terrifying. The tree spirit that had drawn most of Li Shuo's blood at once was left with no dregs by a mouthful of Knight's dragon breath. When Li Shuo looked up, he was able to see, just in time, the damage numbers of Sayaka's attack. Minus 158,963. Then, he was completely shaken. 150,000? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. Then he looked at Li Muhan. Sister, I'm dreaming, right? I just now saw 150,000 damage. Snap. Li Muhan helplessly held his forehead. This brother of hers, he is indeed a bit naive. Cui Ying snickered. Sister Muhan, this brother of yours is quite interesting. Forget it. A feeling of powerlessness arose in Li Muhan's heart. Just watch from behind and don't talk. Every time Li Shuo opened his mouth, she felt that she had lost another point of her face. What was he thinking? Actually calling this simpleton here. But, I'm a meat shield warrior. If I don't stand in front, who will carry the damage? Li Shuo had a puzzled look on his face. And at that moment, Sayaka spewed out a snort of disdain. Then another dragon's breath spewed out. The two tree spirits that were disguised on the side, before they could lift their disguises and reveal their original appearance, they were directly killed in seconds. Kill level 20 old tree spirit. Gain experience 589. Kill level 20 old tree spirit. Gain experience 592. Li Suk touched his nose. Like, it really doesn't use itself. So what is one doing here? He looked at Li Muhan and finally understood. It turned out that my sister had called herself over so that she could hit the sauce and hug the big brother's thigh. He looked at Zhang Qi, with a hint of stupidity among his clear eyes. But beyond that stupidity was the desire for thighs. Zhang Qi didn't look at any of this. And after Sayomi had finished off two more monsters, he walked as he walked. This copy of Tree Goblin Jungle is a lot simpler than Cold Ice Dense Forest. There aren't that many extra plots that we need to dig into. We just need to follow the path and kill all the monsters we see. Listening to this, Li Shuo finally understood what it meant to be a big brother. Listen, Tree Goblin Jungle is much simpler. That's a nightmare level copy. But, remembering the damage done by the big guy's dragon pet, it's pretty much a qualified statement. That's 150,000 damage. It's also horrible. Li Shuo was shocked in his heart. And at this point, Cui Ying couldn't help but also be stunned for a moment after seeing Seo kill the monster in seconds. However, it wasn't that she was surprised by Seo's damage, but rather, she said, Saya, the look seems a little different. Aha. Zhang Qi nodded. Seo has grown up a bit. Grow up. If the previous Seo was still a baby that hadn't been born for long, the current Seo was already a child of 2 or 3 years old. Before entering the Tree Goblin Jungle, Zhang Qi had already gotten all the information about this place from Tenshin. Even though nightmare level copies are different than other levels, the front is still the same. Zhang Qi said at this time, in this jungle, there are quite a few tree spirits hidden. They all disguise themselves as ordinary trees. There are real ones and fake ones here. We don't have that much time to recognize them. So, let's go with the easiest way. The easiest. The three of them hadn't understood what Zhang Qi meant. Then he saw Zhang Qi look at Xiaoyao and said, Saya, it's your turn to strike. As Zhang Qi opened his mouth, Little Light then spread her wings and flew above the sky. And after opening his mouth, he spat out a large mouthful of dragon breath. The range of the abyssal dragon's breath had increased a lot after Sayaka's form had evolved. Now a mouthful of dragon's breath went down. No more, no less, just enough to rumble all of this jungle. And then, it was to see the appearance of a large number of damage numbers. Minus 158,963. Minus 158,697. Minus 158,698. And looking in front of him, the damage numbers appeared in a series, while his own experience bar was like a rocket, rubbing upwards. Li Shua froze as he watched the scene. Then, unable to resist, he looked at Li Muhan and asked, "Sis, you top geniuses, do you brush monsters piece by piece? No wonder there's such a big gap between us. I had to fight that monster just now for quite a while." Li Muhan didn't know how to answer. Because, she was just like Li Suk. Before, Sayaka's performance was already shocking enough. But now, it's not just shocking anymore. It's the first time she's seen this scene, too. How can you brush monsters like this? Then, they were right in the middle of the shock. Upgraded. When Li Suk came, it was grade 9, or the kind that's only just gotten to level 9. And now, not long after entering the copy, level 10. It's even still half the experience of level 10. And the problem was that in the past, when he upgraded, he had to tire himself out carrying damage and be wary of whether or not he would be seconded. But now, it's not doing anything, it's upgrading. Gollum. He swallowed silently. There was only one feeling in his heart. Cool. That's cool. So cool. And at this point, Zhang Qi, however, couldn't help but furrow his brows. He's risen 2 levels in a row, but so many monsters and only 2 levels up. It made him a little less full of rank. It's a little slow. Li Suk, Li Muhan, Ying Chui. Sure enough, a bigot is a bigot. Meanwhile, in the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle, the squad formed by the Dragon District was also 4 in number. These 4 people were their carefully selected and most perfect team configuration. And, in the past, there was no harm in clearing copies. Nowadays, after the appearance of this copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle, the team was specially dispatched, so that they wanted to pass in the fastest time. And at this point, in the midst of the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, even though they were very well prepared, it was extremely difficult and they hit the wall several times. At this moment, as the team's main C, Huang Mingyuan couldn't help but curse. This jungle is also too difficult to clear, isn't it? The tree spirit is so well camouflaged that it's hard to tell at first glance which is the monster and which is the tree. Why don't we just cut down all the trees? This is taking too long. I can't tell if someone will overtake us in a while. How can it be? We're the most elite, the top team now. We're all still trapped here. There's no way a team could have gotten through. Brother Guai is right. We've only just gotten here. What are the other teams taking through? Ha ha ha. If we can't get through, it's even more unlikely that any team will. But this damn copy is really hard. The monsters have thick blood and are not easy to find. I really don't know what it takes to pass the nightmare level. Ugh. It's hard. I'm afraid it's a nightmare level, and it's impossible for anyone to pass it. I think so. With our current equipment and level, it's basically impossible to pass the nightmare level. Harm. It looks like it's never going to be possible for anyone to pass the nightmare level anytime soon. That designates yes. And if we can't get through, it's even more unlikely that anyone will. Let's get a grip and pass the king's first pass. Yes. By the way, I heard that there's some kind of dragon harnessing squad that came out recently. And from what Han said, it also went into the Tree Goblin Jungle, and it went straight into the nightmare level. Nightmare level? Where did that rash young man come from? Going straight into the nightmare level. Isn't that looking for death? Properly looking for death. Forget it. Don't bother with that. Let's step up our efforts and pass this king level. Don't bother with the other clowns. Yes, it's gone? Li Shua looked at the bare patch in front of him, which had become a scorched jungle. Whether it was trees or tree spirits, all of them had become slag. The shock in his heart could be imagined. That's a nightmare level copy. Such a big piece of monster. It's gone? It's too soon, isn't it? He quietly looked at Li Muhan. Sister, where did you find this thigh from? It's too thick. How can we stand it if it's so thick? Especially at the moment. Upon hearing that Zhang Qi wasn't really happy with it and found it a bit slow, Li Shua didn't even dare to say a word. It's true. Bigots don't even think like us ordinary people. He was a little-known genius in the Tiger District. After all, he was Li Muhan's younger brother. Li Muhan was a top genius who was able to enter the Dragon District. But even so, having seen his sister's talent and terror, after seeing Zhang Qi, Li Shua was still shocked beyond words. Not a dimension at all. After Li Shua figured out his own positioning, he immediately felt his mind was much clearer. After Zhang Qi finished brushing the monsters, naturally, a lot of gold coins as well as equipment were dropped, and Li Shua immediately stepped forward and volunteered. Big brother, let me do the dirty work like picking up equipment. After saying that, Li Shua rushed over. The equipment that exploded was average, a silver leg protector and 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Of course, 2 skill books came out instead. One copy of Heavy Slash for warriors and one copy of Phantom Moon for mages. Skill books were hard to pop out, and the degree of preciousness was higher than silver equipment. Being able to burst out 2 books at once was enough to prove that Zhang Qi's luck was still not a bit wrong. Li Shuo stared at the Heavy Slash skill book without blinking. The eyes were full of longing. Big brother. Can this be sold to me? Yeah. Zhang Qi nodded his head directly and said, just give me the market price. Thank you big guy. Thank you big guy. Li Shuo was thrilled. After receiving that Heavy Slash skill book from Zhang Qi, he did not hesitate and directly chose to use it. Heavy Slash was an extremely valuable skill amongst warriors, especially this kind of meat shield warrior, is the lack of effective means of attack, and heavy chopping, has been able to get in the early stage, the best skills. No wonder Li Shuo was so excited. As for Zhang Qi, these 2 skill books, both of which were of little use, the only use was to pay back the money. The other book, Phantom Moon, is a damage skill that favors control. Zhang Qi could learn, but he couldn't see it. The more skills you have, the better, and there's no point in taking up space with this kind of trashy skill. However, although Zhang Qi couldn't look at it, Cui Ying was salivating. As for the rest of the equipment, the same was given to them to pick first and take the rest of the picks to sell. Boss Zhang, you can't see any of these equipments? Zhang Qi nodded. These equipments are useless to me. You guys just choose first. Not bad for a bigot. Li Shuo took a closer look at Zhang Qi's staff, and when he realized that it was flickering with white light, he instantly understood that it was a platinum-grade staff. It was another wave of shock. Alright, let's get on with it. Brush up faster on this copy so we don't get robbed of the first pass. The 3 naturally disagreed with Zhang Qi's words. What kind of person swipes a nightmare-level copy so fast? The other squads were as well prepared as they could be. As a copy, like a nightmare level, often took a long time, days, or even a month. The higher the level of the copy, the longer it will take. Where it's like Zhang Qi, it's like going into a store, crunching and brushing. However, not to mention, this kind of brushing copies as if they were in the store was quite enjoyable. Not much longer. Several people then walked through the bare, burned jungle, and then, it was a large open area. This is a desert. Strange, why is it so quiet here? Li Suk couldn't help but open his mouth and asked curiously. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, slowly opened his mouth while having the information. This is the boss formation in the copy. A formation consisting of multiple bosses, in which the strength of the boss will be increased by 2 to 3% compared to the usual. What a powerful formation, Li Shuo lamented. And what's the best way to break the formation? Zhang Qi said. The best way to break the formation is to not enter the formation and destroy it outside. That way, you won't be the first to suffer a boss siege and have more time. So it is. Li Shuo came to a realization and then asked, so the boss formation is right up ahead? We'll have to be careful. Zhang Qi shook his head. Then, pointing to his feet, he said, we're right in the middle of the formation. Roar! As Zhang Qi's words fell, the ground suddenly began to shake and gravel flew up. A roaring voice resounded. And then, it was seen that the ground broke open with a bang, from which one figure after another jumped out. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 10. Li Shuo's eyes widened. 10 bosses. So how much will they raise their strength in the middle of the formation? Double it, Zhang Qi said as if nothing had happened. However, that's not the most important thing. The important thing is that if you stand in the center of the formation, you will be surrounded by 10 bosses at the same time. Then we'll be in the center. Li Shuo immediately showed a disheveled look. We're screwed. Young man, do things calmly. Zhang Qi patted Li Shuo's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Don't be staggering about everything. It's only 10 bosses. It's all a minor problem. Little. Li Suk froze and looked at Zhang Qi's back, and above Zhang Qi's head, a black dragon hovered. Its wings spread out as if it was trying to cover the sky. Chapter 27 Diamond Class Treasure Map is here too? Double reward. Roar! The dragon in the sky unfolded its wings, which were not large enough to cover the sky, but gave the impression that underneath those wings, it was enough to cover all the wind and rain above. And at this point, the flying dragon in that sky followed one person, one step at a time, towards the front. Zhang Qi took a step and walked to the very center of the formation. Sayonara hovered overhead. Not far ahead was an ebony old tree spirit, which was much darker in color than the one he had encountered before, with thicker branches and a greater sense of power. Standing in front of it, about 2 people high, in the front, with a creepy face, there is only one eye on the face, And the mouth below looks like it was carved with a knife, with leaves on both sides, as if it were a beard. It's a boss. The other 9, on the other hand, were in a circle, and they were all in formation. However, the boss's sights were all on Zhang Qi alone. Li Shuo's body trembled as he looked worriedly at Li Muhan and asked, "Sis, can he do it alone? This is 10 bosses. Can he handle it?" Li Shuo had disbelief in his eyes. Even if he had seen Zhang Qi strike earlier, he still subconsciously retorted at this time. This kind of battle, don't think that someone will be able to get through it without relying on help. One person and one favorite. It's too much beyond human perception. He hadn't seen anyone so fierce. Li Muhan didn't look at him, her eyes staring straight at Zhang Qi's back. And then, speaking softly, "He can." Li Muhan chose to believe it. Li Suk opened his mouth and said something, but no one could hear him. The roars of the bosses were already drowning it out. In the midst of the continuous roar, Zhang Qi raised his head, and in this moment, Xiao Yang understood what he meant. Who? The sound of a dragon roar came out from above the sky, covering and falling, a continuous wave of sound that directly overrode the roaring sound of the bosses, and immediately, under the sound of that dragon's roar, one boss after another, was stunned and froze on the spot. The Dragon King is shocked, or the advanced version of Dragon King Shock. After Sayaka evolved and the skill form changed, the power of this Dragon King's shock and awe became even more powerful than before. The roar not only stunned the 10 bosses, but also caused their own defense to directly drop by half. Then, Sayaka spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. The hot dragon's breath was covering them. -178,956. -185,694. -189,657. -188,569. 10 damage numbers appeared in a row. Lei Shuo, who was in the distance, didn't even see the boss's blood bar. He saw that the 10 bosses turned into ashes. Then, he was enveloped by a white light, and with a wow, he was upgraded again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He made 2 sounds in a row to express the excitement of the moment. He thought he had overestimated Zhang Qi enough, but no matter how much he overestimated, he hadn't expected it. These 10 bosses, or 10 bosses in the middle of the boss formation actually, in a single shot, he was directly eliminated in seconds? And, this damage, it was actually higher than those tree spirits before. That's nifty. It's also too fierce. Li Suk opened his mouth wide. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was already shocked beyond words. He's just getting into his copy. In a short period of time, it was already 2 levels up. More critical lies. He hasn't done anything yet. He was a meat shield profession, and he didn't go up to take the damage, and he didn't fight for the output, so he just fought from the back and leveled up 2 levels. What a treat! What's the situation? It's awesome too. Moreover, Li Shuo was aware that this dragon harnessing squad, in fact, had another team member before. That is, before it was 4 people who didn't need teammates. It was because one of them had walked out on him, and right now, Li Suk just wanted to say one thing. The one that walked away before. What kind of stupid-ass thing was that? In the middle of a team like this, you actually want to leave. This replaced him Li Shuo. Completely smashed pots and pans, dead skin, but also have to stay in this team. Such a fast upgrade. Such a cool way to upgrade. Who else would have been able to endure it? Such a big thick leg. You have to hold on to it. In this moment, Li Shuo was already making a decision in his heart. Gotta find a way. 1,000 ways. To get that leg up. There must be no surprises. No way. The sense of crisis in Li Shuo's heart was sufficient. He was only a genius from the Tiger District, and he used to think that with his qualifications, it wasn't like he didn't have a fighting chance if he wanted to make it into the team. Even the top ones. Still very good on his own. But now, after seeing Zhang Qi, Li Suk had this thought dispelled. He felt that his talent simply wasn't enough. Still have to think of something else to do. Own it. Got to show your worth. Let this Zhang Qi big man see it. If not, one's position, dispensable, would have to be replaced sooner or later. Right about this time, Li Shuo suddenly had an idea in his heart. This Zhang Qi big brother, are you single? You have a sister yourself, don't you? His eyes changed and he sneaked a glance at Li Muhan. Her own sister, who had the body for the body, the face for the face, and the talent for the talent. If this Zhang Qi big brother became his brother-in-law, wouldn't it be normal to bring his brother-in-law to upgrade? So at this moment, Li Shuo had made up his mind in his heart. Aha! One has to find a way to set it up. For your own future. And for my sister's happiness. The side of Li Muhan. Simply do not know what his brother thought in his heart. If you know, I am afraid that this time, must ring his ears. Hard to turn a few rounds. Chuiying also didn't know that her earlier thoughts had been met with an enemy. At this point, she was still immersed in the joy of the upgrade. Upgraded again. Brother Zhang is awesome. She was all jumpy with excitement. 10 bosses. Killed in seconds in an instant. Who else could do this besides Zhang Qi? That's strong. And, even then, Zhang's face didn't even fluctuate. There was even a slight frown. It didn't seem very satisfying. Take a look. What does it mean to be a bigot? That's called being a bigot. Like before. What dragon district? What 3 sacred districts top geniuses? Compared to Brother Zhang. What is that? Humph. That dragon district. Even got someone to put pressure on his own family. What a shame. Want to deal with Zhang? Do you have the strength? Joker. At the same time, it occurred to her. Think of the exiting Lin Yuan. No matter how much difficulty Lin Yuan had, it was his choice to quit. At this time, if he knew that Zhang was powerful, he was afraid that his intestines would be green with remorse. After the 10 bosses are brushed, giving more experience, Zhang Qi looked at his level and was actually level 15 without realizing it. He pulled up his attribute panel to do so. Occupational panel. Name, Zhang Qi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master. First turn. Level, 15, 32,500 experience required until next upgrade. Blood, 2,900. Magic, 1,150. Strength, 123. Intelligence, 262. Agility, 113. Equipment, Kamikaze Set, Gold. Cold Spirit Staff. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Claws. Ice and Snow. Dragon Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Saomi. The attributes grew quite a bit. Of course, the increase in one's own attributes was nothing. What was even more terrifying had to belong to Sayaka's panel. Blackwing Demon Dragon, Juvenile. Master, Zhang Qi. Level, Mythic, Common. Rare, Legendary. Mythic. Level, 15, 32. 500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 48,000. Magic, 18, 500. Strength, 1968. Intelligence, 1,500. Agility, 1,500. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet Equipment, Inferno Dragon's Blade, Diamond level. At a level 15, the blood level was already nearly 50. 000. Among the 3 dimensions, strength was already nearly 2,000, while the other attributes, 2, were at 15,000. This kind of attribute, that is, he oversteps the level to brush this kind of high difficulty copy. The same is not much pressure. And right now, just as Zhang Qi had killed 10 bosses in seconds, he was about to check the boss drops. Among the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle, Huang Mingyuan swung the staff in his own hand in succession, his face becoming increasingly ugly. How to fight? How are we going to fight this boss? 5 bosses in one piece, and connected in a formation, giving their already terrifying attributes yet another boost. There's no way anyone can beat this. It's impossible. This damn copy. It's not even passable. Huang Mingyuan had begun to curse when he reached the back, because by this time, the front row of their team's meat shield warriors were already empty-blooded. He had thought that, having survived that jungle with great difficulty, what awaited behind should be easier. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as tough as it was before. But it's not expected. The difficulty of this ladder has increased too much at once. They still had read some information and were not in the center of the formation. If not, being surrounded by 5 bosses, it would have been impossible to survive. It was feared that in an instant, their small group would be annihilated. What to do? What are we going to do now? There's no way to pass this mother ******** ing copy. Yeah, there's no way to get through. There's no way out. If we keep dragging on, there's only one end for us. We'll be destroyed by the group. At this time, Huang Mingyuan said. He was very upset, but there was nothing more he could do. He said, it seems that we can only retreat. After all, although he was able to hold out for a while longer, the front row meat shield warriors could no longer hold out. If they forced themselves to hold on any longer, there would only be one result, and that would be the front rows being seconded, and then their entire team being wiped out here. So, with no other choice, Huang Mingyuan opened his mouth. Retreat! Let's prepare a little bit and then we can just enter this copy. When Huang Mingyuan opened his mouth, the others were also relieved. No way. This king's grade copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle was bringing them too much pressure. In the end, this strongest elite team from the Dragon region chose to exit the copy. After exiting, they couldn't help but lament. This copy is really too difficult. It's worthy of being newly appeared. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid that within a month, it's hard for anyone to pass the king level. Yeah, the king level is just too difficult. Even for us, it's even more impossible for other teams. And the news of this elite team from the Dragon region, coming out of the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, spread quickly. Well, how about the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle? Did it pass? It must have passed. Even the elite team from the Dragon district has personally come out. If they can't pass, then they won't have a team. And the Dragon district responded in a big way. It's very unfortunate that I didn't pass the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, this time. The copy was too tough. And I need to prepare for it again. What? Even the Dragon district team couldn't pass the king level? Geez. This copy is too hard. You can't even pass the king level, let alone the even harder nightmare level. It seems like there's actually a team entering a nightmare level copy. Then it must have quit a long time ago. It's so hard at the king level, let alone the nightmare level. Not really. It's the dragon harnessing squad that passed the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, and they're still in the middle of the copy. What? Is it hard to really pass? How can that be? It must have been just stalling by staying in there and stalling for time. The news that the dragon harnessing squad hadn't come out yet had also reached the ears of Huang Mingyuan and the others. In the middle of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, so far? Looks like it's just dragging time in it, trying to clam up. Yeah, even the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, is that difficult, let alone nightmare level. I'm afraid they won't even make it through that first wave. The jungle definitely can't go through. We were in the middle of that jungle and paid such a big price. This just barely passed. What gives them the right? Ha ha ha, we can wait to see their jokes. At this time, Huang Mingyuan and the others all burst out laughing. Their squad, too, had cleared quite a few nightmare level difficulty copies, believing in their own and other people's judgment of the copy. In their opinion, this dragon harnessing squad is really a clown, not to mention passing the level. Even if they can pass the first wave of monsters, it is a problem. Therefore, Huang Mingyuan and the others, too, did not hide their mockery at all. It was directly posted in the forum. Like this dragon harnessing squad, this kind of claptrap has absolutely no chance of passing the copy. This copy, we are very vocal about it. A king level copy. Within a month, it's impossible for another team to be able to pass it. And nightmare level, at least a year. After this post was made, it naturally caused a hot debate. Big Brother is right. It's impossible for anyone to pass a copy of this difficulty in a short period of time. Yeah, this is the assertion of the Dragon District's Big Brother. And we trust the Big Brother's judgment. That dragon harnessing squad, there's no way that's even possible. And among these people, among them was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also sighed after seeing it. To be honest, he was of the opinion that the dragon harness squad had this hope. But, again, he had delusions in his mind. What if he doesn't pass? After all, he had already quit the dragon harness squad, and all of the dragon harness squad's next honors had nothing to do with him. Even, next, if the dragon harness squad really did do something impressive, he, Lin Yuan, would definitely be reduced to a laughingstock, because he, Lin Yuan, had opted out of the dragon harness squad on his own. Harm. At this time, Lin Yuan's mind was torn, and right now, it was in the middle of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Once again, Li Shuo couldn't control himself while picking up his equipment. Platinum grade equipment. Exploding platinum grade equipment. After brushing copies for so long, this was the first time he had seen platinum level equipment. Especially, or two in a row. Tree Spirits Wrapped Gauntlets. Level, Platinum. Where requirements, level 15. Attributes, Blood plus 400. Strength plus 50. Tree Spirits Guardian. The wearer will restore 5% of their maximum life every 5s. 7% increase in the wearer's strength. Tree Spirits Wrapped Legs. Level, Platinum. Where requirements, level 15. Attributes, Blood plus 400. Strength plus 40. Assistance of the Tree Spirit, wearer's agility increased by 7%. Rooted, when staying put for 10s. Your defense is increased by 50%, but your movement speed is reduced by 100%. The properties of both pieces of equipment are fair. However, it is more suitable for front row warriors to wear. Sure, Li Shuo didn't say anything. After all these monsters were brushed off by Zhang Qi alone. It would make sense for him to take all the equipment. As long as Zhang Qi didn't open his mouth, he would never mention anything about buying equipment. As a qualified lapdog, this is a basic quality. Never be able to give Big Brother a hard time. And apart from the 2 platinum pieces of equipment, it's nothing. This equipment Zhang Qi didn't intend to wear himself. The attributes were nothing suitable. Moreover, there was no experience bonus. But whether or not to sell it to Li Shuo, he still needed to examine it. He didn't want another one like Lin Yuan to come out. Even if it was Lin Muhan's brother, he was not willing, just because of that, to let go of this mouth. And Li Suk understood and didn't say anything. There was even less of an upset reaction. After the boss formation is passed, next, nothing fancy, there should be a final boss, and then the copy is sort of over. This was the reason why Zhang Qi chose this copy. It was simple and fast. Sure, what was true for Zhang Qi might not be true for others, because most people can't even get past the first wave of monsters. To be able to brush monsters as quickly and efficiently as Zhang Qi did, that was simply impossible. At this very moment, Zhang Qi suddenly remembered that he was in possession of a diamond-grade treasure map, and the location of that treasure map. It seems it's in this neighborhood? Zhang Qi blinked. No way. Such a coincidence? Zhang Qi then took out the diamond-grade treasure map. As a result, following its guidance, it was really in the neighborhood. And it's the same as the final boss location. Zhang Qi's face suddenly looked a bit odd. So this treasure map is actually the treasure trove of that final boss? It's not. For something like this, wouldn't it be your own after you kill the boss? Worthy of a diamond treasure map? Chapter 28. Boss actually begged for mercy? Tension. What's going on? Yi Tingyun looked at the tension in front of him and revealed his dissatisfaction. Old man, I handed Zhang Qi over to you, and this is how you did it. Not only did you make this mistake in the practicing lineup, you actually made the entire dragon region denounce him. You're really getting back on your feet as a minister. In the beginning, I trusted you before letting you be in charge of this matter. And now, it's come to this. If you really can't do it, then put Zhang Qi in the demon suppression army. In the Jin demon army, there will never be so many laborious things. Yi Tingyun's eyebrows rose. His face was full of anger. He said, in the devil suppressor army, I'll see which one dares to commit such a crime. I'll chop him up. Don't look at Yi Tingyun in front of Zhang Qi. It was amiable, but those who knew him knew that this one was never one to be messed with. It's not uncommon to go straight for the jugular at the drop of a hat, and the Jin demon army is under this one. If Zhang Qi really went to the demon suppression army, he would be no different from a prince. But that would go against what Tenshin had in mind. So, Tenshin shook his head. Here in Zhang Qi, I have another arrangement. And that place, isn't it going to be ready? Yi Tingyun hummed while saying, is almost done. It took the power of our 33rd turn priesthoods to specially create the secret realm. After Yi Tingyun said this, his face revealed a proud expression. He said, with this secret realm in place, Kid Zhong's level will definitely rise even faster. As Yi Tingyun's words fell, Tenshin smiled, revealing the appearance of an old fox as he said, you should not be too clear about Zhang Qi's situation today. Guess where he is now? Yi Tingyun froze slightly. Isn't it in a copy? What level of copy would it be? Do you think? Warrior class? King class? Yi Tingyun said 2 in a row. However, Tenshin just shook his head. Yi Tingyun stared at him, revealing an incredulous look and said, you're not going to let him go to an adventure level copy, right? Pust, how could you think that about me? No matter how unpleasant I am, I wouldn't let Zhang Qi go to an adventure level copy. Yi Tingyun stroked his chin. You kid, you can't be accurate. I won't be surprised if you do anything. He looked back. So you mean, Zhang Kid is now in the middle of a nightmare level copy? That's more or less risky. If you want to pass, you'll have to let quite a few people lead you, right? Zhongli, however, still shook his head. No, Zhang Qi is the main C. Other than him, all of them are average except for a support class that's a bit more powerful. Yi Tingyun narrowed his eyes at once, staring at Tenshin. You kid, you're not making fun of old me, are you? He's a newbie. He hasn't even swiped a few copies, and you're asking him to become a Master C and enter a nightmare level copy on his own? Yi Tingyun's face clouded over. Tenshin, you'd better give old man an explanation. However, looking at Yi Tingyun's such a serious look, Tenshin continued to say nonchalantly, the first copy that Zhang Qi passed through was the cold ice dense forest. For this copy, Elder Yi should have heard of it a bit. Yi Tingyun nodded. It's considered one of the hardest amongst the novice copies. But, even if he passes this copy, he still doesn't have the potential to go on to become a nightmare-level copy master. C. Tenshin shook his head. But the first copy he passed through was the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. And it's the main C, the well-deserved main C. Immediately, Tenshin took the information of the rest of the Dragon Harness squad to Yi Tingyun. Elder Yi, look, this is the information of the members of his team at that time. Yi Tingyun was directly silent after reading this information. Half-heartedly, he said incredulously, the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, that Zhang Qi passed through with just these people? Yes, when I first found out, I didn't believe it either. But it's true, and now, he went into the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. I think this kid still has a high probability of passing. Boy, Yi Tingyun rubbed his chin. That was pretty quick baby. Originally, the importance they placed on Zhang Qi was all on being able to solve those 3 dragon eggs. As for Zhang Qi's own strength, they didn't think much of it. The Dragon Kingdom is full of geniuses. Who of them, personally, wasn't a genius when they were young? There's too much genius. Therefore, even if Zhang Qi's talent was better, it wouldn't matter. But I didn't expect it. Zhang Qi's talent, it's not better, it's as good as it gets. The boy, Yi Tingyun couldn't help but reveal a smile. It's really not in vain that we spent so much to create a leveling mecha just for him. Elder Yi, I have another idea, Zhang Li said at this time. Anyway, with this secret realm created, it won't be able to be utilized to the maximum extent if simply Zhang Qi enters alone. So why not elect some geniuses and let them enter together? Yi Tingyun nodded his head. The old man also has the idea of letting some of the people amongst the demon suppression army come in as well. Geniuses from all over the world are fine, and also let them see what it means to be outside of the crowd, and grind that condescending nature. Then it's decided. The two sort of finalized this. Of course, everything had to wait for Zhang Qi to come out from among the copies. Captain, when are we going to enter that king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, again? Cultivate for another half an hour. Then, we will enter again. This king level first pass must be ours in the dragon region. No one will be able to do anything about it. So, we have to seize all the time. There must be no slip-ups. Huang Mingyuan opened his mouth. Yes, hearing Huang Mingyuan's words, the other team members also looked like they were pumped up. As long as we pass the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, then the Dragon Harness squad will be a complete joke. Humph, what a way to find death. Actually daring to enter a copy across levels, or a copy we had already chosen earlier. Isn't this deliberately provoking our dragon region? We haven't even made a move yet, but he came first instead. This time, let's show him how powerful our dragon region is. Alright, go fix up. Buy the potions that you need to buy. Buy them quickly, and in half an hour, we'll gather here again and enter the duplicate again. Yes, soon after, these geniuses from the dragon region scattered around and went to get ready. And right here and now, in the middle of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, the battlefield has been thoroughly cleaned up. Li Shuan naturally played his part and meticulously picked up everything. Then, one by one, they were given to Zhang Qi. From this point of view, Li Shuo was much better than Lin Yuan. This, Tree Goblin Jungle, isn't as complicated as the other copies. Next, it's much simpler to beat the final boss and be able to pass. Simplicity, efficiency, that's why I chose this copy, Zhang Qi explained. However, for this reason of his, the remaining 3 could not agree, because this would have been difficult to pass if they had been replaced, even if, for example, there was another top genius. It's too hard. That first wave of monsters alone, they all found it incredibly difficult. Not to mention, there are still 10 bosses in the back, or a boss formation. It's difficult. Li Muhan even suspected that if they were level 20 and came in with a godly outfit, they wouldn't even be able to fight for a month, which is like Zhang Qi, who kills directly in seconds. However, this was something that Zhang Qi could indeed say. And, the compulsion is strong. It's very mellowly loaded. Big Brother Chung. At this moment, Li Shuo couldn't help but rub his hands together and came over next to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi looked at him. What's up? What? Can you bring me along again for the next copy? I can pay for it. It's kind of common to pay for practicing. Zhang Qi smiled softly. It's okay. Li Shuo immediately became excited. He definitely didn't want to miss out on such a fast leveling team. And, he also had plans of his own, turning a bigot into a brother-in-law. It's a long way to go. The four continued toward the depths. On the way, there were still a few monsters, but they were all disposed of in a very dry manner. The remaining experience brought Zhang Qi close to level 16. Sure enough, it's still the nightmare level copies that are faster to upgrade. Not long after, the few came to a large plain. Right in the center, there was a huge tree. The tree was so tall that it towered right in the center of the room, straight up into the sky. Even if you raise your head, you can't seem to see the top of it. As if, instead of a tree, it was a pivot connecting heaven and earth. What a big tree! Can't even see the head. Chueying couldn't help but feel emotional. I can't believe I'm still seeing this view. The tree was full of branches and leaves, and a large area of shade shaded down below. There was a wind blowing and a number of leaves shook and rustled. Here you are, young people. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. What man? Li Shua immediately revealed a wary look and hastily looked around. Instead, a soft laugh was heard. Ha! Don't panic. It's me. I mean no harm. When he looked again, the sky-high tree, at a position off the root, emerged with a pale face. That face, it looked kind, especially the two extremely long whiskers that drooped all the way to the ground. When the face appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the four people. 10,000-year-old tree. Grade, 25. Blood, 120. 000. Attack, 350. Skills. Background, rooted in this realm for 10,000 years. The tree's roots extend to every part of the world, and it knows the news from every corner. Try to communicate with him and you might get a nice reward. Can't see the skills? Upon seeing this message, the four of them were stunned for a moment. What's going on here? And, try to communicate and maybe get a nice reward? It was the first time they had encountered this kind of boss. This final boss. How is it? Is it possible to talk to it and then get a reward? The four of you. You've sort of worked hard all the way here, and I've seen how hard you've worked. Although I am among the copies, the final boss, but the old man is quiet by nature and doesn't like to fight, much less fight with you. How about this? I'll give you some equipment and send you out of here, so you'll be considered cleared. I wonder if that's possible. Ha! Upon hearing this, a few people froze outright. What did it say? Li Suk doubted his ears and suspected that he had heard wrong. He had never encountered a boss like this before. What is this? Begging for mercy? Willing to offer to give equipment and then send them away from their copy and still count them as a pass? That's a good thing. All of a sudden, Li Shua revealed a joyful expression. This nightmare level copy, so hard, and this final boss, but it had a full 120,000 blood volume. It's going to be a monkey fight. And what about now? Since there is this quicker way to pass, it is naturally a good thing. There was also Chueying who had this thought. Chueying also revealed a joyful expression. Then, in a hurry, he said, "What equipment? We have to see it before we can tell you if we agree or not." She was still savvy enough to know that she needed to see the gear first. The old tree burst into light laughter. As it should be, what the old man has given you will naturally not be ordinary goods. As the old tree's words fell, 4 branches drew out, and on each branch, it carried a bright ball of light. And, within the ball of light, there was still a dazzling white light flickering. Li Suk's eyes went straight for a moment. Platinum level equipment. Moreover, the equipment chosen by this old tree was still specifically suited for each of them. Obviously, it was purposely selected. For Li Muhan, it was a very beautiful bracelet. For Li Suk, it was a platinum shield. The one given to Chueying was a platinum longbow. And for Zhang Qi, earrings. Even, it took out a ball of light after taking out these 4 equipment. Floating it in front of Zhang Qi, he continued, "I have a destiny with my little friend, so I'll give you an extra copy." The ball of light broke open and it was actually a skill book. Rhythm of Life, after releasing a skill, reduces other skills' chanting time, reduces other skills' cooldown time by 10%, and speeds up your own mana recovery. Cooldown time 30 minutes. What a strong skill. At this moment, Chueying shouted out. This could be considered too strong for a legal profession like them. This skill book alone was able to top 2 pieces of platinum level equipment. This old tree, it's kind of a sincere pull, giving away so much at once. All 3 were heartened. Then, it was to cast his eyes towards Zhang Qi. Chueying said, "Brother Zhang, big brother Chung." Li Muhan pursed her lips, and in the end, she didn't pull down her face to open her mouth. Seeing this, that old tree looked at Zhang Qi and said, "Is little friend not satisfied? If not, old man can replace it for little friend." After so many years, The old man has never fought with anyone, so he really doesn't want to cause any more trouble. The old tree sighed. Wouldn't you like to fulfill me? Not even the rewards can impress little friend? Zhang Qi finally raised his head and looked at the old tree, saying, is it true that if you die, these rewards are ours too? One sentence caused all three of them to be stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Li Shuo exclaimed in shock. Suddenly he felt that Big Brother Zhong's words made so much ing sense. Yeah, when this old tree dies, the equipment has to explode. And extra experience. There may even be other rewards in Feng. They were all blindsided by the platinum equipment. It's still Big Brother Chung who sees things through. Cui Yang and Li Muhan on the side were also stunned. Then a quick nagging came. Sure, the most important reason for Zhang Qi's refusal was not these. Rather, he had a diamond-level treasure map in his hand, which already indicated that in this place, there was a share of treasure. That's a diamond-class treasure map. How great a treasure must it be to be recorded? If this were not for this treasure map, to be honest, perhaps Zhang Qi would have agreed to take the reward and just leave. But, not anymore. This old tree spirit actually dared to covet his treasury. You still want to take something out of his treasury and share it with yourself? It's really outrageous. Who can stand this old thing? What a good plan. Ugh, in that case, there seems to be no avoiding it. With this old tree after the words fell, suddenly, wow, row after row of roots poked out of the ground at once, densely packed. It is already all over the place. Then look at the old tree. The appearance has changed. The previous amiable and kind look, all disappeared, replaced by a bizarre gloom. Even above the tree branches, blood began to drip out. 10,000-year-old demon tree. Grade, 25. Blood volume, 100,000. Attack power, 300. Skills, devour. Root grudge. Grudge drive. Tree spirit summoning. Camouflage. Boss technique. World sucking. After the roots of the tree have spread out, you can suck the power of the entire world for your own use and restore your state. Background, an evil demon that is absorbed in the tree spirit realm, feeding on the entire tree spirit realm and sucking up the sustenance of the entire world. Given time, it can completely suck up a side of the world and destroy all living beings. This old tree shifted from its original appearance and became evil. Attributes are also reduced. Obviously, Fang had deliberately disguised himself after trying to deceive Zhang Qi and the others with a higher attribute so that they would know what to do. But it's a shame Zhang Qi didn't fall for it. Damn old thing. Li Shuo couldn't help but curse. How dare you deceive us? After seeing that the properties were different before and after, how could they not think that they had been cheated? And what this old tree had shown earlier was like an elder. But now, just a downright evil tree demon. Not to mention, being rooted in the world and using the whole world as sustenance. I've already given you guys a chance, and you don't cherish it. In that case, it's not my fault. This tree demon roared angrily. Immediately, there were dozens of tree branches, which came in an overwhelming swipe. Just roar. In the end, under a furious roar from Little Knight, these dozens of tree branches, along with that tree demon, were directly stunned. Then, Sayaka took a mouthful of dragon breath and cauterized the branch. Ah! The tree demon let out a roar of pain. Zhang Qi looked at him with a coldness in his eyes. Since you've already shown yourself, then, just go in peace. Roar! The tree demon roared, but Little Knight's mouthful of dragon breath was already spewing out on it. Flames, blazing. Throughout the branches, flames pulsed. Chapter 29, the sidebooks were all blown up. Big Brother Zhong is too fierce. This dragon's breath of Xiaoyang, what was cauterized and raised, was not an ordinary flame, but the flame of the abyss. So, when this flame is attached, it is going to be more painful. Ah! The tree demon let out a wail of pain. Immediately, there were damage numbers rapidly jumping up from its body. Minus 47,869. Minus 37,423. The damage was actually getting lower. Even, by the time that the tree demon's life was almost not much left, it actually roared down with a roar. The roots of the trees underground twitched frantically. Breath after breath of life was injected into the tree demon. And after, plus 100,000, blood is full. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Shuo couldn't help but burst out when he saw the scene. What is this thing? How can it even replenish blood? Li Muhan, who was on the side, was much calmer. After seeing this scene at this moment, he said, looks like it's triggering the boss technique. Boss technique? Li Shuo was stunned. Then remembered the information about this tree demon that he had seen earlier. The world sucks. In the event of a severe injury, it will absorb the power of the entire world to restore itself to its state. At first, Li Shuo hadn't taken this skill to heart. After all, how much can be recovered even if the state is restored? Normal boss, half of it is already the limit. But, did this go straight back to full strength? This is also the Zhong big brother out. This is if you change the general team. This consumes thousands of hard work. A whole team, all the people grinding a month, or even more time. It is not easy to grind this boss to the empty blood. Outcome. People have a boss technique that directly recovers full. What's the point of having a heart attack? A whole team of their own, who had taken the time and effort to fight for so long, were just about to kill the boss, but it turned out to be full of status straight away. I have to say, this boss skill, it's too perverse. At the same time, Li Shuo also thought, under these circumstances, it was simply impossible for a team to pass against such a boss. This boss technique is just too sick. Pity. This boss was even more perverted, but it had met the even more perverted Zhang Qi. When Seo took a bite of dragon breath, the boss was already empty of blood, forced to trigger a boss technique. However, with Seomi's damage reduced by that much, it was possible to see how high the boss's defense was. Compared to those previous bosses, it was not a level at all. After triggering the boss technique, Zhang Qi also revealed a hint of surprise. It was true that he hadn't expected that this tree demon was actually able to return the status straight back to full. But what can you do even if you are in full condition? Sayaka instantly understood what Zhang Qi meant. A dragon's roar sound shook the sky and the earth. A trace of dullness appeared in the middle of the evil eyes of that tree demon, who had only just regained his full state. The Dragon King is shocked. The tree demon was stunned straight away. Then, Sayaka immediately took another bite of dragon breath. Minus 58,693. Minus 59,526. That's enough damage for a straight second. Only, since it wasn't instant damage, it had a slight lag. Just the moment the first damage appeared, the boss technique was actually activated again. And once again, it was back to full strength. What? This skill can actually be activated. Li Shuo was directly shocked. Such a perverted skill that can actually be activated twice in a short period of time. There's no cooldown. No limit? The two of them, Li Muhan and Cui Ying, also revealed expressions of disbelief. After all, normally, such a perverted skill would be difficult to unleash in a short period of time. However, not only did this tree demon unleash it twice in a short period of time, there was even a third time, plus 100,000. The tree demon's blood level, for the third time, was back to full. This caused the faces of a few people, all of them, to stare a bit more intensely. The fact that this tree demon was able to use this skill like this meant that it would be able to get its status back to full as long as it wasn't instantly killed in seconds. The problem lies in not knowing how many times it can be used. This skill, if it can be used like this all the time, what's the point of fighting? However, just when a few people were thinking like this, steeply, right in the distance, boom, a loud voice came. After looking, it is found that this world, actually a piece of the violent collapse, exposing a huge opening on one side. After realizing this scene, Li Muhan steeply thought of something and said, that's right, it didn't use this boss technique without a price. Only, that price was not paid by it. Her face turned not so pretty. This tree demon is rooted in this world and sucks the energy of this world, which means that every time it uses a boss skill, the one it pays the price for is this world. And with too much skill use, this world, perhaps, will collapse. It will completely overthrow and cease to exist. Li Shuo was shocked. It was the first time he had heard of such a difficult boss. Then what do I have to do to beat this boss? Unless it's a direct second, it will always be back in shape. And, after a number of restorations, it will cause the destruction of this world. Then, when the time comes, there's no way for them to escape. So it seems that this boss, it's near insurmountable. In an instant, all three of them came with a look of concentration on their faces. Then, together, they looked at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi also frowned slightly. It was indeed tricky. Even if he had asked Little Knight to utilize the Dragon King's shock to stun this tree demon. But, still useless. Whenever blood is lacking, it uses a boost technique to recover directly. Right now it seems to be a stalemate. There's nothing better to do. Especially, after realizing the terrifying damage of Xiao Yang, this tree demon simply used his skills to recover directly whenever his blood level was not enough. Give no quarter. It left Zhang Qi with no chance to find a way to set fire to the area. What's it going to take? Li Muhan's state had already been added long ago, and right now, There was no more room for improvement. Sayaka's abyssal dragon's breath has an exile chance, while desperate dragon's claw has a spike chance. But the probability is too low. Zhang Qi was skeptical that before betting this probability out, this side of the world had already been destroyed first. What's it gonna be? His brow was deeply furrowed, almost wrinkled into a chuan. It's almost insoluble. Unless one could find a way to break this skill of his that was able to recover all the time. And so on. Zhang Qi suddenly had a flash of light in his head. Immediately, it was shouted, "Sayaka! Attack its root position!" Sayaka immediately spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath towards the root. Minus 60,142. Plus 100,000. Minus 59,863. Plus 100,000. Minus 60,269. Plus 100,000. With the use of multiple boss skills, steeply, it collapsed near the roots of this tree demon. The collapse of this place allowed the four to see, at the very first moment, the dense, rooted roots of this tree demon in the lower part of the location. It's completely intricate and has been all over the place. No wonder it was able to restore itself to full status in such a short period of time. Good boy. This is densely packed. 10,000 years. This tree demon did nothing but root here. It's too terrifying. I'm afraid that this tree demon is already going to become one with this world. Li Muhan was the one who looked the most carefully while she said, "From the looks of it, the energy of this world has been sucked up by it almost to the extent that it will be able to suck up all of it as long as it takes a while longer. No wonder it was willing to give us a reward and send us away before. If we leave, I'm afraid it won't be long before this world is absorbed clean by it and completely destroyed." So it is. It dawned on Chueying as well. It doesn't want to be disturbed by us, and with so many roots, I'm afraid that nothing can be hidden from it at all. It should have seen the terror of Brother Zhong and Little Night long ago. Now, the reason why this tree demon was willing to give a reward and send them away earlier was found, and they wondered what Zhang Qi was going to do. Even if Sayumi had horrific damage, she wouldn't be able to kill this tree demon in seconds in the first place. So, in that case, this tree demon would still be able to get its status back to full. If it continues like this, then in the end, they will be destroyed along with this place. Zhang Qi would never not know about this. But, even knowing that, he was still letting Sayaka do it. What's he gonna do? Big brother Chung. Li Shuo couldn't hold back, so he opened his mouth. Zhang Qi smiled gently. Since it keeps recovering, it's just a matter of cutting off the root it's recovering from. But, how does this cut off? Li Shuo was still puzzled. Zhang Qi smiled without saying anything. Li Shuo then became even more puzzled. He really couldn't think of any other way, at a time like this, to crack the situation. And naturally, Zhang Qi didn't say anything. He was getting more and more in tune with Sayaka now. Sometimes even with a single look, Sayaka was able to understand what Zhang Qi meant. And right now, after the root was completely exposed, Xiaoyang was authorized by Zhang Qi to spit out a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath. This dragon's breath was spewed out, and it instantly attached itself to those roots in the ground. At the same time, Sayumi turned on the aura of the Diamond Great Inferno Dragon's Blade, and the damage was increased once again. Moreover, when this mouthful of dragon's breath was spat out, it was accompanied by the breath of the Inferno Dragon. All kinds of damage is added to the mix. The flames in the lower part of the building were set ablaze in an instant, and it was spreading wildly in all directions. The following are all roots. The flame naturally burns incomparably fast. It was hardly long before the fire was blazing below. The burning of this flame didn't do much damage to the tree demon, just a few thousand at a time. However, these several thousand damage had caused the tree demon, which was originally quite calm, to go completely insane. Spin. They are just desperate, frantically beating with their branches. The moment he saw that this tree demon was suddenly so crazy, Li Shuo froze, asked in disbelief, "What is it doing? A few thousand damage doesn't even pose a threat to it. Why is it suddenly acting like it's crazy?" Li Muhan looked at it for a long time and then understood. She said, "Because what Zhang Qi is doing right now is trying to burn off all of its buried roots down there. As long as it completely burns off those roots, then it won't have the means to use its boss technique anymore. And without a boss technique, it has only one ending, only death." In this moment, even Li Muhan had to marvel at Zhang Qi's careful observation, actually being able to come up with such a treatment based on the exposed roots of the tree demon after it had used its boss technique many times. And it was intended to burn all of its roots, thus leaving the boss completely without a source of recovery. In that case, this boss, it will be able to be solved. Li Shuo understood and marveled at the same time. No wonder this tree demon is suddenly in such a hurry. Big brother Zhong is going to burn its roots. There's no way for it to recover from now on. It'll lose then. Not bad for big brother Chung. He'd been standing here for so long that there was nothing else on his mind except that he was finished. And unlike big brother, a solution was found in such a short period of time. That was awesome. Phew! Terrifying flames blazed up. The branches of the tree demon, even though they were frantically pumping, were still unable to pump Little Knight. As for Zhang Qi, he avoided the range of its attack early on. That tree demon was only capable of impotent rage, then turned to whip the blazing fire that was burning. However, it was fine if it didn't draw the flames, but once it did, the flames instantly attached themselves, and along with the branch, burned onto its entire body. At once, it was a tree of fire. Ah! The tree demon roared in pain. Only, it didn't have the slightest idea what to do in the face of this fiery flame that burned its roots. Even the roots had been burned off for the most part in that few moments. It used the boss technique, only to realize that it was no longer restoring all of its blood, only able to return 1/3. Enough! Zhang Qi smiled, then said, Saya, finish it off. Roar! Little Knight let out a roar, and a direct Dragon King shock was what caused the tree demon to enter a dazed state. And then, a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath was spat out. Terrifying damage numbers appeared instantly. -85,269, -87,569. Under 2 numbers, that tree demon's blood bar was completely emptied. And it couldn't recover from any more boss techniques that it could push. The tree demon in the firelight, grimacing, stared tightly at Zhang Qi. Eventually, it was completely fixed. Boom! The tree demon blew up. A massive amount of experience was pouring into Zhang Qi's body. This tree demon had been here for 10,000 years, sucking the power of this world. And at the end, Zhang Qi resolved it. Wow! White light flashed. Zhang Qi rose several levels in a row. Level 22. He was only at level 15 when he entered the copy. However, it wasn't long before he had risen to level 22. Even Li Shuo and the others, who didn't participate in the battle much, also enjoyed the upgrade. Li Shuo was thrilled. This copy trip was so worth it. What was that guy's name again? Lin Yuan, right? Thanks to Lin Yuan, Li Shuo exclaimed in his mind. Thank you Lin Yuan, this big idiot. If it wasn't for you, how could I have this opportunity? So cool. Upgrades are so fast. Ha 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 ha. It's so nice to hold a thigh. Brother-in-law is so strong. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Li Shuo's mind. It was also that Li Muhan didn't know. Otherwise, he would have made Li Shuo suffer a bit. When the tree demon died, it was naturally a magnificent explosion. Among them, a brilliant light was especially dazzling. The light, which nearly overshadowed the others, attracted the attention of everyone at once. Li Shuo's mouth was straight and he exclaimed, Diamond grade! Bursting diamond grade equipment! Golem! He swallowed silently, eyes straight. However, he also knew that this copy was all of Zhang Qi's, so naturally, the equipment, too, should be all of his. But, it's good to see. That's diamond level equipment. That's enviable. Oh, Zhang Qi's eyes moved slightly. He actually exploded the diamond level equipment, which was out of his expectation. After all, the platinum level equipment explosion rate was already very low. As for the diamond level, it was pitifully low. And this tree demon, bursting with a diamond level equipment, it wasn't a wasted death. Sure, Zhang Qi wouldn't be swept off his feet just because of a single piece of diamond grade equipment in the area. But he remembered that the diamond grade treasure map had recorded that there was a large treasure trove here. So, after Zhang Qi approached, he didn't take the first opportunity to collect the equipment scattered on the ground. The sparkling diamond equipment was casually placed to the side, and Zhang Qi didn't even take a look at it. After seeing this scene, Li Suk's eyes went straight. Take a look. What a bigot. Now that's what I call a bigot. Diamond level gear doesn't even bother. Wouldn't even pick it up. That's the eye of the big man. When would he, Li Shuo, be able to reach the level of a big brother? No, it's to the level of brother-in-law. At this moment in Li Shuo's mind, Zhang Qi was already his brother-in-law by default. Zhang Qi's brows furrowed slightly as he surveyed around. Where is the treasure trove? After a few more moments of searching, finally, he saw something wrapped in roots underneath that root, right underneath the tree demon. After the roots were cleared away, it was a sight to see. 10,000-year-old tree demon's treasure trove. So it's here. Without hesitation, Zhang Qi put away this treasure trove. The things within this treasure trove are certainly not bad. After all, the fact that the tree demon was able to promise so many things before meant that it must have accumulated quite a lot. And where can this treasure be? Naturally, it's in the treasure chest. After putting the treasure trove away, Zhang Qi had the time to check what exactly the tree demon had exploded. The first thing is the sparkling diamond-grade equipment. More crucially, it was this diamond-level equipment that suited him well. 10,000-year-old tree demon's breastplate. Grade, diamond. Wear requirements, level 20, summoner, dragon master. Attributes, intelligence of the wearer plus 120. Joy, the summoner and the favored animal are in the same range, and can restore 1% of their own status every second. Range is related to the summoner's intelligence. Sucking, after killing the monster, there is sucking its body, again gaining part of the experience. There is a smaller probability of condensing the treasure pearl to come. Disguise, the wearer can disguise himself as an old tree, 20 levels above his own level before he will be detected. Frenzy, lose 20% of the wearer's maximum blood, for a 50% increase in pet damage, stackable. No cooldown. Hiss. After reading the attributes of this equipment, even Zhang Qi could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This property. Perfect. Then, Zhang Qi directly put it on and utilized his sucking skill to suck the tree demon's body once again. Sure enough, once again, a number of experiences emerged, and a dark green colored bead appeared in his hand. 10,000 years of tree demon's pearl, life limit increased by 1,000 after use. Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes. This luck. The first time you use suction, you condense a treasure pearl? It's not a bad addition to your own luck. It's so worth it. And right now, just as Li Shuo wanted to inquire about the attributes of this equipment, he stepped up. Boom! A loud sound came over instantly. Then, this side of the world, it began to shake. It was shaky, so much so that all four of them were a little unsteady on their feet. Zhang Qi figured out the reason at once and immediately said, "Not good. This tree demon is rooted too deeply. Now that we kill this tree demon, the roots it left behind will lose their vitality. This world, it's going to collapse." What? In an instant, the other three were all shocked. "We can't stay much longer. Let's leave quickly. This place is going to explode." After saying that, Zhang Qi was the one who collected all the equipment and other things scattered on the ground. At this point, it's too late to see what it's all about. Then, it was open to leave the copy. The four went out quickly, and just the moment the four went out, boom! Shocking loud noise. This side of the replica world, completely gone. Li Shuo's face was filled with dumbfoundedness. Watching this scene, he couldn't help but murmur, "Big brother Zhong is so powerful. The copies are all blown up by you." Also at this time, the news of the clearance came through as well. "Congratulations! You have cleared the nightmare level copy, Tree Goblin Jungle, for the first time. Congratulations! Chapter 30 Dragon District is stupid. Where's our copy? Have you rested yet?" At this moment, Huang Mingyuan began to call out to his teammates. Half an hour had come and gone, and they were, next, going to enter the middle of the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle, once again. Last time, they were inexperienced and underprepared, so they didn't go too far in the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle. But not this time. With the experience of the last time, they renewed their preparations. It can definitely go farther. Even if he wasn't able to pass through this king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, at once, it would never be like the last time. Well, Brother Huang, we're here. Soon, three of Huang Mingyuan's teammates arrived. After seeing them, Huang Mingyuan nodded and then snorted coldly. "Last time, we fell at those 5 bosses. This time, definitely not." "Definitely." One of them smiled fawningly. "This time, we've made complete preparations. And with your leadership, Brother Huang, we definitely have a hope of passing the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle. There's no telling. We'll be able to pass with this. Take the first pass of the king tier, Tree Goblin Jungle. That's, under Brother Huang's leadership, we can definitely do it. This time, we're the first pass for the king tier copy. Under Brother Huang's leadership, the Dragon District is once again famous." Hearing the words of the crowd, Huang Mingyuan couldn't help but reveal a smile as well. He said, "That's for sure. As long as I make a move, the reputation of the Dragon region will be able to spread farther. The geniuses of my Dragon region are the best. No one can compare." Brother Huang is right. As for that kid who previously entered the nightmare level and dared to provoke our Dragon region, he's really stupid. By the way, what about that kid? Seems like there's no news so far? I'm afraid I've already died in the middle of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Don't even think about it. All of our Dragon Regions teams have entered the King level difficulty and haven't even passed it in one go. What right does he have to enter the Nightmare level? How ridiculous. There's probably no crumbs left at this point. Ha 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 ha. A few people laughed. After laughing for a moment, Huang Mingyuan waved his hand and said, "Alright, don't delay any longer. Hurry up and enter the copy. We need to take the first pass quickly and then go research the Nightmare level. This Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, is only accessible to us." Not long after, the four of them arrived at the entrance to the replica. And just choose a copy. The moment Huang Mingyuan chose the King level, Tree Spirit Jungle, and chose to enter. Boom! Steeply. A loud sound instantly resounded in the replica area. It was so loud that everyone heard it. What's happening? What a horrible sound. It can't be that a new abyss has appeared. Can it? That's too loud. I don't know. But it doesn't seem to have changed much. What the hell is going on? Several people from the Dragon District squad were also stunned. The commotion, after all, was really a bit too much. Brother Huang. With this commotion happening, do we still have to enter the copy? Enter. Huang Mingyuan said with a cold face. A small movement in the area has made you retreat. Isn't this a disgrace to the Dragon region? Yes. Brother Huang is right to teach us a lesson. Huang Mingyuan grunted, and then, was once again ready to enter the copy. But, the moment he was ready to click into his copy, Steeple froze, because, he suddenly realized that the one he had originally chosen, the King level, Tree Spirit Jungle. Nope. No? Where's my big copy? It's just gone? Where did it go? Huang Mingyuan was stunned. Huang! Brother Huang! A man shouted cautiously. What's wrong? Nope. What's gone? Copies. The copies are gone. Huang Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he researched again. And then it was discovered. It's not the King level, Tree Goblin Jungle, that's gone. Rather, Tree Goblin Jungle, the whole copy. It's gone. How did the copy disappear? Could it be that the loud sound from earlier was related to this copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle? And at the same time, among the normal level, Tree Goblin Jungle, copies, Zhang San, who had managed to slash the tree spirit until the last trace of blood was left, as if he had been hit by chicken blood, valiantly slashed out the last slash. However, this slash did not have the imagined thrill of a monster blowing up big time, nor did it have any experience credited to it. Instead, the scene in front of him changed, and then a line of writing appeared. You have been teleported out of your copy. What? Zhang San's head is full of questions. What's going on here? How did I get teleported out? The same scene, however, didn't just happen within the normal level copies. There are also adventure, warrior, and king levels. All the squads, they were teleported out. They appeared in the replica area with blank looks on their faces. Look around. How did I get out? Wasn't I in the middle of a copy? What's going on? I'm still brushing the monster. The monster is down to its last ounce of blood. Ah, I just killed the boss. My equipment. I haven't picked up my equipment yet. Grass. Where's the copy? Where's my copy? What happened? What the hell is going on? For a moment, the replica area was bustling with activity, and the news of the disappearance of the Tree Goblin Jungle copy was quickly spread around. The forums have gone nuts. The copies are gone? This is something that hasn't happened in ages. What's going on? I just heard a loud bang and then the copy was gone. This can't be. It's been blown up, right? Upstairs is really good at bull ****** ting. A copy can still be blown out of the water? What a joke. So tell me, what's going on? How else could the copies be gone? It should be that the abyss closed. That's why the copy disappeared. But that's a claim that simply isn't being bought. Tree Goblin Jungle, this subbook is new. So there are quite a few teams going to brush it. Now, all of these teams have been teleported out. At this very moment, after looking at the forum messages, and the surroundings, the four people in the Dragon District, sort of completely understood. The copy, it's really gone. All the teams are out. LOL. Huang Mingyuan sighed. It seems that our chances of getting the first pass for a king tier copy are gone. What Brother Huang said. Even if we didn't get it, our Dragon District squad, we still have the highest progress amongst this copy. Yeah, we've already traveled so far in the King's Tier replica that no squad will be able to surpass us. The reputation of our Dragon region will still be able to spread far and wide, just as a few people opened their mouths. Steeply, a message was seen. A message on a floating screen, or 3 times in a row. Congratulations to the Harness Dragon squad for clearing the Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Congratulations to the Harness Dragon squad for clearing the Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Congratulations to the Harness Dragon Squad for clearing the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. The 3 messages were seen by everyone in the replica area. Then, they were silent. After the silence, it blew right up. What? Passing the nightmare level. Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle? Asterisk 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 asterisk? This is a fake, isn't it? How is this possible? Are you stupid? This is a system announcement for everyone. How can it be fake? Someone really got through. What ing strength is that? No one has even reached the King class first pass yet, and now there's a Nightmare class first pass? It's horrible. This dragon harnessing squad, it seems like the one that made the first pass through the cold ice dense forest, before? It's still true. And they also have quite a grudge against the Dragon District. The Dragon District squad is also brushing the Tree Goblin Jungle, and it seems like they haven't even gotten the King level first pass. TSK. The Dragon District didn't even get the King level, but the Dragon Harness squad got the Nightmare level first pass. It's still the first Holy District. The standard is still pretty high, saying something about only accepting the first genius. Is this the result of the first genius? For a moment, there's a lot more cynicism about the Dragon Zone, and these messages, naturally, were seen by the Dragon District squad. For a moment, the faces of the 4 were ugly as hell. How is it possible? The Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. They actually passed it. It's impossible. The difficulty of the King level is already this high. How can they pass the Nightmare level? Is it hard to believe that the Nightmare level is actually less difficult? They must have used a different method. They cheated. None of the 3 could accept this. After all, they, the Dragon District, claimed to be the strongest team, hadn't even gotten the first pass to the King level, Tree Goblin Jungle, and had even exited once to prepare for it before they had to enter. However, that Dragon Harness squad, which they couldn't look down on, was the one that had already taken even the first pass of the Nightmare class. How is that possible? How is this possible? Huang Mingyuan's face was also ugly as hell. This news was a completely naked slap in the face of their Dragon District, or the kind that smokes like a thief, or smoked in front of so many people. Everyone knew that they, Dragon District, had entered the King level, Tree Goblin Jungle, without taking the first pass. And the Harness squad took the first pass of the Nightmare level. Phew! Huang Mingyuan exhaled heavily, his face still ugly as hell. And right at this moment, suddenly, in the middle of Huang Mingyuan's mind, an aura flashed. He thought steeply. This, Tree Goblin Jungle, copy disappeared. And then came the news that the Dragon Harnessing squad had cleared the Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. In other words, it's because the Dragon Harnessing squad cleared the Nightmare level copy that it disappeared? To know. This copy, the squads that went inside to brush it, was a lot. And because of the Dragon Harness squad, the copy is now gone. The loss of so many squads. The resentment. I don't know how big it has to be. In an instant, after thinking of this, Huang Mingyuan couldn't help but plan. He ignored his teammates. Instead, he quickly boarded the forum and made a post in the name of the Dragon District squad. The Dragon District squad didn't take the first pass of the King tier, Tree Goblin Jungle. Not because they didn't have the strength to do so, but because the copy disappeared just as they were about to pass it. Quite a few squads, I'm sure, have suffered this as well. Your rights, the rewards you were about to receive, disappeared the moment they were about to arrive. But after the copies disappeared, a team cleared the Nightmare level. Tree Goblin Jungle, difficulty. I'm sure we all know that Nightmare level is really that easy. It's only been a short time since the Harness squad entered, and they've cleared the level? There have been Nightmare level passes before, but no copies have ever disappeared. So, how on earth did they get through the Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, in such a short period of time? A post that spans hundreds of words. Shortly after it was sent out, it was quickly topped off. It caught everyone's attention. And then, yeah, that's a bit too fast. Moreover, the copy actually disappeared after it was cleared. This is too bizarre. Damn. This Dragon Harnessing squad. They must have used special means. They used us to mess up the copy. No wonder the passage is so fast. It's still Nightmare level. This Dragon Harnessing squad. It's really vicious. In order to win the Dragon District, they actually used such dirty tricks. It's disgusting. Disgusting. This Dragon Harnessing squad. It's really no good. This is great. Not only did the Dragon District not get the first pass it deserved, but instead, it's us. And the reward is gone. Doggone Dragon Harness squad. Give back the old man's equipment. Harness Dragon squad rolls. The most disgusting team ever. For a moment, the invective was all over the place. Under the influence of Huang Mingyuan's single post, Almost all the spearheads were aimed at the dragon harnessing squad. Huang, the others from the Dragon District squad, also saw the post, and one of them, inevitably asked, "Really?" Huang Mingyuan snorted coldly and said, "Does it matter? What matters is that they passed the nightmare level copy and got the first pass reward. And we didn't. People. Whether or not this dragon harnessing squad did it, it doesn't matter anymore. They have, now, stood against everyone. And all I did was a lead. Destroying this dragon harness squad sometimes doesn't require any accomplishments at all. Just, when he becomes famous, use some means. Brother Huang. Hi." At that moment, the man was giving a thumbs up. Next, this dragon harnessing squad must be completely stinking. Like street rats, everyone is shouting at them. Ha 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 ha. Huang Mingyuan laughed aloud. Since they don't know what to do, let's destroy them. There is no one that can be stronger than our dragon region. Huang Mingyuan's eyes were grim. And right now, Zhang Qi's 4 men had come out. Congratulations to you all, for clearing the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, for the first time. Due to the collapse of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, you have passed the replica perfectly, and the replica is about to go into repair. It will reopen after repairs, because you, Zhang Qi, saved the entire tree spirit world. Your name and the name of your team will be engraved in the world. At the same time, you are presented with 100 copy cards. Those who hold this card can lower the difficulty of the copy, and the reward will not be lowered. Chapter 31 Zhang Qi's response. A brilliant counterattack. Congratulations to you all, for clearing the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, for the first time. Due to the collapse of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, you have passed the replica perfectly, and the replica is about to go into repair. It will reopen after repairs, because you, Zhang Qi, saved the entire tree spirit world. Your name and the name of your team will be engraved in the world. The entire world will sing your praises. At the same time, you are presented with 100 copy cards. Those who hold this card can lower the difficulty of the copy and the rewards will not be lowered. This card is transferable once. Congratulations on your first time through the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, and receive a diamond level first pass treasure chest. Congratulations! You have perfectly cleared the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, and received the diamond level Tree Goblin treasure chest. Both boxes are diamond grade. This time, Zhang Qi was rewarded quite a lot. First, there was the tree demon that died and exploded quite a few things out. And then there was the treasure chest, followed by 2 diamond-rated boxes. Then after that, Zhang Qi didn't expect that after the copy collapsed again and was completely destroyed, it would actually be repaired and then opened again. And what Zhang Qi did was undoubtedly to give this tree spirit world a new life. After this again, Zhang Qi got 100 copy cards. This copy card will work on the newly trimmed copy. Zhang Qi then checked it out. Copy card. This card can only be used in the new Tree Goblin Jungle. Holding this card reduces the difficulty of this copy, but does not affect the copy rewards, including monster drops, experience gained, pass gained, and perfect gained. Please note that this card can only be used once by a single player. It can be transferred once. Owner, Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi rubbed the small card radiating a faint glow in his hand and couldn't help but reveal a smile. It was enough to anticipate how much of a stir this card, if known by others, would cause. Perhaps. These teams, they're going crazy. What a way to reduce the difficulty of a copy card. And, it doesn't affect the rewards. If you use this copy card, some, originally less powerful teams, are now likely to pass the copy. How horrible is this? How awesome. And such a copy card. Right in Zhang Qi's hand, there were still a full 100 of them. It was already conceivable just how much of a stir this card would be able to cause when it was released. At this moment, after Zhang Qi had finished checking out the card, he suddenly heard Li Shuo's voice. Big brother Zhang, it's bad, it's a big deal. Zhang Qi turned his head back, and then, he saw, Li Shuo, Cui Ying and Li Muhan, all hurrying to arrive. Zhang Qi raised an eyebrow and asked, what happened? Yes. Li Shuo ran too fast and was a bit out of breath at this time, and it was only after a few consecutive gasps that he slowed down and then opened his mouth. It's the Dragon District, releasing rumors that it's Tree Goblin Jungle, that this copy disappeared. All because we used special means and cheated to get the first pass of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Say we, in order to get the first pass for this nightmare class copy, used all the nasty tactics and then screwed all the other teams out of their rewards. In the end, we even messed up the copy. Nowadays, this matter is already spreading all over the place. The entire forum, as well as the replica area, are all spreading this matter. Big brother Zhang, what should we do? The panic on Li Shua's face was obvious. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. It was so hard to get the first pass of the nightmare level copy, and then to have such a huge pot of dirty water thrown at him. Li Shua didn't even know how to deal with it. Cui Ying said indignantly, "How detestable. This dragon region still claims to be the #1 region, and as one of the 3 sacred regions, it's actually using such nasty tactics to plant evidence against us. It's abominable. Brother Zhang, what are we going to do about it?" Although Cui Ying was furious, this kind of thing didn't end with simply standing up and clarifying. Nowadays, the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone believed that the dragon harnessing squad had done such a thing, thus causing the copy to disappear. And then all those who had entered the copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle had suffered a great loss. In that case, this anger, as long as it stands out, will, without a doubt, be poured out directly. Cui Ying's mind was now in disarray, not knowing what to do with it. Li Muhan frowned and pondered for a moment. The most important thing for us now is to find Minister Zhang. Li Muhan was well aware that Zhang Qi knew tension. The only way to squash this situation today is for tension to step in. Then they can go and think about how this is going to be handled. But, what the 3 of them were thinking, no matter what, the dirty water was completely splashed down and difficult to wash away. All they want is to minimize the situation, as much as possible, and not to influence. When Zhang Qi heard this, he opened the forum. Sure enough, a couple of the hottest threads on the forum. The first one was sent by Huang Mingyuan. As for the latter, they were also followed by the verbally abusive Dragon Harness Squad. Enough to anticipate that at this point they just need to step up. Then, it's bound to be mobbed by angry professionals. The Dragon District. Zhang Qi gave a disdainful laugh. So that's the only way to play it. After flipping through the posts roughly, he turned to the trio and asked, saying, "Dragon District has also entered the Tree Goblin Jungle. Copy. How did they do?" Li Muhan said, "They went into the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, but they exited 10 hours after entering the first time. And before the second time, the copy was, I know. That means that this bunch of losers spent 10 hours without clearing the king level copy, and when they got to the back, and went in for a second time, they realized that they couldn't get in. Again, I found myself leading the team through the nightmare level copy. His reputation in the Dragon District was going to be crushed hard by himself. So, that's what made this happen. What a bore. Childish and boring tactics. The only way we can most effectively contain the angry people right now, is to find Minister Zhang," Li Muhan said once again. "No need." Zhang Qi shook his head. "Containment for what? Since they are angry, let them be angrier." The Dragon District posted this and set this fire ablaze. But now, it's not hot enough, and I want him to burn a little more. Hearing Zhang Qi's words, the other 3 people immediately widened their eyes. A look of disbelief. Li Suk was all, "You're crazy." Li Muhan, on the other hand, asked after a long moment of silence, "You got an idea?" Zhang Qi smiled and nodded. "There happens to be some." Hearing this, Li Muhan's heart more or less settled down a bit. I don't know why. Obviously Zhang Qi hasn't said a clear solution yet. Not even the meaning of saying, just saying that he has a way to solve the problem. She is inexplicably feel relieved. Not only was Li Muhan like this, even the 2, Cui Ying and Li Shua, were much more settled in their hearts. The original anxious heart was calmed down and had a backbone. Li Shua thought in his heart, brother-in-law is really powerful. In such a short period of time, he came up with the solution. Fong couldn't think of any when he thought about it. Then, Zhang Qi looked at them and asked, "Do either of you have a forum number?" "I have," Cui Ying immediately said. "Brother Chung, do you want to use it? You send a post up for me is." The content will say, "This time through the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, is very easy. Not effortless at all. It feels like this copy is not as difficult as imagined. It's." Hearing Zhang Qi's words, Cui Ying froze for a moment, her face showing some difficult colors, saying, "Brother Zhang, if we say this, won't it make them even angrier? We're already a target, and with a post like this, I'm afraid that some people who aren't that angry will have to hate us now." Zhang Qi smiled easily. "It's fine, just send it out as I want. There's no need to be afraid of causing a big stir. What I'm afraid of is not causing enough of a stir." "Yes." Seeing Zhang Qi say this, Cui Ying nodded, and then the post was sent out. Hard-working Ying, another nightmare level copy cleared. Simple and easy. Tree Goblin Jungle, this copy doesn't seem to be as hard as I thought it would be. The post was just published. It was quickly noticed and then topped the hot search. One after another, the professionals poured in, bursting into a rage after seeing what Cui Ying had posted. Unorthodox means to pass the copy. You used our efforts. The rewards that you get are in exchange for our efforts. Disgusting. The Dragon Harness Squad is truly the most disgusting squad. How dare you have the nerve to say it's easy? Can you stand up to us? Shameless. What a way to maximize shamelessness. A squad like this shouldn't be in the Vice Zone. Harness the Dragon Squad, get out of the Vice region. Right. Get the hell out of the Vice Zone. The sound grew louder and louder, and more professionals caught wind of it. Both those who had entered a copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle, and those who hadn't had come over to step on it after hearing about it. It was as if, unintentionally, coming over and stomping on the Dragon Harness Squad twice was already kind of trendy. And this post, without a doubt, was also seen by Huang Mingyuan. This Dragon District Squad, having channeled the anger of the people, was about to see how the Harness Squad was going to react. As a result, I came across this post, at once. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Really laugh me to death. This Dragon Harnessing Squad is really out of their minds. Is it possible to make a post like this at this time? It seems really stupid. If you ask me, they're like this. It must be because Huang's methods are too high-end and powerful. They can't think of a way to deal with it anymore. So why not just swing for the fences? That makes sense. All of this, is because Huang's methods are too powerful. Being complimented by several people one after another, Huang Mingyuan couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face. With a faint smile on his face and a transporting look, he said, a little bit of strength, a little bit of talent. So what? In today's world, simply relying on these won't do. This Dragon Harnessing Squad may be very strong, but, at a time like this, it's too easy for me to destroy them. It won't take much effort at all. Yes. Dare to fight you, Brother Huang. They really can't think straight. One of them quickly nodded and fawned. If I say so, come over early, kowtow and apologize to you, Brother Huang, and everything will be fine. With Brother Huang's generosity, he could still not forgive them. That's right, this Dragon Harnessing Squad is really without eyes. Now it's good. Brother Huang has stepped in. They won't be able to do anything in a matter of moments. It's still Brother Huang who's great. The smile on Huang Mingyuan's face grew thicker. Then, he posted again in the forum. In the face of so many innocent, harmed squads and professionals, the Dragon Harness Squad, who could not think of doing something nasty, did not even dare to respond positively. You have done such things to the detriment of everyone and yet you have no guilt. The Dragon Harness Squad. What a disgrace. Simply the biggest scum in the Vice area. The content of Huang Mingyuan's post was not much, but at this time, he was representing the Dragon District. It represents the attitude of the Dragon District. There was no doubt that these angry professionals were instantly ignited. The Dragon Region bigwigs are right. The Dragon Harness Squad is the biggest scum of all. Scum, get out. You're not welcome in the Vice Zone. Scum. Scum, get out. Really skinless. Actually have the nerve to say that the copy is simple. Why is this copy simple? Don't you have any numbers in your hearts? Where is the Dragon Harnessing Squad? I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to find them. Together. I'll go with you. Let's all go and drive this scum squad out. There was a lot of cursing at the bottom. The moment. Cui Ying only casually scrolled through the comments, and then did not dare to read anymore. It's horrible. The anger is too great. Such a fire, on the post in the back of the dragon area, has been a complete detonation. Zheng. Cui Ying winced and opened her mouth, asking, what are we going to do next? Wait. Cui Ying was stunned. Zhang Qi said, let the bullets fly a little longer. The replica is fixed and it doesn't take long. Now, whether he speaks or not, if he shows his face, it's going to be angry people whose anger wants to be vented. The target can only be yourself. In that case, it would be better to make them a little angrier. And the Dragon District, wanting to pick up the slack, would step in. He's going to lead these people and channel this anger. So, once the replica is rested and all rumors are off the table, where else will this flame of anger burn? The dragon area that guides this flame is the best target. Drawing fire, to put it mildly. So right now, Zhang Qi didn't have to do anything at all. Just waiting for the Dragon District to help him, to make this fire burn a little brighter. Zhang Qi also had to thank them, saving himself from so many things. Not much longer. Just as the crowd was swarming, a message that appeared to all. Copy, new Tree Goblin Jungle, has been repaired. The majority of professionals can re-enter the copy. The previous progress can be kept in sync. The equipment that has not been picked up will be automatically hosted and will not disappear. In addition, this copy of the special thanks to harness the Dragon Squad. Thanks to harness the Dragon Squad in the copy of the contribution made by the squad leader Zhang Qi and his teammates. The name will be engraved in the copy of the middle to show appreciation. P.S. Readers, there are like this book. Please vote some data. Collection of small gifts can be hyped. The small author kneeling thanks. Ors. Chapter 32, Sanctioning the Dragon District. Copy cards appear. What are Zhang Qi and the others doing? The news on the forums traveled so quickly that it was naturally impossible for Tenshin not to be concerned. In fact, back at the beginning, he noticed it. It just hasn't bothered to control it. This kind of thing, even if he unilaterally pressed it down like this, it would still be useless, and would only make the occupants of the sub-base area more and more enraged. This is naturally useless and counterproductive. So, after this came up, and even after the Dragon District's post leading up to it, Tenshin didn't even bother. However, he already had a solution in mind, but the time to solve it was not now. It needed to be slowed down. But, with the post of the Dragon Harness Squad, Tenshin was truly confused. What the hell is this? Isn't this posting out there specifically extending the anger? What's this for? Even Tenshin, at this moment, was somewhat unable to understand what exactly Zhang Qi was going to do. But, the secret realm they had prepared was already thoroughly proper. Next, it's time to let people in. Zhang Qi would be able to practice faster. It's just that, now that this has come up, it looks like it needs to be put on hold for a while. Tenshin frowned while asking to the side, "What's Zhang Qi doing now?" The man thought for a moment and said, "Nothing has been done, and after this post, I haven't heard anything." Weird. Uncertain of Zhang Qi's purpose, Tenshin decided to wait a little longer. And he was curious as to what this kid, exactly, was going to do. And at this point, a piece of news that had completely set off the emotions of the angry professionals. Copy, New Tree Goblin Jungle, has been repaired. The majority of professionals can re-enter the copy. The previous progress can be kept in sync. The equipment that has not been picked up will be automatically hosted and will not disappear. In addition, this copy of the special thanks to harness the Dragon Squad. Thanks to harness the Dragon Squad in the copy of the contribution made by the squad leader Zhang Qi and his teammates. The name will be engraved in the copy of the middle to show appreciation. Teams that are retired from this copy will receive an additional compensation chest. Please note that the New Tree Goblin Jungle copy will open again in half an hour. This news was directly in front of all the professionals in the replica area. Everyone can see. Then, what? The replica is fixed and can be reopened? What's going on here? And special thanks to the Dragon Harness Squad. What did they do? Didn't they use despicable means to pass the level that caused us to be cleared? Yeah, I thought it was too. But now, it doesn't seem to be. The new copy is actually, after opening. They also want to express their gratitude to this Dragon Harnessing Squad. Their names will also be engraved in the replica. Jesus, what the hell did they do? I just went and checked the information. And amongst history, there are only 3 people who were able to leave their names amongst the copies. These 3 people, no matter which one of them, are all absolute greats. These 3 people, the first 2, you may not remember the names, but the third, you definitely know. His name is Dongfang Shuo, the first strongest Orientalist? Yeah, that's him. So, Dragon Harnessing Squad did the same thing as Dongfang Shuo? What exactly did they do? Wait, then in that case, the Dragon Harness Squad did something good and changed the entire copy to cause us to quit. So they didn't use any dastardly means to pass the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. They passed with true strength. Asterisk. Tree Goblin Jungle is so hard that they were actually able to pass the nightmare level with their strength? This is too strong. This Dragon Harness Squad. The news was sent out and instantly changed the direction of the wind. After learning about what happened, countless professionals were shocked and lamented the strength of the Dragon Harnessing Squad. After all, what kind of honor is it to have one's name engraved in a copy? The posts that were originally rushing the Dragon Harness Squad were even deleted autonomously in droves. Even some of the still hardest ones were quickly taught to behave. The Dragon Harness Squad is the one with the most power and character. That's right, the Dragon Harnessing Squad changed the copy and didn't use cheating at all. Damn! Who the hell started this rumor and misled us? Who is it? Damn it! If he hadn't started the rumor, how could I have said such a thing? It's Dragon District. Huang Mingyuan from the Dragon District Squad. He was the first to speak. The Dragon District? How could The geniuses of the Dragon region actually rumored about the Dragon Harness Squad? It can't be? That's the Dragon region, the gathering place of the top geniuses. With their arrogance, how could they? I've found out. The Dragon District Squad originally had a conflict with the Dragon Harness Squad. The Dragon District had suppressed the Dragon Harness Squad before, and the Dragon Harness Squad was overstepping the level to brush the copy when they played Tree Goblin Jungle through the Nightmare level, Frigid Ice Dense Forest. It was precisely because of wanting to counterbalance the Dragon District Squad that they went into this copy. No wonder. The Dragon Harness Squad passed the first pass of the Nightmare level. Where's the Dragon District Squad? Dragon District Squad. It seems like none of the King level first passes have passed. Oh, when the tide goes out, it's clear who's swimming naked. Everyone can see it at this time, right? Who in the end really has the strength and who is the true genius? Dragon District Squad? That's disgusting. To use such tactics, it's disgraceful. And a top genius. Shucks. There were quite a few words like this, and soon it was seen by Huang Mingyuan. And immediately, Huang Mingyuan's face was incredibly blue. This group of wallflowers, they are really useless. They fall back so fast. Brother Huang, what about us now? Quite a few people have already started spraying us. What do we do? Yeah, Huang, there are too many people spraying us. Panic about what? Huang Mingyuan rebuked. Just a little trouble. Even though this dragon harnessing squad solved the matter of the Tree Goblin Jungle copy, we didn't have much to gain. Instead, we were slowed down by them. So giving some compensation is what should have been done. Huang Mingyuan quickly posted again, trying to contain the excitement of the crowd. After all, once that emotion was actually generated, they were a bit overwhelmed as well. And Huang Mingyuan's post specified that the dragon team took up everyone's time. Compensation is due. They, the Dragon District Squad, were just trying to get the rewards they deserved for everyone. Now that the rewards are there, they naturally have a share of the credit. Shameless, truly shameless. The moment when she once again saw the post made by Huang Mingyuan, Chuiying was already so angry that her face turned blue. Shameless? How can he be so shameless? How can he say such things? That's right, it's obviously all our work. How come he gets credit for it? Where did he get the face? Chuiying and Li Shuo were both furious. Li Muhan also looked unhappy. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, smiled. There's no hurry, just some frost. Soon, the news of the duplicate card quickly exploded across the forums. A copy card that could reduce the difficulty of the copy without affecting the rewards shocked everyone. Even more shocking, of course, was the man who owned him. Zhang Qi. Chapter 33 Zhang Qi's counterattack. Dragon District Squad is crushed. This kid, he's really screwed up. The sensation created by the duplicate cards after they appeared was not small in the least. This news, naturally, was seen by the closely watching Tenshin as well. Of course it was a smile. At first he was still thinking, Zhang Qi this kid, so half a day, actually not even a little news. This is not quite right. That's why Tenshin waited, ready to see what exactly Zhang Qi was going to do. But he didn't expect that Zhang Qi had hidden such a hand. A copy card. It hasn't appeared in how many years? I've almost forgotten about this. A look of reminiscence appeared on Zhang Li's face. He remembered that the last time a copy card had appeared was the last time. Anyway, it's been a long time since then. More than a decade. At that time, the appearance of copy cards caused an equal stir. Reduce the difficulty of the copy and, also, do not reduce the rewards. This is the kind of thing that is naturally sought after by everyone. At that time, however, it was Dongfang Shuo who got it, and it was given away all by Dongfang Shuo as a favor. Rather, I wonder what the boy will do with it. However, Tenshin was more concerned. This copy card, how many are there? In the beginning, it was 15 sheets in the hands of the Orientalist. Those 15 copy cards, each and every one of them, were madly snatched up. If only the replica cards were plentiful. Zhang Li pondered for a moment, then said to the female secretary beside him, help me contact this kid Zhang Qi. I want to see how many sheets this kid has in his hand. Yes, Minister. And this time, after learning about the duplicate card, the professionals were directly boiling over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Copy cards? I can't believe this is still around. Damn. If I have a copy card, won't I have the possibility of passing a new copy? Don't be funny upstairs. With your strength, even if you were given a copy card, there's no way you could pass the copy. But, if this copy card falls into the hands of some squads, it's hard to say. After all, there are only so many top squads. And now, The replica nightmare level first pass is already in the hands of someone, but the king level is still not available. Yeah, a king level first pass. As good as the reward is, if we can get the first pass reward, for those top teams, it's not just this first pass reward that they want, it's the fame that comes with this first pass king level copy. How many teams like the Dragon Harness squad can there be? Even the Dragon Region squad didn't have a first pass for a king's grade copy, but at this time, if there were another team that got this king's grade first pass, the words weren't finished, but already many eyes lit up. This is tantamount to stepping on the Dragon District with a vengeance. Now, there are quite a few people who are extremely interested in this, because obviously, to be able to stomp the Dragon District hard, such an opportunity was something that many people wanted. This time, there are many people who are moved, and at this point, when the copy card appeared, it instantly and completely disrupted the previous deployment of the Dragon District squad. Huang Mingyuan's face became even more ugly. He had set up so much earlier, and now, he was striking again, putting the Dragon Harnessing squad on the wind again. But unexpectedly, in Zhang Qi's hands, he actually had the copy card thing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Huang Mingyuan's face was blue. This hand of copy cards had really caught him off guard. With this thing in place, Zhang Qi was already invincible. More crucially, with them around, there was no way Zhang Qi would give this to them. In that case, with the lack of copy cards, the Dragon District team was at a disadvantage. They were already being overwhelmed by the Dragon Harness squad. At this point, if it's still being overshadowed by another team, Huang Mingyuan was already getting a headache. Brother Huang, think of something. If the other team gets this copy card, yeah, Brother Huang, we have to stop them. Even if we can't get it, we'll never let the other teams get it. Of course, if we can get it, that would be the best. Why don't we go contact this Dragon Harnessing squad? How could that be? How could the Dragon Harnessing squad be willing to give us the copy card? It's impossible. Well, what if we allow the Dragon Harness squad to join our Dragon District? Join the Dragon District? Yes. What a reputation we have in the Dragon region. As long as we're willing to liberalize the restrictions and give this Zhang Qi an extra quota, wouldn't he still be willing? He'll definitely come over on his ass. As long as this Zhang Qi comes over. Then, don't we have a free copy card? As those words came out, a few other people's eyes immediately lit up. Huang Mingyuan also stretched his eyebrows as he said, right. As long as we say that we're willing to recruit this Zhang Qi into the Dragon District, won't we be able to get the copy card for free? But, one of them, with a hard look on his face, said, our Dragon region already has a grudge against him. The others shouldn't agree and let this Zhang Qi join. Huang Mingyuan laughed. What is this? As long as we falsely promise him, after he gives the copy card, then we'll just backhandedly kick him out. As for entering the Dragon District, the Dragon District never had such a rule. He wants to enter the Dragon District? It's delusional. Hearing this, the other three people's eyes immediately lit up. Immediately, it was praised. Brother Huang, it's high. This move is really high. That Zhang Qi will absolutely blow a gasket after losing his wife and his army. That's right. I'm going to contact that Zhang Qi and tell him to hurry up and hand over the duplicate card. And it was at this time. Yet there was another person who was speechless for a long time after learning the news. Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan learned that the Dragon Harnessing squad had cleared the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, he only felt that the sky had fallen. After all, he had quit the Dragon Harness squad, but after he quit, the Dragon Harness squad had crossed over to brush through such a difficult copy. All of this, the honors, the rewards, should have been his, but no more. Good on. He was somewhat comforted by the outpouring of the Dragon District in the back. He even automatically ignored Zhang Qi's power and went overboard with cheating. In his mind, it was the only way to clear his name. Only if the Dragon Harnessing squad was destroyed, then he, Lin Yuan, wouldn't have the disadvantage of having no eyes. But, the announcement of the replica fix appeared, and the replica cards appeared, bringing Lin Yuan one heavy blow after another. And it's a blast. Lin Yuan was already pale, looking at the information on that copy card, a blank stare, especially, when news of the copy card spread. Father Lin came out. Far, did you know? The squad you had quit earlier passed the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. And, with the copy card in hand, Lin Father looked at Lin Yuan with an anxious face. Lin Yuan's face was pale and he didn't say a word. You go back again and ask for a few copy cards. Earlier that squad entered the duplicates. You also got the credit for it. And now, A guy of unknown origin actually snatched the duplicate cards that should belong to you. You quickly go, drive him away, and get back what belongs to you. Lin's father had a look of fantasy on his face. As long as you are able to get the duplicate card, then our Lin family, only. Lin Yuan still didn't say anything, his eyes staring lifelessly at the sky. Lin's father was instantly anxious. Go now. If you don't go, I'll pretend that I don't have you as a son, and that the Lin family doesn't have you as a person. However, Lin Yuan still just acted like he didn't hear it. Forget it, tired. At this very moment, when the news of the copy card appeared, it was the three of them, Cui Ying, who were confused for a moment. Brother Zhong, you actually have a copy card in your hand? Cui Ying's mouth dropped open. No wonder you're not panicking at all. With this in your hand, you're invincible. Not bad for big brother Chung. At this time, Li Shuo also had to admire Zhang Qi's composure. Keep the bottom card dead in your hand and release it at the most opportune time. And of course, in the back of his mind, he said, not bad for a brother-in-law. Cui Ying asked carefully at this point, Brother Zhong, this duplicate card, in your hands, how many do you have? Just 100 sheets. Zhang Qi smiled. 100? Upon hearing this number, the other three were directly stunned. How much? Li Suk was doubting that his ears had heard it wrong. Zhang Qi smiled and repeated it again. These duplicate cards, I'm going to sell them out and not keep them in my hands. But of course, if you have any relatives or friends who need them, you can prioritize their purchase. As for the price, $8 million. After hearing Zhang Qi's words, they all calmed down. At $8 million, it's really not that expensive, and it's fair enough. This is a copy card that reduces the difficulty of the copy and does not reduce the rewards. And, if you enter this copy and pass, you'll still get the normal rewards. This copy card, as long as Zhang Qi was willing to sell it, would definitely be snatched up like crazy. At that time, not to mention $8 million, even if it's $10 million or even more, there will be people who will buy it. And right now, after they heard Zhang Qi's words, they immediately revealed a look of gratitude. Zhang Qi just smiled. Then, there is the site of the person who contacted them. There are quite a few. The most interesting, besides tension, is the Dragon District. And after seeing the news from the Dragon region, Zhang Qi snorted. Interesting. Chung, what's wrong? Seeing Zhang Qi's reaction, Cui Ying instantly asked. Zhang Qi directly sent the message from the Dragon region and showed it to them. Upon seeing the message sent by the Dragon region, at once, Cui Ying revealed an angry color. Excessive. It's really too much. This Dragon District really doesn't know what's good for them, wanting Brother Zhong's copy card, and actually having this kind of attitude. A look of charity. Brother Zhong, it must not be given to them. Moreover, I'm afraid that their claim that they have to join the Dragon District will not do the trick. Zhang Qi smiled and said, do you think that I'm someone who would join the Dragon District? Zhang Qi asked rhetorically. Then the Dragon District. I don't see it yet. Not to mention this kind of conditional accession. I wouldn't go even if I was begging to be invited. Then, Brother Zhong, we just ignore them? No. Zhang Qi shook his head. It's better to be polite and at least reply. Then, Zhang Qi replied backhandedly. Duplicate cards, $50 million apiece. No second price. 5. Seeing Zhang Qi's reply, Cui Ying was stunned for a moment. Then she gave a thumbs up towards Zhang Qi and said, it's still Chung. Sure. Zhang Qi also replied to tension. Indicates that the copy card has a lot of hands, and intends to take out to sell. Tension if there is a demand. You can buy in advance. Not expensive. 10 million apiece. Friendly price. Then again, Zhang Qi took a general look at the people who had contacted him. Among them, there were also squads from the Phoenix District as well as the Tiger District. These squads, even if they weren't as good as the Dragon District squads, then they were pretty much the same. Among them, a squad named Tiger Spirit took the initiative to offer $15 million to claim one. This squad is good, and is considered the closest approach to the Dragon District squad. And, it was also brushing the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, trying to get the first pass for this copy. For this kind of thing that could press the Dragon District squad head on, Zhang Qi naturally had no intention of rejecting it. It is the reply that they are willing to sell them one. Not long after, the Tiger Spirit squad sent someone over, and their captain, who was actually a woman, but had a stout body, looked majestic and powerful. Her name is Tiger Spirit. Thank you, Captain Zhang Qi. Tigerling spoke politely. Zhang Qi laughed. There's nothing else to ask for. I just hope After getting this copy card, you guys can clear the level faster. This king level first pass. Don't be robbed first. Tiger Spirit understood at once. Instant reassurance. I can guarantee that. Swearing on the honor of Tiger Spirit Squad. There will never be anyone faster than us in this king class first pass. That's good. Then, Zhang Qi then hung up all the duplicate cards. $15 million each. No second price. The appearance of the duplicate cards naturally caused a renewed buzz. However, that super high price still discouraged many people. Of course, these were some of the ones who wanted to clear the low difficulty copies, and for them, a $15 million copy card really wasn't worth it, but it's worth it to get through the higher difficulties. In particular, this copy card is very effective when facing warrior, king or even nightmare levels. Even though the nightmare class first pass was gone, the rewards of a nightmare class copy were, again, very good. $15 million, if you can get through, is totally worth it. So, after the copy card appeared, those squads that wanted to attack the high difficulty went straight crazy. Sure, when the purchase was made, Zhang Qi commissioned Tenshin and added a restriction that as long as it was purchased by someone from the Dragon District squad, then, the original $15 million will automatically increase the price to $50 million. Therefore, when Huang Mingyuan and the others went to buy it, when they saw that price, they were directly furious. This damnable Zhang Qi, damn Zhang Qi, brother Huang, we can get someone to buy it and then gift it to us. Makes sense. Get some arrangements. A few minutes later, the person who had spoken earlier burst into tears. Brother Huang, no way. This copy card, it can only be transferred once. We're being screwed. Ah. Zhang Qi. Chapter 34, the Third Revolutionary Divine Priesthoods join forces to create a secret realm for Zhang Qi. 10 million apiece. Zhang Li stroked his chin and began to ponder the price of this copy card. Admittedly, that's really low compared to the $15 million price tag out there. A full 5 million. But, as the Minister of Resources, Zhang Li was in charge of so many resources and was too sensitive to the matter of price. So, he sensed keenly that there was room for negotiation on the price. At the very least, it can be lower than that. He had stroked his scanty beard and said to the lady secretary who was looking at him, "Where is he? Copy Zone 3. Oh, Tenshin then went. When he met Zhang Qi, he was in the middle of studying the rewards he had obtained from the copy. There were a few more pieces of diamond equipment, enough to replace this gold equipment he was wearing. A body of diamond equipment. In other people's case, even after the second turn of awakening, may not be able to have. But Zhang Qi was only level 22. That would be scary. When he saw Zhang Qi's equipment, even Tenshin couldn't help but cry out in secret that he was a big dog. So, it also strengthened his heart to come and cut the price. Of course, talking is an art. Tenshin said, Zhang Qi, there's a good thing for you. If this thing can succeed, you can upgrade faster. Even reaching the level of second turn awakening in a short period of time is not impossible. Zhang Qi glanced at him and for some reason, suddenly had the feeling that a fox was smiling at him. How's that for a heartbeat? Tenshin went on. This time, I had a hard time fighting for your qualification. You have to know that this is a secret realm created by more than 33rd turning divine clerics, joining forces to create a realm that is extremely suitable for leveling. And I went through a lot of trouble to secure a spot for you. He sighed and said, I'm paying too much. Zhang Qi glanced at him, somewhat understanding what he meant. It was a nod. Very serious. Thank you, Minister. The corners of Zhang Li's mouth grinned slightly, and he was about to reveal his fox's tail when he abruptly heard Zhang Qi speak again. Zhang Qi said, however, since the minister has given so much, I really can't be bothered. So how about this? The minister will return this quota of mine. I don't want it, so that the minister doesn't have to lose out. The smile on Zhang Li's face abruptly froze. That's a secret realm that's perfect for your leveling. As long as you enter that secret realm, your leveling speed can definitely be faster. But the minister's losses will be great. Rather, it's not that big, but it's not out of the question for you to want to compensate. That copy card, you'll give it to me cheaper. 100 copy cards. Zhang Qi naturally didn't sell all of them, and still kept some in his hand. Zhang Li made his purpose clear, and naturally, Zhang Qi responded dryly. No, I paid so much, so I say thank you, Minister. Please just return it. Tenshin looked at him incredulously. You don't want to upgrade? Zhang Qi glanced at him. Does the minister think that I would be unaware of the reason for the appearance of this secret realm? Zhang Li froze for a moment, and then somewhat sighed at Zhang Qi's cleverness. He actually guessed. In just a few words, that this secret realm was created for him, then it would seem that one's plans were somewhat difficult. He thought for a moment and continued. Among that secret realm, there are many monsters from the abyss and even outside that converge, extremely suitable for brushing levels. And, after entering the secret realm this time, there are many geniuses that will be rewarded if they perform well in it. This is a rare opportunity, and this trip to the secret realm will select from it future combatants for the national war. National war, that is, the dragon country and other countries in the competition for copies. There is a conflict, then, is that each country will send a small team, and then with the ability to fight, getting the first pass, and a higher level first pass, then, the copy belongs to whichever country it belongs to. This is a great honor for all. The importance of this secret realm, then, is self-evident. But, Zhang Qi still shook his head. Even if the minister returns that quota, I will still have a quota. But this money, if given to the minister to reduce it, the minister will definitely not give it to me. You boy. Zhang Li was speechless, because Zhang Qi, that's so damn right. One's own plans, it seemed, had fallen completely flat. In the end, it can only be the word. Tomorrow the secret realm will open and you can enter with your squad. But this copy card, you have to give me more. Zhang Qi looked at him. 15. He had already checked. And the copy cards that Dongfang Shuo had taken out in the first place were 15 of them. Then give that number yourself. It should be appropriate. Yes. After agreeing, Tension instantly reacted and looked at Zhang Qi, asking, how many of these do you have in your hands? It's not much, just 100 sheets. 100. You, boy, are really buckling. Zhang Li showed an exasperated look and walked away with 15 copy cards. When Zhang Li came, he also brought the skill books he was looking for Zhang Qi. Battle Pet Inspiration LV. 1. When used by the summoner, it can inspire pets and increase damage by 30%. As it happens, there's a full skill card available. Battle Pet Inspiration Max. When used by the summoner, it can inspire pets to increase damage by 100%. It's pretty strong now, especially when used for Sayaka. It can double Sayaka's damage. And at this point, the duplicate cards have pretty much fermented. And with Zhang Qi hanging up 80 of them, there aren't many left. At this time, the one with the biggest headache was the Dragon District Squad, because this duplicate card could only be transferred once. This eliminated the idea of the Dragon District Squad trying to find someone to buy it for them. And they need $50 million if they want to buy it. But if you don't, it's impossible to beat those teams that have purchased duplicate cards. What to do about this? All at once, the four were in a tangle. Is it being pitched by Zhang Qi? Or, give up this, Tree Goblin Jungle, King's first pass. In the end, Han Lin found Huang Mingyuan and expressed that it must be taken. The $50 million will eventually come out of the Dragon District. Huang Mingyuan bought the copy card. Then, with a belly full of anger, since Han Lin and the others decided to pay out this money, it was decided that the four, Huang Mingyuan, would eat a bellyful of gas. The money would not be spent in vain, and they were designated to be severely reprimanded. Zhang Qi, it's all you. It's all your fault. Huang Mingyuan's face was ugly. The other three aren't much better. Brother Huang, with this duplicate card, we can definitely take this King tier first pass. As long as we can take the first pass, then nothing will be a problem. Exactly. As long as we take the first pass, the reputation of our Dragon District remains. Brother Huang, let's hurry up and enter the copy. We're ready. Yes. Huang Mingyuan also nodded. Then, the four of them arrived at the entrance of the replica. After crushing the copy card, Huang Mingyuan began to select the king level, New Tree Goblin Jungle. And before entering, there was a 3-second wait time. But just before that waiting time was over, a voice snapped in the ears of the four. Congratulations to Tiger Spirit Squad for clearing the King's level, New Tree Goblin Jungle, and achieving the King's level first pass achievement. Congratulations to Tiger Spirit Squad for clearing the King's level, New Tree Goblin Jungle, and achieving the King's level first pass achievement. Twice in a row, leaving all four people stunned. Zhang Qi, you step on the horse. The sound of Huang Mingyuan's angry roar resounded amongst the King level, New Tree Goblin Jungle. Then a huge tree spirit moved its roots and walked over. On its thick trunk, the word Zhang Qi gleamed as if it were speaking to him. Kill the coins. I can't believe I actually bought it. Zhang Qi was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that this Dragon District would actually take advantage of the money so much, and that $50 million a copy card would be bought. Then it seems that you're asking for less. It's time to ask for more. If I had known, I would have just bid $100 million. However, it is too late for them to buy it. When Zhang Qi sold the Tiger District copy cards again, he incidentally sold them some news about the copies. So, they'll definitely pass a lot faster. I'm sure the Dragon District will thank them. Spending $65 million and still getting nothing, and instead being crushed by the Tiger District. Even by the time this squad from the Dragon District came out, I'm afraid that the Tiger District would not be the only squad to pass the king level copy. The heat of the duplicate cards slowly died down, but then an even more explosive piece of news appeared. The Secret World, the secret realm of the Dragon Kingdom. It was created by more than 30 strong third-turn clergymen, suitable for geniuses to upgrade, with numerous resources and generous rewards. Every single one of those who were able to enter was considered a true top genius of the Dragon Kingdom. After this news came out, it was undoubtedly what really made all the professionals boil, especially the already self-proclaimed geniuses of the profession. Nowadays, with a chance for them to really prove themselves. This secret realm. I want to participate. It has to be attended. As long as I can participate in this secret realm, my strength will definitely be able to increase a lot. Oh my god, why did this secret realm appear? Why wasn't it earlier? How good it would have been if it had been earlier. I heard that this secret realm seems to have appeared because of one person. One person? How is that possible? Who could make more than 33rd revolutionary divine priesthoods create secret realms specifically for him? Where did you get that fake news? Blowing it out of proportion? Exactly. How can that be? That's what I heard. I'm not sure exactly, but how can I enter this secret realm? It seems like you have to pick and choose, but we'll have to see how it goes. Get ready. It must go in. The message. Li Muhan's 3 naturally knew about it. Brother Chung, you know what? The secret realm of our Dragon Kingdom. It's also created by more than 33rd Revolution Divine Priesthood powerhouses, joining forces. If we are able to enter, it is designated that our levels can rise by leaps and bounds. Cui Ying was all agitated. Not only her, Li Muhan and Li Shuo also cared about this. Zhang Qi looked at the three and nodded, saying, no. So, Brother Zhong, do you know, how can I enter this secret realm? No. How's that? Do we have a chance? Moreover, I've also heard that this secret realm was created by more than 33rd turn priesthoods, specifically for one person. Where do you think this is coming from? It's ridiculous. Li Shuo also said, it's a bit ridiculous. The time of the third turn clerics is so precious. How could they be built specifically for one person? But that's not all. Zhang Li's figure then reappeared, and Zhang Li said, right, I forgot to mention, don't forget about the secret world tomorrow. Are you bringing your squad or are you picking another person? You can take your pick. Elder Yi has said there that if you're willing, the Devil Suppressor Army will equip you with the best candidates. Zhang Qi shook his head and said, no need. It's fine just the way it is. That's fine. You kid. Being able to have more than 33rd turned priesthoods join forces to create a secret realm for you. This is really unique in all of history. Even Dongfang Shuo didn't have this treatment for you in the beginning. Zhang Li said at the end, his tone sour and full of envy. He's gone. However, the atmosphere was silent. It was as if it had frozen. And, still, a long time. Bell, Chung, Zhong, Cui Ying's lips began to tremble. What Minister Zhang said. All true? Her eyes went wide. This secret realm, is it created by more than 33rd turned priesthood powerhouses? Especially for you? Holy, Cui Ying felt like her worldview had been turned upside down. It was as if she was recognizing Zhang Qi for the first time. What kind of man of God is this? To be able to have more than 33rd turned priesthoods join forces to create a secret realm for him. This treatment, this honor. Moreover, what was even more crucial was that Zhang Qi was still willing to lead them into this secret realm. At this time, Zhang Qi looked at the shocked trio and smiled without caring. Maybe the minister was joking. But, how is this possible? Would the honorable Minister Zhang joke about this? And, he also said that as long as Zhang Qi was willing, he could pick and choose whatever he wanted in the Demon Suppression Army. Then, Yi old man's identity is calling out. Master of the Jin Demon Army, Yi Ting Yun, that true iron-blooded big brother. The legend who saved the building from falling and helped the Dragon Kingdom to fall. Phew, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. They were a bit surprised that Zhang Qi's true identity was gone. Terrible talent, terrible background. Yet it was such a terrifying person. That Dragon District, that actually unknowingly dared to provoke him. At once, The three of them had the thought that the Dragon District, for fear, was going to be finished. What genius gathering place! First genius holy area. All of this, in front of Zhang Qi. I'm afraid that it's not even a fart. This, here, is the real slugger, Golem. At this moment, while looking at Zhang Qi, Chuiying couldn't help but silently swallow her saliva. It suddenly occurred to her that her cousin, she didn't seem to be good enough for Brother Zhong. Ha? That? She asked cautiously. Brother Zhong, are you still short of maids? Actually, my cousin is very good at taking care of people. Hearing this, Li Suk instantly became anxious and blurted out, brother-in-law. Li Muhan glared over at once. Li Shua immediately closed his mouth. Finished. The Heart Speaks. Chapter 35, Third Turn Divine Priesthood helping Zhang Qi cheat. Flying escalation begins. The secret realm was about to open. So many things would need to be discussed again. Several third-turned clerics had gotten together to take charge of this. Tension, Yi Tingyun, and a few more. And the two, obviously, have a great deal of say. They were also the ones who took the lead in this deliberation. In order to this secret realm, deliberately hollowed out a number of masterless copies, moved it all in. Although, between these monsters will have conflict in, but the good thing is that the division of the area, but also used this to divide the level. The person who opened his mouth was called Lai Ming, an old third-turn cleric now. He continued to tell about the secret world. And, in order to make it easier for the geniuses, we've divided this secret realm into 9 levels, and it's up to them to decide which level they can explore in. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Tension and inquired, how is Zhang Qi now? Tension smiled slightly. Guess. Ming's eyes glazed over as he said, so long past, there should be a level 12. In the middle of this secret realm for a while. In a short period of time to rise to level 20 is not a problem. As for level 50, and the second turn awakening, that should only be a matter of time. The smile at the corner of Zhang Li's mouth grew even thicker. These days, he was used to taking the news of Zhang Qi and using it to swindle these old comrades. Other than that, watching them show surprise did a little bit cool, like right now. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he listened to Ryami's speculation. To upgrade, it's not that easy. Under normal circumstances, even if one is a genius, it would take decades to rise to level 75 and make the third turn, which is already fast. As for Zhang Qi, with our help, we should be able to shorten it to 10 years. 10 years? We can afford to wait. He felt that his speculation was not far off. It was thinking at the pace of a top genius. These hours are not long and reaching level 12 should be no problem. Only, Tension didn't speak, causing Ming to frown. Not even level 12 yet? Yi Tingyun looked at Zhang Li smiling and silent. He knew that this kid wasn't holding back any good farts, and when he thought that he had been posed like this, he couldn't help but rub his forehead. But he didn't break it down. There is something very comforting indeed about pinching secrets and watching other people speculate and show all sorts of looks. It's like strategizing in battle. I have all the information and can always be one step ahead of you. You keep changing your methods, but you can never escape my 5 fingers. There is indeed some fun in that. Ming's frown deepened. It was a good thing Tension didn't hold back for too long, shaking his head and saying, it's not that low. Zhang Qi has better talent. Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said, it would be better if we could get to level 15. A level 1 secret area would already be able to be easier. But Tension still shook his head. Still low. Ming paused and said uncertainly, level 18? That fast? He had been busy with the secret realm, but he hadn't paid too much attention to the news of the replica area, only knowing that the commotion that Zhang Qi had caused wasn't small. That's pretty much top genius when you look at it that way. That's a good thing. Zhang Li didn't sell the idea anymore and directly stated the answer. Level 22. 2. Ming's words stuttered, and his face expression all froze. Then there was a silence. A few others did likewise. This is progressing far beyond their expectations. In the end, Lai Ming only said, God bless the Dragon Kingdom. He was surprised, but the surprise didn't last long, and that's a good thing. Then immediately afterward the thought, if that's the case, he'll already be able to be in the third echelon on this trip to the secret realm. I didn't expect that he'd be so quick. There were many geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom, and although Zhang Qi was considered a genius, after all, the time spent practicing leveling was too short. There were too many geniuses who had started earlier than Zhang Qi. Even more, this trip to the secret realm was not very restrictive. Anyone under the age of 30 is eligible to enter. That's why Ming said that it was able to be in the third tier. Compared to those who had practiced 8 or 9 years or even 10 years earlier than Zhang Qi's competitiveness really wasn't that great. But, after all, it was the secret realm this time, created specifically for Zhang Qi, and it naturally had a lot of support. But, even so, there was still a considerable gap with these geniuses who practiced early. Ryami sighed. His time is too short. Hopefully, be able to have a good performance in this trip to the secret realm. He was feeling a bit sorry for himself. The main reason was that Zhang Qi's time practicing leveling was too short. If not, he would definitely be able to go farther. It was Tenshin who took it in stride, and he smiled. Now that the secret realm hasn't even opened yet, it's too arbitrary to say this prematurely. Riming frowned at Tenshin and asked, "You have faith in Zhang Qi?" Tenshin smiled slightly. "I have faith in every talent and believe in their talent and hard work." That was a meaningless statement. As if he, Rina, didn't believe in the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. Right? Riming suddenly asked as he thought of this. How did you guys set it up to help that Zhang Qi upgrade? Because of this matter, it was Tenshin who personally went to set it up, and Riming did not ask about it. At this time, though, he was a little curious. Tenshin looked up at the ceiling and didn't say anything, but Li Ming found out the end. Staring at Tenshin, he said, "Where's your lady secretary? She's usually there, why not this time?" Something came up at home. Went home, Tenshin casually said. But, Riming understood, and his eyes glazed over in disbelief. You let her in as a second turner? With someone of such a high level around, how could Zhang Qi possibly share the experience? Once there are high levels together, then, we'll eat up all the experience of the lower levels. This was also why it didn't just take Zhang Qi to upgrade. Zhang Li couldn't care less. That's fine, just don't team up. Ally has recently learned a new skill that can take monsters and force them to snap to the last ounce of blood left. Ryami looked at him. You can find this skill? Just don't team up and brush the monsters down to their last ounce of blood, then throw it to Zhang Qi. The experience is still bell quick. That's really a good way to go. It's kind of cheating in front of all these people, isn't it? With so many teams, so much talent in. However, on second thought, Riming thought that the original purpose of the establishment of this secret realm was originally for Zhang Qi. Nowadays, it was considered normal for Tenshin to use this method. Just didn't go on. Zhang Li rubbed his hands together. When the secret realm opens, we'll be able to see how these geniuses perform. After the secret realm opened, as the secret realm they had created, it was natural to be able to see these geniuses performing well. And this time, the secret realm, they also had to choose for the national war later. So they had to choose some people from it. Then, it was natural for them to watch the movements of these people in the middle of the secret realm. And right now, Zhang Qi and the others were already well prepared. Being able to enter something like the secret realm made all three of them very happy. However, they hadn't come to their senses from the fact that this secret realm was created for Zhang Qi. This is just amazing. A secret realm of this size was able to accommodate nearly all of the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. And furthermore, this secret realm was also divided into 9 levels. It was still created by more than 30 third-turned priesthoods joining forces. However, it is such a secret place, but it was created for Zhang Qi. It's really too much of a surprise. This also led to Li Suk's off-the-cuff remark about his brother-in-law. Then, he was thrashed by Li Muhan. But, even so, Li Shua is still a thief. Secretly told Zhang Qi that he has a full set of sister's portrait. Steal it someday and show it to Zhang Qi. Such a simple child made Zhang Qi unable to help but stroke his chin and did not reject his kindness. The secret world opens on the second day. Zhang Qi led the dragon harnessing squad into the middle of the secret realm. The matter of the dragon harnessing squad obtaining the qualification for the secret realm was also spreading. The dragon harnessing squad actually won a spot in the secret realm. That's right, only a team with super strength like the dragon harnessing squad will be able to enter the middle of the secret realm. I heard that this time, the Dragon region also has a squad entering. It's from the previous session. Huang Mingyuan and their previous session. It was once the ace team of the Dragon region. Dragon District's ace team? Talking about Su Qing and the others, right? That's them. Su Qing back then, but he also suppressed the same class. His strength is terrifying. Yes, but this time, I heard that someone among the Demon Suppression Army is also involved. The Demon Suppressor Army? Heavens! It seems like they've never been involved in this kind of thing before, but they've been fighting on the front lines. Their strength must be even more terrifying. This time, it's bound to be a dragon fight. Not only is there the Demon Suppressor Army, but there are also geniuses from various martial arts universities leading the team. So many geniuses. Then it seems that this time, it will be hard for the Dragon Harness squad to get any good results. Yeah, there are too many geniuses. Also, they're much older. And although the Dragon Harness squad is also very powerful, they're too young. It's a pity. If these few people from the Dragon Harness squad, in a few more years, it would be fine. Right now, it's still too early. Yes, it does seem a bit of a shame. The Dragon District should be able to get a very good result this time. And while it was hotly debated outside, Zhang Qi was already leading the group, entering the middle of the secret realm. This time, the secret realm is divided into 9 levels. After coming in, Li Muhan began to talk about the information he had accessed. These 9 levels. We need to start with the first one, and only after we pass can we move on to the next one. And it said that each of these 9 levels, if you want to pass, is extremely tough, and this first level of the secret realm is surrounded by wolves. There is a large swarm of phantom wolves here. Each phantom wolf's level is at level 10, and the leader is a level 15 boss monster. What's even more crucial is that this phantom wolf is a pack, so as long as you startle one, you're bound to be surrounded by a whole pack of phantom wolves. After listening to Li Muhan, Cui Ying immediately revealed a look of gravity. Then it seems that we still need to be completely prepared. Otherwise, once we're surrounded by the phantom wolves, Brother Zhong shouldn't be in any trouble. But we'll be in deep. Cui Ying's words were recognized by Li Shuo. However, only after Li Shuo nodded his head, he turned his head and saw a ghostly wolf looking straight at him. In an instant, Li Shuo was shivering in fear. Instantly, spectral wolf. When the crowd saw it, they turned their heads to look over. Results. It was only when the discovery was made that Cui Ying revealed a nervous expression, and was suddenly stunned when she took a look once again. Road. This spectral wolf. It seems to be empty-blooded. Ha! As Cui Ying finished speaking, the 3 of them instantly went to take a closer look. Found that, sure enough, the spectral wolf was actually empty-blooded. What's going on here? Li Shuo attempted to make a move, and a shield impact went over, which resulted in the outcome of this phantom wolf. After the result, he gained experience as expected. It also verified that it was true. And, after the result of this first spectral wolf, he snapped to see that behind this one phantom wolf, there was a large area of phantom wolves. Hundreds of them. That large swath of green eyes only made Li Shuo's heart flutter. Subconsciously, he was about to pull his legs out and run. However, with a glance, baffled, then exclaimed, asterisk. Hell no, because he suddenly realized that this large swath of spectral wolves was actually all empty blood. All of them. How is that possible? Li Shuo's reaction also attracted other people, who then hurried over to check things out. Eventually, discovered the reason why. Then, Cui Ying was also confused. What's going on here? After all, they were still clear about the difficulty of this secret realm. However, now after they arrived at this first difficulty, they realized that all the monsters were actually empty blood, which meant that they would be able to easily get experience just by attacking them. Li Muhan is still relatively smart. Immediately, he was looking at Zhang Qi. Since it's wacky, the reason for this could only be found in Zhang Qi. In other words, this was something that Minister Zhang and the others had gotten up to, wanting Zhang Qi to upgrade quickly. So they had simply beaten the monsters directly to empty blood in this area that they had entered? And then, have Zhang Qi come over to receive it directly? What the hell? What kind of treatment is this? Looking at the look of shock amongst Li Muhan's eyes, Zhang Qi touched his nose. Swear to God, he really didn't know any of this. Rather, I didn't think that tension would actually mess with this. But, it's not so bad. Saya! Zhang Qi shouted. At that moment, Little Night was flying out, and under a mouthful of dragon breath, the 100 or so phantom wolves, along with the boss, were cleared out. However, since Zhang Qi was now level 22, even if there were more than 100 monsters, it still wasn't enough to upgrade, but it had gone up by half. After clearing out these monsters, the door to the secret realm of the second level was opened. Only, when they arrived at the second level, they suddenly realized. Same as the first rank. Same. Also empty blood. Empty blood. Chapter 36, Ultra Fast and in first place. The Dragon Harness Squad. What you guys are doing here? Isn't it a little too hard? Riming couldn't help but look up at tension, and finally couldn't help but say, the first level of the secret realm, beating all the monsters to empty blood, and the second level as well. This is too easy. It's totally not difficult at all. If you're like this, the secret realm will lose the meaning of the exercise. Zhang Li didn't care about the road. Anyway, these 2 levels of secret realms, even if we let the dragon harnessing squad go on their own, it's still completely passable. As for now, it's just shortening that time a bit. Why should they be allowed to waste any more time with these meaningless things? Ming actually didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, he said, at a normal pace, the dragon harness squad wouldn't have gotten through so quickly. And now, you're totally making the dragon harness squad a target. After all, there would be a ranking for the teams that entered amongst the secret realm and the secret realm that they passed through. This ranking is there for all to see. And in a short period of time, the dragon harnessing squad was able to clear 2 levels of the secret realm. That's a ranking that would definitely be at the top of the list. This way, it completely attracted everyone's attention. The name Dragon Harnessing Squad. Since then it would be known by everyone. And once, it was known that they had used this method to pass. And in the rankings afterward, if the Dragon Harnessing Squad didn't achieve anything better, it would be mocked all the time. However, it was clear that Tenshin was not worried about this at all. He said, that depends on their strength. And right now, in terms of ranking in the secret realm, the Dragon Harnessing Squad was in the first place with an absolute advantage. After seeing the first-ranked Dragon Harnessing Squad, many forces were stunned. What is this Dragon Harness Squad? A team from the Dragon region? How come it's so fast? It hasn't been a while since we entered. Right. And it's connected to 2 levels of the secret realm. Yeah, it's too fast too. The second-ranked Demon Suppression Army Squad has only just passed through the first-ranked secret realm. It's not the Dragon District's team. Look guys, the Dragon District's team is in the back. Not from the Dragon District? Then which power is it? The martial arts universities? It's not like that either. The teams from Budo University are down there, too. Strange. This Dragon Harnessing Squad. What kind of god is it? They're a little too fast for that. It can't be cheating. So fast. Directly crushing the other teams. How could it be cheating? This is a secret realm created by more than 33rd turn priesthood powerhouses. Joining forces, it's impossible for anyone to cheat in it. Unless, it's the 3rd revolutionary priesthood that's helping them. But, how is that possible? What gives this Dragon Harnessing Squad this power? That's all hilarious. To be able to cheat in the secret realm, what kind of status does one have to have? Then let's see how long this Dragon Harness Squad's number 1 position can be maintained. Shall we? There are some very powerful teams behind us. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen a team from the Jin Demon Army. I didn't expect it to be so fierce. The other teams aren't bad either. And the teams from Budo University are strong too. A Dragon Harnessing Squad? I think it's just a flash in the pan. Maybe they found some trick and then passed the easiest 2 ranks. Definitely. How can this never heard of name take the number 1 spot straight away? Ha ha ha. Then let's see when this so-called Dragon Harnessing Squad can be surpassed. I bet that after half an hour, their ranking will drop. Half an hour? You guys are too high. I'd say 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes to fall. At this point, when this ranking appeared in the Vice Zone, it also caused quite a stir. What? The Dragon Harness Squad actually came in first. How is this possible? Competing against so many talented people, and, still, with a higher rank than them, what does the Dragon Harnessing Squad have to offer? It shouldn't stay long. Although the Dragon Harnessing Squad has some strength, as soon as it encounters a more difficult secret realm, it will be stopped. That's for sure. And the Dragon District is aware of the news. Han Lin's face, all of a sudden, was much uglier. This time, the one leading the group was Su Qing. Su Qing, the true ace of the Dragon District. But even though Su Qing was leading the team, he was still being suppressed by the Dragon Harnessing Squad? How is that possible? Damn. They must have used special means. Han, don't worry. This is only a momentary thing. I believe it won't be long before Su and the others make their move. Yeah, Su is only just entering and familiarizing himself with the environment. That's why he's letting this Dragon Harness Squad take the lead. A mere Dragon Harness Squad is nothing more than that. As long as Brother Su powers up, he'll soon be able to surpass it. All of a sudden, the professionals in the Dragon District were talking. Only after hearing such words did Han Lin's face look a little better. At the same time there was a cold grunt. And in his opinion, it did. At this very moment, it is then within the secret realm, the 3rd level of the secret realm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Shuo once again let out a sound of amazement. Because this time, it was already a rank 20 monster. But still empty blood. Li Muhan, on the other hand, was somewhat numb. As for Cui Ying, After looking around, she couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhong, this secret realm, it couldn't have been created by your family, right? You're a young master from some hidden family, right? Zhang Qi looked at her as if she was an idiot and asked helplessly, do you think it's possible that so many third-turning divine priesthoods could all come from one family? So, how is this going to be explained? Looking at the blast mortises in front of him, one after another, they were empty of blood and even had their wings broken. Cui Ying really felt like she was dreaming. This is so unreal. She was already another 2 levels up by now. Ever since he had followed Zhang Qi, the speed of this upgrade was really getting faster and faster every day. Even this time, Zhang Qi didn't even put in much effort. It really is. I'm not even trying. And you're hanging up? Not only Cui Ying, even Zhang Qi himself, had upgraded from level 22 to level 24. The progress was so smooth that Zhang Qi himself felt a bit unrealistic. However, it was good that when the 4th level of the secret realm was reached, this situation didn't occur anymore. Zhang Qi breathed a sigh of relief, then looked to Sayaka. Saya! Whoosh! Little Knight then opened her wings and flew out. Then, violently, a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath was sprayed out. A large swath of monsters suddenly melted away like ice and snow. Minus 186,938. Minus 191,235. Minus 190,236. Monster after monster fell. Cui Ying's eyes widened. What's the difference? Then a white light enveloped her and it escalated again. Chapter 37, another dragon text. Zhang Qi shows off his skills. There was something inexplicable about the way Ri Ming looked at Tension, but after only a moment's pause, that inexplicability changed. He opened his mouth to speak, but eventually he had to. But the moment he was about to speak, Tension waved his hand. The corners of his mouth revealed the previous, fox-like smile to come. You should know by now that what I said before doesn't matter even with such means, right? He put his hands behind his back and looked at the curtain of light that was in front of them. Above the curtain of light, it was exactly the performance of Zhang Qi in the secret realm of the 3rd level. Tension seemed to know his way around. Even without Ally's hand, he can break through the secret realm just as quickly. This is his talent and his ability, to be able to cross over and compete with these geniuses. I've always trusted him. I know him far better than you do. Ryami fell silent. It was true that he did not know Zhang Qi well, and he had only hastily thought earlier that once Zhang Qi's speed slowed down in the back, or if he lost his caution because of the overly smooth situation in front of him, he would simply get stuck at a certain layer of the secret realm and would never be able to continue. That way, there would be more pressure that would fall on Zhang Qi. But now, he seemed to be worrying a little too much. It seemed that Zhongli had chosen to believe Zhang Qi from the very beginning, and it was also clear about his strength. Ryami sighed. You're right. Yi Tingyun watched the two from the sidelines and didn't say anything. Ri Ming didn't understand Zhang Qi, nor did he understand Tension. But Yi Tingyun was different. He understands Tension. Watching Tension's eyelashes flutter lightly even though he had his hand behind his back, he was clearly excited as well. It was only suppressed by himself, but of course, not all the way. Otherwise there would be absolutely no need to turn away from Ri Ming. He didn't know Zhang Qi that well either, but it didn't stop him in the least from using it to act like an ex. And Li Ming, the honest man, really believed it. Yi Tingyun shook his head. Tension was getting boring, but I still think that he won't get far. Ri Ming spoke again. He's so much worse. Although I don't understand Zhang Qi, I understand the other geniuses. And Zhang Qi's days of practicing are too short. Too much worse. If he wanted to compete with these people, if it was 3 years earlier, then he would definitely have a chance. It's just that right now. Ri Ming paused and spoke with some certainty. He's too young. Tension looked back and raised an eyebrow. Then let's take a look. Good thing too. Rina nodded and picked up again. But I still don't quite believe that Zhang Qi will be able to outsmart the other geniuses. As he said, even quite a few of the third-turned priesthoods present had similar thoughts. None other. The difference is too great. It's not a talent gap. It's time. And that's something that's hard to make up for. Zhang Qi was a few years behind them, and it was too difficult to catch up with them on this. So, even when Tension, in the beginning, came up with that cheat-like method, they didn't say anything, because it can't be affected. Yi Tingyun's expression also gradually became serious. He was also a little curious as to how it would end up, at this very moment, among the secret realms of the 3rd level. Chenli was also taken aback after seeing Zhang Qi's performance. The speed of Zhang Qi's few people was too fast, and after arriving at the 3rd level of the secret realm, they chased after her before she could even get her hands on them. In order not to be exposed, she simply didn't make a move. Then, there was the sight of Sayaka's near-destructive damage. When Chenli thought about it, the damage dealt by her level 53 strike was actually not even that much higher than Seo's. That would be scary. It could even be said that one could have completely dispensed with the need to do anything earlier, and Zhang Qi could have passed the level perfectly. It really is a monster. Chenli thought about it and gave up on the idea of continuing to make a move. She was secretly observing. She was also a little curious as to how far Zhang Qi would be able to go if she relied on her own strength. Pieces of monsters before them fell and were dissolved. Li Shuo looked at this familiar scene and suddenly felt that it wasn't quite real. It's like being in the middle of a copy before. This time, it had changed into a more powerful secret realm, but the strength of his brother-in-law seemed to be even fiercer. The monster's growth doesn't seem to be quite keeping up with his brother-in-law's. Again, the growth of his eyes didn't quite keep up. That terrifying number of damage caused by Seo made Li Shuo think, for a moment, that he was seeing things. The monster on this level was a cyclops. Upon death, this giant would turn into a transparent soul body, which still had 80% of its previous battle power, kind of like a second life. However, the difference is that when the blood level falls below 20%, these soul bodies will simply self-destruct. It also adds more difficulty to the passage of this layer. But, for Zhang Qi, there was no such difficulty. It was because Sayaka had been killed in seconds along with her soul body. There are no such concerns. The large area in front of us was quickly cleared. Zhang Qi was already level 25. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to undergo an awakening and then turn 2. And then go to the dragon breeding ground to contract a second dragon egg. He was also a bit curious as to what this second dragon egg that could hatch out would be. The little knight that hatched out among the first dragon egg was already terrifying enough. What about the second one? As he was thinking about it, a huge giant fell from the sky. One eye, one horn. The body lines were equally elaborate and carried a fury. King Cyclops, grade, 25. Blood, 150. 000. Attack power, 420. Skills, trample. One-eyed light. Giant's majesty. Stored power smash. Boss technique, absolute defense. Background, the king of the One-Eye Kingdom ruled his kingdom with indescribable majesty. However, under a huge change one day, the One-Eyed Kingdom changed. And this king, too, had a drastic change in temperament. Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes. All of this was because of the complicated patterns on its body. Long men. It was the same as before, the demigod he had seen. But this dragon text was much simpler. One could even argue that it's not exactly dragon text. There are only half a dozen and they are worn. Roar! The massive Cyclops hissed, his roar shaking the heavens and the earth, causing this third-level secret realm to tremble. Immediately, he violently picked up a boulder from the ground, and he threw it towards here. Boom! Boom! Above the sky, the boulders also resounded as they flew in, shaking the sky and the earth. Zhang Qi and the others reacted quickly and quickly looked for a place to hide. But despite this, the ground still trembled several times. Cui Ying paled. This giant is terrifying. And at the moment, after seeing such a scene, the third-turn clerics who were always watching this place couldn't help but voice their opinions. The Cyclops King in the third-level secret realm was moved from the nightmare-level copy, Giant Kingdom, and its strength has far exceeded the limits that the Dragon Harness Squad can withstand. Lai Ning Dao. At this level, they will be stopped. Although Zhang Qi's strength is good, this Giant King is not as simple as it seems. Its terrifying defense can block nearly 90% of the damage. Zhang Qi and the others will be stopped here and he looked at the leaderboard and said, the team from the Devil Suppressor Army has also entered the third-level secret realm. The advantage they had earlier is gone. Now is the real fight. The Dragon Harness Squad is way worse. Again, it was in the middle of a secret realm of the third level. Chen Xing, you go deal with the North Monster. Li Hao, you're in charge of the south side. Zhang Qi, you are in charge of the west side. We have to annihilate all the monsters in the shortest time possible. The man who opened his mouth, his face cold, gave orders. On this trip to the secret realm, we're going to make a name for ourselves as the Demon Suppressor Army. Crush that so-called geniuses under our feet. Whether it's the 3 sacred regions, or other martial arts universities. Entering the third level of the secret realm, Su Qing's eyes were calm as he said, let's quickly clean up the monsters in this neighborhood and then go fight the final boss. This time, the first in the secret realm can only belong to our dragon region. All other teams will be our stepping stones. As for that dragon harnessing squad, he sneered, I'm going to make them not even see our backs. Yes, at the same time, quite a few teams, too, were fighting for the second-ranked secret realm, and at a fast pace. Kunlun Budo University, Imperial Budo University, Qinglin Budo University. Many teams from the martial arts university were at the second level of the secret realm and were already at the end of their journey. A dragon fight is in the making, and at this point, looking at the massive giant, Zhang Qi revealed a contemplative look. He didn't let Sayaka launch a direct attack. Zhang Qi was still focusing on that dragon text. The aura on the Cyclops' body had part of the shadow of the subterranean dragon abyss, especially the half of the dragon text on his body. Even though it was worn out, it was enough to feel that if the damage covered its body, it would definitely be able to be isolated for the most part. There was no way out without cracking this dragon text. But fortunately, Zhang Qi was still quite knowledgeable about this aspect of dragon text. Only now, the dragon text on the Cyclops' body was not clearly revealed, with part of it being hidden. It should be under the soles of his feet. So, gotta figure out a way to see the dragon text at the bottom of the foot. Saya, shock and awe, roar. When Xiaoyang heard Zhang Qi's words, she directly made a Dragon King shock, and she stunned that Cyclops King. Used the desperate Dragon Claw. Sayaka quickly flew in front of her, and her dragon's claws slammed. Boo! This Dragon Claw slapped onto that Cyclops King, and violently, it caused its body to tremble. Then, after receiving this huge force, he stumbled and planted himself. Minus 21,569. Smoke and dust. However, Zhang Qi was still able to see the lines on the soles of its feet as it fell. So it is. Zhang Qi understood at once. It's half the word stone. After clarifying the dragon text on its body, there was a way to crack it. Dragon Claw. Zhang Qi used the skill immediately. The skill instantly slapped the Cyclops King while it was down. Zhang Qi was trying to take advantage of this time to destroy half of the dragon texts on it. As long as this dragon text was destroyed, its special defense, too, would dissipate. Ow! The Cyclops King hissed in pain after receiving the attack. Then, click. After a crunching sound, that unique defense was shattered away in response. Minus 5,367. And when this scene was seen in the eyes of Ri Ming and the others, they immediately revealed unbelievable intentions. What? How is that possible? Chapter 38, The Dragon Race Hidden Deep in the Secret Realm. These secret realms were all created by Li Ming and the others, even the monsters in the secret realms. It was something they had purposely captured from among the various secret realms. Each secret realm, they were sort of handpicked. It also has their deeper meaning. Such is the case with this king of the Cyclops. With a strong defense, even if one's strength was good and one's talent was strong, one would have to pay a lot of money to pass through a secret realm of this level. This is what they think. They wanted to see the patience and wisdom of these professionals on this level. This is what they have in mind. Trying to see more with the help of the peculiarities of the monsters on each floor, and the terror of the bosses. That's what they're all about. However, now, this king of Cyclops, which they had handpicked, didn't see anything coming, and it was just broken by Zhang Qi. It surprised them. Of course, what was even more crucial was that even though Zhang Qi had broken the defense on this Cyclops king, they still didn't see it. How in the world did Zhang Qi do that? It puzzled them. This can't be right. Even at this point in time, there were still people who murmured and opened their mouths, pointing at Zhang Qi in the middle of that image and voicing their doubts. That was too easy. How did he do that? They didn't see the door. Ri Ming did the same. That is, he turned his eyes to Tension. Tension, on the other hand, was also staring at the curtain of light. Staring at Zhang Qi on the light screen. He didn't see a reason for it either, but as the person who, right now, knew the most about Zhang Qi, he couldn't show that he was surprised as well. Otherwise, it's humiliating. So even if he was pretending, Tension had to act like he knew the inside story. Therefore, Zhangli stroked his already small beard at the moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. This kid actually did this. He came with a somewhat helpless expression. It seemed that, for Zhang Qi to do this, he saw through it at a glance and looked like he really couldn't do anything about it. Ryami believed it. Staring at Tension, he asked, "This kid, how the hell did he do that?" Zhangli shook his head and said, "Unspeakable. This is after all that brat's secret. If I just say it out, if that brat asks about it later, it will be troublesome." Ryami looked at him and didn't say anything. And on the side, Yi Tingyun was also watching. And with his knowledge of Tension, he naturally wouldn't be fooled by such superficial appearances. After all, he was able to clearly see that Tension, in his various manifestations, was not much aware of this matter at all. So, the obvious thing about this is that Tenshin simply doesn't know the truth either. He's now just pretending. Pretend you know better. Rina was, without a doubt, fooled by him. However, Yi Tingyun himself was curious as to how exactly Zhang Qi did it. He was now getting more and more excited about how far Zhang Qi could go. Obviously, at first, in his opinion, Zhang Qi's strength was such that he would not be able to make it this far at all. However, Zhang Qi gave him surprise after surprise, time and time again. It broke through their perceptions. By now, this third-level Cyclops King, at first Yi Tingyun was actually thinking that even if Zhang Qi's talent was strong and his strength was good, at least, he would be able to stop him for quite some time. However, it turned out that he thought wrong. There was no way to stop Zhang Qi whatsoever. Li Ming and the others, whose curiosity was also aroused at this moment, once again looked into that light screen, and right in the middle of the secret realm of the third level, Zhang Qi simply broke the dragon text on the Cyclops body, in which case, it made the Cyclops defense directly ineffective. Saya. Upon breaking that dragon text, Zhang Qi opened his voice at once. Sayaka also instantly understood what Zhang Qi meant. A mouthful of abyssal dragon's breath spewed out. -120,369. Terrifying damage numbers appeared directly on that Cyclops King. Then, this Cyclops King was directly killed in seconds. After breaking the dragon text, it was nothing at all. This secret realm, the further back you go, the more experience it gives. This one boss was what gave Zhang Qi a large portion of his experience. It also made it so that Zhang Qi had now reached a large portion of his experience at level 25. The boss was suddenly seconded, causing Cui Ying and the others at the back to be directly stunned for a moment, and then some don't quite believe what's happening in front of them. It's... Li Shuo blinked his eyes and rubbed them again. Then, realizing that it was indeed the truth and not a lie, Fong showed his consternation. As for Cui Ying, it was somewhat familiar. After a brief moment of shock, the mind was quickly adjusted, accepted the truth. Of course, what made her acceptance faster was the fact that she herself had been upgraded as well. Brother Zhong, I actually think that those monsters from earlier don't really need to be so troublesome. And anyway, if I let you do it, it won't be much slower. Li Suk nodded his head vigorously. With Zhang Qi being so fierce, even if those monsters weren't empty-blooded, it wouldn't take long at all. It's totally just Chung coming over to crosspush. And on the side, Chamli, who was hiding in the dark, was also silent at this moment. Honestly, when that Cyclops King had that defensive state, even if it was her, it wasn't that easy to solve it in a short period of time. However, Zhang Qi did do it. At this moment, Chamli was also shocked, and even, she couldn't imagine how this was done. She was already up close and personal, but still can't figure it out. Zhang Qi was becoming more and more mysterious in her eyes. After getting up close and personal, this feeling became even clearer. No wonder, Tenshin valued Zhang Qi so much. This Zhang Qi, indeed, had the qualifications to be taken seriously. And right now, after resolving this boss, it was natural to enter the next level of the secret realm. Cyclops didn't pop out any good equipment. There were only a few pieces of platinum equipment, and Zhang Qi, now that he was already covered in diamond-grade equipment, had little interest in platinum-grade equipment. Let Cui Ying and a few others take a look and see if there is anything they need, and prepare to sell the rest. Then, the few people were entering the next level of the secret realm. Only, what Zhang Qi didn't know was that after he entered the next level of the secret realm, the leaderboards out there are updated again, harnessing the Dragon Squad, still in first place. However, the third-level secret realm that was originally up there had become the fourth. The sensation this has created is not insignificant. It's changed again? The Dragon Harnessing Squad has entered the fourth-ranked secret realm? This is too fast, isn't it? The team of the Jin Demon Army has only managed to enter the third level not long ago. Even quite a few teams from the Martial Arts University haven't even entered the third-grade secret realm yet. They've already entered the fourth rank? This Dragon Harnessing Squad, what on earth is it from? So fierce. I've never heard of it. How did they do it? Crushing all the teams. Could it be that so many geniuses? All of them came out and entered this secret realm in the middle of it, just to give this Dragon Harnessing Squad a graft? It's horrible. How long has it been since we entered this? This is an absolute advantageous lead. Harnessing the Dragon Squad. I have friends from the 3 sacred regions, and it is said that this Dragon Harness Squad, that came out from there. The 3 sacred districts? Could it be a team among them? No, the teams from the Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix districts are all there. Never from the 3 sacred districts. It's even more terrifying. No, this dragon harnessing squad, it is said that before, they were against the dragon district in every way, and even crushed the dragon district's team several times, and among the comparison of the copies, the dragon district can't compare with them at all. What? Even the dragon region was crushed. That's the most prestigious dragon region among the 3 holy regions. This team, so scary. That's not the key. It's that this dragon harnessing squad, not long ago, was still brushing level 5 to 10 copies, and now, it's already riding high amongst the secret realm. When this news came out, it was already even more shocking. The message that this represents, the information in it, is too much. Previously, they were still brushing level 5 to 10 copies, and in a short time, they were ahead of all the teams in a place as difficult as the secret realm. What a genius this is! And right now, the Dragon District naturally saw the change in that leaderboard. Hanlin immediately asked with a gloomy face, "What's going on? Shouldn't the difficulty of this secret realm not be low? How come this dragon harnessing squad, on the contrary, is getting faster and faster?" For a moment, the geniuses of the dragon region looked at each other in dismay. And this time, they really couldn't say anything. Their team from the dragon region had only entered the 3rd level of the secret realm, but the dragon harnessing squad, which they looked down on, was already entering the 4th rank. How did this? It should be that this 3rd level of secret realm, it just so happens that these few people from the dragon harnessing squad are extremely suitable, and their professions, which are more restrained to this level of secret realm. That's why it will be so fast. Someone said, "It must be so. If not, it would never be this fast. There's no way that this dragon harnessing squad is stronger than our dragon region." That's right, they're just lucky. It's only this time. Next, they'll be quickly surpassed by our dragon district team. For a moment, the geniuses of the dragon region were once again talking and discussing. Hanlin's face still didn't look good. He stared at the leaderboard, his face always hard, and at this point in time, it's hardly known. Right in the middle of the secret realm, where the 9th ranked area was located, a low dragon roar resounded. In the deepest place, if you get close enough to look closely, you can vaguely see a lot of things. Dragon scales, dragon horns. Here, there was actually a dragon. Chapter 39, 300,000 damage. 4 levels in a row. Among the secret realms of the 9th rank, deepest, an extraordinarily powerful force appeared. After this power appeared, it shook the monsters around the 9th grade mysterious realm, causing them to not dare to move, not daring to make even the slightest movement. It wasn't just a powerful force, but also an aura. More than that, of course, was a pressure from the bloodline, and from the deepest part, a horn slowly peeked out. Looking closer, it was actually a dragon's horn. Here, in the deepest part of this 9th level secret realm, there was actually a dragon. It was enough to see how much of a shock this news would cause if it got out. But news from here doesn't get out, so there's no way to know what's going on here at the moment. At the very least, none of the teams that entered here knew. And, a more critical point, the dragon's horn in this depths began to slowly reach out. Slowly at first, but as it reached out a little, it became much faster, until this dragon's horns are all over the place. And then the head. The head was strange, one might even say a little ugly, covered in hideousness, with some scales on it, but they were irregular, with one piece and no other. That makes it look even uglier. It's a dragon, and it's not a dragon. To be more precise, it was a dragon, or augur, that had not evolved completely, but it does have some dragon power. There is a slight chance of that. That was why it was able to cause all the monsters outside to prostrate with this hint of breath. Thumbs up. It exhaled a hint of breath, then crawled out from amongst the deep caverns, getting closer, then walked up to the nearest monster, which was a saber-toothed tiger. Click. The sound of chewing came from the saber-toothed tiger as its head was bitten off. The other monsters, however, were all trembling, not daring to make a move. It ate little by little until it had eaten all the monsters on this floor. And then, toward the next level, Zhangli looked at the light screen and suddenly thought of something and looked at Ri Ming. "That little snake you caught, it's already evolving?" Rina thought for a moment and nodded. "I don't know how a trace of dragon's blood came to be eaten by it, and by a fluke it stayed inside it to this day." Tenshin lamented. "Good luck. A hint of dragon blood. This is the best way to evolve. To be able to evolve towards a dragon. This is the greatest potential." "Yes." Ryami also nodded. "To be able to evolve towards a dragon for a fraction of a second. That's also an absolute enhancement. The dragon race. Too powerful. No wonder. You chose to put it on the last floor. Tenshin said. This is the biggest resistance amongst this secret realm. Yeah. I wonder which team will be able to enter this last level of the secret realm and see it. Or maybe, not see it at all. This possibility is not out of the question. After all, with 9 levels in the secret realm, not all teams would be able to make it to the end. Sure, the point they were actually more curious about was whether or not the dragon harnessing squad would be able to enter the midst of this final ranked secret realm. After all, Zhang Qi was a dragon master, and Sayaka was a true dragon. Real dragons against fake dragons? It's fun to think about. How did the teams that made it in, how did they do? Ming glanced at it. Other than the dragon harnessing squad that has entered the 4th level of the secret world, the others are all still at the 3rd level. That's Cyclops. That should stop most of the team. The first 2 levels of the secret realm were not very difficult, but from the 3rd level of the secret realm, the difficulty increased abruptly. The first one was the King of Cyclops, which was only confirmed after Ming and the others had carefully selected it. It was not unusual for this 3rd level secret realm to stop quite a few teams. At the very least, it was expected of them. The only thing that exceeded their expectations was the Dragon Harness Squad, or, to put it bluntly, Zhang Qi. They didn't expect that Zhang Qi would actually use this means that they couldn't even understand, and that was how he took care of that Cyclops King. Then, on to the next level. Rather, I wonder how far the Dragon Harness Squad, in the end, will be able to go? At this moment, Ming spoke once again. He did have something to look forward to. This secret realm, after all, was created for Zhang Qi, and the farther Zhang Qi was able to go, it proved that they hadn't created this secret realm wrong. And if Zhang Qi is eliminated early, this is not. It appeared that the secret realm, created more or less useless. At this moment, Zhou Bo opened his mouth. I do think that the Dragon Harnessing Squad should be able to have a very good result. After all, they were able to pass this 3rd level of the secret realm. Enough to see that this kid is more or less a good means. Zhou Bo was also a strong 3rd-turn cleric. And before that, he had even entered the dragon breeding ground together with Sun Ji and Zhang Li, and was one of the first 3 3rd-turn clerics to see Zhang Qi's contracted dragon egg. So, for Zhou Bo, there was still a lot of confidence in Zhang Qi. Just, after he finished speaking, Ming shook his head. The secret realms of the later levels are even more difficult, and Zhang Qi's level, which is still more or less low, is a bit difficult to pass through if they want to. There weren't many people who understood the difficulty of the secret realms of the later grades better than Ming, even though Zhang Qi had already displayed a notable strength, but here in Ming, it still felt that it was still a bit short. Look again. Zhang Li spoke up at this time. No matter what, nowadays most teams are trapped in the middle of the 3rd level secret realm, and the Dragon Harnessing Squad is the only one that has passed through this level secret realm. Anymore, no matter what kind of tactics were used, they have passed. This is an indisputable fact. Ryami didn't say anything, but he still felt that it would be difficult for the Dragon Harness Squad to go to the back. These teams were all the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. It's too difficult to compete with them. In particular, the hard power of the Demon Suppressor Army in the Dragon District's team was too high. And right now, right in the middle of the 3rd level of the secret world, the Cyclops King who hadn't had his dragon text broken had absolute defense. Under this terrifying defense, many teams suffered. Among them was the team from the Dragon District. Su Qing frowned. This damned boss, with such a strong defense, what, exactly, do I have to do to get past it? Under their team's several attacks, it was actually, with 4 people teaming up and sustaining their output for several minutes, that they managed to make that boss drop 1,000 blood. This boss, however, had more than 100,000 blood. According to this trend, if you want to kill this boss, how long will it take? There must be another way. Otherwise, this level of secret realm would not be able to pass at all, he said with some pride. Even us, we are only able to put out this much output. If we were to switch to another team, I'm afraid that if we fought for half an hour, the amount of blood that would be dropped would not even be 100. Su Qing was absolutely confident in his team's strength. In his opinion, his own team, which had continued to output for so long, had only managed to do thousands of damage. Other teams, even worse. There could never be a team that could pass through a secret realm of this level in a short period of time. And at this point, the squad of the Jinmai army, looking at the 10th of the boss's blood dropped, he fell into deep thought. They also felt the difficulty. Mainly, the defense is a little too high. As this continued, it would take a long time before they were able to break through this defense and enter the next level. But beyond that, there is no better way. After thinking for a long time, they were still only able to choose and just strike. Meanwhile, the same problem was encountered by many teams. Then it all got stuck at this level. So, although there were quite a few teams that had taken a short time to reach this third secret realm, but again, without any surprises, they all stood on the same starting line. This puzzled a lot of people out there. What was even more puzzling was that the dragon harnessing squad hadn't been in the third level secret realm for much longer. How did they get through? Is it truly overpowered, or there's another way? Such doubts appeared in everyone's mind. And also at this time, among the secret realms of the fourth rank, upon entering this fourth level secret realm, the three of them, Cui Ying, still had a vague sense of unreality. Cui Ying slapped her face and felt some pain before confirming that what was in front of her was indeed real. The main reason was that Zhang Qi's speed of brushing the monsters was just too fast, so much so, that it made Cui Ying think that she was still in the middle of the copy. Phew! Cui Ying exhaled heavily. Brother Chun. Zhang Qi glanced at Cui Ying in disbelief, only to see Cui Ying reveal a very serious expression as he opened his mouth. If you're feeling a little lonely sleeping alone at night, be sure to let me know. My cousin can do it. Zhang Qi. Li Muhan didn't say anything, but Li Suk narrowed his eyes, and it was clear that he also had the appearance of leaping to open his mouth. However, at this time, Li Muhan happened to turn her head and stared at him with icy eyes. At once, Li Shua shrank his neck in fear and didn't dare to say a word. The fourth level of the secret realm had a murderous atmosphere upon entering. It gives a very different feel than before. It seems that this should be a watershed among the secret realm. So, let's hope that this level of secret will present some real challenges. Otherwise, it's more or less boring. That is, no one knew what Zhang Qi was thinking at the moment. If they knew, they were afraid to be very speechless. After all, a third level secret realm was already stopping most teams. Too many teams, already in the presence of the king of Cyclopes, are having headaches. However, Zhang Qi still felt that the challenge was not enough. Of course, it was true that it was a bit less difficult for Zhang Qi. With the amount of damage that Sayaka was currently doing, it was easy to get past these three levels. I just hope that this fourth level of difficulty brings some shocks. And as Zhang Qi and the others went deeper, it's true that there wasn't much sighting of regular monsters. Until, that is, it went to about the middle. The party just saw the first monster. Then there was a swarm of monsters. Only, this swarm of monsters, it wasn't so ordinary. 1, 2, 3, 30, 31, 32, 35. Li Shua counted them one by one. Then an incredulous look came over his eyes. 35. Bosses? That's right. These 35 monsters were all bosses. A whole cluster of bosses. The moment. Even the few third-turn priesthoods who were watching from outside the light screen looked at Ri Ming in unison. Zhou Bo was even more direct. This difficulty has been raised a bit too much, right? A full 35 bosses. How many teams can go over there? You're crushing them. Ri Ming was the one who didn't care as he said. This level. It's supposed to be a watershed. If we don't make it more difficult, how can we screen out the true geniuses? When the time comes, it's to participate in the national war. And since we're going to the national war, naturally, we don't need trash. Ri Ming said in a cold voice. What's a punk doing up there? Going to lose face? That's too much of a boost at once, isn't it? Zhou Bo still said. Ri Ming grunted coldly. This secret realm, even though it was created for that kid Zhang Qi, since it was decided to use it to select the candidates for the national war, naturally it needs to be made more difficult. A national war is not something that anyone can participate in. Ri Ming's attention to the national war was naturally not bad, and a few others felt the same way, that since it was a national war, it was important to be cautious. It's representing the face of the Dragon Kingdom. However, this fourth level secret realm suddenly increased the difficulty by so much. Fear. The teams that make it through are already going to be 80% scrubbed. And now, what they wanted to see more than anything else was how the Dragon Harness Squad was going to pass this rank. Will it be brushed off? After all, the current Dragon Harnessing Squad was the only team that could reach this level of the secret realm. Several people had their full attention on the light screen. Here at the Dragon Harness Squad, to be exact, the moment when Li Shua counted the number of bosses, he fell into a period of time silence. Then, the three of them coincidentally turned their eyes toward Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi waved his hand and said, small problem. It's just 35 bosses in the district. It's just a little challenging. Immediately, Zhang Qi was casting the new skill he had learned. Battle Pet Inspiration Max. When used by the summoner, it can inspire pets to increase damage by 100%. A red glow appeared on Xiaoye's body, all of a sudden. And then, there was the aura of the diamond-grade equipment Inferno Dragon's blade itself. The damage increases again. There was also Li Muhan's damage increase skill. Go, Saya. Zhang Qi was prepared for anything. He was also a bit curious as to what level of damage Sayaka could do when at full strength. Ow! With a roar, Little Knight was spreading his wings and flying into the sky. Spin. A mouthful of fiery dragon's breath was spewed out. Large swathes of dragon breath swept across the room, heading directly towards those boss monsters. The level of these bosses, all of them were level 26. Minus 312,569. Minus 312,458. Minus 309,682. A large swath of damage numbers appeared, while at the same time, the bosses fell one after another. At the same time, Zhang Qi's rank jumped rapidly. From the original level of 25, it jumped to 26, then 27, and still hasn't stopped. All the way to the end, it grew to 29. It's level 29. Behind Zhang Qi, Li Shuo's mouth opened wide and never closed. Far. It's too fierce. Brother-in-law. Chapter 43. Turning Divine Cleric Clueless. Dragon Master so fierce? At this moment, the several third-turn priesthoods looking outside the light screen had fallen into a silence that was like death. Silence. Above the light screen, the damage numbers hadn't disappeared and were still appearing. Minus 312,569. Minus 312,458. Minus 309,682. And then, there's no more then, because the monsters are gone. It was emptied. 35 only. A full 35 bosses. It's still a level 26 boss. Just like that. It's been cleared? Not a single one left? How long has it been? 10 seconds? 8 seconds? That's a little too damn fast, isn't it? The moment. Bringing a complete shock to these few third-turn priesthood powerhouses, especially Lai Ming. By now, froze without saying a word. He remembered his earlier words, his earlier questioning, to the Dragon Harness Squad, to Zhang Qi's comments. The face went red all of a sudden, swollen from the beating, reddish in color. The facepalm came a little too soon. He had only questioned. On the front foot, Zhang Qi's strength, and the Dragon Harnessing Squad couldn't compare to the other teams. Results on the back foot. Zhang Qi directly gave 35 bosses seconds. These were carefully selected by Ri Ming and placed in the middle of this level of Secret Realm. But as it turned out, people cleared it in seconds. Still cleared all. Old lie. This time, Zhou Bo walked over, patted Ri Ming's shoulder inside. The latter was not said, but Rina didn't feel quite comfortable with it in any way. As for the tension, this time, once again, the hands were backed up. Not even a proper face for Ri Ming. A look that says, I've got it all under control. Ryami looked away. There was always something not quite right about it. Yi Tingyun, on the other hand, after glancing at it, knew that this kid, Tenshin, had started pretending again. However, Zhang Qi did greatly exceed his expectations. A full 35 level 26 bosses, all of which were killed in a mere 5 seconds. The problem was that before, Zhang Qi's rank was far below them. This kind of strength, this kind of talent. Yi Tingyun was once again shocked. At this moment, his eyes were all focused on Sayaka. Dragons. What a horror. Moreover, it was only one of those 3 dragon eggs. Still one of the weakest. Well, what if it's the last 2? What if we waited until Zhang Qi's second transformation awakened and was able to contract a second dragon egg? How horrible would that be? At this moment, Yi Tingyun became even more expectant. Just wait until Zhang Qi is level 50 and has undergone an awakening. Then, it would be enough to attempt to contract a second dragon egg. And, Yi Tingyun also knew that it wasn't just the terror of that dragon egg or Zhang Qi's talent, because no one else, other than Zhang Qi, had the possibility of this contract again. In other words, only Zhang Qi can do that. So, that's Zhang Qi's talent. Unique. Dragon Master. What a Dragon Master. At this moment, Yi Tingyun wanted to let out a loud laugh. He was too looking forward to Zhang Qi's performance in the next national battle. When other countries, Sakura country, pretty country, they've painstakingly nurtured geniuses, only to realize that after running into a monster like Zhang Qi, how wonderful the expressions should be. Yi Tingyun was already looking forward to the scene where Zhang Qi would shine in the midst of the national war, suppressing the geniuses of other countries and leaving them breathless. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Yi Tingyun was very happy in his heart. The moment. Riming looked at Tension and hesitated for a moment before asking, "You already knew?" Zhongli still didn't turn his head. Carrying his hands behind his back, his voice deep, said, "I am the one who takes care of him these days." Just this one sentence. It means, I've been taking care of him. How could I not know everything about him? Before that, why did I have faith in Zhang Qi? Is that even a question? Ryami fell silent. After a long time, the road. You're right. He turned his head to look at the figure of Zhang Qi above the light screen and said slowly, different indeed. Tension didn't continue talking anymore. The mind is taking a dark pleasure. It's cool. It was so good that he couldn't help but laugh when he was afraid he was talking. And just as Zhang Qi had resolved the boss in the 4th level secret realm, in the middle of the 3rd level secret realm, Su Qing's face was incredibly gloomy. He stared at the Cyclops King, watching the blood bar that had managed to drop a tiny bit. It's already getting cranky. After sustaining his output for another long time and scraping off more than 1,000 blood, he couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. Tramp! Is this boss a human being to fight? How in the world can we pass it? There's no way anyone could get past this for a short period of time. This damn secret realm. Damn it! Su Qing's voice resounded in the middle of this secret realm. The other 3 members of the Dragon District Squad also had ugly faces, because they also felt great pressure. Under this pressure, there was nothing they could do. Only able to vent so much. However, just as Su Qing was venting, that Cyclops King slammed his fist over, right to Su Qing's side, and just a little bit short of directly bombarding him. Sparely, it likewise pierced the ground he was stepping on. Then, Su Qing fell down. "Help me!" Su Qing shouted and was drowned in the smoke. Boring. Zhang Qi shook his head, a little disappointed at the difficulty of this 4th level secret realm. He had thought that it could have lasted a little longer. As a result, a full 35 bosses actually lasted only 5 seconds? Can it be any shorter? I haven't even put up a fight yet. Why are you down? And behind Zhang Qi, Cui Ying was silent, not saying a word. It wasn't that she hadn't been shocked. Exactly. She had been shocked beyond words. 35 bosses. 5 seconds. All dead? She didn't even get a good look at what the boss looked like before she clunked upgrades herself. The experience? Cool. It's awesome. She wasn't the only one who had upgraded. Lei Shuo and Li Muhan had likewise upgraded, though the experience is, for the most part, with Zhang Qi. But this was 35 bosses, and even if it was partial, it was enough for them to upgrade. This, there is no doubt about it. Once again, they were immensely grateful that they had reported the right thing by hugging their thighs. If it wasn't for Zhang Qi, how would they have experienced such a cool way to upgrade? And Zhang Qi didn't think much about that. For him, it's just every day. Under several increases, the damage that Sayaka had dealt was already at a very terrifying level. At this moment, these 35 bosses had naturally exploded quite a few goodies after their deaths, and Zhang Qi's eyes were drawn to one of them. It was a piece of equipment that gave off a golden glow. Legendary. Crossing the diamond level of equipment. Chapter 41 Secret World Changes. A dragon appears? In the midst of the 8th level secret realm, the originally noisy environment, at this moment, was suddenly quiet. There were quite a few monsters in the middle of each level of the secret realm, and as long as there are monsters, it's bound to be anything but quiet. They arrive in the midst of their new surroundings, inevitably hissing, restless, and disgruntled, just for now, but it was awfully quiet. Suddenly, there was a subtle ringing sound, and then, it was possible to see, in the middle of the 8th level of the secret realm, a body on the ground, full of blood. There are limbs everywhere, and in the deepest area, a huge golden tiger was glaring. It had long fangs, 3 meters long, but they were broken. At the position of its neck, an auger dragon was taking a bite there, then gurgling and drinking its blood. Its stomach kept undulating, and with every sip, the lines on its body were 1 point brighter. It only had a mere trace of dragon blood in it, but was relying on devouring these monsters to make its evolution a little purer. Even so, it still possessed an extremely terrifying power, and nowadays, all the monsters in the middle of this 8th level secret realm were eaten by it. It's a situation that no one knows about yet. After eating all the monsters in the middle of this 8th level secret realm, it patted its stomach, feeling slightly full, but not quite full. Then, after pausing for a moment, it continued toward the middle of the 7th rank secret realm. By the looks of it, it wanted to eat all the monsters in the middle of this secret realm. At this very moment, It was in the middle of the 4th level of the secret realm. Zhang Qi's gaze fell on that legendary grade equipment. 35 bosses. After all of them died, naturally burst out a lot of good stuff. And that light golden glow was naturally the most dazzling. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Legendary. Legendary. This was naturally the equipment that traversed the diamond level. And when it was revealed, there was a chorus of astonished voices. Li Shuo stared at the light, his eyes blazing. Zhang Qi took it into his hands. Earrings of the Spirit of Light. Grade, Legendary. Wear requirements, Level 28. Attributes, 50% increase in 3D attributes. All skills are upgraded by 1 level. Resonance, you and your pet animal become more connected. When using the pet increase skill, the effect is enhanced by 100%. Flare, releases a flare force field in which all attributes are increased by 80. And the releaser receives 200% blue recovery and 100% blood recovery. And their defense is increased by 150%. Blessing of the Spirit of Flare, summons a Spirit of Flare, which can transfer 80% of the damage received to the Spirit of Flare, which can enter the summoner's body and is immune to 1 death. Cooldown 5 hours. Hiss. After reading the attributes, Zhang Qi's eyes immediately revealed joy. These earrings, it simply doesn't fit. Half the enhancements in 3 dimensions would be scary enough. There's also an increase in all class skills. Other than that, there are 3 skills. It's simply a perfect fit for Zhang Qi's career. Both enhancements for Sayaka and the ability to provide yourself with life preservation. So at this moment, Zhang Qi was naturally overjoyed. Worthy of being a legendary grade earring, this effect, it was ridiculously strong. Zhang Qi directly chose to put it on, and his own attributes were, once again, strengthened. He's now level 29. The equipment has been enhanced over and over again. The same goes for rank and strength. And, it's only the 4th level. There are a total of 9 levels of secret areas. Once all 9 levels of these secret realms were brushed away, it was feared that he would be able to reach level 40 at the very least. That wouldn't be too far from level 50 turn 2. This will soon be able to attempt to contract a second dragon egg. Upon thinking of this, Zhang Qi was naturally incredibly excited. He went on to check out the rest of the hall. But just then, the faces of the group of 3rd turn priesthoods looking at the light screen were extremely heavy. One might even say that the heaviness was terrible. What now? This little snake wants to evolve. He's already swallowed monsters of the 9th rank, as well as monsters in the middle of the 8th rank secret realm. His speed is too fast. If we follow this trend, it won't be long before it's able to become even more powerful. Zhou Bo frowned. Actually, if you go by the math at the beginning, the snake wasn't a big deal. After all, they were counting on the 9th rank, being able to have teams to deal with it. Only, as things stand now, it keeps on devouring and getting stronger. The next words, I'm afraid, it would grow to a point where it would far exceed the limits they had originally set, and by then, there might not be a team that could get through it. It's not just that. This little snake, at the end of the day, is a big pain in the ass. For them, it's not a big deal, but not for the teams in the middle of the secret world. And, it's still not short of devouring and heading for the next level. After the secret realm was created, the first few levels, which were based on the number of teams, each team entered the secret realm with monsters, like a 3rd level Cyclops King. There is a lot of it. This ensures that every team has the same monsters to fight. Includes 4th degree. The last 3 grades, however, are missing. That's unique. There are only these 3 secret areas. No matter which team, as long as they came in, then, it was these 3 secret realms, and as long as that team in front of them is faster and finishes this level secret, then the ones behind them are gone. It's also a way to ensure that this, too, can be parted out more quickly, and select people from it. That includes the little snake. There's only one. This kind of monster that contained dragon blood in itself was something that was truly hard to find. And now, something had obviously happened to the secret realm of the last 3 levels. Then, they'll have to choose. Will it affect the secret world, or will it be allowed to develop? If it was allowed to develop, all of the teams in the secret realm should not be its opponent. And most likely, all of them would be annihilated inside. Renamed Ao. This is a special situation. We should immediately terminate the secret realm and then recapture that snake before considering the secret realm. This is the safest way. Otherwise, the secret realm won't continue at all. Only, after hearing this from him, Tenshin shook his head. No, why not? If we pick it up, there's no way any team could possibly beat it. They'd all die there. Tenshin looked at him. Now that you are able to help them and catch this little snake out, What about later? What about their future path? Will you still be able to help them? In the future, when they go to the front line to kill, to fight more monsters, and to participate in the national war, will you still be able to step in and help? Tension was serious. This is a battle that belongs to them, and we shouldn't go meddling with it casually. Instead, we should trust them and believe that they have the ability, and the means, to get through it. His words were still disapproved by Ryami. But this is an unexpected situation. We can't risk the lives of so many geniuses. This is the future of my Dragon Kingdom. Once they are all lost after that, my Dragon Kingdom will directly break the generation. Lai Ming was also very serious. We have the right, and the duty, to protect them, not to let them go into the midst of an adventure at will, with the pretense that we are exercising them. But tension still disagrees. A great disagreement arose between the two men, and the reconciliation is not open. The others, too, had their own views, each standing on either side of the two. The atmosphere was stagnant. When he reached the back, Yi Tingyun sighed and said, "How about this then? Tell the teams in the middle of the secret realm about what happened. Don't force them to evacuate. Let them make their own choices. It's still an adventure." Ryami still doesn't quite agree. But there's no way out. This is the result of their deliberation. Next, they informed the teams in the secret realm of the truth of the matter, allowing them to choose whether to stay or go. The moment Zhang Qi also heard the news after counting his harvest. Decide for yourself whether to quit or continue. Brother Zhang. Cui Ying couldn't help but shrink her neck after hearing that news, and it was clear that she was a bit scared. After all, along with the third turning clerics had sent the message themselves. Just goes to show how horrible things can be. Why don't we retreat? That boss, it looks too terrifying. If we continue, we can't say we won't be able to beat it. Cui Ying shivered. It wasn't that she didn't trust Zhang Qi. It was just that the fact that even the third turning divine clerics had given them the option to withdraw already made things clear. If they had been able to cope, they wouldn't have said such things at all. And others. Li Shuo also looked grave after hearing this, but he didn't say anything and instead looked at Zhang Qi. He was now already making plans to listen to Zhang Qi and everything, no matter what happened. Since it's a lapdog, you're ready for a lapdog. What the thighs say is what the thighs say. Li Muhan didn't say anything either. Her thoughts were the same. Listen to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi took one look and was able to understand what the two were thinking. Looking to Cui Ying, he smiled. The situation is not serious to that extent. If it were really serious, then Minister Zhang and the others would have just let us leave. Now, the fact that it's for us to choose means that it's not impossible to cope. This is an opportunity. He naturally didn't want to quit this secret realm, but a good place for upgrading. If he just left, wouldn't he lose a good place for upgrading? When the time comes, there's still a lot of slow painting to be done. Too slow. Now that there was such a place, Zhang Qi was naturally unwilling to let it go. And after hearing the words of Zhang Qi, Cui Ying was silent for a moment, and finally also gritted her teeth to make a choice. She too. Brother Zhang, I'll listen to you. Zhang Qi smiled. So, let's get on with it. After saying that, he led them into the next level of the secret realm, 5th level secret world, and in the meantime, the other teams that had been informed of this news were already blowing up. What? Letting us choose for ourselves whether to go on or quit? What a great danger has arisen up here. It's actually possible to exit. Oh my god, this is too terrifying, isn't it? In that case, it's better for us to leave. The fact that it's been allowed from above means that the situation is serious. Yes, that's what I thought. In that case, let's leave. Retreat? How can you retreat? This is for us to practice. How can we back out? That's right. Since we chose to participate in this secret realm, there's no reason to quit. No matter what, I am definitely not backing out. Among these teams, there are naturally those who know how to retreat and those who swim against the current. As for those very strong teams, without exception, none of them chose to withdraw. This is especially true of the Dragon Zone teams. Su Qing narrowed his eyes immediately after reading the message. No matter how difficult or dangerous the front is, it won't hold us back. Yeah, we, the Dragon District team, will never back down. Several people spoke together. But, right after saying this impassionately, Su Qing's face steeply became quite ugly. A sharp curse was uttered. This damn Cyclops. How come Tramp's defense is so high? This king of Cyclops, they haven't passed. Still suffering. And another place, the team of the Jin Demon Army, likewise, chose to stay. After all, for them, there are too many dangers, and this danger, for them, is just a routine. And Budo University, too, had a few teams that stayed behind. When the news was given, the reactions of the third-turned priesthoods varied. Tension smiled. We should just choose to believe them. Even though this little snake has indeed increased its strength a bit, it's not without a slight possibility of defeating it. Reeming's face didn't look too good as he said, but this is a little too low. This snake was originally a level 40 monster, and now, after devouring so many, I'm afraid it's going to be level 45. What's the best way to face a level 45 monster? What Li Ming said was true. It does get tougher for these teams. However, Tension wasn't very worried. He always felt that while other teams might not make it, Zhang Qi here can't say. And right now, Zhang Qi was already leading the four of them into the middle of the 5th-ranked secret realm. There is a great sense of urgency in his mind, because, from that message, he had already learned that in the higher-level secret realm, there was probably a stronger monster who had begun to metamorphose. And if a monster wants to metamorphose, it has to devour. So what can be devoured in the middle of this secret realm? Naturally, they devour others of their kind, and as long as it devoured it afterward, then there was no doubt that one would be able to obtain much less. Wouldn't one be slow to upgrade then? That's not good. So at this time, there was a great sense of urgency in Zhang Qi's heart. Got to go faster. At the very least, he has to be made to devour less. Chapter 42 Boss Sneak Attack. Zhang Qi's true strength. We should trust them and their choices. Yi Tingyun suddenly spoke. We have given them the opportunity to choose. At this juncture, at such a dangerous time, whether to remain or choose to leave. At this point in time, they are fully empowered to choose. As for what happens in the end, it's up to them, and it's clear that they've made their choice, either to stay or to leave. At this point, we can say that they have courage or that they are too arrogant. But, since the choice has presented itself, now it can only be believed. Of course, there's no problem choosing out. Yi Tingyun looked at the others. However, since there are quite a few teams that have chosen to stay, we can't just watch. We still have to do some measures. Once these teams, all of them, fail, we have to immediately step in so that they can survive. After Yi Tingyun finished speaking, the others nodded their heads. Tension echoed the sentiment. It's a certain thing. However, since Yi Tingyun said that, it also meant that, from the inside, he actually didn't really believe that anyone would be able to take down that snake. That's a snake with a hint of dragon blood in it. If Zhang Qi's level and equipment were a bit better, it might have been possible. But, still, his teammates, not too bad. Other than Li Muhan, the other two teammates were of no help to Zhang Qi. Rina sighed at this moment. He sighed as he looked at the few teams left behind in the curtain of light. He felt that no team would be able to hold up that snake, evolving too fast. In the midst of the 5th-level secret realm, Zhang Qi led the team and entered the secret territory of this level. Similar situation to the 4th level of the secret world. This level of secret realm was still devoid of ordinary monsters. Only the boss. And bosses are going to be much higher. Level 30. And, compared to the 35 in the 4th-ranked secret realm, this time it had increased to 60. A full 60 level 30 bosses. Hiss. Upon seeing it, Li Shuan naturally couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. 60 of them. Fully 60 of them. 60 level 30 bosses. Even if they stood still and let Li Shuo chop them up, he was afraid that it would tire him out. Moreover, Li Shuo used the information to check the blood quantities of these bosses, and the lowest had 150. 000. Scary as hell. And naturally, Zhang Qi couldn't help but lick his lips after seeing this image. 60 bosses? No, it's a nice big wave of experience. Upon seeing these 60 bosses, Zhang Qi naturally did not hesitate any longer. Immediately, he was the first to open the battle pad inspiration. Then, there was the aura on Sayaka's Inferno Dragon Blade. In addition to this, there is the enhancement skill on the Spirit of Flare Earrings. After turning on all of the status skills, Zhang Qi was looking towards Sayaka. Between Saya and Zhang Qi, the tacit understanding was already sufficient. It was flying directly towards the bosses in that field. Immediately, a mouthful of dragon breath spewed out. Minus 358,963. Minus 358,964. Minus 356,987. Large damage numbers still appeared. However, the bosses were simply too numerous. Even a mouthful of Sayaka's dragon breath still wasn't able to clear all the bosses. And, once the bosses reached level 30, they have more spiritual intelligence. At this moment, right after Xiao Yang's mouthful of dragon's breath was spewed out, there were actually quite a few bosses that had begun to dodge. One of them, an earth python, actually burrowed directly into the ground. The ground shook at once. The direction of this tremor was towards Zhang Qi. "Zhang, watch out!" Cui Ying hurriedly shouted out, trying to elevate Zhang Qi. This was because that earth python was rapidly charging towards Zhang Qi. The speed is just too fast. They are not low in spirit. Even as this earth python impacted to come, there was another boss that specialized in blocking others. A huge boulder was thrown over violently, blocking Zhang Qi and the others away. In this way, even if he wanted to help Zhang Qi, he would not be able to do so in the first place. Snapped! That earth python rushed out from within the ground, and Zhang Qi's reaction wasn't slow either. That is, he took several steps backward and dodged this fatal blow. But this earth python's true means of attack was not the head that rushed up, but the extremely long tail behind it. Boom! That huge tail came crashing down. The sky is covered with dust and sand. The attack, fast and furious, was still loud. The attack power of this level 30 boss is very high. Even if this tail was flung at a meat shield, it would have to lose most of its blood, or even directly empty. And dumping it on Zhang Qi, he was afraid that it would be able to directly kill it in seconds. So in this moment, Lei Shuo, a few of them, were anxious. Lei Shuo even wanted to rush over despite the boulder, but it was just still too late. This earth python's attack was too fast. But, in the face of this attack, Zhang Qi did not look flustered. Spirit of flare. His lips parted and he spat out those 4 words. Immediately, a ray of light flew out, and it was wrapped around Zhang Qi's body. Then, Zhang Qi's body was immediately exuded colorful light. Busy too. This light does not appear how dazzling, but from the inside out, will be Zhang Qi set off. The temperament is not bad. Boo! This tail swings on Zhang Qi. The ground all trembled instantly. Sand and dust flew up, and rocks hung in the air. Oddly enough, Zhang Qi took this hard, but still nothing happened. It's all at once. It gave the trio a dumbfounded look. Shelter of the spirit of flare. I didn't expect that this legendary grade equipment would use this skill before I put it on. Dragon Claw. Immediately after that, Zhang Qi used the skill. A dragon claw that directly slapped the earth python, sending it flying out. Minus 78,523. Then, after the dragon's claws passed, Zhang Qi toned his staff. The word ice appeared in dragon script. Spin. Boo! The ice and snow that covered the sky instantly enveloped that ground python. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was frozen. That ground python couldn't move. And then its blood level directly emptied. Minus 95,216. Under 2 skills, this level 30 boss was seconded by Zhang Qi. Didn't even use Sayaka. Asterisk. Brother Zhang is so fierce too? Cui Ying couldn't help but burst out. Li Shuo's eyes also widened. No, big brother Zhang. How come his own damage is so high too? He was dumbfounded. After all, summoners are generally purely dependent on their pets and do little damage themselves. But Zhang Qi is now. It's a little too strong, isn't it? This completely turned his perception upside down. Li Muhan was also confused. After getting along for so long, it was the first time he knew that Zhang Qi, as it turned out, didn't just rely on pets. Self, too, is a fierce mess. Chapter 43, Sayaka's evolutionary condition. True dragon and false dragon? It's looking at the curtain of light that appeared in front of them. The several third revolutionary priesthoods all fell into a period of silence. Immediately, Riming suddenly looked at Tenshin and issued a soul torture question. Are you sure that this Zhang Qi is just a dragon master, and not a mythical warrior type or mage type profession? Or is it actually a hidden dual cultivation profession? Fong. The shock brought about by Zhang Qi's 2 skills was a bit too great. Dragon masters, as well as other summoning professions, although they were also considered to be combat professions, all of their combat power came from their favored beasts, and they themselves didn't have much combat power. But now, these 2 skills of Zhang Qi had completely overturned their perceptions. Almost no one thought that a dragon master would actually be able to kill a level 30 boss in seconds by himself. This is horrible. It's also too over the top. So, even the powerhouses of the third-turn priesthood were silent at this moment. It is the tension. He, who claimed to know Zhang Qi very well, also fell into a daze for the first time. Didn't make the first round catch. Didn't fake it. Reacting. Tenshin couldn't help but feel some pity. However, judging from the overly shocking performance that Zhang Qi had shown, It wouldn't hurt if he didn't actually catch it, because the others, all of them were in shock. 2 skills to kill this level 30 boss in seconds. What did that mean? It showed that, in fact, Zhang Qi's own strength was extremely terrifying. It's still not as good as Sayaka, but, at Zhang Qi's level, at least 99% of the combat class professions didn't do as much damage as him. And he, a dragon master. It belongs to the summoning category. That's the scariest. A summon class of dragon masters that actually did more damage on their own than the vast majority of direct damage class professions? It was enough to anticipate how much of a shock this news would cause if it got out. Ri Ming at this moment, through Tenshin's reaction, was already judging. He was not completely aware of Zhang Qi's strength. That's even scarier. With Tenshin's methods, either Zhang Qi was hiding too deeply, but it wasn't too easy to hide in front of Tenshin. And the other point, which is, this was what Zhang Qi had elevated during this recent period. In a short period of time, he was able to be so horrible himself? This is a little too surprising. That's just the way it is. With his strength, Zhang Qi had second-guessed the level 30 boss. It was the few of them who thought to themselves that, at this level, there was no Zhang Qi who could do it so dryly. This is even more terrifying. Zhang Li looked at Ri Ming and inquired, "Now, was that little snake able to be handled?" Ri Ming thought very hard for some time before finally shaking his head. Difficult. It's still difficult. The difference in strength between the two is really big. I know that this Zhang Qi is very talented and his strength is very good, but it's still difficult to face that snake. Tenshin smiled. In that case, that side is for us to wait and see. I do think that Zhang Qi has hope. Rina shook her head, but didn't say anything. Then, several people looked into the middle of that light screen together. At this point, for Zhang Qi to suddenly step in and solve a level 30 boss all by himself, it was enough to think of how much of a shock it had given the 3 men who had watched it from close range. Li Shuo even asked immediately, "Sis, big brother Zhang, are you really not a warrior? Or a mage?" His eyes widened. Those 2 skills of Fang Zhang Qi were too much like a top-tier warrior or mage profession. A close-range damage skill, and a large spell. The most damn shocking thing about that spell was that it didn't even need to be chanted. It's ing. If the other mages knew about it, wouldn't they die of envy? Such a powerful, awesome spell that does so much damage and doesn't need to be chanted. Who to talk to about this? If other mage-type professions knew about it, even top-tier hidden professions would have to cry with gluttony. I'm afraid, after resolving that earth python, Zhang Qi patted the dust that had fallen on him. Then he looked at Li Suk and smiled. Naturally not. But, probably because I'm more versatile. Zhang Qi pulled a random excuse. But the reasoning, naturally, could not convince the 3. Chuiying gradually accepted the truth inside. Now that Zhong has told me that he's actually a third-turn divine cleric, I won't be surprised. Zhang Qi brings too many surprises. During this period of time, their horizons as well as their perceptions were refreshed by Zhang Qi again and again. Before that, they still thought they were at least a genius. Of course, there are gaps between geniuses. Now they recognize it. The perception between geniuses, or rather, this kind of top genius was, in fact, just the threshold for meeting Zhang Qi. Saya, who was a fierce mess, and Zhang Qi, who was able to take down the boss by himself in seconds. No matter which one it was a supreme genius, the kind that was enough to suppress everything. However, these 2 had converged, both on Zhang Qi. How could this not surprise them? At this point, after the Earth Python's sneak attack failed, in an instant, many of the bosses that wanted to make a move, those that wanted to approach Zhang Qi, were stunned. Previous preparations, naturally, were dispelled. At the first time, Sayaka didn't kill all the bosses in seconds, but most of them, still, were cleared. And now, it has been freed up. You can get rid of the rest. Soon, Sayaka went down with another mouthful of abyssal dragon breath. Minus 375,968. Minus 378,569. Minus 374,569. Damage numbers appeared above the monsters' heads. Soon, under this dragon's breath, large swaths of monsters were dissolved. Boss after boss fell. Then, naturally, there were quite a few experiences that began to pour into Zhang Qi's body. Zhang Qi watched his level, rubbing up. 30, 31, 33. It went all the way up to level 35. In such an intense group of bosses, it was really fast to level up. Sure, if this were any other team, it definitely wouldn't have improved as fast as Zhang Qi. The reason was simple. Other teams, Usually 4 people cooperated to brush the monsters. As for the experience, even if it wasn't shared equally, it wouldn't be like the dragon harnessing squad, where Zhang Qi monopolized most of the experience. Even divided among the other 3, it's just 20%. This 20%, Li Muhan was sharing 10% by herself. The other ones, Li Suk and Cui Ying, would then split the remaining 10%, so they couldn't even catch up with Zhang Qi's upgrading speed. Of course, that was the idea behind Zhang Qi's formation of this team. Because, in his opinion, with Seo around, there was no need for any teammates at all. The 2 of them were already enough. And, of course, this is true. Zhang Qi didn't need the help of his teammates at all. At this time, after brushing these bosses, Zhang Qi's level had come to level 35. This secret realm, it really is a very good place to upgrade. Zhang Qi's leveled up very quickly. This also made Zhang Qi look forward to the 6th rank secret realm even more. Wouldn't one be able to upgrade faster if this entered the 6th rank secret realm? With the 6th and 7th rank secret realm, 2 levels, one should be able to rush to level 40. This was Zhang Qi's own speculation, and it was hard to say just how far it could go. And now at level 35, it was only 15 levels away from level 52nd turn awakening. Soon enough, the 2nd dragon egg. However, he remembered the change in the middle of the secret realm. He had to be faster otherwise, by the time the monsters up there were cleared, he would have lost a lot of experience. This, Zhang Qi really couldn't take it. He had come to the secret realm originally to upgrade faster. He is not able to accept that the experience that should be his own is taken away from him by other reasons. So, at this moment, Zhang Qi's fighting spirit was born among his eyes. In any case, he would have to be quicker and snatch the experience that was rightfully his. At this very moment, right after Zhang Qi finished solving all the bosses in the 5th level secret realm, right in the middle of the 7th secret realm, the snake suddenly looked towards the lower level of the secret realm. In the middle of this layer of the secret realm, it wasn't that fast. There was quite a bit of resistance. However, after all, it was the 7th ranked secret realm, and the difficulty wasn't as high as the 8th ranked. It just takes a little longer. But just at this time, it suddenly felt, just below the level of the secret realm in the middle, is a very powerful force. This force, in the continuous destruction of the monster below, it was a power that could even pose a threat to it. Therefore, after sensing it, madness and viciousness surged out of its eyes. The power it could sense was constantly battling it, and once one slows down a bit, then, in all likelihood, the scramble won't work for the other side. Roar! Among the secret realm of the 7th rank, its furious cries resounded. It was a sign of displeasure at the provocateur and a venting of his anger. Next, it was bound to become even angrier, thus striking out and trying to finish off Zhang Qi as well as Xiaoyang. At the same time, it again vaguely sensed that its own path to evolution lay in that unseen and powerful force. In that roar, ferocity and brutality were revealed in its eyes. After the boss was cleared this time, it didn't explode with too many goodies. There is very little equipment and a few other small items. There were a total of 13 skill books, and Zhang Qi roughly flipped through them. There were none that he could use. There were also 5 treasure beads, of which the one that increased intelligence, which Zhang Qi chose to use on his own. The rest, naturally, is ready to be taken out and sold. After packing up, it was time to prepare to enter the 6th level of the secret realm. However, before entering this secret realm, the system had once again moved. Ding! Triggering temporary mission. The battle of authenticity. There are true and false dragons. How dare a false dragon provoke a true dragon? Please quickly enter the secret realm of the 7th level and defeat the false dragon. After defeating it, you can obtain the next evolutionary route of your divine pet. After reading this mission, Zhang Qi's eyes immediately lit up. Evolutionary route? Doesn't this mean that Sayaka can evolve again? You know, the current Sayaka is still in her early years. Infancy, juvenile, and the next evolution, if any, will be adulthood. The juvenile Sayaka was already so terrifying. If it evolves to adulthood, Zhang Qi was already very much looking forward to it. Moreover, through this mission, Zhang Qi also understood what exactly was happening in the secret realm. Pseudo-dragon. It turned out that there was actually a pseudo-dragon on it. However, said pseudo-dragon should be far inferior to Sayaka, both in terms of bloodline and otherwise. But the grade should be higher. No matter what creature, as long as it was tainted with a dragon, then there was no doubt that its strength, as well as its talent, would be so high that it would be terrifying. Now, Since the system was able to give the pseudo-dragon label, it was proof that there was at least a trace of true dragon bloodline. Zhang Qi immediately revealed a look of interest. That's the real struggle. That's what makes the fight more interesting. Interesting rivalry. Then, Zhang Qi naturally stopped hesitating and was already itching to go up to the 7th rank secret realm right away and then go find that pseudo-dragon. Zhang Qi led the three of them to cross the portal and enter the 6th level of the secret realm. In the meantime, just as Zhang Qi's four entered the middle of the 6th rank secret realm, among the 3rd mysterious realm, there were still quite a few teams still struggling. One of them is the Dragon District Squad. Su Qing and the others huffed and puffed. This Cyclops King, having finally had the vast majority of his blood wiped out by them, was now down to his last sliver. It will be able to pass soon. At this time, Su Qing was naturally happy. Frowns were stretched. Ha 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 ha, this damn king of Cyclops is finally going to pass. Nowadays, with our strength, we should be able to rank in the top few. Top few? At least the top 3. How many other teams can surpass us? Yeah, this Cyclops King is so terrifying. And with such a strong defense, not many of them will be able to get through at all. That's right, we're still able to succeed with Brother Su's leadership. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible at all. It's still Brother Su who's powerful. Brother Su is mighty. Ha 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 ha. Su Qing laughed out loud. At this point in time, his earlier gloom had been swept away. And, remembering, the previous Dragon Harness Squad. A Dragon Harnessing Squad? I'm afraid that even that Cyclops King hasn't been seen at this time. Ha ha ha. It's really possible that without Brother Su's leadership and his powerful strength, they are afraid that in this lifetime, it would be impossible for them to pass through this 3rd level secret realm. Let's get through faster and go to the 4th level of the secret realm. That's right. Let's go faster. They were soon in the midst of battle once again. And right now, there was already a small team that had entered the middle of the 4th ranked secret realm. It's the squad of the Demon Suppression Army. Looks like we should be number 1. The first to enter the middle of the 4th level of the secret realm. The difficulty of the secret realm this time is indeed very high. The 3rd level secret realm is so terrifying. I really don't know about this 4th level secret realm. Yeah, it seems that it's really hard to have a team that can clear the level in a short period of time. That's just the way it is. Keep up the good work. Chapter 44, deservedly number 1. Dragon Harness Squad crushes everything. It's the 6th level of the secret realm. Zhou Bo opened his mouth. That little snake is right in the middle of the 7th rank secret realm. It looks like it won't be long before they'll be able to bump into each other. When Zhou Bo opened his mouth and said this, the atmosphere was slightly changed. This little snake could be considered the biggest change in the secret realm this time. And in order to protect these teams involved in the secret realm, they were even willing to let them come out early. That's how powerful that little snake is. Now, it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Harness Squad would be able to run into each other. In fact, they were looking forward to it. In curiosity, the Harness Dragon Squad's previous fight with it was, in the end, as far as it could go. Although, most people didn't think much of the Dragon Harness Squad. As the Dragon Harnessing Squad that was ranked first in the rankings today, it was indeed the toughest team out there. If, however, they couldn't succeed, then the other teams, even more so, would have no possibility of success. As for the result, we can only wait. How exactly? It's hard to say. Yeah, only able to wait. Hopefully, the Dragon Harnessing Squad will be able to hold out a little longer. They were already prepared to intervene in this battle. But if the Dragon Harnessing Squad couldn't even hold out, then there was really no way out. However, as long as the Dragon Harnessing Squad wasn't killed outright in seconds, they would definitely intervene and allow the Dragon Harnessing Squad to survive. The leaderboards have been updated once again. One of the first few teams in line has changed. First of all, it is the first. It was still the Dragon Harnessing Squad, but this time, it had gone from the 5th ranked secret realm to the 6th ranked. Hiss! Upon seeing this ranking, immediately, a voice sucking in cold air rang out. This is too fast, isn't it? It's already at the 6th level of the secret realm. Yeah, this speed, it's really great. A ride that no team can compare to. The second team, the squad from the Demon Suppressor Army, has only just entered the 4th ranked secret realm now. The difference between this Tama is also too big. This Dragon Harnessing Squad, is it really a team that has only risen up recently? It would be surprising if it were true, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's amazing that a recently emerged team has managed to get this far. It's crazy. Even the Dragon Region team that had a conflict with the Dragon Harnessing Squad before is, right now, still in the middle of the third level of the secret realm. Wait. There's been a change in the Dragon Region team. They've also passed the third level secret realm and entered the fourth level. But even if you've entered the fourth rank secret realm, there's still a huge gap from the Dragon Harnessing Squad. This Dragon Harnessing Squad. What kind of god is it? It's too strong. I want to join this squad so badly. If I can join it, then I'm afraid I'll be able to win for the rest of my life. Upstairs is dreaming. Right. A squad of this level is able to recruit you? You want to eat a fart. The news on the leaderboards was naturally seen by the Dragon District. Han Lin's face, once again, was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had originally thought that the team from the Dragon District should be able to catch up very quickly, and that it wouldn't be a simple matter to want to overtake this Dragon Harnessing Squad and ruthlessly crush them. But now, and no, things weren't what he thought they would be. Instead of surpassing the Dragon District team and ruthlessly crushing them, the Dragon District team was, even, ruthlessly crushed. What the hell? A 6th ranked secret realm, and one that was only a measly 4th ranked. That's a little too much difference, isn't it? It's absolutely crushing. Therefore, Han Lin's face was ugly as hell. Now, the Dragon District is close to being a laughingstock, being pressed from end to end by the Harness Dragon Squad. Damn the Dragon Harness Squad. At this point, Han Lin had no recourse but to curse. After all, there was no way for him to enter the secret realm. The advantage of the Dragon Harness Squad was just too great. Even Han Lin now had to admit that there was nothing he could do about them. But, with the Dragon Zone being crushed time and time again, the forums in the Vice Zone have been less than stellar. Too fierce. The Dragon Harness Squad is also too fierce. Yeah, it suppressed the Dragon District team in a row. What's suppressing a Dragon Region team? Today's Dragon Harness Squad is already the team that has suppressed all the geniuses, coming in at number 1, and number 1 off a cliff. It's too strong. How did they possess such great strength? I've heard that. It's entirely up to the captain, Zhang Qi. As for the others, they're pretty much just hangers-on. No matter how powerful you are, you can't rely on just one person, right? This you don't know. You should know that the previous Dragon Harnessing Squad was like this. The previous Dragon Harnessing Squad, but with 2 posers, useless teammates. By the way, those 2 posers, one of them even took the initiative to quit. Took the initiative to give up this chance to hug the thigh. There are still such dumbasses in the world? You don't think so, do you? How could he pass up such a chance to get a leg up? Which dumbass is it anyway? I have to go taunt him. I heard it was called Lin Yuan. A small family got, the Lin family. Then, not long after, underneath Lin Yuan's forum was a whole bunch of mocking ones. Yo, isn't this Lin Yuan, the one who had a discerning eye and gave up on the no 1 ranking Dragon Harnessing Squad? What a good eye. The Dragon Harness Squad was able to give up. Man, you're really good. Can you tell me how you got this impossibly wrong move wrong? It's still you, Lin Yuan. You don't want to get stronger at all. I was unbalanced, thinking that the Dragon Harness Squad was too fierce, but seeing you, man, I'm balanced. That's right, I'm balanced too. There are still such stupid assholes in the world. Not only Lin Yuan's forum, but also the Lin family's forum, was similarly exploded. For a moment, Lin Yuan and the Lin family quickly rushed onto the hot post, all mocking, though, Lin Yuan, at this moment, looking at the Dragon Harnessing Squad that was number 1 on the leaderboard, was already ashen. He made the wrong move. Still the most wrong step in life. It's a step that's all over the map. The moment Zhang Qi's 4 were already in the middle of the 6th ranked secret realm, and, quickly, the fight began. Zhang Qi didn't want to waste a bit of time and couldn't wait to enter the 7th level of the secret realm. Chapter 45 Zhang Qi's Anger. Damn! Among the secret realms of the 6th rank, Zhang Qi's 4 have entered here. There are 9 levels in the secret realm. I didn't expect that we'd reach the 6th level so quickly. It's so fast. Cui Ying lamented. To be honest, if it wasn't for Zhang Qi bringing her along, she really couldn't imagine that she would actually be able to enter the middle of the 6th ranked secret realm. Thinking back on this journey, the first 2 levels of the secret realm were fine, but from the 3rd level onwards, that difficulty simply increased abruptly. That Cyclops King alone, Cui Ying felt that if he were to form his own team, even if it stood still and let these people of his own fight, he was afraid that he would have to fight for half a year. The defenses are too supermodel, not to mention the 4th rank, the 5th rank, that multitude of bosses. Really in Cui Ying's own place, He was afraid that it would be difficult to see it for the rest of his life. But now, under Zhang Qi's leadership, the goal had been achieved. Even looking at Zhang Qi, the ambition was not there. Thinking of this, Cui Ying's heart was on fire. Pity, cousin isn't competitive enough. If one could be as big as Li Muhan's sister, one would have more or less a bit of confidence when talking to Zhong. But there's not enough milk. That cousin is 80% out of luck. Thinking of this, Cui Ying also subconsciously straightened her chest, then sighed. Forget it, you're not fighting for yourself. Chun here. Harder. But it's a great leg to hold. Cui Ying thought in his mind. Rather, I wonder, what is this 6th-ranked secret realm like? Li Shuo muttered. And then he turned his head, looking around, curiously surveying the area. In the midst of this 6th-level secret realm was a vast forest with a number of verdant trees that towered high into the clouds. And above the trunks of the trees, there were a number of vines that hung down. Just by looking at this scene, one can tell that this place is not simple, because Li Shuo had already sensed that there were quite a few powerful auras in the middle of the forest. Big brother Chung. Li Shuo then looked at Zhang Qi, who was shivering a bit and didn't dare to walk in front. Zhang Qi laughed and joked. Aren't you a meat shield profession? Not going to the front to attract hatred, but letting me go over. What are your intentions? Li Suk instantly became nervous and mouthed. These monsters, I can't carry them. I'm afraid that if I go over there, I won't be killed in seconds. If I were as strong as big brother Zhong, I'd definitely be in the front. He smiled sarcastically. In the end, it's still the big guy who's too strong, and I've gone to heights that, well, don't belong to me. Li Suk still knows what he's doing. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, had already crossed over Li Shuo and walked ahead. There is no time to lose. There was no need to waste time here. Besides, Li Shuo had always been very knowledgeable, and Zhang Qi naturally didn't care about that. Zhang Qi took the lead and walked into the middle of the forest. Sure enough, there were quite a few hidden monsters in the middle of this forest, and well camouflaged. Even above the towering trees, a few were hidden above each one. Zhang Qi roughly looked at it for a few moments, and then revealed a look of interest. Level 35 boss. And it's still a diamond level boss. Bosses are also divided into classes. That, and evolutionary divisions based primarily on bloodlines. Like earlier, the boss's rank was platinum, but what we are seeing now is a diamond level boss. Between the two, there was still a big gap in strength. Vine Demon, grade, 35. Level, diamond. Blood volume, 200,000. Attack power, 500. Skills, twisting, slapping, 1,000 leaf scattering. Boss technique, evocation, awakens the spirit of all things, infusing vitality into nearby plants and trees, causing them to revive briefly and follow commands. Such diamond-level bosses were found on almost every tree, and judging by the trees here, then the number of this boss, there's got to be hundreds of them. After roughly calculating the amount, Zhang Qi couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. With so many bosses, leveling up is able to be done again. Saya! Immediately, Zhang Qi then opened his mouth and called out to Xiaoyi. As usual, fill up all such status skills to maximize Sayaka's damage. Then a yelp of pleasure rang out from Sayaka at once. The moment this cry rang out, all the monsters in the middle of this forest, all of them sensed it. Then, Sasha, a tremor rang out, and the monsters, all of them, revealed themselves. Right in the middle of this forest, one pair of scarlet eyes after another opened at once. The densely packed eyes looked incomparably terrifying. Creepy. Cui Ying, who was in the back, was the one who was immediately frightened and then cried out shiveringly, Brother Zhong, be careful. Li Shuo was also prepared to immediately go up and rescue Zhang Qi once something really went wrong, even if, what he said earlier, he was afraid, but when it came to this time, Zhang Qi was in trouble. He would never stand by and do nothing. Li Muhan is even more needless to say. At this point, Zhang Qi had no timidity, no fear, but only excitement after looking at that pair of eyes after pair of eyes. It wasn't just another difficult monster for him. Rather, one experience after another. All of them. Roar. Sayaka's roar spread throughout the forest. The Dragon King is shocked. A terrifying sound wave was then resounding in the greater half of the forest. Half of them had scarlet eyes, and all of a sudden they showed a dull look. They are dazed. And then at that moment, a mouthful of dragon's breath spewed out from Sayumi, and the damage numbers surfaced. Minus 398,659, minus 402,369, minus 401,236, The dragon's breath was so terrifying that even the trees in the area were scorched clean together. In the dragon's breath, the breath of an inflamed dragon was attached to it, naturally with a fiery intent. Even if it was a diamond-level boss with 200,000 blood, it still wasn't enough to look at in front of this horrifying damage from Seo. Therefore, the bosses were rapidly melted away like ice and snow. And after, not only that, but even the forest here, a large part of the terrain, was corrupted by the dragon's breath. Experience began to pour into Zhang Qi's body. Within a short time, he had risen to level 36. Go on, Zhang Qi grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. In the eyes of those bosses, Zhang Qi's smile was more or less terrifying. They had never imagined that there would be a human that wielded such a terrifying power. At this point, there were even quite a few bosses that, after thinking for a moment, decisively turned around and fled. The boss just ran away? Upon seeing this scene, Li Shuo was directly confused. It was the first time he had seen, in all the time he had been brushing copies, that a boss would flee? Moreover, it's not just one or two, it's more than a dozen. And even this number, it continues to increase upwards. Is your brother-in-law that brutal? Scared the boss so hard he fled. Is there anyone else besides my brother-in-law who can do this? The moment you see the boss fall away, the third-turned priesthoods, too, revealed different expressions. Zhang Li swept his eyes at Li Ming and coughed softly. Old Li, you're not very good at collecting this monster. Why did you run away before the fight started? Li Ming was also looking at the picture in the light screen, and his face was a bit unsettled. However, in order to save his face, he hummed lightly and said, "What's wrong with that? The perception of danger means that they are spiritually more intelligent and perceive something more dangerous. So, that's why they're behaving like this again. It's normal. They do this in recognition of Zhang Qi's strength." Looking at Li Ming's already shameless appearance, even if it was tension now, he didn't know what to say. Eventually, he had to shake his head and laugh. It was an image that he really didn't expect either. Making dozens of level 35 diamond rank bosses flee. This kid, still underestimating him. But, if you look at it like that snake, maybe it can actually handle it. That's right. In fact, Tenshin didn't have much confidence in Zhang Qi, and what he said earlier was just to give the crowd some confidence. If not, it would be too discouraging if no team could handle that snake. If this secret realm was terminated just like that, then this trip to the secret realm would be like a joke. And now, he saw hope. Let's hope it really can be dealt with. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes, staring unblinkingly into the middle of the light screen. Saya, go on. With Zhang Qi's command, Xiaoyan once again spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. Another large damage number appeared, but there weren't many bosses left. More bosses that have escaped early. Catch up with them, none of them can be spared. Hardly a few people could imagine that Zhang Qi was here, actually scaring dozens of bosses into fleeing, while being compelled to go after them and pocket the experience of those that fled. And while Zhang Qi was chasing the boss, there were teams, too, running just as fast. Only, although they were also running, they weren't chasing the boss, they were being chased by the boss. That would be the team from the Dragon District. Su Qing's gray head, the blood bar was already not much left, and at this time, with 3 teammates, he was running one after another. As he ran, he cursed, "Tramp, what's going on here? So many bosses, who can fight them? It's too damn many. This is specifically for people to come and die, right? Asterisk. It's simply impossible to beat it. This 4th-ranked secret realm is too difficult. Run. If we run slow, we may all have to be accounted for here." These 4 people from the Dragon District team were all gray and chased by the boss. They ran as fast as they could, fearing that if they ran slower, they would be accounted for. And the same image appeared among the ranks of the Demon Suppression Army. However, they weren't quite that lame, and as they ran, they were still returning fire. But, again, it was felt that this level of the secret realm was very difficult. With too many bosses, it should be difficult for them to get past if they wanted to, but it wasn't hopeless. Just in time. It should take a long time. It can only be done slowly. And here in the harness squad, Saya, kill it, it's the last one. Ow. Sayaka responded and was pouncing on the last boss. Then, under a desperate dragon claw, the life of this last boss was extinguished. The experience surged into Zhang Qi's body. Level 39. Looked at his rank. Soon enough, after this level of the secret world is over, it is already at level 39. So wait for the next level. And then there's more. I just don't know. That pseudo-dragon. To what? Hopefully it won't move too fast. If it's too fast, one can only slaughter it oneself. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Qi's eyes. Brother Chung. Big brother Chung. The three of them, Cui Ying, quickly followed. Zhang Qi nodded and then said, simply pack up and let's go to the next level secret realm. Ha? That fast? No break? Cui Ying asked without understanding. No need. Zhang Qi shook his head. And, on the next level, there's something waiting for us. There was a sense of urgency in his mind. That pseudo-dragon. Its strength must not be weak. If he delayed a little more, the experience would be too much less. Under Zhang Qi's insistence, the other three, naturally, chose to listen to Zhang Qi's opinion. Then, the four of them swiftly entered the 7th-ranked secret realm. Right at the moment they entered, Zhang Li and the others, all of them revealed a grave expression. It's about to start. It's up to them to stop it or not. I hope it works. It's a bit hard. That snake. It's starting to evolve now. Ugh. The reactions of a few people each had different, but the same point was that they were all looking at the light screen where the dragon harnessing squad was located, and at this moment, they were about to appear in the middle of the 7th level of the secret realm. Here, there is the snake that has begun to evolve. Or rather, pseudo-dragons. At least, that's what Zhang Qi thought. The scene in front of him began to change. From being blurry at first, it became clearer and clearer. It's a world of gray and black. There were charcoal black rocks everywhere. And Zhang Qi appeared on a passageway going up the mountain. In the distance, a powerful aura was erupting. After feeling it, Zhang Qi immediately revealed a look of gravity. What's that? Cui Ying also felt it, and her eyes widened all of a sudden. She had never felt such a powerful aura before. Even those diamond-level bosses from earlier, stacked together, were not as powerful as this aura. And now, it appeared in the middle of the 7th level of the secret realm. Were there such powerful monsters at the 7th rank back then? And, the way the breath looked, it seemed to be fighting. Immediately, Zhang Qi said, let's hurry or we'll be late. After saying that, he did not wait for the others and took the first step towards the mountain. The three hurried to catch up, not quite understanding why Zhang Qi was in such a hurry. And just after Zhang Qi had walked for a short while, he finally saw that a huge rhinoceros was collapsing on the ground, with blood all over the ground, and then its neck position is from time to time resounded with the sound of swallowing. If close to look, able to see the tail covered with scales, and all around, wreckage everywhere, not many monsters left. Immediately, Zhang Qi's eyes went cold. Damn it, he's a little pissed off. This robbed him of the experience that should have been his. Chapter 46 Secret Realm Final Boss. Over 2 million blood? Damn it. At this moment, Zhang Qi's voice resounded here. With anger mixed in his voice, Zhang Qi was very angry at this time. The experience that should have been his has now been taken away from him. Being able to see that here, many of the original monsters had died. Death at the hands of that pseudo-dragon, or in the mouth. Originally, Zhang Qi envisioned that if he passed all 9 levels of the secret realm, he had a great hope of getting close to level 50 and then going for the second turn awakening. At that time, it would be time to go and contract a second dragon egg. But now, this dam has messed it all up big time. It was now difficult for Zhang Qi to go back to level 50 by virtue of the secret realm. Since this has appeared here, it has already proved that the secret realm of the later grades should have been eaten up by it. Anger filled the middle of Zhang Qi's eyes, and after sensing Zhang Qi's anger, Saya naturally roared in anger as well. The three of them, Cui Ying, who were on the side, looked at this scene, and although they didn't know exactly what the reason was, they knowingly didn't choose to open their mouths. At this point, that pseudo-dragon finally stopped swallowing after hearing the sound, and it came out from amongst the crevice. If you look closely, you will be able to realize that it actually has a very long body, roughly 6 meters or so. However, the body of that rhinoceros was just too big. Therefore, it was covering it up, makes it inconspicuous. But at the moment, when it was all revealed, the oppressive force was still great. After all, it had quite a few dragon characteristics on it. Therefore, after it was revealed at this moment, Li Shuo still couldn't help but be shocked. This is, dragon horns, dragon claws, dragon scales, all of them. It just wasn't too perfect. Like the dragon scales that only partially covered it. It's like half of it was forced on you, and it's ugly as hell. The dragon's horns are also very short, and as for the claws, it's as dry as a chicken's paw and a half. But even so, the characteristics of the dragon race on that body were still not bad. This was the reason why Li Suk was so shocked. However, immediately afterward, Li Shuo was scanning Zhang Qi's appearance, and then swept his eyes at Seo. Vaguely, it seemed to have some secret in it. He didn't say anything else, though the shock was still in his heart. In this secret realm, there was actually such a dragon. No wonder, earlier, there was an option for them to be able to quit. It turned out to have such a terrifying existence. However, the look of this dragon, obviously, wasn't how pure the bloodline was, and it was about to go up against Sayaka. For a moment, Li Shuo also became somewhat expectant. Cui Ying also looked at it, and in shock, her eyes lit up. Li Muhan, on the other hand, revealed a look of gravity. The bloodline of the dragon race was strong, and as long as it involved the bloodline of the dragon race, it must be powerful. But now, there is one here. The moment. Upon seeing Zhang Qi and Xiaoyang, at once, that pseudo-dragon realized where the powerful aura that he had felt earlier had originated from, and its eyes, those grayish-white eyes, after looking around, they landed on Seo. A fierce as well as greedy intent was immediately born, and in the face of its prying eyes, Sayaka was even angrier. It could not imagine that this lowly bloodline actually dared to look at itself. At this moment, the information had appeared in front of Zhang Qi, the Phantom Spirit Augur of Nisra Woodland. Grade, 45. Level, Legendary. Blood Volume, 257-0000. Attack Power, 1100. Skills. Spirit Moon Roar, summons the moon of the Void Spirit, and the sound wave of the Phantom Spirit Augur deals 300% damage within the moon of the Void Spirit's shrouded area. Swallow the sun and eat the moon. The illusory Spirit Augur can swallow everything and use it to strengthen itself. Phantom Spirit's Rage. When the Phantom Spirit Augur is angry, its own damage is increased by 150%, but other attributes are reduced by 200%. Leaping Dragon Gate. Illusory Spirit Jiao can summon an illusory Dragon Gate, and after crossing the gate, it briefly makes one's dragon bloodline more powerful, increasing all attributes by 300%. Jiao Dragon Pool. Phantom Spirit Jiao can turn the area around itself into a Jiao Dragon Pool. Within the Jiao Dragon Pool, its own attributes will be enhanced by 100% and the local attributes will be decreased by 100%. Bloodline Suppression. Beings with a bloodline lower than that of the Phantom Spirit Sculptor will be suppressed by their bloodline, with their full attributes dropping by 300, and vice versa, with their own attributes dropping by 100%. Boss Technique. Dragon Transformation. When blood level is below 30%, dragon bloodline is enhanced. Full attributes increased by 200%. After reading the attributes of this illusory spirit Jiao, Li Shuo and the others were already completely confused. Asterisk. 2,750,000 blood? That's too high, isn't it? Previously, all the bosses they had encountered had a maximum blood volume of only a few 100,000. Now, looking at it this way, it was less than a fraction of this illusory spirit augur. Moreover, it was still a legendary boss. Comparing these two, it appeared that this illusory spirit Jiao was more and more powerful. Not only does it have more than 2 million blood, but it also has an attack power of breaking 1,000. As for those several skills, they are even more terrifying than one another. At this point in time, Li Shuo was sort of convinced that any creature that was associated with a dragon was powerful and terrifying. This illusory spirit Jiao is still only just evolved into a Jiao. It's not a Jiao dragon yet. It's already horrible as it is. How scary must a real dragon be? Just as Li Shuo thought like this, he steeply remembered Xiaoyang. Isn't that a real dragon? Thinking of Xiaoyang's earlier terror, Li Shuo couldn't help but think, the dragon is really damn strong. So scary. Cui Ying couldn't help but be shocked after reading it. The attributes were too high. Several levels more powerful than all the monsters they had previously encountered. Is such a boss really something they can beat? Golem. Cui Ying couldn't help but swallow. There's too much pressure. Roar. However, at this moment, Little Knight was under a dragon's roar, and a terrifying wave of sound immediately shook the four directions. That illusory spirit Jiao, subconsciously, wanted to retreat. Whirling around, he remembered that this dragon race in front of him was only in its juvenile stage. Then the guts are much stronger, and the ferociousness in his eyes is even greater. For example, if he was able to eat this dragon race, then he could definitely evolve himself to perfection. Strength can be stronger. Eating Seo alone was 100 times stronger than eating all the monsters in the middle of this secret realm. This time, the greed in its eyes became even more intense. It immediately swung its body and quickly rushed over. Little Knight naturally didn't avoid it, and even though it was still a juvenile, at this moment, it similarly rushed forward. A desperate dragon claw was slapped up. Boo! It slapped on top of the illusory spirit Zhao's body. Minus 358,963. Over 300. 000 damage. But, the illusory spirit Zhao's blood bar, however, was only partially reduced. The blood is too high. Chapter 47, The Dragon King's Might, The Terrifying Sayaka. It's, at this moment, when Zhou Bo saw Little Knight's damage, as well as the amount of blood dropped by that illusory spirit Zhao, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Long before this, they could see that this illusory spirit Zhao was about to evolve. It's kind of evolved once nowadays. The level has also reached 45. This is the most terrifying time. A level 45 legendary boss still possessed a dragon bloodline, and even though it was just a hint, its strength and terror was to the top. In the monster sequence, the bloodline is the only one. The bloodline is powerful, destined for this high talent and strength. And this illusory spirit Zhao is this monster with a powerful bloodline. Normally speaking, facing such a horrible and powerful monster, one would need to prepare for a long time and join up with multiple teams so that the fight would be convenient and more hopeful. But now, other than the dragon harnessing squad, the other teams, that is, the strongest demon suppressing army team, were still in the middle of the 4th level of the secret realm, and were simply too late. So it also led to the fact that only the dragon harnessing squad alone was able to be here, against this illusory spirit Zhao. It's a bit of a long shot to win. Zhou Bo sighed. Unavoidably. Earlier, we should have let Zhang Qi and the others wait for a while. At this time, if we have helpers in place, it would be much easier to deal with this sinful beast. With the assistance of the other teams, Zhang Qi could more or less relax. At the very least, not facing it alone. Mainly, the rest of his team, among the others, were a little too powerless. Li Muhan was fine. After all, she was an auxiliary profession that could give Zhang Qi the maximum increase in strength. But the other two, Lei Shuo, although it is a meat shield profession, but the body plate is brittle. In the face of such a boss, I am afraid that this illusory spirit Zhao randomly hit, he cannot carry. As for Cui Ying, the archers, the little output they were able to put out, were afraid that it wasn't as much as one sneeze from Sayaka. Can't count on it at all. A team of 4 was already half useless. This is no wonder. Before everyone does not look favorably on the dragon team. Although Zhang Qi is strong, but the teammates are too bad. This completely belongs to drag the hind legs off. And at this moment, if Zhang Qi had the help of other teams, even if they weren't as powerful as him, it would be good to help share some of the pressure. But no, one could only rely on the dragon harness squad, or to put it simply, on Zhang Qi himself. Harm. Zhou Bo sighed once again, and to be honest, he was somewhat helpless. In the beginning, it might have been better if Zhang Qi and the others had been made to wait, but now that it had happened, there was no way, no possibility to make up for it. However, Yi Tingyun shook his head. There's no need to make them wait. It's a talent that belongs to them. They rushed up to a higher rank so quickly, yet they have to wait for others. Even if they wait, what good will that do? His brow furrowed deeper and deeper as his eyes grew deeper and deeper. Facing even more terrifying monsters, Zhang Qi and the others have the qualifications to face them, while the others, they don't even have the qualifications to face them. They can't even see it. Sometimes weak strength is not a bad thing. At least, under this situation now, it can save your life. After Yi Tingyun's words, everyone else was silent. Yeah, when you're weak enough to rush to the front, it can't be you. You're not even qualified to die. That said, it's kind of funny. Obviously, they were all geniuses, and they all boasted of being top geniuses, looking down on the others, looking down on those with weak talent. But when it came to actually facing a strong enemy, it was not even qualified to see the back of the strong enemy. That is, nowadays, the picture of the dragon harnessing squad against a strong enemy. Other people couldn't see it. Otherwise, they would like to see whether the other teams, the crowds of self-proclaimed geniuses, were shamed or not. Now it's just a matter of being able to watch them. Ming stared above that light screen, his eyes heavy. Hopefully, they'll be able to hold on for some more time. As long as they held out long enough, perhaps, they would still be able to hold out until the other teams came over. In which case, the pressure on the dragon harnessing squad would be much smaller. Anything less, and they would just be able to force their way out. If they were to make a move, this trip to the secret realm would be considered a complete end. However, no matter what, it was absolutely impossible to let anything happen to Zhang Qi. That was the consensus among them. Zhang Qi didn't realize that what he was doing here was able to be seen by the people outside. He was angry now. A great deal of experience that should have been his own is now gone. There's only one boss left. If it weren't for the fact that this illusory spirit scullion was still related to Little Knight's evolution and was finally able to make up for some of it, Zhang Qi's anger would have been even more intense. And right now, Little Knight and the illusory spirit Zhao had already begun to exchange blows. Under Little Knight's attack, the illusory spirit Zhao suffered a wound and retreated. However, the output of more than 300,000 was only in the process of reducing its blood bar by a small amount. After all, it was with more than 2 million blood. Even if it was the current Seo, it would take a short period of time to kill it. However, this illusory spirit Zhao, naturally, won't just stand still for you to fight. Roar! With this roar, a bright moon hung high in the sky. Strangely enough, this bright moon, with its blood-red body, was actually a blood moon. And underneath that blood moon, the sound wave of the illusory spirit Zhao's roar spread in all directions. Boom! The huge stone blocks in all directions, after being swept by that sound wave, exploded with a loud bang. Rocks were flung in a flurry, thrown into the sky, and then fell back down. This time, upon discovering this moment, Li Shuo's three faces changed instantly. Not good. Run! This sound wave attack, naturally, was indiscriminate. Even they are in range of the attack. Saya wasn't afraid, but they weren't. In an instant, they were running quickly towards the back. At this moment, Li Muhan's staff swung, and a group healing plus a shield enveloped the four of them. That's right, she added the skill as much to Zhang Qi, although he didn't know if Zhang Qi needed it or not. At this kind of moment, it was impossible to forget Zhang Qi no matter what. The three ran away quickly. Under this sound wave attack, all they could do was to do their best to protect themselves and not cause trouble for Zhang Qi and Xiaoyi. And the rest was up to Zhang Qi and Xiaoyi. The sound wave attack, likewise, went over towards Zhang Qi, but Zhang Qi wasn't too scared. His own attributes nowadays, also extremely horrifying, in front of a luxurious equipment. This sonic attack, for him, cannot be considered a fatal injury. However, despite this, Zhang Qi had lost a lot of blood, but it's easy, just take a pill to top up your blood count. After the attack of the illusory spirit Zhao, Sayaka also dropped some of her blood, but again, not much. The phantom spirit Zhao's attack could not create much damage just as well against Seo's high attributes. And, one more thing, the illusory spirit augur had a skill called bloodline suppression. This skill, in the face of beings whose bloodline was inferior to it, was a huge increase in itself, but in the face of bloodlines that exceeded it, it was the opposite of lowering itself. Little Knight's bloodline was naturally stronger than it, and still much stronger. This illusory spirit Zhao, transforming into a dragon, had a great distance to travel, while Little Knight was the king amongst the dragons. Granted, it's still only juvenile, but the majesty remains inviolable. Roar! Sayaka let out a dragon's roar. Terrifying waves of sound also shook the four directions. A dull look flashed across the illusory spirit Zhao's eyes right then and there. Dazed and confused, the Dragon King is shocked. This time, it was real. The pressure from the bloodline. All the previous monsters, while there were also, were not as intuitive as this one, because this illusory spirit Zhao was indeed possessing a trace of dragon bloodline, and the dragon bloodline it possessed, even if its main body was here, it would have to be hardened and suppressed by Little Knight. Sayaka's bloodline was too noble. After the Dragon King's shock, a purple and black symbol appeared above the head of that illusory spirit Zhao. After this purple and black symbol appeared, Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes. This meant that the illusory spirit augur had all of its own protection-type skills, including equipment, dropped by at least 30%, in addition to being stunned after being held. Together with the bloodline suppression, its protection attribute, dropped by a whopping 230%. It's tremendously debilitating. Good chance, Sayaka. Abyssal Dragon Breath. After Little Knight heard Zhang Qi's words, he instantly opened his mouth, and then a mouthful of dragon's breath was spewed out. The black dragon's breath, with a destructive aura, swept towards the illusory spirit Zhao. In an instant, it landed on the illusory spirit Zhao. The illusory spirit Zhao's body, after touching that dragon's breath, actually began to burn. Roar! After the dragon's breath touched the illusory spirit Zhao, it began to hiss in pain, but even with the pain, they still couldn't get rid of Sayaka's Dragon King shock, because in addition to the dizziness, there was also an absolute suppression of the bloodline. Under this suppression, it was difficult to move its body, but the consciousness is awake. Zhang Qi sensed fear in his eyes. Snicker. The dragon's breath rolled and burned on its body. Damage numbers surfaced. -863,964. Under a mouthful of dragon's breath. It had actually directly cleared a third of its blood. It was only after various enhancements, as well as the illusory spirit augure's own reduced attributes, that it arrived at this terrifying amount of blood. Enough to anticipate how long this would have to be a fight. If it were anyone else, this illusory spirit Zhao, after evolving, had a very impressive defense. The defense of the dragon race were all very high, even for a guy like the illusory spirit Zhao, who only had a mere trace of dragon blood. At this moment, under Xiao Yang's mouthful of dragon breath, coupled with an earlier dragon claw, this illusory spirit Zhao was already dropping more than 1 million blood, with a blood volume of over 2.7 million, in the blink of an eye. It was a small half. Roar! Finally, the illusory spirit Zhao got rid of the shock, and then, quickly drew away, moving a bit farther away from Little Knight. At the same time, there was a deep fear among its gray-white eyes. It stared at Sayaka for a long time. Eventually, the fear was suppressed. Then once again it turned to greed. Sayaka's bloodline was strong, but not strong enough, mainly because she was too young. But if Little Knight grew a little more, it would definitely turn its head and leave, not daring to give birth to any greed. But now it found a glimmer of opportunity. Roar! The illusory spirit Zhao roared again, and a blood moon reappeared. Sonic attacks swept in all directions. Sayaka spread her wings and dodged upwards. However, just in the moment of dodging, the illusory spirit Zhao's body moved and turned into nothingness in all directions. Spin! Wow! The surrounding area changed as much as possible into a pool of water. It's the auger pool. Cui Ying recognized the skill. Immediately, he shouted towards Zhang Qi. Brother Zhang, this skill, it can make its own attributes increase, and at the same time, all enemy beings in the middle of the pool will have their attributes lowered. Quickly let Little Knight dodge it. But Cui Ying's reminder was too late. That illusory spirit Zhao first used the illusory spirit roar, in order to attract attention and thus use this Zhao dragon pool. Nowadays, the auger pool is expanding rapidly. It directly swept the 4 directions. It was thousands of miles of land, and Little Knight was naturally among them. Although it was in the sky, under the blood moon in the air, the aura of the auger pool still wrapped around Sayaka. Spin! That illusory spirit Zhao actually let out a strange and weird laughing sound. The sound was extremely strange and harsh. This is trouble. Cui Ying frowned in disbelief. What should we do? What can we do to help Big Brother Zhang? Li Shuo also revealed an anxious look, wanting to go and help Zhang Qi, but their strength, the difference was too great to help Zhang Qi with any python. Cunning. In front of the light screen, after seeing this scene, Zhou Bo also couldn't help but curse. He was not expecting that the spiritual intelligence of this illusory spirit Zhao had reached such a level, confused with other skills to unleash a critical skill. Now, under the influence of this descending class skill, Sayaka's attributes would be affected, so the already difficult situation would become even more passive. Zhangli also looked at the middle of the light screen at this moment, his brows furrowed. Could it be that? Is it really not working? Going to make a move? He couldn't help but clench his fists and let out a mental sigh. Among the secret realms of the 7th rank, the scent of the auger pool wrapped around Sayaka. After knowing the information about this auger pool skill, the 3 of them, Cui Ying, undoubtedly revealed a look of despair. It was Zhang Qi, on the contrary, who didn't care much. At this point, the aura of that auger pool, after entangling, actually disappeared without a trace in the next moment. The descending effect on the illusory spirit auger's skill was of no use to Sayaka. What's going on? In an instant, Li Shuo was dumbfounded, looking at this scene incredulously before an ecstatic look appeared on his face. The corner of Zhang Qi's mouth hooked up slightly. Little Knight is a Dragon King bloodline. This guy who only has a trace of dragon blood can affect Little Knight? Under the Dragon King's bloodline, he is directly immune to all negative effects. And, after this illusory spirit Zhao released this Zhao dragon pool, it was obvious that he thought he was going to win. This is a perfect opportunity to attack. Battle Pet Inspiration. Zhang Qi instantly released his skill, and at the same time, a dragon script with the word ice appeared. Ice and snow. Roar! With a dragon roar, Little Knight once again shocked the illusory spirit Zhao, while a mouthful of dragon breath was spat out. This dragon's breath. It covers all. Chapter 48 Million Damage. Shocking third turn divine position. I didn't expect that. Zhangli was sort of relieved after seeing what happened in the middle of the light screen. Before he let out a sigh of relief. He was really not expecting Zhang Qi and Xiao Yang's response. This illusory spirit Zhao, that skill, actually had no effect on the dragon race's Xiaoyang. If not, this descending class of skills is really somewhat difficult in. Once Little Knight was affected, then the dragon harnessing squad could be said to be in complete trouble, and at that time, they would be forced to take action. It can't be helped. This secret realm, naturally, was built for Zhang Qi. Then naturally, it must also strive to protect Zhang Qi, and absolutely cannot allow Zhang Qi to have the slightest problem. Now, it's a good thing that Zhang Qi and Sayaka worked it out on their own, and it seems as if this illusory spirit Zhao is not impossible to defeat. Zhang Li's eyes instantly revealed a look of interest, and it was only at this moment that he was much more relaxed, and even a smile appeared on his face. Turning back to Ri Ming, he said, "What did I say? When the dust is still settling, anything is possible." Ri Ming didn't say anything, still staring at the middle of the light screen. At this point, under another mouthful of dragon breath from Little Knight, that illusory spirit Zhao's blood level was already down to only 30%. Now, that's the really hard part. Roar! The illusory spirit Zhao roared angrily, and immediately, the dragon horn on its head actually became 2 inches longer. There were more scales on his body, and the dragon's claws were more powerful. Transforming dragons. Its own boss skills. It can enhance its own dragon bloodline while increasing its own attributes by 200%. Right after this roar, the blood moon hung high in the sky, and it was no longer one round, but two. Under the 2 blood moons, it made the bottom red. The ground looked as if it had been half poured over with blood and gore. Some seepage. Immediately, above the sky, a shaky portal appeared, which took on a golden color and glowed under the blood moon. The moment it appeared, even the body of the illusory spirit Zhao became somewhat illusory. "It's the Dragon Gate," Li Shuo immediately exclaimed. Another skill of the illusory spirit augur, Leaping Dragon Gate. As long as it was able to successfully cross this Dragon Gate, then its own attributes would be able to be raised once again. Dragon transformation coupled with leaping the Dragon Gate was able to raise the attributes of the illusory spirit Zhao to an extremely terrifying level. It was naturally impossible for Zhang Qi to let this illusory spirit Zhao succeed. It would be weirdly troublesome if it worked. So, he immediately made a move. The dragon claw was directly released, and it was heading towards that illusory spirit Zhao. Thumbs up! Zhang Qi's dragon claw slapped on the illusory spirit Zhao, reducing not much blood, but immediately after, an icy sky and snow was released. The ice, sky and snow didn't do much damage either. After all, the illusory spirit Zhao's defense was terrifying. However, this was a dragon language skill, and although the damage wasn't dealt, it caused a large slowdown effect on the illusory spirit Zhao, which made it more difficult for it to leap the Dragon Gate. Then, roar! Little Knight's dragon roar caused this illusory spirit Zhao to freeze, but after it transformed into a dragon, the effect of the Dragon King's shock was slightly reduced. But, there was enough time. Battle Pet Inspiration, Halo, Inferno Dragon's Blade, Abyssal Dragon Breath, all of the increased type skills, all of which were focused on Sayaka. The damage of this bite of Dragon's Breath was already at its highest. Then, boom! This Dragon's Breath directly covered the illusory spirit Zhao's body, causing its scales to rapidly burn. 1305968. A full 1.3 million damage appeared above the illusory spirit Zhao's head. This terrifying damage figure directly caused the people watching to freeze. The 3 of them, Li Muhan, stared at the 7-digit damage with wide eyes, not reacting for a long time. It is just beyond the curtain of light. The several third revolutionary divine priesthoods, who obviously hadn't expected all of this either, froze for some moments before directly exploding. Asterisk. Over $1 million? The one who opened his mouth was Ri Ming, who was concerned about Zhang Qi and was extremely concerned about the outcome of this time. But how could he not realize that he had already overestimated Zhang Qi as much as possible? However, Zhang Qi and Xiaoyi still brought him a deeper shock. With Zhang Qi's level, he actually dealt over 1 million damage at once against a legendary boss with stronger attributes and level 45 possessing dragon blood. This, not to say that there is no one in the future, but there is definitely no one in the past. Even the human race's #1 powerhouse, Dongfang Shuo, didn't have such a terrifying output ability at this level. No, it could even be said that Dongfang Shuo couldn't do it at level 45. Phew! At this time, in the middle of his mind, a sentence appeared. Genius. Absolute genius. And, it wasn't even the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. This was the first genius of mankind. Of the whole world. The same words appeared in the minds of others. Then they came to reveal a look of ecstasy. because next, it's going to be a national war. In the past, among the national wars, the performance of the Dragon Kingdom was not satisfactory. Even, several times before, it was crushed by the even smaller country of Sakura. In the past few years, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had been arrogant because of its victories in the national wars, and it ruthlessly suppressed the Dragon Nation. But this time, they have unprecedented confidence in the national war, and it's all because of the Zhang Qi, the true genius of the Dragon Kingdom, the candidate for the national war. Confirmed. Yi Tingyun immediately opened his mouth, and there was a hint of excitement mixed in his voice. Ah, the War of Nations. It was a national, extremely important event. The Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, is about to play better in this national war. They were incredibly looking forward to what Zhang Qi would do next in the middle of the national war. And at the moment, the three of them, Cui Ying, woke up as if in a dream. The scene of killing the illusory spirit Zhao in seconds was still lingering in the middle of their minds. 1 million damage. 1 million. Li Shuo was already frantic. He felt like he had witnessed history and the birth of a true big brother. It's right around the corner. Cui Ying was also so excited that her face was all red and incomparable. Brother Chung. Brother Chung. Brother Chung. Brother Zhong. You're so fierce. Even Li Muhan, who took several deep breaths, was never able to calm down, and her chest kept undulating, drawing graceful wavy lines. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, had a much more subdued reaction. The phantom spirit augur is dead. He had gotten quite a bit of experience, but it was much, much worse than he had expected. 41. Up 2 levels. Only 2 levels up. Ding. Mission completed. Congratulations, Great Host Sama. You have obtained the Divine Pet Evolution card *1. The system's voice rang out, more or less causing Zhang Qi's anger to diminish a bit. Sayaka was able to evolve again. Chapter 49, Sayaka's second evolution. Ding. Please note that since the Dragon Harnessing Squad has killed the final boss of the Secret Realm, this trip to the Secret Realm is coming to an end. Ding. Please note that since the Dragon Harnessing Squad has killed the final boss of the Secret Realm, this trip to the Secret Realm is coming to an end. Ding. Please note that since the Dragon Harnessing Squad has killed the final boss of the Secret Realm, this trip to the Secret Realm is coming to an end. The news appeared 3 times in a row, and all the teams that were still in the middle of the Secret Realm were directly dumbfounded after hearing this news. What? What's going on? How come the final bosses of the Secret Realm, they've all been taken out? This is too damn fast, isn't it? No way. This can't be. That's right, we've only entered the 3rd level Secret Realm, and we haven't even seen the boss in the 3rd level Secret Realm yet. How could they just kill the final boss already? And, the Dragon Harnessing Squad, how could it be them? The Demon Suppressor Armies team, the Dragon Regions team, and the teams from the other martial arts universities? Yeah, a team with so many big powers and so many geniuses was actually crushed by a Dragon Harnessing Squad. They are not too fast. This time, upon hearing this news, quite a few professionals, all of them turned pale and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Looking at the news, they were even wondering if they were dreaming. How long has it been? They were still struggling in a low-level Secret Realm, and someone had actually already beaten all of them. That's 9 levels of Secret Realm. 9 levels At this time, upon learning the news, they couldn't take it in. The same are all geniuses, can accept that there is a gap between themselves and others, but how can not accept? This gap is actually so big. Unavoidably. It's too big. We've only just entered the 3rd level of the secret world. Even now, at this time, there were only so many teams that had entered the 4th rank Secret Realm. However, did they kill all the final bosses? Those who were similarly shocked were naturally the teams that had already entered the 4th rank Secret Realm. They were indeed aware of the difficulty of the Secret Realm. The Cyclops King in the 3rd level, that terrifying defense, tormented them with pain, was really unable to find any solution, and they also wore down for a long time before they barely managed to grind that Cyclops King to death. Then, the party arrived in the middle of this 4th level of the Secret Realm. This 4th level of the Secret Realm, and encountering so many bosses, being chased in a hug. How did this run? Heard about the end of the secret world? With all of this, many of the professionals revealed a look of despair. It was everything that had held up, in their minds, that had collapsed. That won't be necessary. At this point, among the ranks of the Dragon District, after learning this news, Su Qing suspected that he had heard it wrong and stared at the other 3 people in the middle of the group with wide eyes, asking in disbelief, "Impossible? Do you guys say that what I heard just now is not a lie?" However, no one responded to him. The other three were also in a state of shock, and they couldn't believe that the dragon harnessing squad, which they had looked down on and thought might still have just entered the third-level secret realm by now, was actually, even the final boss has been fought? How is that possible? Su Qing had already gone a little crazy. It's fake. It's absolutely fake. It can't be real. He immediately yelled. His voice was mournful. He had trouble accepting that, in the past teams, even though the Dragon Harness squad was strong, the gap wasn't as big as this. He was now, after leading the Dragon Region's true elites, the true geniuses, into the secret realm, but he was ruthlessly crushed by the Dragon Harnessing squad. The moment. He couldn't even think about it. Even at the beginning, after learning that the Dragon Harnessing squad had also obtained a spot to enter the secret realm, he was extremely disdainful because he knew that with their talent as well as their strength, crushing this Dragon Harnessing squad would be easy, or even, not to put it in perspective at all, but reality gave him a head start. Su Qing was reluctant to come to his senses, but, that was the way it was supposed to be, and whether he wanted to come to his senses or not, it had happened. The other side, the ranks of the Demon Suppression Army, after hearing this news, were also surprisingly quiet. No one spoke for a long time. There were even those who maintained the same stance they had taken earlier, not moving a muscle. It was only after a long time that a bitter smile came. Is the gap actually that big? This Dragon Harnessing squad is too powerful. We've only entered the 4th level of the secret realm, and we've found a way to crack the 4th level of the secret realm, and they've already killed the final boss. Alas! Sure enough, the geniuses of this world are still awesome. This Dragon Harnessing squad, it can't be the team led by that Zhang Qi, as the Vice Military Lord said? It seems like, this Zhang Qi, no wonder the Vice Military Lord and the Military Lord appreciated him so much before. Now it seems that the strength is really powerful. More than powerful. This is simply terrifying. At this time, the 4 people from the Demon Suppression Army team were the ones who expressed their shock. What the Dragon Harnessing squad had done was too much to shock them. At the same time, there was someone else. Jesus, it's already over. We've only entered the 4th level of the secret realm. This is too soon. It's really awesome. This Dragon Harnessing squad, it really amazes everyone. Yeah, leaving everyone behind. We're already one of the top few teams. Yet it's only been a short while since we entered the 4th level of the secret realm. How did they kill the final boss? Who knows? One can only say that this Dragon Harnessing squad is with 4 absolute geniuses. Yeah, it must be the 4 topmost, most demonic geniuses. If not, how could it be so fast? They were all of the opinion that the Dragon Harness squad should have gathered the 4 most powerful geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom. If not, how could it be possible to kill the final boss in such a short period of time? Of course, that is, they don't know. In fact, the Dragon Harnessing squad, the real contributor, or the real main C, there is only one person, the other is a supporting class, and there are also 2 are playing on the sidelines. If not, I'm afraid I'd have to go crazy. And right now, it was in the middle of the forum in the replica area, a piece of news that was also quickly rushed to the hot search. Hardworking Ing, simply passed through the secret realm, and let's just say, easy. There are also pictures below. Chuiying hadn't posted any news for a long time, and this one post directly caused the entire forum to explode. After all, the news of the end of the secret realm had only come out a short while ago. However, just read this, and then there was a rapid influx of people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Greetings to the big man. Little patty pie to the big man. It's too powerful. Even the secret realm has been cleared. It's really strong. Big brother, can you tell no? How on earth did you guys manage to suppress a team of so many geniuses? This is a real bigot. The Dragon Harnessing squad can be too powerful, previously crushing the Dragon Regions team in so many nightmare-level copies, and now in the midst of the secret realm, it's giving the Dragon Regions team another run for their money. Ha ha ha. Upstairs is right. Every time the Dragon Harness squad is famous, there are injuries to the Dragon District team. That's right. Who made that Dragon District ungrateful and actually dared to mess with the Dragon Harnessing squad? Competing with the Dragon Harness squad is the most unwise thing the Dragon region has ever done in its life. Definitely. Long District is afraid that their intestines are now green with remorse. I don't know if the Dragon District's people's intestines were remorseful or not, but Lin Yuan, right now, must be remorseful in his intestines. The Lin family was now reduced to a laughingstock, making the already not-so-good life even worse. But there was no way around it. It was Lin Yuan's own choice after all. and now that you're an adult, you have to pay for the choices you've made, and pay for them. Dragon District. As usual, there were no crowds of people exuding dissatisfaction as well as disdain for the dragon harnessing squad, because Zhang Qi had already led the dragon harnessing squad, time and time again, to knock the dragon region down from above the altar. The dragon zone has also fallen off the pedestal time and time again. Before, they still had the confidence to give this honor back as back, but now, not anymore, because this time, the Dragon District's team was, literally, the strongest team through and through. However, still defeated, even losing badly, being crushed hard by the Dragon Harness squad, they didn't have the slightest power to fight back. At this moment, suddenly, someone sighed softly. That means probably, in the beginning. How did you get him? If they had lowered their stance at the beginning and were willing to accept this Zhang Qi, wouldn't it be the case that the one who would now receive this honor, pass through the secret realm, and be watched by 10,000 people, would be the team from their Dragon District? And it won't be like now, being mocked by the crowd? Long area. The title of number 1 in this 3 holy regions could not be saved after all. LOL. Once again, someone sighed. In the middle of the secret world, when the news of the end of the secret realm came after the death of that illusory spirit Zhao, Zhang Qi still frowned slightly. Luckily, the things that were exploded after this illusory spirit Zhao died were not bad. A legendary staff. Mirage Spirit Augur Staff. Level, Legendary. Wear requirement, 40. Attributes. Intelligence increased by 50%. Illusory Moon, summon a round of Illusory Moon. Under the Illusory Moon, the effective skill release is enhanced by 150%. Phantom, summons a Phantom Duplicate, which enjoys the same skills as the original, but with only 80% of all attributes and skill effects. Illusory Spirit Aura, can be freely turned on or off. When it is turned on, it consumes 100 magic power per second, but within the range, the effective skill release is enhanced by 120%, and 200% for the favored beasts. Dragon Gate, releasing a Dragon Gate that cannot be broken within a specified time reduces the enemy's attributes by 80%. Very nice outfit. Right now, Zhang Qi lacked a suitable staff. His previous staff, which was still of platinum rank, now came just in time for a legend-ranked staff. Zhang Qi then quickly changed. Then, the equipment exploded by the illusory spirit augur was naturally more than these. But for Zhang Qi, the one that fit the best was this staff. In addition to this, there were a few extraordinarily precious jewels. One of the water-attributed ones was actually able to increase the speed of magic recovery by an additional 80%. Zhang Qi naturally did not hesitate to use it. The magic power recovery was strengthened, and coupled with the illusory spirit aura, it was possible to maximize the opening of the aura. In addition to that, there were also quite a few secret medicines that restored blood and magic power, as well as those that enhanced their three-dimensional attributes, and Zhang Qi naturally kept quite a few of them. Of course, after this illusory spirit Zhao died, there were still some unique materials left behind. These materials are all very valuable. After all, they are left by the legendary boss. Find the right person to build the equipment, and perhaps, still be able to build some good equipment. Zhang Qi also put it away. After checking the harvest, it was time for the last one. The Divine Pet Evolution card obtained after killing the illusory spirit Zhao. Sayaka was now, although she was level 41, still only in her juvenile stage. The juvenile little knight already had such a terrifying damage. If it evolved again and reached the growth stage, what kind of terrifying degree would it reach? This was something that Zhang Qi did not know, but had a great desire to know. So, at this point in time, he hardly hesitated much before he was ready to let Sayaka begin her evolution. Then, Zhang Qi was crushing that Divine Pet Evolution card. As the Divine Pet Evolution card was crushed, a stream of power began to pour into Xiaoyang's body. Spin. Sayaka then felt the influx of power and came down from the sky above, then landed on the ground. It gets quiet, but it was able to feel that it had an extremely terrifying power within its body. The change in Seo naturally attracted the attention of the others quickly. Chuiying asked, "Brother Zhong, what's with Sayaka? What's wrong? The power inside it is terrifying." Li Shuo also couldn't help but say, even if he was standing some distance away from Sayaka, he could still feel that extremely palpitating power. At this time, Li Shuo perceived it as if Sayaka was the ultimate big boss here. But how did Sayaka become like this? Zhang Qi smiled and explained, "Sayaka is going to evolve. Evolution." Evolution? All three of them showed their astonishment. Li Shuo was shocked. Is Sayaka even this strong and actually able to evolve? That's for sure. Sayaka is still just a juvenile now. Naturally she can evolve. Juvenile. He was utterly confused. Juveniles are strong like this. If they're adults, how terrifying would Seo have to be? That goes without saying. Sayaka is a dragon, Chueying said from the sidelines. The dragon race is naturally very terrifying. This is already a fact that needs no further explanation. Zhang Qi listened to their words without saying much. In fact, what he wanted to say was that Little Knight was not only a dragon, but also the king amongst the dragons. It is the Dragon King, but that wasn't said because it was too shocking. Sayaka's evolution wasn't slow this time, and her body had already begun to change. Chapter 50 Terrifying Attributes. New Skills. The first thing that changed was the location of the dragon's horns. Originally, the horns on Seo's head were still relatively young, but in the present, the changes have been significant. It becomes thicker and longer. The texture on top of the dragon's horn was even more complex, and at this time, if there was one who was extremely proficient in dragon texts, they might be able to go ahead and copy one or two dragon texts based on the texture on Little Knight's dragon's horn. Of course, it's difficult. At least the current Zhang Qi couldn't do it. Then the body. The change in her body was actually the most obvious, as Sayaka's body grew much longer all of a sudden after her evolution. From the original 1 meter or so, it directly grew several times, and at a rough glance, Zhang Qi had to be 5 meters. A 5-meter long body is something that has a great sense of oppression. Especially at this moment, the dragon scales on Seo's body were even denser. It looks a bit hideous. The change wasn't slow, but Sayaka was, after all, undergoing an evolution, so it still took a not-so-short amount of time. At this time, though, there really wasn't a single person who showed impatience. Chueying, a few of them, were even looking on with curious faces. They were all curious as to what Little Knight would evolve into. Zhang Qi was also watching, and of course, outside the light screen, there was a group of old things that were also watching. They likewise were able to see the change in Sayaka. Boy, it's actually going to start evolving. Good news. This is absolutely great news. After all, there was going to be a national war soon, and this time, Zhang Qi was already certain that he would be allowed to participate. Then, at this time, it was only natural that it would be the top thing for Sayaka to evolve, because this meant that Zhang Qi's strength would have to increase a lot more. Hey, this kid, the national war is really going to give the other countries a hard surprise. Definitely. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about Zhang Qi kid participating in the national war, and then the reactions of the other countries. I can't help it. I want to see that moment faster. Me too. However, the strength of this little dragon is already terrifying right now. What degree does it get when it evolves again this time? That designation is even more amazing. However, this little dragon is still only the first dragon egg, and this is already so terrifying. What about the second one? What about the third? With someone saying something like this, there was a moment of silence. Then, it was suddenly someone who said, "This kid Zhang Qi's upgrade speed is already fast, but I still feel that it's a bit slow after you said that." Yeah, the first dragon egg of the tamer is already this strong. What about the remaining two? What about the second? What about the third? A number of people had lit up when the subject was broached. Unfortunately, at the current rate of Zhang Qi's upgrades, it would not be able to meet their expectations for a short while yet. Therefore, these two remaining dragon eggs were not able to successfully bring a deep shock to the other countries as they wanted to. Ruthlessly. It does seem a bit of a shame. Treadmill. I'd love to see that scene soon. Jobo couldn't help but curse. Though this was a foul mouth, no one objected to him, and there were even a few who likewise nodded with a look of deep conviction. Indeed, would love to see that. At this very moment, Sayaka's evolution was, basically, complete. It became more imposing, and the previous boyishness was basically no longer visible. However, its heart didn't change much, and it still liked to stick to Zhang Qi. Even when it had finished evolving, Seomi's first reaction was to want to jump into Zhang Qi's arms for a hug. With a body as long as 5 meters, this if he really pounced into Zhang Qi's arms, Zhang Qi felt that he would definitely be crushed to death in an instant. There is no second result. So, he hurriedly stopped Sayaka. Sayaka instantly showed an aggravated look. Zhang Qi was helpless and stroked its head. It really can't hold it now. At 5 meters long, the weight was staggering. Zhang Qi was not willing to joke with his own little life. However, after taking a look at Sayaka's panel, he instantly revealed a surprised look. Because, it's so damn high. Black-winged demon dragon, mature. Master, Zhang Qi. Level, mythic, common, rare, legendary, mythic, level 41, 135,000 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 200,000. Magic, 91,000. Strength, 4,700. Intelligence, 3,400. Agility, 3,400. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Divine Dragon's Skyfall. Dragon God's Shocking Break. Pet Equipment, Inferno Dragon's Blade. It's almost scary how high you can step. 200,000 blood, 4,007 strength, and 3,004 intelligence as well as agility. It is that many Blood Bowl professionals after the second turn awakening may not be able to have a blood quantity of 200,000. No, it was not even 150,000. Yet now, Sayaka owned it. And the 3D attributes are ridiculously high. Even for many of Zhang Qi's contemporaries, Seo's three-dimensional attributes were already higher than their blood quantities. It's an extremely scary thing. Of course, in addition to that, Sayaka has two more skills. Divine Dragon Skyfall, spreads its wings and falls from the sky. All within the huge range of the fall will receive huge damage, and in the center of the range, will also be stunned for 5 seconds. In a word, strong. Dragon God Shocking Heavenly Break, relying on the pure and powerful bloodline power. The black-winged magic dragon learns a powerful move from the abyss, instantly releasing a super powerful shockwave that will cause those hit to lose a huge amount of blood and continue to be eroded by the aura of the abyss, with their status decreasing. Both skills, after looking at them, are unquestionably horrible. Divine Dragon Skyfall, a wide range of damage skills. The damage is horrible at the same time. In the center of the position will also be forced to stun for 5 seconds time. To know that the small knight now this size can be caused by the range is already not small. As for the Dragon God Shocking Heavenly Break, not only can it be instantaneous, but it can also cause the opponent to fall into a state of decline after hitting them. At the same time, the damage is so strong that it can make the opponent's attributes drop. So who can justify this? After reading the two new skills of Little Knight, Zhang Qi naturally couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's too damn strong, worthy of being a dragon, or a dragon king among dragons. This attribute, if Little Knight evolves and then touches that illusory spirit Zhao, I'm afraid that a divine dragon heavenly descent can now give that illusory spirit Zhao a direct pressure death. Pity. Without a target to try, Zhang Qi felt some pity. Just what he didn't know was that the next national war, Tension and the others, were already prepared. Chung Kai will lead the team in battle. Countries like Sakura and Southpaw have been arrogant for too long. Chapter 51, Opening of the National War. Time to get out of here. Since the secret realm was over, there was no need to stay here. After killing the illusory spirit Zhao, Zhang Qi also knew that the monsters of the several levels above should have all been eaten up by the illusory spirit Zhao. It made him feel very sorry for him. There were so many less monsters, and he had a lot less experience. Otherwise, he might have the possibility of rising to level 50, but now it's all gone. Zhang Qi sighed, and although he had cleared the secret realm, his excitement was not particularly high. When Li Shuo and the others saw the scene, they were a bit puzzled. Big brother Zhang, aren't we the fastest to pass the secret realm, crushing all the other teams? I just looked at the forums and realized that the other teams, at most, have only reached the 4th level of the secret realm, and haven't even passed it yet. Why are you a little less happy? Yeah, Chung, we should be winning big. At this time, several people were looking at Zhang Qi, not understanding why Zhang Qi looked so disinterested. Zhang Qi confessed, originally thought, was able to in the middle of this secret realm, rise quite a few levels. As a result, by this to stir up the yellow, this will be above the level of the secret realm monsters are all killed. On the contrary, to kill this, the experience cannot catch up with so many monsters. After hearing this explanation from Zhang Qi, all three of them froze, then looked at each other, actually not knowing what to say. In the end, it was only possible to lament. No wonder Zhang is so strong. Like us little plonkers, as long as we can pass, we're already rejoicing. And here Zhang is still thinking so much. Yeah, worthy of big brother Chung. Li Shuo also couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. Okay, let's get out of here. As Zhang Qi spoke, the other three nodded their heads, and then, the 4 of them left the place. This time, the rest of the team, long gone. The Dragon Harness Squad was considered the latest to leave. Outside, the reputation of the Dragon Harness Squad had spread early, a team that crushed all the talented teams, while the other teams were still at the 4th level. or even lower, of the secret realm. They had already cleared the entire secret realm, which had to be said, was sheer strength. Every team that came out could prove how difficult this secret realm was, how terrifying the monsters were. But on the contrary, out came a monster like the Dragon Harness Squad. Nowadays, there was no longer anyone who doubted whether the Dragon Harness Squad was cheating. After all, how could one cheat when they were able to clear the secret realm at such a fast pace? How do you have to cheat to do that? You have to get a third-turn cleric in there to help brush the monsters yourself to do it. But, again, the question arises, what kind of terrifying strength it would take to be able to do that so fast? How in the world did that happen? That was too fast. Yes, I heard that there are 9 levels in this secret realm, and the fastest team only reached the 4th level of the secret realm, and they passed, which is more than twice as fast. That shouldn't be the case. Haven't you heard that something big has happened in the secret realm? Maybe that final boss came out from the last layer and killed all the monsters among the several levels of the secret realm above. In which case, it could be advanced. Not to mention, this possibility is really not small. Then in that case, it's acceptable for the Dragon Harness Squad to be so fast. But the more this happens, the more it can illustrate the terror of the Dragon Harness Squad. Yes, if that final boss, which is really so terrifying, was still killed by the Dragon Harnessing Squad, how terrifying is that? These are the 4 people with the strongest talent. It must be, otherwise it wouldn't have set such a record. That was awesome. The talk outside, clear as day, felt that these 4 of the Dragon Harnessing Squad should be the ones with the strongest talent. But that is not the case. Li Muhan's talent was indeed extremely good, but there was only one true top, or absolute genius, Zhang Qi. At this moment, after the Dragon Harnessing Squad came out, the 3rd Revolutionary Priesthoods naturally got the news in the first place, and then Tenshin sent someone, inviting the Dragon Harnessing Squad to go over. Not long after, under Chen Li's leadership, the 4 members of the Dragon Harnessing Squad arrived at the location where Tenshin and the others were. While Chen Li's eyes fell on Zhang Qi, her eyebrows were lowered and there was shock in her eyes. Honestly, she had sort of observed Zhang Qi up close, the monsters amongst the 1st rank and 2nd rank secret realms, even the ones she had cleared. But when you reach the 3rd level of the secret realm, you are the one who chooses to leave. It is also for this reason that the scenes that follow are not observed at close range. Originally, she thought that Zhang Qi should be like the other teams, stuck for a long time in front of such an elaborately laid out barrier and then slogging through it. He'll be battling quite a few teams and then go through a good bit of time, maybe winning, but with a much higher probability of losing. It's just what Chen Li thinks. Able to, the end result pulled far away from the other teams. In such a short period of time, it was the secret realm that was cleared and the final boss was killed. Chen Li was clearly aware of this, the strength of the illusory spirit Jiao, but it was still killed, in short order. Therefore, there was astonishment in her eyes as she looked at Zhang Qi, but it didn't last long, because the door opened. Chen Li turned to Zhang Qi and the others. The minister is inside. Thanks for leading the way. Zhang Qi smiled towards Chen Li, and he stepped inside. And at this moment, right in the room, quite a few 3rd-turn priesthoods were waiting. After Zhang Qi's 4 people entered, they were the first to see Zhang Li, and the others were also smiling. Aside from Zhang Qi, the other 3, it was the first time they had seen so many 3rd-turn divine priesthoods, so at this moment, they were clearly nervous, especially Li Shuo and Cui Ying, who were shrinking their heads at this time, simply like 2 quails. With a smile on his face, Zhang Li was the first to speak. Congratulations to all of you. Passing the secret realm in such a short period of time is already the most powerful team in our Dragon Kingdom at the moment. Moreover, this time, in the middle of the secret realm, there was an unexpected accident that wasn't well handled. Yet it was handled by you. Snap. Tenshin applauded. That's awesome. That's a statement that's kind of genuine. Others thought so too. However, it was clear that the other 3 were deserving of this comment, especially Cui Ying and Li Shuo. After all, the 2 of them were standing on the sidelines and playing the game. Li Muhan still has a use for it, and they, only able to shout 666 from the sidelines. This could have been done by another person. So the 2 of them, after hearing this, naturally blushed a little. Of course, Tenshin and the others naturally knew this, and after seeing the reaction of the 2, they understood. Naturally, he didn't say much. Their eyes were all on Zhang Qi. The compliment, too, was to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi reacted flatly as he opened his mouth at this moment. It's all because the minister taught me well. This sentence was what made Tension's back straighten up. This kind of pretense, and Zhang Qi was so powerful. In front of so many third-turn divinities, naturally, he was doubly honored. Zhang Li secretly gave Zhang Qi a count on your kid's understanding. I didn't hurt you for nothing. He frowned and smiled. The few people in the back, naturally, looked helpless. At this time, they naturally saw clearly. This was just Zhang Qi giving face to Tension. And they, naturally, didn't break it down. At this point in time, a heart-to-heart will suffice. Next, it was a compliment to them. Then, with a change of words, he was looking at Zhang Qi and said, do you know that every year, several of our neighboring countries have to engage in a national war? War of nations? The moment these two words came out, it immediately caused Zhang Qi to be stunned. He didn't really know much about the War of Nations. At this moment, he was looking at Tension, revealing an inquisitive intent. Tension began to explain. Nowadays, each of our countries has some strong people of the third-turn divine priesthood, and these strong people, once they really strike, it means that between the countries, there is a real big war. So, basically, the third-turn priesthoods, they won't go out easily. So what are they going to do if they encounter some new secret realm, or even resources? It is to let the younger generation fight for it. The winners and losers among the younger generation will determine the distribution of resources and the ownership of the secret realm. Such an engagement we call a national war. A national war like this happens once a year. So this year is about to begin. And our candidate for the Dragon Kingdom has not yet been completely confirmed. But, Zhang Li paused, then looked at Zhang Qi and said seriously, you are already inducted. At such a time, Zhang Qi naturally wouldn't drop his chain, so he nodded his head as well and solemnly said, I'm honored. All of a sudden, Zhang Li broke into a smile. Due to starting too late, we were ranked very low in the previous year's national wars, so we've always been at a disadvantage when it comes to the distribution of resources. And this time, with you kid, we'll definitely be able to give them a surprise. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Li's mood was, obviously, really good. It's not just the Tension. So did everyone else. After all, Zhang Qi's strength was so strong that it was natural for him to get a better ranking in this national war. Give a few other countries a hard shake. And Tension's words were understood by the three Cui Ying. At such an extremely important time as the national war, it was naturally impossible for them to go up and mix it up again. So, they should be out of the national war. Cui Ying and Li Suk are definitely not related. Of course, both of them were relieved to know this. At such an important time, if they really let them go up there, they would really be under a lot of pressure. After all, the two of them is purely useless. Once the national war in the middle, really need the help of teammates. They cannot help much. Rather, it would be better if Zhang Qi went to find a real genius to team up with. In that case, there would be much more hope for a national war. The two of them, Cui Ying and Li Shuo, were relieved, and were also seen in the eyes of Tension and the others. It was naturally excellent for the two to be so knowledgeable. The importance of the national war, but it is related to the resources behind the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, it is not sloppy. In that case, you should prepare first. In 2 days, the national war will open. Tomorrow, your teammates will be chosen to come out. And then, again, you will be allowed to familiarize yourselves. Yes, Zhang Qi nodded his head, and the next thing he knew, he left the place. Brother Zhang, cheer up for the national war. The face of our Dragon Kingdom depends on you. Give the Southern Rod Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, a good beating. Big Brother Chung, everything depends on you. Go for it. Cui Ying and Li Shuo, both of whom were full of fighting spirit, cheered on Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi smiled. He wasn't much of a stressor. After Sayaka evolved again at this time, then it was obvious that his strength had once again undergone an upgrade. In that case, this national war shouldn't be a problem. However, in the midst of this national war, you should be able to level up quite a bit, right? To this, Zhang Qi was looking forward to it as well. Day 2. Zhang Qi was then shouted to a special place by Tension. Here he saw 3 others. However, what made him a little surprised was that Li Muhan was actually here as well. She's currently the country's best auxiliary class occupation now, so naturally she's qualified to participate. When Zhang Li saw the doubt in Zhang Qi's eyes, he spoke out to explain. Zhang Qi nodded. It was naturally good to have someone familiar. As for the other two, they were a man and a woman. Let me introduce you. This is Liang Jia, a level 45 flame mage, currently the strongest law profession in the country. This is Yun Qing, a level 45 dragon shield warrior, the strongest shield combat profession in the country and the #1 ranked meat shield. Hello guys, I'm Zhang Qi, a level 41 dragon master. Zhang Qi also introduced himself. Liang Jiai and Yun Qing both looked at Zhang Qi with a curious expression. After all, they hadn't heard much about the Dragon Harness Squad during this period of time. To be able to pass through the secret realm with such a crushing stance amongst a group of teams. And, still, when the other teams were, at the 4th level of the secret realm, had already passed through. Its absolute strength. Strong people, no matter what, are always respected. And as the captain of the Dragon Harness Squad, it was obvious that Zhang Qi was the absolute strongest. Liang Jiai and Yun Qing, naturally, would not show any arrogance. After all, even if they were allowed to lead a team to the secret realm, they wouldn't be able to do what Zhang Qi had accomplished. Hello, the two of them opened their mouths in unison, and they were still polite to Zhang Qi. As for Li Muhan, they had already gotten to know each other before, and Zhang Qi had familiarity with her, so naturally there was no need for a separate introduction. Hey, this time, the national war is all on you four. There are a total of 13 countries participating this time, and among them, the most powerful, and the one that competes with us the most, is the Sakura country. Tenshin said. The Cherry Blossom country's martial arts started early, and has its own set of processes for cultivating domestic geniuses, and this time, they did produce a few notable geniuses, so this time, you're still under a lot of pressure, but I believe you guys can overcome all the difficulties and get a better place. A few times before, the Dragon Kingdom was ranked, but it was extremely far down the list. This is something that is hard to accept for a big country like the Dragon Kingdom, and this time, Tenshin had absolute confidence. Chapter 52 Why listen to the barking of a dog when you're in conflict with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? This time, your main concern is the people of the Sakura Kingdom, and in addition to that, there is also the South Rod Kingdom. Although the relationship between the Southern Rod Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom isn't good either, they still have the possibility of joining forces when facing us. Zhang Li's face became serious. There are even quite a few countries that may be targeting us specifically, so you guys need to be more careful. We got it. After hearing Tenshin's words, the four of them naturally understood that the situation in the Dragon Kingdom today was not good. After all, in the midst of a national war, it has always been a weak situation. This time, once the Dragon Kingdom wanted to rise, it was bound to move the cake of many countries, and they naturally would not agree. So on this occasion, the difficulty is still there. Well, the information of each country, I will send it to you next. The news is before they are in this period of time, the strength is certain to have growth again. So, you can just do a reference. Zhang Li then gave each of the four a piece of information. The information recorded the 13 countries participating in this national war, and the people among each country. Zhang Qi also looked at it roughly. However, this information is from before, and many of them were already level 45 before. This was enough to show that when it came to the cultivation of geniuses, the Dragon Kingdom was really a bit behind. Alright, tomorrow we will start. You can each go back and have a good rest. Yes, the news of the national war was naturally more noticeable. All over the Dragon Kingdom, it was already a discussion. The national war is about to open. I wonder this time, what will be our national war results? Alas, I hope it's better than last time. The last national war was really humiliating. It can't be helped. We started much later after all, and although we were ranked 9th last time, we weren't last after all. You know, the few countries behind us are the ones that started much later, and it's more or less a disgrace for us to only outsmart them. Let's hope it's better this time. Who are the people involved this time? The two from the Dragon Harnessing Squad, along with the Flame Queen, who is known as the strongest fire profession, and Yun Chang, the strongest meat shield. A Dragon Harnessing Squad? Geez. Is there someone in the Dragon Harness Squad too? With the Dragon Harness Squad participating, then this time must be a sure thing. Yeah, this Dragon Harnessing Squad, earlier in the middle of the secret realm, revealed its strength already. But, this time, it's a national war. The difficulty of the national war, compared to the secret realm, the difference is just too great. The people of the Dragon Harnessing Squad can be so powerful amongst the secret realm. Can they be the same amongst the national war? Who can say about that? But since the above elected them, it means they have the strength to match. We can only cheer them on. Yeah, I hope they have a good score. It was still being talked about within the Dragon Kingdom, but Zhang Qi, the four of them, were already choosing to set off in a military helicopter. The place where the Battle of Nations was held was on the sea. This time, it was a new copy of the abyss that appeared at sea. Therefore, it is used as a new national battlefield site. It didn't take long for Yi Tingyun to bring the four of them here. Among them, Yi Tingyun exhorted the four of them. I don't want to put too much pressure on you guys for this national war. As long as you do your best, you guys shouldn't be under a lot of pressure. After all, our results in the previous national battles were already poor. As long as you're stronger than last time, that's progress. In the face of Yi Tingyun asking for so little, they naturally knew that it was giving them a break. Don't want to be under too much pressure and cause them to play sporadically. In this regard, Zhang Qi and the others were also aware of this. Zhang Qi laughed. He wasn't under much pressure and was able to snicker at this time. This time, since we're here, we naturally want to get better results. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? And, it's just some minor characters, so as long as we make a move, it's naturally no problem. Looking at Zhang Qi so relaxed, Yi Tingyun was much relieved. In that case, then, which one of you would like to be the captain of this team? Yi Tingyun looked at the four people. Li Muhan didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes looked at Zhang Qi and Liang Jia. Both of them spoke up after a little contemplation. Zhang Qi has been the captain of the Dragon Harness Squad and has led the team with good results, so let Zhang Qi be the captain. Yun Cheng, on the other hand, laughed nervously and said, I don't have a problem with that. Yi Tingyun nodded. In that case, it's confirmed. The captain this time is Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was somewhat helpless, not realizing that when it came to the national war, he was actually still the captain. Alright, the replica will be opening soon. You guys can go over. Zhang Qi led the trio as they walked over. It was able to hear the murmurings from the sidelines. Isn't this the Dragon Kingdom's team? It seems that the Dragon Kingdom, this time, has a lot of confidence. What's the use? It's been several times in a row, and the grades have been bad. I guess it won't be any different this time. That's right. People from the Dragon Kingdom are a lot more powerful. Can the rest of us be worse? This time, make sure to give the Dragon Kingdom a hard time. Let the Dragon Kingdom see how powerful we are in the Southern Stick Kingdom. Mocking words naturally have a lot of them. Zhang Qi's face didn't change, but the other three, it was going to be a bit worse. After they had walked for a few moments, they suddenly saw that there were four people standing in front of them. Introduce myself. My name is Yumegawa Ichiku, and these are my teammates, Dragon Country people. I can't imagine that you guys actually have the guts to participate in the national war. I think it's because last time, our Sakura country's hand was still light. But don't worry, this time in the national war, I will definitely make you remember me deeply. I'll give your Dragon Kingdom a very deep impression. Yumegawa Ichiku said with mockery. This time, I'll let you be at the bottom of the list, among the 13 countries, Dragon Nation. Mark my words. After saying this, Liang Jia and Yun Cheng were furious. The people of Sakura Nation are indeed arrogant. Yun Cheng was about to open his mouth at that moment, but was stopped by Zhang Qi. Yumegawa Ichiku instantly snorted. It seems that this Dragon Nation person knows his way around. There's an old saying in your Dragon Kingdom. It's called the one who knows what's right is the one who knows what's right. So you know what's right. Don't worry. I'll beat you all painfully this time. Yun Cheng looked at Zhang Qi with anger, but Zhang Qi smiled and said, why listen to the barking of the dogs when it's this time of year? And wouldn't it be beneath us to respond to them? Chapter 53, Teammates Clueless. Do you guys usually brush monsters so cool? Why listen to the barking of the dogs when it's this time of year? And wouldn't it be beneath us to respond to them? We're human beings. And as such, there's no need to pay attention to barking dogs. As Zhang Qi opened his mouth in this manner, Liang Jia and Yun Cheng were first stunned for a moment, and then, they burst into laughter. Both of them nodded their heads. The captain is right. In that case, there's no need for us to pay any more attention to these dogs. Then let's go. The two were in a much better mood. Naturally. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom was at a disadvantage, and the people from the Sakura Kingdom came over and specialized in humiliating them. And even though they were incomparably angry, they really didn't have too much to do in the face of the more powerful people from the Sakura Kingdom. But now, as Zhang Qi opened his mouth with an attitude of absolute disregard, it made the two of them instantly understand that since the Sakura Kingdom had specifically come over to find things out, there was actually no need for them to take care of them. Zhang Qi's words definitely made a lot of sense. Sure enough, right after the two of them listened to Zhang Qi's words and treated what the few people from the Sakura country said as if they were barking dogs, these few professionals from the Sakura country began to get annoyed. Dragon Nation. Do you know who you have angered? In this national war, we will never stay back, and we will make you lose ugly. Dragon Kingdom this time. The ranking is bound to be at the bottom. A few people from the Sakura country were furious and shouted out these words hysterically. But Zhang Qi was already walking away with a few people, ignoring them at all. A few people yelled after them. Obviously, there was anger beyond measure. At this moment, the few people who gradually walked away, Liang Jiayi immediately revealed a smile. Captain, thanks to you. Otherwise, if this time, we can't guarantee that we won't be humiliated. These Sakura Nation people, they're really abominable. Yes, Yunchang also nodded. If it weren't for the captain, I can't say that we would have fallen for them. Yunchang looked like she was having a heart attack. Obviously, a few people from Sakura Nation, who came forward to say something like this, were not on a whim, or daily humiliation. Rather, they want to put the Dragon Kingdom on the opposite side of all nations, and provoke the ranks of other nations to humiliate the Dragon Kingdom as well. In that case, it would just be very hard for the Dragons team to get a good result. However, what they didn't expect was that the Dragon Kingdom pressed on and didn't pick up the fight. As long as they didn't answer the move, then all their words and preparations would be useless. That's not a bad response. At this time, both Liang Jiayi and Yunqing had a little more faith in Zhang Qi. In the beginning, they only knew that Zhang Qi was powerful and gifted, although he also agreed to be the captain. In reality, there were still doubts in his heart as to whether he could be a good captain. But now, that suspicion was washed away a bit. Other than that, watching a few professionals from Sakura Nation, that stifled look, cool, very cool. And right now, Zhang Qi then took the three of them and waited on the sidelines. Next, just take your time and bide your time and get into this new copy. Not much longer. The copy is opened. Yumegawa Ichiku specifically walked over, looked at Zhang Qi, and said in a cold voice, Dragon Nation, I will make you regret your earlier behavior. This national war. Zhang Qi directly waved his hand and said carelessly, got it. At that moment, Yumegawa Neku. It was like eating a fly in the raw, hard to do. Zhang Qi looked like this, not putting him in his eyes at all. It makes any kind of harsh words he puts out there seem like a clown. The more he did, the more irritated he became. Wanted to give the dragon some color, but right now, there was no way. Soon, the secret realm was about to open. Yi Tingyun, on the other hand, was watching from the sidelines, quite satisfied with Zhang Qi's performance. This kid, he's calm enough. With him leading the team, there must be nothing wrong. The secret door opens. Yumegawa Ichiku grunted coldly and took the lead. On the way out, he even made a special move to cut his neck. The provocation was quite obvious now. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, didn't even look at him. He looked to the other three teammates and said, well, let's go in too. Yes, the four of them entered the secret realm. As the scene in front of him blurred, soon, the scene changed, and then, a large burning flame appeared in all directions. That flame was everywhere, and even, it had already caused the rocks in those four places to burn and change color. There was magma coming out of the ground, and a lot of stones became charcoal black, just like coal. It's hot. Yunchang was unable to resist fanning himself twice with his palms after coming in. The temperature here was indeed very high, especially for shield warrior professions like Yunchang, whose equipment was to be thicker than other professions. Therefore, it also led to the fact that when in this hot environment, the temperature he felt would be higher than others. Of course, if you're in cold temperatures, the gear will be warmer. It does get a little hot. Zhang Qi also nodded, and then he was looking around. The environment here is obviously harsher. Ahead, there is a long mountain road, the end of which is covered by rocks, behind which there may be monsters hiding. We have to be careful. Liang Jiayi also saw it and was reminded. Aha! Zhang Qi nodded. Let's go slower. There's no need to rush. He knew that nowadays, with Sakura Nation in, these three people, in their hearts, were very anxious, and very much wanted to quickly play in this copy, and then, let the Dragon Nation's ranking go up a level. And at this point, what they didn't know was that the progress of their teams, in the middle of the copies, would also be turned into data for the people outside to see. Yi Tingyun was sitting outside at the moment, while next to him was the person leading the team from each country. Among them, the leader of the Sakura country was Yumegawa Uchiko's own uncle, called Yumegawa Ifu. Yumegawa Ifu smirked at this point. Our team from Sakura Nation has killed 5 monsters now, which is not much, but it's also at the top of the list for the time being, unlike a certain team that, Up to now, still has 0. Today, there aren't many teams that haven't killed the monster yet. There are only 4 of them, and the Dragon Kingdom is one of them. If it was before, Yi Tingyun would have started to get anxious by this time. After all, that one step behind is one step behind. At a time like this, when you are being led by others, it is more or less difficult to catch up if you want to do so later. But this time, he was well aware of Zhang Qi's strength, so he wasn't in much of a hurry at all this time. After Yumeko Ifu finished speaking, the smile was still on his face. It seemed as if what Yumeko Ifu was talking about wasn't the Dragon Kingdom at all. Yi Tingyun had a great certainty that Zhang Qi with these few people, even if he didn't get the front, it wouldn't be too bad. After all, the strength is there. Only, what Yi Tingyun didn't know was that what he knew about Zhang Qi's strength was before Little Knight had evolved. But now, Sayaka is already evolving through. The evolved Sayaka's strength had once again increased a lot compared to before. Therefore, in fact, Yi Tingyun wasn't even sure how terrifying Zhang Qi's strength was. And right now, right in the middle of the secret world, Zhang Qi, the 4 of them, finally encountered the first wave of monsters. 2 in total. Flaming Fire Demon. Grade, 45. Blood, 110. 000. Attack power, 420. Skills, Burning. Self-destruct. Not a powerful little demon. It could be said to be very weak. Comparing it to the copies that Zhang Qi had swiped in the past few days, it was already very weak. However, at this time, Zhang Qi didn't choose to directly strike. He wasn't clear about the strength of these 2 teammates, so he planned to let them make the first move and take a look. You guys go first and let Muhan assist you. Yes, the 2 naturally had no objections. It is to do it directly. Yunqing shouted and immediately raised his shield and rushed ahead. All of that blazing fire demon's attacks were blocked. With Yunqing blocking the front, basically no attack could come over. Moreover, under the successive attacks of the 2 flaming fire demons, the amount of blood dropped by Yunqing was not much at all. Just 1/10. This amount of blood, Li Muhan was able to milk it back. Zhang Qi was in the back, nodding. Worthy of being the number 1 meat shield profession in the country. This Tanoi, it is indeed very strong. Zhang Qi estimated that even if there were 10 such flaming fire demons, Yunqing would be able to resist them. While Yunqing was resisting the damage, Liang Jia swung the staff in her hand. Fire hell! She let out a chirp, and it was a fire dragon that flew out all of a sudden. This fire dragon, at that moment, was wrapping around the feet of the 2 flaming fire demons, and then completely blocked them off. -1203, -1223, -1236, continuously deducting blood. The 2 flame fire demons' blood levels continued to decrease. Zhang Qi nodded. That'll work too. The monsters here were all fire attributed, the same as Liang Jia's professional attribute, in which case the damage would be much lower. The skill, moreover, was not absolutely offensive. It's biased in favor of confinement. Immediately after that, Liang Jia waved her staff once again, and immediately, a fiery tiger directly appeared. Fire tiger, roar! After the flaming tiger appeared, it was directly directed towards charging over. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and immediately, it was a tremor in all directions. -7236, -7356. The 2 flaming fire demons, coincidentally, were attacked and, in addition, inflicted notable damage. Now, Zhang Qi showed a surprised look. That's a lot of damage for a skill. These 2, worthy of being the strongest mage professions as well as meat shield professions in the country, were indeed very strong. If the 2 of them were allowed to take action alone, these 2 flaming fire demons would be able to be killed in less than 3 minutes. Presumably, that's a pretty good speed. After Zhang Qi looked at it for a moment, he casually went out with a dragon claw. Above his arm, a layer of densely packed scales instantly covered it. Immediately, the fingertips became incredibly sharp at the tips. The arm suddenly lengthened, and it was a gigantic and incomparable dragon claw, which then directly grabbed towards the 2 flaming fire demons. Boom! A violent rattling sound came. -123,698, -126,983. Yunqing, as well as Liang Jia, were still killing monsters with great dedication, when suddenly, a dragon claw appeared, directly giving the 2 monsters seconds. This caused the 2 to directly freeze on the spot. Clueless. The 2 looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Fong. What was that? Yunqing couldn't help but voice out a question. He remembered that Zhang Qi's occupation was a dragon master. Li Muhan was again a support class occupation. Liang Jia, on the other hand, was a fire mage. So Feng, what was that skill? Who did this? Could it be? Was some mechanism triggered, under which the two little monsters just died? Yunqing touched his nose and muttered. We're pretty lucky. Pust. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Qi and Li Muhan both laughed in unison. This smile, to Yunqing and Liang Jia too, directly laughed and froze. Because, even Liang Jia was also thinking that the one who made a move just now should also be the mechanism here. They triggered the mechanism. That was why the two fiery flames were allowed to die directly. And yet, I didn't realize that it wasn't a mechanism at all. Rather, it was just Zhang Qi who made the move. Li Muhan covered her mouth and explained. The party wasn't a mechanism, it was the captain who struck. Team. Liang Jia froze for a moment and blinked twice, not quite believing it. After all, they were aware of the fact that Zhang Qi's profession was a dragon master. They hadn't even seen the dragon's pet, so how could it have been Zhang Qi's hand? Seeing that the two didn't quite believe it, Zhang Qi just laughed and didn't explain too much. There's still time. There's still more monsters. There's still more opportunities to explain. And there's more than enough to go around. There's no need to rush this. Besides, it's a lot of trouble trying to convince people simply by saying things with your mouth like that. Might as well just go for it. It's a lot easier that way. Zhang Qi was the first to walk towards the top. Yunqing and Liang Jia, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief, still somewhat unconvinced, but followed after Zhang Qi, wanting to see how strong Zhang Qi was. Not much time passed. A few people walked to the end of this trail. Then, there was the sight of an extraordinarily large rock at the end. Under that rock, there were more than a dozen monsters. All of a sudden, the faces of both Yunqing and Liang Jia were grave. Because a dozen or so, it's not easy. Moreover, the national war is still very important and can never go wrong. So, they have to be very serious about it. Just as Yunqing raised his shield and prepared to move forward to carry the damage, Zhang Qi was the one who patted his shoulder and shook his head, saying, no need. Ha! Yunqing directly froze. How are we going to get through all these monsters without me having to carry them? He was a little confused. Liang Jia did the same, looking directly at Zhang Qi without understanding. On the contrary, it was Li Muhan who made light of the situation and silently stood towards the back of Zhang Qi. Then, it filled up Zhang Qi's status. Saya! Next moment, in the midst of Yunqing and Liang Jia's shocked eyes, a 5-meter-long dragon roared out. Roar! Under the dragon's roar, a terrifying dragon's breath was spat out. 2103695, 2169836, 2236589. Looking at the damage numbers, the two were instantly petrified. No, is this how you guys usually brush up on monsters? That good? Chapter 50 for the Battle of Nations roast. Easy and cozy. No, is this how you guys usually do it? This is too good to be true. Over $2 million in damage. These 10 or so monsters didn't even last a single breath. They were directly gone. Watch this scene. Yunqing and Liang Jia were directly petrified. Yunqing was a bit better. After all, he was a meat shield profession and usually didn't need to deal much damage. So in this moment, although it was also shocking beyond belief, at least it was accepted a little faster. But, Liang Qi is a different story. She was a solid output profession. And, on weekdays in the country, in the piece of output, but one of the best, able to be higher than her damage. Basically not a few. This time, though, it has the same attributes and reduced damage. But even normally, his damage was just over 10,000. That's as strong as it gets. However now, Zhang Qi's a straight up $2 million shot? It's ing. Straight to her in seconds. No crumbs left. This time, Liang Jia immediately had a deep sense of frustration in her heart. Mostly, the gap, too, is big. Well, we can keep going. Zhang Qi turned back and smiled as he spoke to the two. At this time, the two of them were incomparably convinced that it was Zhang Qi who had struck the party. It's horrible. Who can compete with that? They were previously wondering how the Dragon Harness Squad was so swift, directly crushing the other teams by double, if not more. Even in the middle of the secret realm, there was a special situation that was so easily resolved by the Dragon Harnessing Squad. Now, they get it. No wonder it's like that. Which monster can stand up to this 2 million damage? At the same time, after thinking about this, the two men's breath caught in their throat. Since Zhang Qi is so fierce, then, Wouldn't this war of nations be? Outside, the leaderboards jumped at once. The dragon team that was originally ranked in the top few of the countdown. Suddenly, the number of monsters killed directly changed from 2 to 17. This huge change directly caused the ranking of the Dragon Kingdom to jump to 3rd. This was something that had never been seen before in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's national war. Not even temporarily, ever. After seeing this scene, Yi Tingyun instantly narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. Cool. Sure enough, there was no mistaking Zhang Qi. This kid, he's a real force to be reckoned with. On the other hand, Yumeko wa Ifu, after seeing it, coldly grunted and said, "What a stroke of luck. It looks like I found some kind of monster pile where the monster happened to be bloodied. Hit the jackpot really, but this kind of luck, it must not last. This is just a flash in the pan. This national war. In the end, what we have to look at is still strength. Real strength." Hearing Yumeko wa Ifu's words, Yi Tingyun was still smiling and didn't answer. Just let him speak. He wore a smile, favoring it, but it made Yumeko wa Ifu more and more annoyed. He couldn't wait to point at Yi Tingyun's nose and curse him. That thought, however, was quickly suppressed by him. It's still cool, and right now, Yun Chang and Liang Jia still hadn't come to their senses from that $2 million of damage. Li Muhan, on the other hand, followed silently. She knew that Zhang Qi's strength was not yet this strong. After all, Zhang Qi still had a few increased skills for pets. Available are useless. Yet even with that, Sayaka's damage, it was already 2 million. It's unimaginable what kind of damage this would do if used. And as the four continued onward, finally, the first boss was encountered. A rhinoceros bathed in lava. This rhinoceros, however, had 2 heads. Two-headed rhinoceros. Grade, 50. Grade, Diamond. Blood, 860. 000. Attack power, 800. Skills, Charge. Flame Trample. Fire Horn Horizontal Pressure. Flame to the Sky. Boss Technique, Fire Bathing. A level 50 Diamond boss. Yun Xing glanced at it and marveled a bit. Professionals will have a second awakening at level 50. And the bosses will also have an enhancement after level 50. It could be said that after leveling up to level 50, the strength of the boss, too, would be much stronger. This two-headed fire rhinoceros, it could be said that the attributes were incomparably powerful. Looks like a tough opponent. Just after Yun Qing gave birth to this thought, he saw that, above the sky, a huge dragon spread its wings and then swooped down violently and directly. Boom! The divine dragon descends from the sky. There was a loud roar. The entire ground trembled. Yun Shang almost didn't even stand still. Then there was smoke and dust. The two-headed fire rhinoceros that was standing in the square was directly smashed into the ground viciously. He didn't even look at that double-headed fire rhinoceros for a few moments before he saw the white light of the experience, which didn't enter the Zhang Qi experience. Chung Kai. Upgraded. Yun Cheng. Liang Kai. Liang Jia really couldn't help herself and looked at Li Muhan, asking, "Was that how you guys upgraded before?" Li Muhan nodded. Liang Jia said silently, "No wonder it's so fast." She thought of something else and said, "Then the other 2 people from before, their strength." She didn't finish her words, because it occurred to her at once that under such strength as Zhang Qi's, the other 2 people, how strong they were, no longer mattered. Because, her strength with Yun Chang was already number 1 in the country. Yet even so, still not just able to stand around and watch the show. Therefore, the other 2, even if they were 2 pigs, were able to clunk an upgrade under Zhang Qi's leadership. It's so cool. There were bosses appearing in the back, and it was clear that this boss wasn't just one. Liang Jia and Yun Xing at this time were somewhat at a loss, were unsure if they should stand here and watch the show, or if they should rush forward to share the pressure. The main thing is that they can't really do much to help when they rush up, but if they don't go up, they're just standing here, quite embarrassed. Li Muhan sighed after seeing the duo. It was decided to help the 2 men and quickly integrate them into the team atmosphere. Then, taking out the grill with the meat skewers from among the backpack, he asked, "You guys, who knows how to bake?" The 2 of them twisted their heads around and looked at Li Muhan in disbelief. Li Muhan had a helpless look on her face. She didn't want it to be like this, but mostly, she really couldn't use them. Immediately, Liang Jia opened her mouth. "I will. I smell good on the grill." Yun Qing also reacted. Said, I eat fast." Li Muhan glanced at him at once. Eating even faster. Can it compare to Xiaoyi? The 3 of them quickly began to move. And grilling meat in the middle of this national war was something else. The other teams, on the other hand, were in the midst of a hard-fought battle? Not the slightest idea that there were actually teams that were able to be so laid back in the middle of a national war. I'm afraid my nose would be out of joint if I knew. Chapter 55 Dragon Kingdom Disadvantage. Zhang Qi's terrifying thoughts. Liang Jie and Yun Qing, both of them, had never thought that this time, the national war would actually be like this. Originally, in their imagination, this national war should be very tough. The four men will need to work very hard to hold on to Dragonland. And it takes more effort if you want a better ranking. But now, reality tells them that what ideals they have. They are still thinking too simply. Yun Qing tasted a bite of the freshly grilled meat skewer, and her eyes lit up at once. Fragrant. He gave a thumbs up towards Liang Jie and praised him. Worthy of being the strongest fire mage, this level of fire control is just awesome. After being praised by Yun Qing, Liang Jie didn't look much happier and her face was even a little dark. After all, as a combat profession, but is here to specialize in grilling meat. How does it sound? How awkward. The compliments at this time were naturally not wanted by Liang Jie, but there's really no way around it. Zhang Qi is too fierce. This led to the fact that the two of them, the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom, had nothing to do but roast meat here to help them. Li Muhan looked at Liang Jie's lack of interest and said that she understood very well. After all, at first, it took her a while to get used to the role. Letting a top genius, who was still in the combat profession, grill meat here would be uncomfortable for anyone. Yo, the meat is done. A voice suddenly came. Twisting his head to look, he realized it was Zhang Qi approaching. With a smile on his face, Zhang Qi looked at the meat skewers in their hands. Yun Qing was instantly confused. Asked in disbelief, aren't the monsters still cleaned up? He was trying to ask, why did you come over here when it was obvious that the monster was still there? Zhang Qi instantly smiled and said, it's not like I'm needed. Saya is enough on her own. Besides, it won't take long, so I'll come over here first and taste it for it. How does the roast taste? When he finished, he picked up a string. Not bad. That's a nice touch. The outside is charred and the meat is tender. Looking at Zhang Qi so relaxed, even, straight over, Liang Jie and Yun Qing, both of them, were once again shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a fighting summoning profession. The favored beasts were still fighting in front of them, and Cell fell right back and ran away. Your beast can handle it. Yun Qing looked back at Seo, just in time to see the scene where Seo sprayed all the remaining monsters with a mouthful of dragon breath and flew over with a whoosh. Okay, Cope's coming over. It's still easy. Whoosh. Sayaka flew over as well. Seeing the roasted meat, it had long been craving for it. Zhang Qi laughed twice, and then handed the meat skewer in his hand to Xiaoyi, who swallowed it directly. Sayaka was much bigger nowadays, and along with it, her appetite. So, it also leads to the fact that the kebabs are simply not enough to eat. However, Zhang Qi hadn't originally thought of letting Xiaoyu eat her fill on this. Relieving her cravings was all. If they really let Sayaka loose with her food, then the others would have to be exhausted. And in the meantime, the rankings out there. Sakura Nation led the way in first place with 31 monsters, and second was South Rod Nation with 28. Dragon Nation fell behind to 6th. But yet, at this moment, those 20 monsters in the 6th Dragon Kingdom suddenly jumped to 67. And it was a direct jump to first place. When the ranking of the Dragon Kingdom went straight to number 1, the reaction that was caused, naturally, was tremendous. What? How did it change so much? Dragon Kingdom is directly ranked number 1. How is this possible? The Dragon Nation's previous few national wars were ranked in the last few. How come this time? Cheating? The Dragon Nation must have cheated. The Dragon Kingdom cheated. There were quite a few countries that were hostile to the Dragon Kingdom that blew up right away. After all, in the previous few national wars, the Dragon Kingdom's record was poor, which led to the distribution of most of the resources that fell on them. But this time, Rokoku gets to his feet. It even crushed the rest of the country at a very fast pace. This includes the Sakura country, which was the most powerful before, and the South Rod country. The main reason is that Dragonland is just too fast. Amazingly fast. With this crushing of everyone, he went straight to number 1. It makes them hate it. Of course, there are also some countries that have a good impression of the Dragon country. This time is to praise. That's awesome. It seems that the few people from the Dragon Kingdom who participated this time are true geniuses. It's been so long, and the Dragon Kingdom is nurturing it. It's so awesome. It's in first place so soon, or with such a huge advantage. Yes, the advantage is so great that other countries can't even catch up. It seems that this time, Dragon Country is really expected to be in the top 3. Awesome. Hiding a big trick this time. Of course, being the original first and second, after being overtaken by the despised Dragon Nation, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the Southern Rod Kingdom, naturally, had ugly faces. The South Rod Kingdom's Park Bashian then spoke in a cold voice. What dog luck! It's designated as encountering the mechanism and then getting lucky to be able to kill so many monsters at once. That's right, if it wasn't for luck, how could this kill so many at once? That's right, killing that many monsters at once is the only mechanism that can do it. Dog luck doesn't last that long. When this mechanism is gone, the Dragon Kingdom will surely show its true colors. Despicable Dragon Nation. What a disgrace! As the South Korean nation spoke, naturally, many countries that supported them echoed one after another. Yumegawa Ifu also said in a cold voice, Dragon Kingdom, don't be too happy. It's just that we happen to run into the mechanism. After a while, you will know the terror of our Sakura Kingdom. And listening to these harsh words, Yi Tingyun just laughed and then returned. Ah yes, yes, yes. He was already too lazy to refute such words. Why don't you just do what Zhang Qi did and let the dog bark? The facts will always slap them in the face anyway. At this time, Yi Tingyun's heart that was incomparably more comfortable. The bell boy is so powerful. It's just too powerful. With so many monsters dying outright, allowing the Dragon Kingdom's ranking to rise so much, Yi Tingyun had already guessed that it must be Zhang Qi's hand. Other than Sayaka, who else could have such terrifying damage? So, this time, after the rankings changed all of a sudden and so many monster kills appeared, Yi Tingyun understood. It must be Saya. It was Zhang Qi who struck. And as long as Zhang Qi made a move, it was absolutely stable this time. Top 3 for sure. There is, even, the possibility of a run at first place. As for why it's not a solid first, naturally, it's about humility. This national war, so to speak, should be the first step in the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, Yi Tingyun was naturally very happy. This time around, it's the right person for the job. And right now, it was in the middle of the copy. A few people from the Sakura country, looking at the large pile of monsters in front of them, burst into smiles. After all this time, it's finally done. All the monsters, all together. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, this time, we got this special prop, the monster bomb. Then this first place, must belong to us. This time, for the sake of the national war, they specifically went to brush up their copies and then got a special prop. It has special damage to monsters and will explode when used. Then, blow up large swaths of monsters. Before that, they had been gathering monsters in various ways. This time, the gathering is finally complete. There were hundreds of them. Yumegawa Ichiku was laughing at that moment. Ha 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 ha. This time, the first place is definitely ours. No surprises. Yeah, we've gathered over 100 monsters this time. Who else can beat us? It's simply impossible. Over 100 monsters? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid those old men out there will just be scared silly when they see them. It's going to be dumbfounded for sure. Next thing you know, we'll explode. Ha 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 ha. These 4 people from Sakura Nation were naturally excited. In their opinion, the first place in the national war this time was already secure. Apart from them, there will be no one else who has the strength to compete for this first place. Not only would they be able to get first place, but even the remaining teams, no one would have the strength to compete with them. That's their bottom line. At this very moment, after they were ready, Yumegawa Ichiku was revealed with a smile. Then the word, in that case, let's get started. Immediately, monster bombs appeared in his hands, and then he threw them towards the most densely populated places of the monsters. Not only did it appear in his hands, but in the hands of the other 3, it was likewise there. And, there is not just one of these monster bombs. Instead, it's 3 each. Boom, boom, boom. As they threw the monster bombs out, there was a series of explosions. The sound of this explosion caused tremors in all directions. Enough to see the power of the bomb. Hundreds of monsters, under the monster bomb. In an instant, most of them died directly. And even the ones that are left are empty of blood. Yumegawa Ichiku and the others, naturally, harvested these empty bloods with great speed. Then, it's reflected in the charts out there. The second position of the Sakura country jumped up, and all of a sudden it was 157. This jumping speed can be even more terrifying. And, the pace doesn't stop there. It's still going up. It was hardly long before it reached 234. Now that gave everyone a good look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did it happen so fast? This is too fierce for Sakura Nation, isn't it? It actually killed over 100 monsters at once. Really fierce. This first place is proper over 200 in one go. Who else can compete with them? Perhaps. There is hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom? Are you not kidding? The Dragon Kingdom is just relying on mechanisms to barely get to this level. This is more than 200 monsters at once. How do you expect the Dragon Kingdom to chase after them? That's true. The Dragon Kingdom that was just relying on the mechanism to be able to kill so many monsters. And now that the mechanism is gone, the Dragon Kingdom is definitely not going to be able to catch up. But it'll do. Even if it's by mechanism, the Dragon Kingdom is ranked far higher than last time. It's really enviable. How come we haven't come across such a mechanism? Indeed. Harm. This luck of the Dragon Kingdom. After seeing his country grow dramatically on the leaderboard and take the #1 spot, Yumeko wa Ifu then broke into a smile. From this moment on, it is the time to truly show our strength. Our Sakura country will take the first place and no one will be able to surpass it. When he finished speaking, he swept a glance at Yi Tingyun, and then a mockery came to light. There are some people who, no matter what means they use again, will never be able to surpass us. This is destiny. Yi Tingyun gradually narrowed his eyes even as he listened to these words. He was certain that Sakura Nation must have used some means, because the location of this national war was chosen by the Sakura Kingdom. That's right, this national war is hosted by several countries, taking turns, and this time, it was the turn of the Sakura country. Then right now the Sakura country is growing so fast that it is already abnormal. It's proof enough that they're hiding something. Yi Tingyun couldn't help but ponder. Is it like Zhang Qi, a powerful genius? Or is it? What special props did they bring in with them? And thus but what exactly is it? At this point in time, Yi Tingyun thought hard but could not get an answer. However, no matter what, he still believed that Zhang Qi was not weak and could face it. At this very moment, it was in the middle of the copy. After eating the roasted meat, Zhang Qi decided to continue the journey with his team. This is a war of nations, after all, and there's still some respect to be had. Zhang Qi frowned. It was indeed a bit slow if it was simply like this. There's also a bit of a monster hunt. So, if only we could gather together and kill the monsters outright. You want someone to lure the monsters? Zhang Qi mused. Spinning around, he looked at the other three. Li Muhan specified that it would not work. The auxiliary class occupation, not to mention attracting monsters. Once chased by monsters, even the ability to defend themselves is not enough. As for Liang Kaiyi, it is the same. The legal profession. The body plate is also very wrong. Once something happens, naturally, it is directly killed. The only one who could lead the monsters was Yun Chang, the meat shield profession. But simply relying on him alone was still too slow. So, at times like these, something special has to be used. Zhang Qi was deep in thought, pondering what exactly to do, and after a little bit of time passed, he finally came up with something. Since there's no way to lure the monsters over, why don't we just destroy the whole place? Zhang Qi instantly looked at the three people and said, let's go down. Ha! As Zhang Qi said this, the other three were all stunned, not understanding. He looked at Zhang Qi. Aren't we going to participate in the national war? Now that we're going down the mountain. What then? Yeah, we're going to be a long way behind the others if we go down at this hour. Zhang Qi said. I have another way. Do you trust me? Li Muhan was the first to nod. Yun Chang and Liang Jia, on the other hand, nodded their heads after a slight hesitation. Believe. Well, let's go down. Since we're going to destroy this place, naturally, we have to go down the mountain first. Otherwise it's not good if we hurt ourselves. Chapter 56 Zhang Qi's Madness. No one in the Dragon Kingdom. This time, probably no one could have imagined the decision-making in Dragonland. Zhang Qi's idea was a bit too crazy. That is, he didn't tell the others directly. Otherwise, even Li Muhan, who was familiar with Zhang Qi, would have thought that Zhang Qi must be crazy. The mountain they were on had a height of several hundred meters, and belonged to the kind that could not be seen at a glance. I don't know how many monsters lurk on this mountain, and Zhang Qi, wanting to do something, actually, destroy all this mountain. As long as the places that the monsters relied on for survival were all destroyed, then the monsters, naturally, would have no place to hide. In that case, naturally, it is possible to kill all the monsters. This was Zhang Qi's idea. Simple and brutal. Spare me from having to go through them one by one. And Zhang Qi naturally had this idea. So he started to do it. Not for long. As they went down the hill afterward, Liang Jie and Yun Qing, the two of them, then looked at Zhang Qi in puzzlement and asked, "Captain, what are we doing down here? Are there actually more monsters at the bottom of the mountain?" "You'll see, later." The corner of Zhang Qi's mouth hooked up in a smile. "Saya!" he shouted. Immediately, Little Knight was flying over. Then, Zhang Qi was the one who started releasing skills to fill up Seo's status. Li Muhan naturally understood it very well, and at that moment, she also re-added to Little Knight's status skill. The skills on that legendary grade staff, Zhang Qi also used them all together. In a nutshell, pull it straight full. Saya! Strike! There was no hesitation in staying on, and if you continue to stay on, then it was clear that the time was dragging on too long. This time, after Zhang Qi spoke, Little Knight spread her wings and immediately flew towards the sky. "What's the captain up to?" Yun Cheng revealed a puzzled look, and then he looked at Li Muhan. Li Muhan also shook her head, signaling that she didn't really know either. Then, Yun Cheng was even more puzzled, only to see that at this time, Little Knight flew directly into the sky above, so fast that she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, just as Yun Cheng was puzzled, it was instantly seen that a dragon's breath descended from the sky, breaking through the clouds and landing on top of the entire mountain range. The dragon's breath was extremely huge, covering the sky and the sun, and almost in an instant, it enveloped the entire mountain peak. Spin. Phew! A gale is blowing and the wind is strengthening the fire. Soon, it was the entire mountain peak that was ablaze with the flames brought about by the dragon's breath. Seeing this scene, Yun Cheng was completely dumbfounded. At this time, he would be a cutie if he didn't understand what Zhang Qi was trying to do. It's a little cute. Zhang Qi was actually trying to destroy the whole mountain. What a crazy idea. He looked at Zhang Qi in disbelief. Boom click. Under that terrifying damage, under the blazing flames that spread across the sky, the mountain peaks actually did start to shatter. I can't believe it can actually be done. And in the very next moment, a white light of experience had surged into Zhang Qi's body. Experience actually grew. Boom click. There was another cracking sound, and the entire mountain peak actually started to crack from the center. Then, countless rays of light began to pour into Zhang Qi's body. Not long after, Zhang Qi was upgraded again. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Still able to do this? Liang Jie was already completely dumbfounded as she watched the scene. She was never expecting to be able to do this. It's horrible. It's crazy. Is this something that Zhang Qi can do? Is this something a human being can do? It was amazing that someone would think of killing all the monsters by destroying the entire mountain. Oh, my god. Liang Jie's perception was turned upside down. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. And in the meantime, just outside, on the leaderboard, Yumeko Waifu was gloating and being smug over the fact that Sakura Nation was in first place. Steeply, it is seen, the number behind the Dragon Country is at a very fast speed, began to grow, just like riding a rocket. It rubbed off and surpassed the Sakura Country. He even suspected his eyes were blurry. Then he rubbed his eyes, but even after opening them again, he still realized. Likewise, the Dragon Kingdom actually surpassed the Sakura Kingdom. 300. Someone else saw it too. He couldn't help but speak out. It actually managed to reach 300. How horrible. How did the Dragon Kingdom do this? It seems like the ones from the Dragon Kingdom who came this time are all true geniuses. How could one do such a thing if not a true genius? Oh my god. What a shock. Is this the Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom is going to take off. However, there are some that aren't convinced. It can't be. It's impossible. How could the Dragon Kingdom be so fast? They must have used some means. That must be it. If it hadn't utilized some means, then it could never have been so fast. Vile Dragon Kingdom. But, no matter what they say, the numbers behind Dragonland are still growing. 300, 400, 500, 800, until the back, 1,000. When the four numbers appeared behind the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Tingyun directly froze. His mind had a small moment of blankness and he even stopped thinking. First, a proper first, 1,000, completely crushing the rest of the country. It's even more than 5 times as much as the second place Sakura asterisk 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 A. With such a good score, such a horrible number of monster kills, it was impossible for other countries combined to surpass them. This time, Yi Tingyun took a deep breath and reluctantly accepted this. A light of joy came from among his eyes. This time, pick the right one. As expected, allowing Zhang Qi to participate in the national war was the most correct choice. He didn't suspect anyone else. After all, Zhang Qi was the only person to do this. Others, Yi Tingyun was quite convinced, couldn't do it. There's only Zhang Qi. It can only be Zhang Qi, the Dragon Kingdom, to be number one. Compared to Yi Tingyun's ecstasy, Mythical waifu of the Sakura country's face was unsightly, because the Dragon Kingdom is just too fast. Ravaging the Sakura country in a crushing manner was absolutely unacceptable to him. He was shouting at once, "Impossible! The Dragon Kingdom cheated! You must have brought something in with you, otherwise it would never have been possible to do all this. You can't be this strong." However, Yi Tingyun just looked at him coldly, with mockery. Chapter 57, Brush the monsters of other countries as well? Click. Within the secret realm, the mountain peak directly cracked in half. Even if one stood farther away, one could still see that among the cracks, there were monsters falling in. Then, it was burned to ashes by a handful of flames that arose among the cracks. This scene is really like a natural disaster. It cannot be created except by the wrath of the gods. However, only the few people on the scene clearly knew that this was not a divine wrath at all. It's dragon's breath. The terrifying dragon's breath, burning in all directions, caused the flames. The flame of the burning sky. Mountain peaks are hard to burn open, from which the split. As for the monsters on top of the mountain peaks, but also in the midst of the flames, one after another cannot stand the fire of the monsters. As if under the dumplings, flopping fall into the gap. It eventually turned into a white light and surged into Zhang Qi's body, right in the middle of the trio's shocked eyes. Zhang Qi upgraded. It's not the first time. In a short moment, Zhang Qi had already risen 2 levels in a row. Of course, this was much less impactful than the scene in front of us that resembled a natural disaster. But to think about it in detail after this fast upgrade speed, the impact of the latter is even more powerful. It was just that Zhang Qi had his hands behind his back at that moment, looking at the broken mountain peak and did not say anything. The 3 faces in the back were stifled and red, frozen, not daring to say a word first. Fear of disturbing Zhang Qi at this point and affecting this plan. The 3 of them hadn't put in much effort after all, and Zhang Qi had struck out on his own, and had even, as a result, been favored. The 2 of them, Liang Jiayi and Yun Qing, were obviously not very useful, but they also relied on the experience that the team had shared to move up a level. Of course, this was the fact that they were nearing the next level themselves and didn't need much experience, but this would take a while if they were on their own, and it's never that easy. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade, and it was those like Zhang Qi, who upgraded faster the higher their level, who were the outliers. At this point, above the mountain peak, many monsters let out wails of pain. Can't afford to be under that flame. Roar! The roars were so continuous that even if they listened from a distance, they could hear their despair. There are even some bosses that are on top of that mountain peak. Already from the top of that mountain peak, he stood at the very top, across a piece of sky, his eyes falling on Sayaka. Their eyes were filled with anger amongst them. Ow! A furious shout rang out. Immediately, a huge strange bird was seen, instantly spreading its wings and hovering above the sea of fire, before charging towards Little Knight. Look out! Yun Qing subconsciously shouted, but the next moment he saw, the little light that resided high in the sky, was violently turned around, then the huge body turned together, and then a dragon tail ruthlessly pumped over. The huge monster bird was just approaching when it was directly hit by Xiao Yang's dragon tail. Spin! Boo! A hard blast hit its body. The strange bird then screamed in pain, and was actually directly drawn back, falling into that gap. It was soon entangled by the flames in all directions and burned out. Gollum! Seeing this scene, Yun Qing could not help but swallow his saliva. Fierce! It's too vicious! That weird bird! He saw the message. It was a level 50 diamond boss. Even if a team with extremely good talent and strength was allowed to come, it would still take some time before they could succeed. However, now, it is under the lobster like a natural disaster. Only a moment, it is directly miserable death. And a boss of the same level as that strange bird. There's a lot more. All of them were standing on top of that mountain peak at the moment, shivering. The dragon tail that Xiao Yang had struck just now had already severed their thoughts of survival. After all, living high above the ground and with the power of the dragon, there was already an abyss behind him, and there was no longer any possibility of survival. At the moment, he was only able to stand on top of that mountain peak, barely surviving. They are actually at a loss for a moment, and the next moment, roar! A sound of a beast roaring came. The voice was a mixture of anger and majesty. Right after the sound of this beast's roar, in an instant, All the monsters standing on top of the mountain peaks were coincidentally moving backward at the same time. And instantly, they made a passageway over. Then, right in the middle of that passageway, it was possible to see that a hideous monster with a huge head and 3 horns growing on its head walked out step by step. Every step this monster took would cause the bosses that had to be around to tremble. Obviously, it's high on the list. After it appeared, Liang Jia glanced at it and instantly exclaimed in shock. It is! The others craned their heads to look over. Liang Yi explained. Monsters that contain the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts usually only exist in the abyssal replicas where the subterranean dragon abyss's breath is deep, brutal and murderous, ferocious as hell. My great-uncle once told me that once you encounter monsters with this kind of bloodline, you have to run farther away. The farther the better not to confront them. These monsters, under the ancient beast bloodline enhancement, have extremely terrifying damage as well as defense. The most crucial thing is that it's ancient ferocious beasts. When they were the most powerful, even the dragons dared to clamor for one or two. No wonder the other monsters were all cowering after seeing Little Knight. And even that strange bird from earlier only dared to charge towards Little Knight after being forced to do so. Even as it approached, a look of fear immediately appeared. And this ferocious creature dared to scream twice towards Sayaka. Good guts. But only adult ancient fierce beasts dared to clamor towards the dragon clan. And this was merely having a trace of ancient fierce beast bloodline. Sayaka was again the king amongst the dragons. Between the two, it can be said that there is a world of difference. And it is no longer at a level at all. However, Zhang Qi took a look at the ferocious creature, and it actually had more than 3 million blood. The attack power is also very high, with 1007. No wonder, dare to have this kind of rampage. Some capitalization indeed, but at this point, with a monster actually clamoring towards him, Sayaka naturally wouldn't be spoiled. Being able to burn down an entire mountain peak, Little Knight's strength was naturally terrifying to the extreme. After that ferocious creature screamed twice, it made a violent leap on top of that mountain peak. Boo! At that instant, the large area that it stepped on directly shattered, and along with it, several monsters that stood stronger, directly fell down and turned into experience. Seeing a companion die, the few that hadn't been affected actually revealed a gloating look. However, before he could gloat for long, he suddenly saw that a black shadow, with even faster speed, ruthlessly smashed in. It's that foul thing. It rushed up but in an instant, it was directly slapped back by Little Knight with a dragon claw, and it came back faster and harder. Those few bloating bosses were directly hit by the figure and fell down, also dying in the fire. The ferocious creature stood firm, and the ferocity in its eyes increased. Only, just as it wanted to launch an attack towards Sayaka again, a huge and incomparable shockwave directly pierced through it. Dragon God shocking skybreaker. Its chest was directly cracked, and blood dripped out of the huge opening. Terrifying damage numbers materialized as well. 2789632. With a blood bar of over 3 million. 2 attacks and it directly bottomed out. And then, that's not all. Under the Dragon God's shocking heavenly break, the ferocious creature itself was eroded by the abyssal aura and began to continuously drop blood. Soon, the bloodstain fell right through. Its eyes lost their life for a moment. And then, with a loud bang, he fell to the ground, completely dead. A white light swept by, and Zhang Qi was upgraded once again. It's level 45. The further you go, the more experience value you need to upgrade. Like Zhang Qi now, the experience value needed to move up a level would require tens of millions. It takes a lot of monsters to hold up, and obviously, there are not quite enough monsters here at this point. The sea of fire caused by the dragon's breath continued, but now, that most powerful boss, was already dead. At this very moment, the Sakura Nation's professionals were still in a smug situation after using the monster bomb. From their point of view, having killed hundreds of monsters at once, Sakura Nation was in an absolutely undefeated position. May I ask who else could kill so many monsters at once besides them? Like in the past, it only took 70 or 80 monsters to be in first place. They now have to be on the order of hundreds. Totally just broke all the previous records. It made them smug. Even the killing of the monsters in the back was not so much of a concern. Yumegawa Uchiko laughed out loud. This time, Sakura country is bound to be number one by no means. We will crush all the other countries and rule the national war once again. Ha 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 ha. Who else deserves this first place besides our Sakura kingdom? None. Nikokuan is right. We are the only ones who can. And all those who want to compete with us for first place are dead and dying. Yumegawa Uchikudo. We must be number one. As for number 2, it should be the Southern Rod Kingdom. As for that Dragon Kingdom, coldness came into his eyes, only able to count down. Just a bunch of shameful things, almost at the bottom of several national wars, and they actually have the guts to come over and participate. It's really laughable. That is, these people from the Dragon Kingdom, they've come to disgrace themselves. It's just a clown. The Dragon Kingdom is all a bunch of clowns. I'm afraid that at this time, they haven't even killed enough 10 monsters. 10? Overestimating them. This time, the secret realm, but we sought it out. The difficulty is not low. If they can kill enough for 5, it will already be considered a success. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The 4 men burst out laughing. The words were full of disgrace and ridicule for the Dragon Kingdom. Only, compared to their reassurance, Yumeko wa Ifu, the head of Sakura Nation, who was guarding the outside, looked at the leaderboards, and the number of Dragon Nation that was still increasing, and his face became more and more unsightly. Especially, Yi Tingyun's reaction. It made him even more irritated. Because of Yi Tingyun's disregard for him, he was unable to vent his anger. Especially, now that the Dragon Kingdom was in such a crushing position, it was almost as if the other countries put together could not catch up with the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Tingyun actually didn't even give an explanation. Are you looking down on him, Sakura Nation? Looking down on the last national war first place? At once, Yumeko wa Ifu was greatly annoyed. Immediately, they gathered a few other countries that stood on the side, ready to make a move. I think that there is something fishy going on in this national war. Yumeko wa Ifu was the first to open his voice. The number of monsters killed in the Dragon Kingdom. There exists a koan, this time the copy, which was chosen by my Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Its difficulty is not small, and the monsters in the secret realm are no more than that. The Dragon Kingdom has such a high number today. It is hard to believe that it is not possible to kill all the monsters in the middle of the replica. He grunted coldly. Everyone should know that this is never going to happen, so there's only one truth to the matter. That is, Dragon Nation, cheating. At this very moment, as Yumeko wa Ifu's words came out, in an instant, the Dragon Kingdom became a target, with the Sakura country leading the way. Many of the countries whose interests had been touched also cast their eyes over. It's scary. After all, it touches on the allocation of resources. Quite a few have lost out on benefits as a result. Some people didn't dare to open their mouths. But now that Yumeko wa Ifu had opened his mouth, there was a movement in his heart. Yi Tingyun's heart was also heavy for a few moments. After all, it's still a problem when so many people are applying pressure together. He then narrowed his eyes, but did not show any cowardice on his face and sneered. What? This copy is what you guys are looking for. We have never touched it before, and we don't know the news. To say it's cheating, it should also be your Sakura country cheating. How come now that you can't beat it, you're biting back and saying it's us? I'd also like to ask, how did you manage to grow a large number of monsters so quickly in Sakura country earlier? Naturally, Yumeko wa Ifu wouldn't respond, but just said coldly, that's our secret. No comment. But you Dragon Nation people were already weak, but now you've killed so many monsters. There must be this cat in the bag. That's for sure. Yi Tingyun, if you don't give a statement today, then this national war, it seems that we'll have to pause it for a while, so that we can all take a look at what your Dragon Kingdom is relying on. Yi Tingyun was furious. The massive increase in the number of monsters killed in Sakura Nation is just no comment. And when it comes to them, it's cheating. This is pure double standard. How can you not be angry? And at this point, then it is within the copy. The monsters on top of the mountain peak were already completely clean. Even the mountains are gone. Zhang Qi had reached more than half of his experience at level 45, and there was no way to continue growing. To this, Zhang Qi still felt a little disappointed. I had thought that it was possible to level up to 50 this time. As a result, it's still going to be worse. With all this experience, it seems that we have to go back to our country and brush a few more nightmare level copies. Still, it's quite a bit short, so I guess a nightmare level copy won't be enough. Thinking about this, Zhang Qi had more or less a headache. But, just at this time, Yunqing suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Look, guys, what's this? A few people immediately looked, and they saw that after the mountain peak was completely destroyed, an opening had actually appeared. The gaping hole, it seems, burned out the intervals among the copies. Zhang Qi froze for a moment. This seems like a barrier between us and the rest of the world. Among the duplicates, what they are carrying out is separated, and what separates them is the blocking. If they were able to get through these barriers, It would mean that they would be able to enter the copy worlds of other countries. Yun Qing and the three of them immediately looked at Zhang Qi. Contemplation appeared in Zhang Qi's eyes. So, what country's copy world is within this opening? Go! Let's go check it out. Was worried there were no monsters to paint. Chapter 58, The Miserable Land of the Southern Baton. We've actually encountered a natural disaster. This time, in the middle of the replica world where the South Rod Kingdom is located. The few people they had come this time were also very strong. In the last national war, the Southern Rod Kingdom was in third place, and this time, their goal was naturally second. As for the number one position, they could hardly compete with Sakura Nation. However, they are convinced that the first place will be the South China's sooner or later. As for the Dragon State, their ancestors had once ruled the Dragon Kingdom, so naturally they were able to suppress it. Sure, they were even more convinced that the entire planet, he was their Southern Stick Empire. Only now, the South Bard Nation hibernates for a while, and still wants to reign supreme in the future. Nishihachi, this monster is really scary. How can it be that easy to kill? This damn Sakura Nation looking for a copy. Why don't they know to find something easy? It's simply making things difficult for us. Ha, that's right. When we've recovered our ancestral glory, we'll rule the Dragon Kingdom first, then Sakura. And just as they were still indulging in their fantasies, without noticing in the slightest, an opening had been opened in another part of the mountain peak. Then, in the middle of that opening, 4 people came out of it. What country's copy world is this? Yun Chang looked around and after searching for some time, he realized that he actually didn't see anyone. It doesn't seem like the monsters are diminishing much. Is it hard to be empty and unowned? Yun Chang said with some uncertainty. Liang Jiai was looking at it and wasn't too sure. Wondering. Seems like it. This looks like the monsters aren't decreasing much at all. If a country got here, it shouldn't be like this, right? Li Muhan, on the other hand, frowned. She didn't quite approve of the two men's ideas, because quite simply, there were a lot of monsters on top of this mountain peak. Even if they had brushed clean the monsters among the previous copies, they didn't know just how many, and if a normal team went to brush it, it would take a long time to brush it all. How can it be like Zhang Qi, just clearing it out? That's simply not possible. Even if it was a team that came after a second turn awakening, that wouldn't do it. In the end, it was still Zhang Qi who was too scary, so much so, that it caused both Yun Chang and Liang Jiai to misjudge. There is a good chance, here, that there are other national teams brushing up. But, Li Muhan thought again immediately afterward. Anyway, the others couldn't be as fast as they were, so since they were over here, why not help out? And Zhang Qi had the same idea. The two of them thought straight into one piece. It had to be said that Li Muhan's thoughts were now becoming more and more synchronized with Zhang Qi's. If Li Suk knew about this, he would have applauded and praised it. What a husband and wife. Sister. It's not a sure thing for brother-in-law. Zhang Qi's approach, on the other hand, was naturally a bit more dry, as he had already begun to prepare to make his move. It's still a general no-nonsense tactic. Saya, with the experience of the first time, this second time around, Sayo was naturally a breeze. Immediately, it flew up into the sky, and then a mouthful of dragon's breath was viciously spat out. After Zhang Qi upgraded, Xiao Yang naturally upgraded along with him, and at the same time, her attributes were improved again. Naturally, it's much simpler. Soon, the blazing flames that spread across the sky burned. Even the sky above was tainted by the flames, turning a reddish color. And the 4 people from the Southern Rod Kingdom at the foot of that mountain immediately revealed a strange expression. It's hot. How can it be so hot? Yeah, what's this happening? Is it hard to believe that the copy is closing? It shouldn't be. We haven't been in here for a long time. We can't say. It's some kind of boss that we've attracted. That must be an extremely terrifying boss. We have to be more careful. With the strength of this boss, we can't beat it 80% of the time. We have to find a way to run away quickly. It's gotta run. You guys, look, Park does not become. Hand a finger on the mountain. Is instantly seen. A large area of flame, raging engulfing all around, like a tsunami general shot around. Run! Immediately, he shouted, directly leaving his 3 teammates behind, and ran extremely quickly towards a place far away. Yet even so, it was ultimately a slow run. This mountain peak directly cracked with a boom click, and the 4 of them nearly fell directly into the middle of the crack. But luckily, he reacted faster and was only burned by the flames. The terrifying flames, burning on their bodies, directly caused the equipment worn on their bodies to click and emit sparks. Their blood levels kept dropping again too. at an alarming rate. Quick! Strip! Take your gear off! Eventually, the 4 men took off their gear before the fire was stopped. But, the 4 of them were fine. But on the contrary, the equipment they wore was all burned and melted. Park didn't turn into a crying mess. My extremely valuable equipment. It's gone just like that. Apocalypse. What kind of crappy copy is Sakura Nation looking for here? There's actually a natural disaster up there. This goddamn thing. This is a big loss for me. He was in tears, and the other 3 were no better. Dusty, bloodstained, and with all his gear still gone. At this time, even if a random monster appeared, it would be enough to kill them in seconds. And the other side. Zhang Qi looked at the burning flames and smiled with satisfaction. Since it is unclaimed, naturally there is no pressure to put it away. In a short time, the monsters were all dead. Then the light of escalation enveloped him once more. Another level up. Beautiful. And it was at this time that they once again discovered an opening. In an instant, the eyes of the 4 men lit up again. What does that mean? Imply they can, once again, move on to the next copy world. And upgrades? Not only did Zhang Qi think so, but the other 3 did as well. They've had a taste of it. Now that there is an opening into other copy worlds, how can one endure? Even before Zhang Qi opened his mouth, Yun Chang immediately said, Captain, shall we enter the next world? Liang Jie and Li Muhan, too, had an expectant look on their faces. Zhang Qi instantly smiled and nodded. Then let's go. After saying that, the 4 of them passed through that opening and entered the next world. And after they're gone, the 4 people from the South Rod Kingdom, wanting to cry, looked at the sky. Heavens ah! How did we get so miserable? It's only been so long that we were able to come across a natural disaster. But, as it didn't take long for them to discover the opening as well, the 4 of them immediately looked at each other. The atmosphere froze. Chapter 59, Reunion of the Sakura Nation. Must be level 50. What a blast! Yunqing couldn't help but open his mouth after entering a new copy of the world. Cool batch explosion. This brushes through one copy of the monster and turns around to enter another copy. The one the party entered. Although it seems to be ownerless, but what if it's the one where the country is actually not strong enough? So, it hasn't swiped much yet? It's probably not out of the question. Yun Chang reacted with an afterthought of sorts. There was a rush of stealing excitement, and the feeling grew stronger and more exciting. Most importantly, it's not the only time they've done this kind of thing, and a second time, even, for the third, fourth. As for what would happen to the other countries in the end, Yun Chang had no idea, but they must have gotten a kick out of it. This time, among his eyes that looked at Zhang Qi, they were filled with conviction. It's not a good idea to be unconvinced. Following this kind of captain is really promising. Thinking about his previous team, at that time, he also felt that the captain was quite powerful. But nowadays, when compared to Zhang Qi, it was completely far from it. It's so much worse. Of course, Liang Jie had the same idea. Mostly, it was just cool to follow Zhang Qi. This soothing feeling was like nothing I've ever felt before. She used to be the absolute main C, with her mind set on how to get herself to deal a little more damage. And on top of that, there was letting monsters sneak up on her and keeping her alive. The pressure. Imagine that. Even more so, when the team is poorly configured, that pressure is even greater. However now, not at all. After a short period of bouts, she was sort of completely acclimated and enamored with the feeling. This feeling of standing still while stepping on a horse and having experience lying down is really great. Even more critical is the point. This standing still, purely relying on Zhang Qi, was a lot more experience than she would have gotten by exhausting herself. It would be pure stupidity to want the old days. So at this point, the two had already become Zhang Qi's loyal fans. Irons. Li Muhan hadn't even thought that these two had transformed so quickly. All at once, Zhang Qi was indifferent, just smiled at the reaction of the two. Anyway, no matter what, as long as the person obeys, the big head is always his. It's a no-brainer to take someone for a sip of soup. They've entered the third copy world. It's not clear what country this is from, but it doesn't matter anymore. Still the same old thing. After receiving Zhang Qi's instructions, Little Light was instantly flying up into the sky, and a mouthful of dragon's breath gave the world here a scorching roast. Spin. A large number of monsters just melted and turned into experienced white light, pouring into Zhang Qi's body. Not long after, the monsters in this world had disappeared, and after, it is to move on to the next one as desired. But, shortly after they left, 4 men walked in from the same opening they had started with. Park asked in a somewhat confused manner as he looked around. Where is this? They looked away, always feeling familiar, but unfamiliar. Then, Herb realized. Here, it is another copy world. Is this a copy world of another country? Ahead. What happened to them was not a natural disaster at all. Rather, it's man-made? Who is it? Who the hell is it? In this moment, the four were incomparably angry. After all, they had now judged that the earlier one was not caused by any natural disaster at all, but by someone robbing the monster. But what country is it that has such strength? The South Baton country came in third. Then the only ones who have that power are the first two countries. And the most likely is Cherry Blossom country. In an instant, the four of them looked at each other and had an answer in their hearts. But say this time, Zhang Qi, with his three teammates, was already in the middle of the next world. After a couple of experiences, this was done, naturally, with a light touch. Even the two, Yunchang and Liang Jia, would be able to play with him now. The more they worked together, the better they got. Zhang Qi had also risen to level 47 at this time. The later the level gets, the harder it is to level up. So, even after brushing so many monsters, it was still a long way from level 50. This, too, was why Zhang Qi was in such a hurry. He wanted to upgrade to level 50 as soon as possible. However, nowadays, there were still quite a few of these copy worlds, so if they could be eliminated in one go, there was still this possibility. Therefore, Zhang Qi was not slow now. One world enters after another. This was a lot of fun for Yunqing's three. After all, it was quite an experience to follow Zhang Qi, who ate meat and they drank soup. Of course, before, Yunchang and Liang Jia, their ranks were quite a bit higher than Zhang Qi. Before, Zhang Qi was only level 41, but the two of them were level 45. Right now, Zhang Qi was already level 47, and not even just at level 47, he was already most of the way through his experience, while they were only a little over halfway through level 46. However, even so, they were extremely satisfied. After all, it was all Zhang Qi who was making the effort. As for them, they were just watching from the sidelines, and rarely cooperating with Zhang Qi. What's not to know about that? It's not a lot of effort to have experience. But, with them having entered this copy world, it is the discovery of something different from the previous world. Because the place was pitted with potholes, it was obvious that there was some kind of special means for brushing the monsters. In an instant, Yunqing was narrowing his eyes. After looking at it for a few moments, it was concluded. Someone's cheating. Since it is a national war, the competition between several countries, naturally, is not allowed to use the special props. If not, several countries directly all spell props well, but also to see what strength. And now, it's already being used secretly by some countries. So, the rankings on the charts out there are certainly not low. Yunqing thought steeply. If it wasn't for the presence of Zhang Qi, I'm afraid, the ranking of the Dragon Kingdom, because of this kind of props will be affected again. What an abomination! What country is it that is so shameless? Some anger came to his eyes. Liang Jia saw it and thought about it. The two searched together and, eventually, found the end. Cherry Blossom Country. It's from the Sakura country. Yunchang was instantly indignant. No wonder they were so arrogant earlier. It turns out that they had prepared for this long ago. It's really shameless. Despicable. Liang Jia also cursed. These things, they are really shameless. Relying on the fact that they were the ones who picked the secret realm, they are secretly cheating and using this special prop. How shameless. Both were furious beyond belief. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, smiled and comforted them in turn, saying, "It's fine. They can't use the props anymore. It's all the same result. It's not like they're going to get first place anyway, so there's no harm in letting them use them. Besides, soon they won't have to use it anymore." After hearing this, both Wen Chang and Liang Jia's faces showed joy, nodded and said, "The captain is right. We should teach these shameless ones a lesson. This time, the Dragon Kingdom must be ranked number 1. It's an undeniable thing." They had already brushed away all the monsters in that copy world they were in. Unless people in other countries are able to do the same. But that's simply not possible. Besides, it's too late in terms of time. Not only that, but now that they had arrived here in the Sakura country, they were about to strike and completely cut them off from this possibility. Liang Jia hummed and the corners of her mouth hooked up. These shameless ones, even if they cheat, they can't beat us. He he he. Yunqing laughed as well, and the two of them glanced at each other and hemmed and hawed together. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qi couldn't help himself. He said, "In that case, let's give these Sakura nations A little surprise, shall we? Saya. Ow. Little Knight then answered and flew into the middle of the sky. At this point, it is in the middle of this world. Yumega wa Ichiku. That smug look is not gone. After all, in his opinion, the ranking of their Sakura nation was already secure. The monsters that had been killed from the beginning until now were already 400 in number. This horrible amount of people can still be compared? What other country can catch up? At this moment, Yumeko wa Ichiku even wanted to yell out. Who else? That's where his bottom line is. They are even lying flat at this point. A trip towards here, pressed and immobilized, was also able to easily get the first place in this national war. LOL. How lonely it is to be invincible. This is the truest thought in the heart of Yumega wa Ichiku at this time. But, right about this time, they suddenly realized that the sky began to turn red and then the temperature rose. What's going on? What's going on here? Yumega wa Ichiku quickly realized it and couldn't help but wonder. I don't know. What's going to happen? The temperature is rising very quickly. And, there's also the sound of many monsters hissing. Can it be that the final boss is coming out? Come out better. Yumega wa Ichiku grinned at once, then said, it just so happens that we still have some monster bombs in our hands, so when that final monster appears, we'll just throw them all out and blow up that boss. In which case we'll still be able to get quite a lot of benefits. He thought it through. Unfortunately, that's not what happened at all. Temperatures have risen suddenly. Within the mountain peaks, the monsters died quickly and were melted away completely. Even the final boss had long since been sprayed to death by a mouthful of Night's Dragon's breath. Sayaka's level was now also at level 47. The damage is raised again. That boss, how can it withstand it? Nature is simply useless. However, Seo's figure was discovered by them. At once, Yumega wa Nico shouted, quick, throw the monster bomb out. That's the final boss. Blow it up. With Yumega wa Ichiku's shout, immediately, all of the monster bombs in their hands were thrown directly towards Sayaka. And naturally, this scene was seen by Yunqing. Yunqing instantly looked at Zhang Qi, worried. Captain, that seems to be the special props in their hands. Special props that can be held in their hands must not be bad in terms of power. Should we let Xiaoye come back? Otherwise it's not good if we get hurt. That was his concern. After all, the Sakura Kingdom had been preparing for so long. The power of this thing, it must not be small. It would be troublesome if Sayaka was injured at this time. However, Zhang Qi shook his head, indicating that it wasn't necessary. Just as Yunqing was still about to open his mouth, steeply seeing, when that monster bomb was thrown towards Little Knight directly spread her wings, and at that moment, a fierce and incomparable gust of wind was blown out. The wind was so strong and sharp that it directly blew the pile of monster bombs back. Not good. Run! Asterisk. How did it blow back? Baka! The four men panicked at once. No one knew the power of the monster bomb better than they did. I had been saving up for a big wave, but as it turned out, it was really big. Only the big one. It did give itself away. Damn! This time, with dozens of monster bombs coming towards them, the four scrambled towards the back. But still, it's slow. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions was unceasing, and even, smoke rose up and turned into a large mushroom cloud. And after seeing this scene, Yunqing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, saying, boy, this power, it's not small. If this is thrown into the pile of monsters, how many monsters must be able to be blown up? Too bad. Unfortunately, it's all for their own enjoyment. Ha 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 ha. Yunqing laughed out loud. The voice was extraordinarily crisp, and Little Knight also looked at those four people, and amongst her large dragon eyes, doubts were revealed. It wondered in its mind, these four mole crickets, what the hell are they doing? As the smoke gradually dispersed, then the party completely revealed the whole picture. The four men from Sakura Nation had been blown to pieces in front of their own monster bombs. 4 men, all dead. In the midst of that intense explosion, they were not going to survive at all. Even the bodies are incomplete. It's... Li Muhan glanced at it and immediately looked at Zhang Qi. She felt that things had gotten a little too big. The contestants are all dead straight away. That was equal to Sakura Nation's 4 people this time, directly being destroyed. Yunqing and Liang Jia, both of them, were also stunned. They, too, are finding that things are a little too big. What's to be done about this? Panic appeared among Liang Jia's eyes. However, Zhang Qi was as calm as could be from start to finish. At this time, but after sweeping a glance, it was careless. It's not like we have anything to do with it. What about? Ha! A few people froze. Immediately, Zhang Qi continued. We haven't seen them. We don't know if they're dead or not. What do we care? In an instant, the three of them understood Zhang Qi's meaning. The moment was reassuring. Yeah, for this copy, all the countries are separated. What does it matter to them if the Sakura kingdom is all but wiped out? It's designated as nothing. It's not right that their party still panicked. Then, Zhang Qi was leading them and turned into the middle of the next copy world. This time, he must rise to level 50. No one can stop anyone. Chapter 60, finally level 50. Framing the Southern Stick Kingdom. At this very moment, right now, outside, Yi Tingyun is now being forced to confess by Yumeko Waifu and others. But unexpectedly, at this time, there is another movement on top of the charts. And, the dissension, it's not small. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. People turned their eyes to look, but they saw that at that moment, Sakura Nation's position, which was ranked second, suddenly changed. The South Bar country, which was originally ranked third, directly occupied the second place. All of a sudden, many people froze outright. What's going on here? How come Southpaw got to second and Sakura Nation? That's not right. The number of monsters killed in the South Rod Kingdom, it hasn't changed much. How come it's second instead? Yeah, how did Sakura Nation just disappear? Not only did Sakura Nation fall out of second, but even out of the rankings. In an instant, it caused these people present to be directly stunned. In that case, there are only two possibilities. For one thing, there's a problem with this chart. 2. The 4 from Sakura Nation are dead. There's a problem with the leaderboard, isn't there? It must be. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom will be ranked first on the list. There was originally a problem with the list. It must be so. Otherwise, how could Dragon Kingdom be ranked first on the list? How do they deserve it? A few people opened their voices. Only a few of them opened their mouths. Because, charts don't go wrong. So, there's only the second possibility. 4 people from Sakura Nation. Something's wrong. Dead. How is that possible? In an instant, a number of people thought of this. Then a look of shock came over him. This is the copy chosen by Sakura Nation itself, and as a result, not only did the national team not get the first place, but all the players actually died. At this moment, many people directly turned their heads to look at Yumeko Waifu. At this time, Yumeko Waifu's face was horribly gloomy. 4 people from the Sakura country. Dead? How is that possible? Well, it's their hand-picked copy. And, the 4 of them, they brought the monster bomb thing. How to die? Monsters can't kill them at all. It can't be that they were killed by their own monster bombs. Can it? Can you be that stupid? Yumeko Waifu doesn't believe it. Even at this point, he no longer cared about the Dragon Kingdom. There are few things that are more shocking than the death of 4 people from Sakura Nation. Immediately, Yumegawa Yutaka said, "No way. This national war is terminated. Something happened inside. It must be identified. It must be found out." He actually wants to unilaterally terminate the national war. Something had happened to someone from his own country, and these were still the top 4 geniuses of Sakura Nation. If this was back home, the responsibility you need to take on yourself. Cold sweat broke out on Yumeko Waifu when he thought of that. It has to be identified. Otherwise, one's only option is to commit harakiri. However, Yumeko Waifu wanted to terminate it, but Yi Tingyun suddenly sneered and said, "This copy was chosen by your Cherry Blossom Kingdom. And now, before the national war is stopped, you want to unilaterally terminate the national war. Why? Are you trying to say that your Cherry Blossom Kingdom's vision is not good, and that there is something wrong with the copy it picked, or that there is something wrong with the people you picked out? How is it that of all the countries, only your people are in trouble?" Yi Tingyun coldly looked at Yumeko Waifu. He vaguely felt something was not quite right, and then a possibility occurred to him. It's probably low, but what if it's true? What if it's really Zhang Qi and the others who did it? So, no matter what, they can't be allowed to go in and check it out. Otherwise, once he was exposed, then there was a high probability that he would have no way to go and bring Zhang Qi and the others back safely. This is not, in any way, possible. Not only that, he also quietly sent a message to the country for Tenshin and the others to come quickly. Saying anything, he couldn't let anything happen to Zhang Qi. That's a given. However, at this point, Yumeko Waifu was already completely insane. Bloodshot eyes were covered amongst them. "You're going to stop me?" Yi Tingyun naturally did not budge an inch, saying, "The national war is not your Sakura countries alone. You want to end it there. No way. Yumegawa Ifu looked at Yi Tingyun for a long time and suddenly said, I could tell from early on that you Dragon Kingdom had problems, so it's not possible that you're the ones who did this accident, is it? Dragon Nation. It was you guys who killed our Sakura Nation's professionals. You guys did everything you could to get first place in the national war. It suddenly occurred to him that since things couldn't be handled and this black pot couldn't be taken, then he would blame someone else. And there is no better black pot to give to frame the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, Yumegawa Ifu was thinking of many things, and then uttered these words. Yi Tingyun sneered. How dare you say this? You chose the copy. You chose the people. Now when something happens after entering here, you can also blame it on us. Really shameless. The two faced off. For a moment, swords were drawn and the atmosphere was very tense. As other countries watched this scene, doubts arose in their minds. It is indeed odd that the four of Sakurakuni are having problems. What the hell is going on? At that moment, the man from the southern stick country spoke up. The national war won't be over for long. Or, wait a little longer? When something happens to someone from the Sakura country, the South Rod country is the undisputed second. If it is identified and terminated at this point, the second position in the South Stick country will not be saved, to say the least. Naturally, he did not wish to terminate it. Yumegawa Ifu gave him a cold look with her eyes, and at this point, in the middle of the copy world, Zhang Qi led the three of them, walking through quite a few worlds in a row, and finally, the level came to level 49, which was not far from level 50. As long as you are brushing the monsters in a copy world, then you can level up to 50. At that time, after returning to the country, it was time to go and contract the second dragon egg. Zhang Qi was also a bit excited. With this excitement, he entered the last copy world. Saya. As usual, Sayaka sprayed all the monsters to death. Then, a white light didn't enter Zhang Qi's body, and Zhang Qi upgraded to level 50. Rounding out, his heart perked up. However, Zhang Qi was still more careful, because every country enters in a different position and goes out in a different position. At this time of the year, if you were to go out from other areas, you would be suspected of being on the wrong side of the law. He then took the three of them and quietly returned to the copy world of the Dragon Kingdom, so as to ensure that they would not be discovered. Only what he didn't know was that right after they went back, the Southern Rod Kingdom followed the trail of Zhang Qi and the others to where the Sakura Kingdom was. Then, a copy world of Sakura Nation is discovered. Furthermore, just as they hadn't explored much, all of a sudden, the national war stopped. Then, they were teleported out of the middle of the world of Sakura Nation. Yumegawa Ifu looked at the exit of his Sakura country, and the four Southern Stick country professionals that came out, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes that immediately surged out. Chapter 61, The Battle Between the Southern Stick and the Sakura. At this point, the national war was a complete end. Yumegawa Ifu didn't get what he wanted. According to his idea, he wanted to terminate the national war immediately and find out the truth about the deaths of Yumegawa Ichiku and others. Only then would he be able to give an account to the top brass in his country when he returned home. And, the more critical point is this. Of these four, Yumegawa Ichiku was still his kinsman. Other than the other three, they were also the sons of the great clans within Sakura. These four people, it can be said that the power of the family behind them is not comparable to Yumegawa Ifu. Even, the four of them were still the hope of their respective families down the road. Now, it's a wave of burials. How can this Yumegawa Ifu not just let it pass? He must find a way, find the cause, and, better yet, bring back the real culprit as well. However, when he resolved to stop the War of Nations, but it was not expected that the resistance suffered surprisingly large. The first to object was not, surprisingly, the Dragon State. Instead, it's the land of the Southern Baton. For that matter, it annoyed Yumegawa Ifu. However, there was nothing better he could do. It was not possible to fight against so many countries by himself. He was not stupid enough to do that. And within the replica world, with the end of the national war, the teams of many countries were leaving from the copy worlds where their countries were located. Their biggest impression of this national war, to be honest, was when they got to the back. Suddenly the fire of heaven descended. It was like divine punishment. And then all the monsters gradually died, dying very quickly. They didn't even see the final boss. They saw that the world was empty. This is something that puzzles them. But then I thought that it might be a feature of this copy world, and I didn't bother much more. The War of Nations is over anyway. There's not much they can do. But, yet there is a country that did not come out of the middle of the replica world that their country is in. That would be the land of the southern Baton. They chased that trail and eventually came to the copy world where Sakura country was located. And then, realized that something wasn't quite right here. However, before they could check it out, it is to know that the national war is over. Next thing you know, everyone will be teleported out. They had no choice but to give up the chase. Then, it was from the copy world of Sakura country that he was teleported out. Only, they didn't realize that being teleported out of the copy world there would lead them to the copy exit in that country. So, upon finding himself at the exit of a copy of Sakura Nation, the four of them immediately just froze for a moment. Park couldn't make it, and was instantly baffled. What's going on here? How did we get out of the Sakura country place? The other three were also very confused. However, just as they were confused, in a steep moment, they saw Yumeko Waifu with a murderous face. What is he up to? It's not like he thinks we've robbed their Sakura Nation of their monsters, is it? Where are the people from Sakura country? Why haven't they come out yet? The four of them felt that something was not quite right, so they looked towards the back. Sure enough, there was no sign of the four from Sakura Nation. The more critical point is this. Not only was Yumeko Waifu looking at them, but the rest of the country, everyone was looking at them, including their South Baton countries. What is this? Park didn't become one. What? Hey! Yumeko Waifu was straight up pissed off and laughing. You guys actually have the face to ask what's wrong? You guys did something, you don't dare to admit it. And when you come out you actually have the nerve to play dumb. At this moment, his anger just got heavier. Looking at these four people, he was already itching to make a direct move and wipe these four people on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that the people from the South China Kingdom saw that the situation was not right and immediately rushed over, Yumeko Waifu couldn't say that he would have really made a direct move. Even so, Yumeko Waifu was on the verge of a riot. The person in charge of the Southern Rod Kingdom was named Zhang Qi, and at that moment, he immediately looked at Park Boo and asked right away, "You guys, what the hell is going on and why did you come out of where Sakura country is?" There was also a heavy color among his eyebrows. Seeing Zhang Qi like this, how could they not realize that something important had happened? It was with a sudden sinking of the heart that he hastened to say, "We were originally brushing monsters in the middle of the replica world, but we suddenly realized that the sky had changed, becoming reddish and the temperature had risen abruptly. Then, we originally thought it was a natural disaster, a natural phenomenon that occurred in the copy world. Then we realized it wasn't. In the middle of our copy world, a dragon appeared. That dragon's strength was too terrifying, and after we fought hard, it still escaped." Park didn't become a face of indignation. What a pity. If it wasn't for that dragon using extremely sinister means to sneak up on us in the end, we would have already killed that dragon. What a damnation. We almost became dragon-slaying warriors. Ahem. Zhang Qi immediately coughed twice after hearing this. Others were still unclear. Was he himself still unclear about the strength of these people and the strength of the dragon clan? Meeting a dragon and then slaying it if it wasn't for a sneak attack from the other side? Isn't that pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk? It's simply not possible. He saw at once that it was bragging. Solely, the nature of the people of the South Baton Rouge is well known to all. Therefore, after hearing this, many people's faces revealed odd expressions. Especially Yi Tingyun. His face was most odd. Of course, the reason for his odd face was different from the others. He was well aware that Zhang Qi was a dragon master, and the favored beast was the dragon. This braggadocio nature of that Southpaw nation says things that are only partially true. Encountering a scary dragon is real. That is to say, this kid, Zhang Qi, sneaked into the middle of another country's copy world and, going and swiping people's monsters? Good boy. You are really bold. What a talent to do something like that. As if, he thought steeply, that being the case. So, the four people who died in Sakura Nation. This kid didn't do it, did he? He showed the slightest hint of surprise. Think it's too big a deal. Luckily, I called it in myself a long time ago. If things do fall apart, it's not hopeless. Yi Tingyun secretly sent a sigh of relief. Feeling so damned wise. Zhang Qi, this kid, is really not to cause trouble. A mess will never be small. Of course, Yi Tingyun's reaction was unremarkable amongst the crowd. After all, there's something not quite right about everyone's reactions these days. He was perfectly covered. Of course, one of the best things about today's. It's something that's been perfectly backed up by these four guys from the South Stick country. That's 4 backstops. That's pretty good. All of a sudden, Yi Tingyun was much more comfortable. Then all of a sudden, he looked at the 4 Zhang Qi and glared at them. Zhang Qi revealed a helpless look. There's no way around it. But what surprised him was that someone had actually taken the initiative to take the blame for this black pot, no less than the land of Southpaw, the center of the world. The world is Southpaw, and the pot calling the kettle black. Of course, it wasn't just Zhang Qi who was surprised. Yunqing several, after seeing that someone had taken the initiative to take the blame for them, this heart was also very comfortable. Originally, the South Rod Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, in the middle of the national war, the dispute was just not small. On weekdays, the relationship with the Dragon Kingdom is also worse. Tearing up over this nowadays can be excellent. It's a beautiful thing. I didn't expect to come out and be able to see a good show. The four of them looked at the four men from the South Rod Kingdom with interest, wanting to see the reaction behind them. But Yi Ting-yun, saving for a rainy day, led the four of them back first. Don't let anything happen. At this very moment, immediately after Zhang Qi coughed, get to the point. At a time like this, it's natural that no one would believe such bragging words. Park Boo-boo also continued. Then, after that dragon escaped, we found the entrance to the other copy worlds, and following that entrance, we came to the world where Sakura country is located. But before we could find out anything, the War of Nations was over. And that's what happened. After Park Boo-boo finished speaking, he looked towards all around again and asked, "Where are the people from the Sakura Kingdom? Why didn't they come out? Did they leave first?" These words caused Yumeko Ifu, whose face was already dark, to directly explode in anger. Excuses. It's all excuses. Don't think you'll be able to fool me by just making up a few stories, do you? This copy world is what our Sakura Kingdom is looking for. And there is absolutely no dragon race existing in the middle of this world. Even if you're making up excuses, you have to be more reliable. The real truth is that you killed our Sakura nation and you're still trying to muddle through. He raged. But those words, on the contrary, made Park Boo-boo Ford directly baffled. What? 4 people from the Sakura country are dead? How is this possible? Can it be that they were killed by that dragon? And there are those who say, then in that case, wouldn't we be number 1 in the South Rod Kingdom? Boo! Yumeko Ifu's body directly disappeared at this moment, and he was actually going to directly strike. However, naturally, the people of the Southern Rods were unlikely to let him get away with it. Immediately, he was blocking in front of him. Yumeko-kun, wait a minute. There's something fishy about this. We need to check it out more carefully. Check it out for yourself. Baka! Yumeko Ifu cursed in anger. The people are dead. And the people from the South Rod Kingdom are coming out from where they are in the Sakura Kingdom. Things are already so clear. What else is there to find out? Can't it be true that a dragon went in, as they say? How did that dragon get in there? It can't be that some professional brought it in, can it? That's a dragon. Dragon! Among the monsters sequence, the existence of the most peak. Is there still a professional who can control a dragon? It's crazy to think that. Obviously, the deaths of the 4 of them from the Sakura Nation definitely had nothing to do with the South Rod Nation. There's nothing to investigate. You let me take these 4 people back and interrogate them properly. Naturally everything will come out. Yumeko-kun. I said that just now because I didn't want to make too much of a scene, so don't give your face away. This time, the 2 of them were sort of facing each other with their swords drawn. Yi Ting-yun brought Zhang Qi a few, but was happy to watch. The Dragon Kingdom was already deservedly number 1 in this national war. Zhang Qi looked at the leaderboard, and with several thousand monsters, he was already way ahead. The number of monsters they had killed in the other copy worlds they had broken into later were not counted. If not, it would have been more or less a struggle for the South Rods to take the blame on their own. But spare me. This black pot is also about to be ready. Something that, once you dig deeper, is easy to see. Only now, Yumeko Ifu was blinded by anger. In the meantime, the people of the South Rod Kingdom, naturally, would not let him get away with it. If this is brought back by him, ask out. But not only in the copy of the things. There are quite a few things about the South China Club, but these 4 are just as well aware of a lot of things. That's a big loss. So, no matter what, it's not going to agree. The battle seemed imminent. And this War of Nations, since the rankings are determined, other countries naturally want to leave. But of course, there are quite a few that intend to stay and see what's going on. Only, when Yet Uni tried to leave, he was likewise stopped by Yumeko Ifu. He vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right, and although the South Rod Kingdom was the most suspicious, it didn't rule out other countries. Even if the suspicion is small, it's not impossible. Of course, on top of that, the Dragon Kingdom, which was ranked first in this national war, was also highly suspect. It is naturally impossible for Yumekawa Ifu to try to stop all the countries by himself. All of a sudden, it provoked the public's anger. But, the people from the Cherry Blossom country came very quickly, and directly, they came with more than a dozen Third Revolution divine priesthood powerhouses. At once, it suppressed the scene. Yi Tingyun's face became much more grave. If it's exposed at this point, something big is about to happen. But fortunately, the ones who came were not the only strong ones from the Sakura country, but also from the Pretty country. Although the Pretty country only came with one, but with their power, it was enough to reconcile the two countries. Then, it was to bring the four of them, Park Boo Boo, over. Now, the pressure was given to the Dragon Kingdom here. Yunqing's heart was jutting out so much that she couldn't help but look at Yi Tingyun and ask, Army Master Yi, what are we going to do? Yi Tingyun also had a terrible headache. Although he had already called for someone to come, he had not arrived by now, and his heart was always in the wrong place. On the contrary, Zhang Qi was still as calm as ever. He shrugged, indifferent, even if it really has nothing to do with the South Rod Kingdom. But what they said was done by a dragon. Who of us has the ability to control the dragons? Isn't that a joke? After he said that, the other four looked at him in unison. Zhang Qi said, I'm a mage. Haven't you guys seen my skills? All at once, all four froze. Yunqing said silently, awesome. In that case, it does seem as if there's nothing for them to do. Just have to explain that killing that many monsters thing. That's good to know. Big deal. Blame it on that dragon too. Let's just say picking up a bunch of stumps is all. It's a much simpler thing to do that way. Zhang Qi wasn't on the ball about it. All he wanted was to get back soon. Enter the dragon breeding ground again to contract that second dragon egg. Chapter 62, Entering the dragon breeding ground again. Contracting the second dragon egg. Shortly after the time passed, people came from various countries. Therefore, it is not likely that it will be here for too long. So, all the countries get together. Negotiate two things. First, there was the matter of the Sakura Nation. And the four men of the Sakura Nation had to find out what the situation was. Exactly. However, in view of the fact that the state of the South Rod is the most suspected, these four persons will be interrogated in the presence of the Pretty country. Secondly, there is the allocation of resources for the national war. Dragon Nation got first place. It's just that there are a lot of countries that have a problem with this first one. So, with the unanimous agreement of many countries, for the first of the dragon, also re-investigated. This is not recognized by Longhua. But, it didn't work. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom had performed poorly in several national wars. And over the years, even though the number of third-turn priesthoods had increased quite a bit, there was still some gap there. So, this time, even though he expressed his disapproval, it was of little use. However, Tenshin arrived just in time with his men. Zhang Qi's four can return home first. Yi Tingyun, on the other hand, was to be left until the final results had been deliberated. He's going to stay here the whole time. On the way back, Liang Jie couldn't help but say, on what grounds? Why is it that when they take first place, nothing happens to them and they can give out resource rewards as usual, while when we take first place, we have to make things difficult for us. Even, they think that this first place is because we cheated, by unfair means. This copy was all chosen by Sakura Nation. We didn't know the news at all earlier. And cheating, it's obvious that they are the ones who cheated, and actually slandered us in return. He was furious. The same was true for Yun Chang and Li Muhan. The only ones who were still able to keep their composure were Zhang Qi and Tenshin. Zhang Li gave Zhang Qi a surprised look and then whirled around. It can't be helped. This is the downside of being weak. Over the years, we've been dragged down too much because of other things. However, it isn't going to be dragged down for much longer. It will soon be able to be resolved. When we are completely strong, things like today will never happen again. At this moment, all four were touched. That's strength. Wouldn't it be like this if we had the strength? If it has strength, can it be slandered? Still, Tenshin gave Zhang Qi one more look. The full story of what happened, the real facts, were already known to him. He hadn't expected that. Zhang Qi, this kid, actually, the whole thing is such a big deal. It's really unexpected. Giving all the other countries' copy world monsters all the brushes. Giving the four people from the South Rod Kingdom their top equipment burned. Leaving the others for bare asses. And more crucially, giving the four top geniuses from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom all the yes. Well done. By this time, Tenshin couldn't help but praise Zhang Qi with a word of admiration. Not bad for someone I look up to. Zhang Qi couldn't help but give him a blank look. Eventually, several people returned to the country. led by Tension. After returning home, the team was naturally considered disbanded. In fact, Yunchang and Liang Jia had the intention of inviting Zhang Qi to practice again. However, Zhang Qi refused on the grounds that he had something important to do, because next, he had something even more important. Even Li Muhan refused. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Qi knocked on the door of Tension's office. Enter. After seeing Zhang Qi, Tension couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here with me if you're not practicing?" Zhang Qi smiled and pretended to be mysterious. "Minister, guess how many levels I am now?" Zhang Li raised his eyebrows. "You were level 41 when you left. Is it hard to believe that you're already 45? No. You should be around level 48 after brushing so many monsters. Level 48. Soon to be level 50. He also got a little excited at the thought. A second dragon egg. It will soon be able to be resolved. And shortly after Tension finished speaking, Zhang Qi directly turned off the hidden message. In this way, the head will be able to display information about your rank. When Tension saw that level 50 on Zhang Qi's head, he was directly stunned. A half-hearted, instantaneous response. You're level 50 already? That fast? That's natural. Otherwise what would I be doing here at the minister's? Good boy. All of a sudden, Zhang Li's tone became urgent. Wait. I'll go and call out for someone. We'll go to the dragon breeding ground this afternoon. No. Immediately. However, after the words were said, he immediately inquired, saying, "Do you want to get ready again?" Zhang Qi shook his head. No need. Settle the second dragon egg early. That's good. Tension nodded. The next step is for Tension to find someone. This second trip to the dragon breeding ground. Naturally, we must be fully prepared, and not be able to make the slightest mistake. Not long after, Zhang Li came back, and he said to Zhang Qi, "It's ready. Let's go." Yes. Then, the two of them were heading to the dragon breeding ground. On the way, Zhang Qi was a bit emotional. It hadn't been long since he himself had succeeded in transferring his job to today, but then it's already level 50. He was going to plan to awaken first, and then go to the dragon breeding ground after his second turn. But this time, it gave him some excitement. Therefore, Zhang Qi was prepared to go ahead and contract a second dragon egg before transferring. Soon, Tension was leading Zhang Qi to the dragon breeding ground. Ever since Zhang Qi had contracted the first dragon egg in the dragon breeding ground, the place was completely blocked off and no one was allowed to enter anymore. And now, naturally, the one who was guarding the place is no other than Shantan. When Xiantang saw Zhang Qi, a smile bloomed on his face and he said, "Good boy, the speed of upgrading is really fast. How long has it been?" "It's actually level 50. It's true that heroes come out of youths." Zhang Qi smiled and returned. This bout of assiduousness is a bit. It is considered to have lived up to Elder Qian's as well as everyone else's high expectations. Ha 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 ha. Xiantang laughed out loud and patted Zhang Qi on the shoulder. "You kid, talking I really love to hear. At first it was really want you to come into the Jin Demon army. Now it's a pity. The Jin Demon army you already can't see it." Elder Qian is right. The Devil Suppressor army is the strongest army in the Dragon Kingdom. The dream of all young people. Ha 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 ha. Xiantang once again laughed out loud and turned to Zhang Qi. "Don't bull asterisk me here. Just get in. So many people are waiting for you." Aha! Zhang Qi nodded his head, and there were no more words. The most important thing now was the second dragon egg. Then, the dragon breeding ground was opened, and Zhang Qi did not hesitate to enter the dragon breeding ground. Right at the moment Zhang Qi entered, the entire outside of the dragon breeding ground was heavily guarded. In the shadows, there were an unknown number of third-turn priesthood powerhouses that escorted Zhang Qi. At this moment, he was the only hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Soaring Hopes, Chapter 63, Second Dragon Egg. Contract success. What's going on? You can say it clearly. Tell us the whole story, word for word, but if there is any omission, I will make your lives worse than death. At this point, Park Boo-boo looked at the pretty country's third-turn divinity in front of him and couldn't help but nod his head. "Road, don't worry. As long as we know, we will certainly not deceive you. Then let's start with your discovery of the anomaly." Yes, Park didn't become an opening. The discovery of the abnormality is in the middle of our own copy world. At that time, when we found the scene that was like a natural disaster, at that time, we thought that it was the problem of the copy world. There was a special circumstance. That's why it's like this. But it's not really. Not really? Yes, this is all, in fact, caused by a dragon. A dragon? That dragon is very long, 4 or 5 meters, covering the sky and the sun. It is the dragon's breath that it spits out, and it makes the copy of the world in the middle of the world. Something different happens. The copy of the world of all the monsters, nearly all died under that dragon. The third-turn priesthood of pretty countries seemed to remember something, and there was a playful flavor in his eyes. I heard that the dragon was beaten by you guys and barely beat you by sneak attack? At that moment, Park Fudo showed a blushing look. It's naturally no problem to blow awesome out their gator. However, those present now were basically all third-turn clerics, and in front of such a strong person, cowhide could not be blown at all. One look and you'll be seen through. Now, for example, it's clear that it's hammering him with this. Naturally, Park Boo-Boo would not keep his mouth shut and immediately said, "Of course not. This is just me blowing smoke outside to save face." In fact, that dragon was burning all the equipment on us in a single glance, and then, simply ignoring us, directly left. It was only after that dragon left that we discovered the passage into the other copy world. And that's exactly where the dragon left off? Yes. We chased after it before entering the Sakura country's copy world, but when we entered the Sakura country's copy world, we realized that it had also been attacked by that dragon, and that Yumegawa Uchikokuin's disappearance was probably related to that. The third-turn priesthood of pretty country nodded, didn't ask any further questions. Things were pretty much clear when they were asked here, and the next thing that needed to be done, naturally, was not to ask again, but to find out if what the four of them were saying was correct or not. That way, we can confirm who the murderer really is. He then looked at Yumekawa Ifu and said, "The rest is to go among the copies and investigate once more. But, since this matter is your Sakura Kingdom's, then you will take the lead in this investigation." Yumekawa Ifu immediately nodded and said, "Hi." Then, he couldn't wait to leave and led the people into the middle of the copy world. He was dying to know what was going on. The four top geniuses of his Sakura Kingdom. Why would they suddenly die? This was a copy of their Sakura nation's own choosing, and now, it was four of their own country's people who had died in it, which was extremely ironic how it sounded. Roar! Inside the dragon breeding ground, as Zhang Qi entered, he heard a roar with a roar, but this roar was not a declaration of war, but rather a roar with respect. It seems to be a pilgrimage to their king. Zhang Qi showed emotion on his face. The last time he came here, he hadn't awakened his profession yet, and he was apprehensive when he came here, not knowing if he could solve the problem of the dragon egg and successfully contract a dragon. Otherwise, there would be no way to fully awaken one's profession. That one would truly be an invalid. And now, as it turns out, he did. It really is possible to contract a dragon egg, and, with that, a solution to the great troubles of the Dragon Kingdom. This is something that no one expected. The Dragon Kingdom had been in big trouble for so long, and what so many third-turn clerics had failed to do was done by Zhang Qi. It's still quite saddening, to say the least. As for Zhang Qi, his footsteps did not stop, and within a short time, he reappeared on top of the platform where the two dragon eggs were located. It still had all sorts of divine precious feathers on it. The current Zhang Qi was able to discern their message, but these feathers didn't do anything. They actually just made the subterranean dragon abyss aura on the dragon egg emanate a little slower. Then, Zhang Qi's eyes landed on the second dragon egg. This dragon egg, its aura was a bit more powerful than the one from Little Knight. However, even more critical is that he exudes the breath. Before Zhang Qi's strength is not enough to see. Now look again is able to find some but you. The breath. Quirky as hell. Zhang Qi frowned, actually being able to affect space. This was enough to prove the power of this second dragon egg. But what is the dragon in this? What are its powers? Zhang Qi approached and then surfaced information about the dragon egg. 10 cursed spirit crystals are needed to awaken. Cursed spirit crystals? Right after this news came out, the system's voice naturally sounded. Ding! The host has completed the task of suppressing the contemporary. The reward is being settled. Please wait. Zhang Qi Fong just remembered that after the end of the national war, this mission should actually be settled. But it had not been settled and had been delayed until now. But it's not bad at all. It could be that at that time, he hadn't ended the dangerous situation, so the system didn't give a settlement. But now, it was already completely safe. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Cursed Spirit Crystal *10. Tramp. This dog's system, it's really true that you can't take it until it's too late. This is the time to give. What were you doing earlier? Of course, the rewards aren't the only ones. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the skill upgrade card *3. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've obtained a piece of mythological grade equipment. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the mythic level skill Dragon Domain. Hiss! Listening to the rewards given by the system, it caused Zhang Qi to suck in a breath of cool air. This reward was given a little late, but not in a bad way. The reward? It's just so damn good. The first reward can be simply ignored. And the second one, the skill upgrade card. After using it up, you can upgrade your own skills. Of course, not just a normal one-level upgrade, but a direct upgrade to full level. The third, mythical equipment. This mythic grade equipment was already the highest grade equipment that Zhang Qi could currently access. As for the rest, it's only possible after getting the third turn. The last one, on the other hand, is a mythic level skill. Such a skill can be said to be the most precious. Mythic level skills, even in today's Dragon Kingdom, there are absolutely no more than 10 of them. Even most of the strongest third-turn divine clerics didn't have a single mythic rank skill. This was enough to prove that the skill was powerful and precious. However, now Zhang Qi had it. Mythic level equipment and mythic level skills. If this were to be spread out, I'm afraid that even the third-turn priesthood would be able to move their greed. Dragon's Heart. Level, Mythic. Where requirements, exclusive to Zhang Qi. Properties, 3-dimensional attributes plus 100%. All dragon skills are 300% more powerful. Dragon's Wisdom, when the skill is used, all skills will not need to be chanted, and the effect will be increased by 150%, and the power of the skill of the favored animal will be increased by 100%. Determination of the Dragon, when the skill is used, the power of the favored beast's skill can be increased by 500%. Dragon's Comprehension, when the skill is used, the experience gain is increased by 100%. 6. Dragon's Berserk, sheds 50% of the user's life in exchange for a 200% 3D boost to the favored beast. After reading the attributes of this mythic grade equipment, Zhang Qi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cool air. It's so damn fierce. This outfit. It's too strong. It was simply the strongest equipment he had ever seen. It's fair to say that it's worthy of being a mythical piece of equipment. This attribute was completely worthy of this mythic grade equivalent. It's too strong. With this piece of equipment alone, Zhang Qi could double his attributes when he put it on. No, more than double. He doubled his own enhancement. But the favored beast, Sayaka, could be completely enhanced even more under this equipment. That's a leap of strength. Then, he was looking at the mythic rank skill, Dragon Domain LV. 1. Construct a Dragon Domain and increase the effect of all dragon skills by 800%. Nothing fancy, just simple values. Boosted by 800%. All skills. This skill, absolute. At this moment, Zhang Qi even breathed in sharply. With this skill as well as the mythic grade equipment, it was enough to see how much Zhang Qi's strength would increase. Phew! He exhaled heavily before suppressing the shock in his heart. It's too strong. That skill upgrade card, by comparison, is not so good. The skill upgrade card, however, was still able to be used for mythic level skills. However, because the skill was mythic level, the effect wasn't that good. A card can only be upgraded a little. At this moment, after receiving his reward, Zhang Qi naturally did not delay any longer. 10 cursed spirit crystals appeared in his hand. Then, it was placed on top of that second dragon egg. The 10 cursed spirit crystals, the moment they touched that dragon egg, in an instant, they dissipated. Then, this second dragon egg was flickering with light. The light was extremely dazzling. Even as a result, the sky of this breeding dragon land changed color. In an instant, countless dark clouds converged and all sorts of visions appeared. The monsters within the dragon breeding ground had long since prostrated themselves on the ground, waiting for the king to emerge. And right now, right outside, the sudden appearance of the vision was undoubtedly seen by the third-turn clerics here. Tension changed his face at once. Not good. Once this vision is born, it will definitely be discovered by the other countries. Let's quickly cover up this vision and make sure to minimize the impact. Definitely. In a matter of moments, it was more than a dozen third revolutionary divine priesthoods that flew above the sky, striking out one after another and beginning to cover up the visions in the sky. This vision was simply too terrifying, and even if more than a dozen third revolutionary divine priesthoods joined forces to cover it up, it was still a bit of a stretch. But luckily, it was still contained within the area. When Zhang Li saw this, he was relieved and opened his voice. This kid, what on earth has he done? This second dragon egg, is it actually so terrifying? Zhou Bo, who was on the side, laughed. These 3 dragon eggs, which have dragged down our entire dragon kingdom, are even brought back by the #1 powerhouse, Dongfang Shuo. So if they weren't terrifying, they wouldn't be so difficult to solve. Tension said. That's true, but this is a bit too appalling. There are so many of us, and we actually barely managed to cover up the visions. Jobo looked in the direction where the dragon breeding ground was located. His eyes revealed deep envy as he said, "It's the dragon race after all. It's the dragon race. Dragons." Two simple words represent terror and power. Zhang Li also sighed and said, "This kid, he's really enviable." The two of them were not the only ones who were envious. How could this group of third-turned priesthoods, after experiencing that horrifying vision, still not be clear about how powerful the dragons that appeared this time would be? But fortunately, no matter what else, this dragon clan, after all, belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. Since they belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, it would be extremely happy. At this point, it is in the middle of the dragon breeding ground. Zhang Qi was also stunned as he looked at the vision. Can't help it. Such a terrifying vision. What a commotion. What kind of monster should be the one that comes out of the world? Shortly after his words fell, there was a steeply resounding clear voice. Ka Qing. The voice is very clear. Incomparably clear. At once attracted the attention of Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi is fixed eyes towards the dragon egg. The expression is also nervous. The slightest lack of concentration do not dare to have. Then, under Zhang Qi's watchful eye, the dragon egg began to break, starting from a point, and soon became more and more rapid. Spin. Click. After another crunching sound, the eggshell completely shattered, from which a small dragon's horn poked out. However, this dragon's horn was not a black one like the previous one from Little Knight, but a gray one. And, on top of the dragon's horn, there were inexhaustible and complicated patterns. Next to the ripples, there was also a gray, eerie aura. At the moment when the dragon egg was broken, even the eggshell had that bizarre aura to it. This aura caused Zhang Qi to be stunned. He felt a little less than good. However, now, while this eggshell is just broken, it is better to contract it as early as possible, lest the night is long and dreamy. Think about it. Zhang Qi then cast the dragon harnessing technique on the dragon egg, to the tiny dragon's horn. Of course, to be exact, full-level dragon mastery. With Zhang Qi casting it, the full-grade dragon harnessing technique was released successfully. His full-grade dragon harnessing technique already had a 100% success rate, so naturally, he didn't need to worry about failing. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful contract. Zhang Qi revealed a joyful expression. The second dragon egg, too, was resolved, also after the success of Zhang Qi's contract. Boing! Zhang Qi heard a soft sound and then looked over to find the tiny little gray dragon, looking at him playfully through that eggshell. He covered most of his body with an eggshell, revealing only two eyes with two small horns on them. It was actually peeking at Zhang Qi, and after being discovered by Zhang Qi, he immediately locked it back. Lovely! Seeing this scene, Zhang Qi's mood was also greatly improved. Chapter 64, The Source of the World's Curses. Cursed Demonic Dragon. Yumekawa Ifu has entered the middle of this copy world. And, it's the one where his Sakura country is located. He brought a lot of people with him, which naturally not only his Sakura country. He needs another country's people to be a witness. The only way to clear his own faults. And at this moment, when he entered the copy world that the four Yumekawa Nico entered, he immediately frowned. It was because he suddenly realized that there was a very strong aura of destruction here. The mountain peaks among the previous copies had long since been completely destroyed, and there were ruins everywhere. It's not even humanly possible. After looking at it for a moment, Yumekawa Ifu asserted. So, it also means that the suspicion of the South Rods is cleared. The South Rod Kingdom, despite doing pretty well in the national wars over the past few years, simply doesn't have the power that has created this. It also means that what they say is, in fact, right. A dragon had really appeared. And, everything here was caused by that dragon, including the four dead Sakura Nation members. But then the question arises, where did that dragon come from? How did it appear? These questions made Ifu Yumekawa think. However, just at this moment, in the middle of his mind, he suddenly remembered something. Quickly looking towards the ruins, quickly approaching, he opened his eyes, showing that it was true. Here, there was actually a faint aura of the subterranean dragon abyss. The dragon abyss. Dragon egg. He immediately remembered that the Dragon Kingdom had 3 dragon eggs brought back from the subterranean dragon abyss. For example, those 3 dragon eggs in the Dragon Kingdom hatched. It's a bit unlikely, but it's the only thing that explains it. Dragon Nation. Sure enough, it's you guys. Yumekawa Ifu's face suddenly welled up with anger. Boing boing. The voice rang out, and that little dragon seemed to be shy after seeing Zhang Qi and hid inside the eggshell again. Zhang Qi couldn't help but chuckle. This little guy, he's kinda funny. Unlike before, like Sayaka, the social cow was so strong that not only was she not afraid of anything, but she even gave herself eggshells to eat. Zhang Qi thought that perhaps Xiao Yu, being of the same dragon race, would be closer to this little guy, so he summoned Xiao Yu out of the dragon harnessing space as well. Roar! After coming out, Sayaka shouted towards the sky extremely freely. With this voice from Sayaka, those monsters in the breeding dragon land immediately prostrated themselves even lower. And, with this voice of Xiaoyi, the little dragon that was already afraid suddenly locked up even deeper, and Zhang Qi was still able to hear a faint wailing sound. At that moment, Zhang Qi cried and laughed. This voice of Seo's actually gave the little one a direct cry. You're such a coward. There was no way around it. So Zhang Qi had no choice but to put Seo back in again. After that, the little guy squared off a bit better. Then, after seeing that Zhang Qi seemed to be harmless, Fang dared to come out and eat the eggshells one bite at a time. And while eating it, it also guarded the eggshell well, as if it thought Zhang Qi would rob it of the eggshell. At this point, Zhang Qi was even more helpless. However, he took the opportunity to check the little guy's attributes and was stunned for a moment. Cursed magic dragon, combining all the power of curse in the world. The strongest cursed dragon in the world. After he saw this article, he instantly remembered what that weird aura from earlier was. Cursed breath. In other words, if this little guy doesn't like something, as long as there is a little bit of it, it can make him fall into all kinds of bad luck and be cursed. Hiss. So scary. Cursed dragon. Grade, 1. Blood, 1000. Magic, 2000. Strength, 300. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 300. Skills, Curse Origin, Curse Field, Dragon Spell Kill, Dream Curse. Curse Origin, being the source of curses in the world. Anything unfortunate is hard to come close to, and once anything upsets you, bad luck will haunt him. Cursed Field, within the field, all enemy beings will have their luck value reduced by 500% and will be subject to all kinds of bad luck attacks. Dragon Spell Kill, formulate a target and utilize the power of the dragon and the power of the curse to inflict horrific damage. Curse of Dreams, utilizing the power of a curse, causes the target to sink into a dream state where they will suffer a cursed attack and have a high probability of not being able to wake up. Looking at these 4 skills, after reading them, Zhang Qi wanted to take a few steps back and stay away from this little guy. That curse origin alone was enough to frighten people. Anything that displeases this little guy will be haunted by bad luck? What the hell? That's a bit overbearing, isn't it? Okay. He indentured himself earlier and got along better with this little guy. If not, it would be hard to contract when this little guy came out, in case he was held in a grudge. Although the little guy was young and not ranked enough, this ability, however, was perverted. Sayaka was perverted enough, but compared to this little guy, it was quite a bit worse. The main thing is that this little guy's skills, you can't defend it. The rest of the skill, the field reduces luck by 500%. That equals all bad luck. It will also be attacked by all kinds of bad luck. As for the last 2, Spell Kill is a purely offensive skill, but with a curse attached, it must be horrible to think about. Last one, it's a very powerful control skill. Furthermore, the probability was that it wouldn't be able to wake up, and once the curse ability behind this little guy increased, it was feared that some monsters wouldn't be able to wake up at all. Not only could he not wake up, but he had to be attacked by the power of the curse all the time. This ability, just thinking about it, is terrifying. It wasn't long before the little guy finished the eggshells. After Zhang Qi looked at it for a moment, he opened his mouth. Might as well call you Boing Boing, since the little guy likes calling. It's a good name for him. Boing! The little guy timidly flew over and landed on Zhang Qi's shoulder before his head tilted and leaned over. It also rubbed towards Zhang Qi. Obviously, is very fond of Zhang Qi. Boing Boing, grade, 1. Blood, 1000. Magic, 2000. Strength, 300. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 300. Skills, Curse Origin, Curse Field, Dragon Curse Kill, Dream Curse. The focus on attributes is also obvious in Boing Boing, where blood is so much lower compared to magic. Obviously, a purely phallic dragon. It's nothing like a mangaka dragon like Sayaka. Come on, I'll show you the outside world. Zhang Qi laughed and smiled at Boing Boing. Boing! The little guy's eyes lit up at once, obviously curious about the outside world. Then, Zhang Qi left with this little guy. On his way out, though, He took another look at that last dragon egg. The dragon egg was a dazzling golden color, and as Zhang Qi approached, he saw the message this time. Exact information can only be viewed after the third turn. It seemed that it should be after the third turn that one would be able to contract this dragon egg. Chapter 65. All 3 turns of the divine priesthood hit? Horrible calling. Since he had already seen the information about the third dragon egg, there was no hurry. These 3 dragon eggs were something that would have to be resolved sooner or later. It's a good thing that 2 of them are now resolved. The third dragon egg needed to be upgraded to level 75 before it could be contracted. So naturally, Zhang Qi was in no hurry. The important thing now is to get out there and upgrade as quickly as possible. Leveling yourself up is the way to go. After reading the information on the third dragon egg, Zhang Qi went out with Boing Boing. Boing Boing was still relatively scared and timid, so naturally it couldn't be placed inside the dragon harnessing space. Otherwise, if you freak out, you might see who suffers. Zhang Qi wasn't sure if that cursing effect of Boing Boing would work on Seo or not. However, he was not going to want to take that risk, in case it got out of control back there. Then with the killing power of this cursed origin of Boing Boing, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't be a situation where it would be declared all over the place after it came out. When the time comes, you'll have to go through the effort of coaxing Boing Boing yourself. There's no need for that. So, Zhang Qi simply went out with Boing Boing in his arms. This little guy, locked in Zhang Qi's arms, was full of curiosity among his large eyes. To looking around left and right, Zhang Qi looked at it and was also amused, but didn't bother much. If this little guy wants to look, let him look around. Not long after, Zhang Qi left the place with Boing Boing. Then, outside, Tenshin and the others were waiting, and they still looked rather anxious. Although, knowing that there will be no accidents. But this problem, after all, has been plaguing the Dragon Kingdom for a long time, so long that it cannot be solved. Today, however, the solution is finally being found. And, with the first dragon egg still long since resolved, it is now the second. This is naturally good. So, and that is why they are so anxious. If this problem was solved earlier, then the Dragon Kingdom, there would be nothing to bind them. What awaits the Dragon Kingdom next will be a true takeoff. And nowadays, it happens to be the second dragon egg. That horrifying vision from earlier required more than a dozen of their third revolutionary divine priesthoods to make a move before they were barely able to suppress it. It was enough to see how terrifying a dragon race was within this second dragon egg. Will Zhang Qi be able to succeed in his contract? Will there be any accidents? The moment. Many questions appeared in Tenshin's mind. Even though he claimed to be the one who knew Zhang Qi the most, at this moment, he could not help but feel a tightness in his heart, afraid of what might happen. And while Tenshin is still like this, it's even more so for everyone else. More than a dozen third-turn priesthoods were nervous here. This would be extremely shocking if someone found out. Yet that is what happened. They were all waiting for Zhang Qi to appear. How come it's been in there so long and nothing's happened? Zhou Bo couldn't help but say. Zhang Li toned down. Look at your quick temper. This kind of thing, naturally it's not that simple. Naturally you have to wait a bit. Can't you wait a little longer? You should learn from me. Tarzan without changing color. Zhou Bo gave him a contemptuous look and said, if you hadn't been spinning around here so much it made people's eyes glaze over, I'd really believe you. Hearing this, Tenshin was a bit embarrassed. It was amazing that he had been detected for such a stealthy maneuver. And without letting them wait too long, Zhang Qi's figure appeared. After Zhang Qi appeared, these 10-odd third revolutionary divine priesthoods, all of a sudden, couldn't sit still. With a whoosh, he was in front of Zhang Qi. Solved? Is the second dragon egg contracted? Where are the dragons? Where are the dragons? It's not going to fail, is it? In an instant, more than a dozen people spoke up. Zhang Qi didn't have any reaction to this battle, but it was the first time for Boing Boing to see it, and it was already timid, but now it was even timider. In a flash, he shrank back into Zhang Qi's arms, shrinking deeply and only showing his little buttocks. Even the dragon's tail on his little buttocks was shrunken with effort, as if he was afraid of being seen. This scene, naturally, was discovered. The dozen or so third revolutionary divine priesthoods were stunned for a moment. This is the little guy? The previous commotion was all caused by this little guy? It can't be, causing so much commotion and yet so little guts? At this moment, looking at the little guy locked in Zhang Qi's arms, more than a dozen people were naturally shocked, thinking that the contrast was too great. The commotion caused by this little guy earlier was so big that more than a dozen of them combined their efforts, and they all just barely suppressed it. As a result, the audacity. It really makes you want to laugh out loud. Zhang Qi was also a bit helpless. There's no way around it. Calling's guts are like that. But something occurred to him at once. Boing boing is a source of curses, and anything that makes it something to dislike. Now Calling seems to be in shock. Steeply, Zhang Qi was a change of color and immediately said to the crowd. Several people. The situation seems a bit bad now. What's wrong? The crowd was immediately shaken, revealing a look of gravity. What happened? The ones here were all third-turn priesthoods, and, moreover, they were all killed from amongst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Naturally, there will be no fear of any danger. So at this time, there were even some people that revealed a murderous aura. The moment this killing aura was revealed, Zhang Qi knew that it was over. Things are big. If it had been earlier, I don't know if Boing Boing was in any kind of shock, but now, must be in shock. Still a big scare. Sure enough, right after Zhang Qi finished thinking about this matter, suddenly, one of the people who had previously revealed a murderous aura let out an ouch. He said with a pained look on his face. Why is my stomach suddenly hurting? No, the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom. With a whoosh, he was quickly flying away. Even in midair as they flew away, the crowd could hear a loud poof. There was a great deal of laughter. Old Yang this too. Can't hold it in, but don't your pants. Unexpectedly, he had only just finished saying this as well when he actually felt a sharp pain in his stomach as well. And then, just the same, fly away. Above the sky, there was another poof. Next, before anyone could laugh at him, several more did likewise. Poof, poof, poof. Such voices rose and fell. All of a sudden, more than a dozen third revolutionary divine priesthoods were gone. 6 of them. The rest of the faces looked at each other. Don't understand what's happening. Zhangli also looked at Zhang Qi with a puzzled expression, but he thought of something and asked, "You were trying to say that this is going to happen?" Zhang Qi nodded. Then with a glance at the little one in his arms, he said helplessly, "This little guy was scared by you guys just now, so I guessed that something might happen." And sure enough, hiss, as Zhang Qi opened his mouth like this, the remaining few people all sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but after inhaling it, it was violently exhaled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did Lao Yang and the others eat for lunch? It ing stinks. Vomit, it stinks. Several people reacted in this way. Zhang Qi cried and laughed. He hadn't realized that there was such a thing. The power of the third-turn priesthood naturally wouldn't be affected by the stench, and now that it was in effect, it could only mean that it was Boing Boing's handiwork. There was even one of them that, after feeling wrong, was actually in place, with his shoulders swaying left and right, coming to the Iron Mountain lean twice and a half. Zhang Qi didn't expect that there was actually this craft. It was worthy of being a third-turn priesthood. Now, several people were all quiet. Silently, he looked at Zhang Qi, and also at Boing Boing in his arms. Tension asked, "What kind of ability does this little guy have that is so heaven-defying?" They're third-turning priesthoods. Most of the negative abilities, which don't have much effect on them, are highly difficult to put into effect. And, even if it had gone into effect, it shouldn't have been that bad. However, it does come into effect now. And, this little guy, who was clearly only born and leveled at only 1, was able to affect a third-turn priesthood? What a terrifying ability this is. At this instant, a light immediately flashed in the eyes of several people. Staring at the calling in Zhang Qi's arms, those eyes were about to glaze over. It was Zhang Qi who spoke up. "You guys tighten up or you'll scare it again." Still, a few parties collected themselves. Tension coughed lightly. "Good. Very good. Since this little guy's ability is so terrifying, there's a lot of room to play with in the future." In this moment, as they learned of Boing Boing's ability, it was an instantaneous idea. Tension said, "Is that all the little one can do?" After all, simply having someone spray as well as do the motions was pretty sick, though, but they wondered if there was anything sicker. Zhang Qi shook his head. Of course not. The ones who suffered were merely unintentional on the part of the little one. The little one has the ability that anything it doesn't like will suffer the haunting of bad luck. You guys earlier should have been haunted by its escaping breath. If the little one launched it himself, the effect shouldn't be this weak. One sentence caused several people to all be stunned. Then, asterisk 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 asterisk, emotional sounds came out. Several people looked at the calling in Zhang Qi's arms, all surprised. Zhang Qi continued to explain. This little guy can be said to be the source of curses in the world, all the power of curses. It can control the words, even more shocking. Not bad for a dragon. The dragons shouldn't have such a terrifying ability either, right? Yeah, what is the origin of these 3 dragon eggs that Lord Dongfang Shuo brought back? Just 3 dragon eggs nearly destroyed a country of ours. The horror of it can be imagined. It's only the second one. When this was said, the crowd thought at once. Yeah, it's only the second one. The second one is so counterintuitive in its ability. What about the third one? If only the third one would also hatch and the pact was successful. That, in an instant, several people all became agitated. Zhang Qi knew what they were thinking, so he opened his mouth. The third one. You need to be level 75 to contract. Good. Yes. The fact that Tenshin said 3 good words in a row was enough to represent Tenshin's excitement. This time, several people stabilized emotionally. Calling seemed to feel no more threatened outside before he dared to poke his head out and peek at them. Looking around at some of the older men, Boing Boing was also a little curious. Then, looking at the old men, and then at Zhang Qi. Eventually, shrinking into Zhang Qi's arms, he rubbed his head against him. Zhang Qi felt it and was gently stroking Boing Boing's head. Boing. Boing Boing said it was comfortable. Alright, since the second dragon egg has been contracted, let's go back first. Otherwise something will inevitably happen if we stay here for a long time. Yes, the second dragon egg had already been contracted, and Zhang Qi felt that it was time for him to find time for his awakening. After level 50, you will be able to awaken the second turn. Then, the profession will change again and become stronger. He was a little curious about how much of a change this awakening could bring to him and what powerful skills he would gain. And right now, just outside, Zhang Qi didn't realize that the Sakura Kingdom was already targeting the Dragon Kingdom. Or rather, it can only be locked on the Dragon Kingdom. Under the guidance of the pretty country, it is already impossible to dispute with the South Rod State anymore. However, it's impossible for the South Baton Rouge to get out of this. After all, they were coming out of the Sakura country's territory. It is reasonable to make amends. Therefore, some resources were compensated to the Cherry Blossom country, and under the guidance of the pretty country, the matter was passed. Sure, the main reason for being able to go over like this is that the Sakura country intends to take this opportunity to go after the Dragon country. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has been developing vigorously, seizing a lot of secret realms, as well as career resources. It is exactly what they intend to do to disrupt the development of the Dragon Kingdom by knocking a vicious amount of money out of it. And this time, this is the best opportunity. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has 3 dragon eggs, and also among the copies, dragons appear. This is the perfect way to put the blame on the Dragon Kingdom. As for whether or not Rikoku did it, it doesn't matter. And the first thing they did to deal with the Dragon Kingdom was to declare that the Dragon Kingdom's first place in the war was invalid, because of the malicious cheating of the Dragon Kingdom, which affected the results of all countries. The results of the Dragon Kingdom were cancelled. The Dragon Kingdom was first in the national war and was taken over by the Sakura Kingdom. Second was the South Rod Kingdom, and the other countries followed in that order. This news was quickly spread to the Dragon Kingdom. After the rumor came back, it naturally caused countless people to boil, because it is, simply, not fair. On what grounds? Our first place in the national war was actually cancelled. They were fine when they were first in the national war. That is, the copies were all chosen by Sakura Nation. We didn't even know about it beforehand. So what's the point of cheating? Damn it! Slander. This is naked slander. This damned Sakura Nation. It can't beat us anymore. So it's using this kind of underhanded trick. What an abomination. A bunch of villains. Despicable. The group is excited. Countless people have vented their anger. This news, more than any news, is hot. And Tenshin and the others, at that moment, gathered together once again because of the news. Chapter 66, All 3 Turns of the Divine Priesthood. For the sake of Zhang Qi, it's plain as day. It's not that simple. Zhang Li looked at the crowd and took the lead. Canceling our first place finish in the national war should only be the first step. Their real purpose is not here. The Cherry Blossom Nation is doing this on purpose. And this time, it should be led by the Pretty Nation, which has united with the South Rod Nation, and stumbled together. The question now is what next are we going to do about it? Tenshin was waiting for the others' opinions. It's something that, naturally, isn't as simple as making a choice. It must be a matter of congregational deliberation. As Tenshin opened his mouth, the others pondered. It's something that's clearly coming from a bad place, especially nowadays. The Dragon Kingdom was in a period of very rapid development, and all kinds of geniuses were coming out one after another. Now is the time that is most needed. It was only necessary to give these geniuses some more time and wait for them to grow up. then the Dragon Kingdom would be even stronger. But the point is that other countries don't want to give the dragon this time to develop. That's why there was this trial. What's to be done? For a moment, all of the several people were deep in thought. Want to give up this developmental time for a good fight? Just at the point in time when the group was in a frenzy. Zhang Qi, however, did not pay much attention to the movements outside. He was, at the moment, thinking about how he was going to awaken in the second turn. Do you want to perform the second turn awakening? If so, the second turning quest will be issued. Yes, Zhang Qi didn't hesitate much. After all, he was now level 50 and had Boing Boing, now two of his own dragon pets, Saya and Boing Boing, both extremely powerful. What are you waiting for if you don't do a second turn at this time? The second turn task is being issued. Please wait. Since your Dragon Master is an honored mythic level profession, the difficulty of the second turn quest is adjusted upward. So please get 5 nightmare level copies of the speed pass and hit at least 1 perfect rating. Is this a turn 2 quest? The difficulty level is too high. Is this exclusive to mythic level professions? Boy, he remembered that asking other people about their second turn quests was just going through a few king level copies. How did the difficulty rise so much when it came to you? What a way to look at yourself. However, even if the difficulty was raised so much, Zhang Qi didn't have any thoughts of fear. Both come and go. Since there is such a difficult task, it is good to pass it. He was also looking forward to how much his strength would increase after he passed the quest and his second turn awakened. Zhang Qi was still extremely excited. Just as Zhang Qi finished reading the mission, he suddenly saw the news that the results of the Dragon Kingdom War had been cancelled. At that moment, Zhang Qi's eyes narrowed. What a bully! The first place in the national war, which they had managed to take with great difficulty, was actually cancelled. The first place in the national war that should have belonged to them, instead fell to Sakura Nation. Zhang Qi had anger in his eyes. Originally this awakening task, still looking for a place. Now it seems, not at the front to the copy of the Sakura country? Brush off the copies of Sakura country. All of them? And, this time, not only are we going to brush off their copies, but we're going to show them what Boing Boing can do. After having this thought, Zhang Qi went ahead to look for Zhangli. At this time, Tension naturally had a headache. The Dragon Kingdom is in an awkward period right now, and if it were to engage, it would cost the Dragon Kingdom extremely important development time. But if we don't fight, it's really hard to swallow such a great shame now. Of course, it would be nice to be able to do it on a small scale and give Sakura Nation an extreme headache. Just who to let go on this mission? Preferably strong, but not yet able to be ranked too high. Otherwise, if the level is too high, it's counterproductive. Zhang Li was having a headache when, just in time, Zhang Qi came to see him. Anything? Zhang Li looked at Zhang Qi and couldn't help but inquire. There is some of that. Then Zhang Qi was the one who said, I have not yet passed my second turn awakening mission nowadays. And this time the mission is rather special. It just so happens that I saw the news of the Sakura country, and sought to go to the Sakura country to bring them some surprises. Hearing this, Tension was stunned for a moment. Then, looking at Zhang Qi, he froze for 3 breaths, then snapped his thighs and said, Right, how could I have forgotten about you? Zhang Li instantly had quite a few plans in the middle of his brain. Nowadays, there happens to be a prop that conceals your scent, which can keep your identity from being exposed. Since you want to do it, I'll give you a copy of the information later. By the way, what is your mission? 5 nightmare ranked copy first passes and 1 perfect rating. 5? Zhang Li hemmed and hawed, revealing a sinister look. I'll give you 50. Then, Tension left in a hurry. After a short time, it came back, holding a thick pile of information in his hands. He said at the same time, this has all the copy information within Sakura. Of course, what we can find out, and a lot more, what we can't find out. In here, there are quite a few copies that are extremely important to the Sakura Kingdom, and your goal is to make a choice here. Zhang Qi was instantly a bit stunned. He didn't realize that he had only just said it, and Tension had actually held out so much information. Even props to cover your breath? You've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? In this instant, Zhang Qi had the feeling that he had entered a den of thieves. When Zhang Li saw Zhang Qi's face, he naturally understood what Zhang Qi was thinking and instantly smiled. You boys have brought it up, so you can't back out of it. And, with that little guy's abilities, I can't wait to see what kind of situation will arise in Sakurakuni. Go ahead. I'll send someone to cover for you. Later on, those third-turned clerics, one of them will be counted. All of them will escort you. Just go ahead and do as much as you want behind the Sakura country. I'll attract all of their powerful people. Tension has obviously been planning this for a long time. This time, Zhang Qi could only nod his head and said, "Okay." Then, he was the one who got the prop that concealed his breath from tension, as well as a large piece of information, and then it was on the way home. This time, due to the special circumstances, but did not bring any teammates. After all, the fewer people the better. More people, on the contrary, easy to be exposed, more unsafe. Tension has done a lot of measures for Zhang Qi's safety. Nearly all of the Dragon Kingdom's third-turn priesthood powerhouses were out in force, looking as if they were about to fight. However, only the two of them knew that there was no fight at all. It was just a cover for Zhang Qi to enter the Sakura Kingdom, and with that in mind, Zhang Qi quietly entered the Sakura Kingdom. Chapter 67, Entering a Copy of Sakura Country. At this very moment. Then, after knowing the movement of the Dragon Kingdom, all parties moved differently. The first is within the Dragon State. When it was known that so many third-turn divine cleric powerhouses had come out in droves, the many professionals were naturally overjoyed. They were thrilled beyond words. There was a flurry of words. It's going to be a fight. It's finally going to be a fight. This damn Sakura country. I've been looking at them for a long time. It's time to these mother asterisk heirs. That's right. It's obviously our Dragon Kingdom's first in the national war. Why don't you give it to us? It's just an abominable rush. All this garbage stuff. It's fine for them to come in first, but not for us to come in first. Really damned It's a pity that I don't have enough strength. Otherwise, I would have to go out and go to the front line as well, and ruthlessly let them see the strength of my Dragon Kingdom professionals. Yeah, if I'm strong enough, I'll go over there too. That's for sure. Hitting the Sakura country. Surely everyone wants to go. Those mother asterisk heirs. In an instant, the Dragon Kingdom professionals naturally swarmed with excitement and opened their voices for the movement of the Dragon Kingdom's three-turned priesthoods. After clearing the knowledge, they were naturally very supportive. Mainly, what Sakura Nation had done earlier was just too infuriating. In the past, their Dragon Kingdom had no strength and had always ranked low among the national wars, and this had lasted for several years. This has always been a disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom. These professionals, they only hated that they were not strong enough to contribute to the national war. And now, the Dragon Kingdom has finally gotten the first place in the national war. Such a good ranking. Naturally, it made them raise their eyebrows, which could be said to make them excited. But they never thought that this time, after getting the first place in the national war, they actually, not recognized, it was denied outright by the person. The Dragon Kingdom's first place in the national war is directly gone. How could they put up with this? More critically, they also knew some information that it was clearly the Sakura Nation that chose the copy they picked, and the Dragon Nation had no idea about it at all before. That's trying to cheat, and it's not even good enough to find a way to cheat. So, it's simply Sakura Goku trying to force a lynch. It's simply not possible. It's a complete smear. It was because they were afraid that they, Dragon Kingdom, would be able to get the first place in the national war. It made them extremely angry. Long before that, they would have hated to just strike. Now that the third-turn priesthood had touched down, it was clear that there was a hands-on idea to support it. It must be fiercely supported. The news, likewise, reached other countries. What? All of the Dragon Kingdom's third-turn divinities are out in force? Damn Dragon Kingdom. Is this a real preparation for a fight? The Dragon Kingdom is really ambitious. I could tell early on that they were unsettled and wanted to strike long ago. That's right. In this national war, the Dragon Kingdom must be using some unseemly means so that it can get the first place. If not, how could the Dragon Kingdom get the first place? What an abomination. Damned Rococo people, plotting for a long time. Of course, there are those who hate the Dragon Kingdom, and naturally there are those who are optimistic about the Dragon Kingdom. It's obvious that the Dragon Kingdom is the number one in the national war, but it's actually just not given to others. It's really shameless. Yeah, this copy is still the one chosen by Sakura Nation. They chose the copy. The Dragon Nation people cheated and they still don't know. It's really funny. If the Dragon Kingdom people can cheat under their noses, it means that these people from Sakura Nation, they're really trash. That's right. Even people can't see that people are cheating. Now, even without evidence, they want to cancel people's first place in the national war. It's obvious that they are jealous of people. And at this time, it's because they want to use dirty tactics to forcefully get people's first place. Shameless. What a shamelessness. What kind of claims are there? Now, after knowing that the Dragon Kingdom's three-turn priesthood had made a move, they naturally waited for the following. wanted to see how Sakura-kuni would respond. As for the Sakura Kingdom, after learning of the Dragon Kingdom's response, Yumeko Waifu was naturally furious. Good you Dragon Kingdom, after doing such a thing, you still don't admit your fault, and now you still dare to try to make a move. The other Sakura country's third-turn divinities, after knowing these things, did not reveal their anger in the same way that Yumeko Waifu did. For their part, they frowned. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom actually has such a big commotion, which already indicates the problem. The Dragon Kingdom people are most likely just plotting for a long time, wanting to take the opportunity to do something. No matter what, we can't just sit back and wait for death. Since the Dragon Kingdom has already made a move, we must follow suit. Quickly contact the Southern Rod Kingdom and Pretty Kingdom. At this time, we must give a head-on attack to the Dragon Kingdom. As long as they dare to make a move, we must make them fall a few people. Quick, get everyone out. This time, let's see what the Dragon Nation wants to do. After those words were spoken, the entire Sakura country moved. Not long after, it was the third-turn priesthoods within the Sakura country that were heading towards the border in droves. It was the same as what Tenshin thought. As long as they made a move, then it was absolutely impossible for Sakura country to just stay put. There must be an equal response. And they, since they were negotiating with both the South Rod Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom, there was just absolutely no way they could miss this great opportunity at this point in time. We'll definitely want to do something with this while it lasts. It's a certain thing. Sure enough, right after learning of this news, the Southern Stick country was located. Great! Finally waiting for this opportunity. The Dragon Kingdom has finally fallen for it. It's just as well that we can take this opportunity to strike and teach the Dragon Kingdom a lesson. Ha ha ha, has the Dragon Kingdom finally made a move? It looks like it can't hold back any longer. Come on, let's take advantage of this opportunity to strike and teach the Dragon Kingdom a good lesson. The Dragon Kingdom, they finally fell for it. If we can defeat the Dragon Kingdom, then the resources we can obtain will be even greater. At this time, the people of the South Rod Kingdom, after knowing the news, naturally reacted with joy. Anyway, in any case, the first target of the Rokoku people couldn't be them. It was definitely the Sakura country. In that case, they could get a lot of resources by taking the opportunity to strike. Like this, without having to strike and being able to get a lot of resources. Such a thing is naturally their favorite thing. So at this point in time, it's basically a no-brainer that they will definitely be involved. And this is something that Pretty Country, after knowing about it, chose to step in and help Sakura country. It's still something they chose to get up after they got involved. Since they were helping the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and causing the Dragon Kingdom to be traumatized as a result, they naturally could not be ambiguous at this time. If not, it would be hard to tell if something went wrong. None of them knew clearly that the reason why the Dragon Kingdom was doing this was because of this. Because Zhang Qi wanted to take this opportunity to enter the Sakura country, and go and give the Sakura country's professionals a good lesson. That's why the Dragon Kingdom did what it did. As for wanting to fight, the Dragon Kingdom didn't want to sacrifice precious time to something as meaningless as fighting with them at this point in time. But they are not aware of these things. It could even be said that not many people within the dragon actually knew about it. Tenshin didn't speak to many people at all in order to keep it a secret. It wasn't that he was worried that someone would be unfavorable to Zhang Qi. The main reason was that once more people knew about this matter, it was inevitable that some loopholes would appear. And then, it would be known by others. In that case, then Zhang Qi would be in more danger. So, at the end of the day, the fewer people who know, the safer they are. This is something that Tenshin is still well aware of. At this very moment, Zhangli is at the border of the Dragon Country. Looking at the distance, cannot help but long sigh. I do not know Zhang Qi this kid, now is to where. Let's hope there are no surprises. Besides, Zhang Qi, at this time, Zhang Qi had long ago secretly arrived at the place of Sakura Country. Since it was Tenshin who had prepared a lot of things in advance, this entry into the territory of the Sakura country was naturally something that Tenshin had also prepared in advance. At this time, Tenshin naturally didn't want any accidents to happen and would do his best to make arrangements for Zhang Qi. Therefore, without much surprise, Zhang Qi arrived within the Sakura country's territory. This method of Minister Zhang's, it really works. After Zhang Qi arrived safely, with the prop that concealed his breath, there were indeed no surprises. And, not much of the Sakura nation found him. In that case, then, naturally, it's time to get started. He recalled the piece of information Tenshin had given him. This information contains quite a few copies of Sakura Nation. First of all, after looking at it, Zhang Qi was sure of the copy he wanted to enter. One of these is a copy of Yachi. This copy is said to be a relic left behind after the death of the sacred beast of the Sakura kingdom, Orochi. The importance of this relic to the Sakura kingdom cannot be overstated. Of course, the importance of the big at the same time. Is still Sakura domestic extremely difficult to copy? Sakura country for decades. No one has got the first pass of the nightmare difficulty of this Yachi copy. Therefore, Zhang Qi put it in the first place. Consider it your first choice. This kind of copy, if he was able to get the first pass, it would be a great blow to Sakura nation. After thinking of this, Zhang Qi decided on his goal, and then headed towards that copy of the Yachi. The location of the Yachi copy was on the east side of the famous volcano in Sakura country, so it was easy to find. Not long after, Zhang Qi arrived outside of where the Yachi copy was located. There are already quite a few Sakura nation professionals here. There is no restriction that you have to be in a party for the Yachi replica, and you can enter solo as well. Zhang Qi definitely wouldn't team up. Otherwise, it would be easy to be recognized out. Moreover, when choosing, he had already discarded all the copies that required teaming up, so at this point in time, this copy is extremely appropriate for him. Right after Zhang Qi arrived, it wasn't long before someone actually wanted to come over and form a team. Zhang Qi was equipped with a translator, so he was able to understand what they were saying. Hey, want to team up together? Yachi copies are hard to come by. Yeah, trying to single brush through it is basically impossible. No one is able to single brush through a copy of the Yachi. Come and team up with us. It's possible to brush through the Yachi copy if you team up with us. Yeah, our team is pretty awesome. However, in the face of the invitation from a few Sakura Nation girls, Zhang Qi just shook his head and declined. There was no way he was going to team up with someone from Sakura Nation, even if it's a girl with a great face and body. And right after Zhang Qi left, it was when he heard a few men from the Sakura country couldn't help but grunt. What the hell? How dare you still want to single-handedly brush a copy of Yachi by yourself? I think it's because you're still dreaming. That's right. How could anyone possibly be able to single-handedly brush through a copy of the Yachi? Don't think blindly. What a milquetoast. A bumpkin from nowhere who doesn't know the power of a copy of the Yagyu. Let's see how he fails. I guess it doesn't take long for a person to enter and then have to come out failing. Hey, let's talk like that. No chance of getting out. Ha 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 ha. It's really possible. At times like this, many people had expressed their contempt for Zhang Qi. And naturally, Zhang Qi didn't just laugh at such words. If this was in the Dragon Kingdom, he wouldn't bother. But we're in Sakura country now. What's the point of being polite to them in the Sakura country? Calling poked his head out of Zhang Qi's arms and looked toward them from a distance for a few moments. Next moment, the few people who had spoken earlier, then their faces immediately changed. Ouch! My stomach hurts. I can't hold it in. There was a shout. Ah! My stomach hurts too. Me too. No. Pust. Poof. Poof. At that moment, there was someone who couldn't hold it in, then let out a fart. You know, this is the third turn of the priesthood cannot be blocked. This time, after this fart let out, along with, together with the appearance of a little something else. And, not alone. And then, there was a foul and unpleasant odor in the place. Ah! At once, someone screamed out. Here, it has become a large toilet. The guys who didn't hold it all in, all vented here. All of a sudden, all of these guys are making a name for themselves here. What happened behind this? Zhang Qi wouldn't know, because at this time, he was already in the middle of the copy. A nightmare-level copy of the Yachi. At this moment, the screen flashed, and Zhang Qi entered it. The scene in front of him changed, and Zhang Qi was seeing a different scene. A copy of Yachi, the first copy of Sakura country since he arrived. This time, Zhang Qi felt the aura of this place after entering it. Then again, the monsters here look odd as hell. At the very least, it's not the same as what you see in Dragonland. However, Zhang Qi didn't care about this, planning on just releasing Sayaka and getting to work. However, it was at this point that he looked over at Boing Boing with some hesitation. Should we try Boing Boing first? Chapter 68, Orochi. I wonder if that kid Zhang Qi, is he safe now? At this time, Tenshin couldn't help but say, he actually wasn't quite sure if this decision was correct or not. But for now, that's all that can be done. That's the best we can do for now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have, with so many people, gone to specifically cover for Zhang Qi. Even to this day, quite a few of the third-turn priesthoods are unclear as to why Tenshin called them over and what they are going to do. Kinda thought there was going to be a fight. Zhongli didn't explain too much, but now, Yi Tingyun came over instead. After hearing Tenshin's words, Yi Tingyun was stunned. Then he couldn't help but ask, "Bellboy? Where did Chung Kid go?" Zhangli was stunned after hearing Yi Tingyun's voice. It was a bit awkward. Yi Tingyun then pursued, saying, "Tenshin, tell me clearly, what exactly did you ask us to come here for? Is it something to do with Kid Zhong?" Zhangli was helpless and explained, "It is indeed related to him." This time, Zhang Qi chose on his own and took the initiative to go to the Sakura country. To the Sakura country for the awakening of the second turn. What? Yi Tingyun exploded at the news. He pointed at Zhangli. Is it that nothing has been stressing you out for a while and you're too peaceful? Such a risky thing. And you're actually able to let him go? Tenshin was doubly helpless too. I stopped it too. Unwillingly, but I really couldn't argue with this kid. That's why I had no choice. Yi Tingyun stared at him. Do you think I'm stupid? If your Tenshin doesn't nod, can he go if he's willing? Tenshin had to be honest. This time, there's really not much we can do about what the Sakura country is doing. And this is the only way to avoid an exchange of blows without losing face, and still be able to make the Sakura country lose money. This is something that I have discussed with Zhang Qi, and it just so happens that he intends to go to the Sakura country for his second turn awakening. Yi Tingyun was still a bit relieved and said, "Will this work?" Tenshin said, "Elder Yi, you are unaware of how heaven-defying the abilities of the second dragon egg that Zhang Qi, that brat, contracted are." Yi Tingyun was instantly stunned. The second dragon egg is also contracted? Yes. Yi Tingyun hadn't been in the country before, so naturally he didn't know about this. At this point in time, after knowing that, Fong was a little more relieved, but on second thought, said, "That's not right. Zhong Kid contracted the second dragon egg. That's all the more reason not to let him go out. What if something happens? Elder Yi, don't worry. I'm completely prepared. LOL. Yi Tingyun sighed and said, "Forget it, it's all gone out. There's no use talking about it anymore. Since we're going, let's just do what we need to do and try to cover him as best we can." It's still Elder Yi who is penetrating. Tenshin combed his thumbs. "Don't give me that. If something happens to Zhong Kid, I'll be the first to come after you." Okay. Tenshin sighed as Yi Tingyun left. He really didn't have much certainty in his mind, and it was at this time. Sakura domestic. Zhang Qi entered within the copy of Yachi. There are monsters here, and there are quite a few of them. Zhang Qi is just in time to try out Boing Boing's abilities. Boing Boing! As Zhang Qi shouted out, Boing Fong popped his head out and looked around curiously, and after seeing the monsters around, he immediately shrank his neck in fear and shrunk back again. Zhang Qi had no choice but to comfort. "It's okay Boing Boing, try it, attack them, they're weak, they're no match for you." Only after Zhang Qi coaxed him for a while did he feel better. Then Boing Boing is trying to launch the skill. Then, the four monsters in front of them shook their bodies for a moment, and then, they directly attacked each other. They seemed to look at each other and get upset and then attack all over the place, enemy to enemy. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qi instantly felt that this ability was very strong. How many levels is Boing Boing before he is able to directly affect level 50 monsters? Still, that speed is too slow. After thinking about it, Zhang Qi still decided to summon out Seo, but in order to avoid scaring Boing Boing, so it was better to comfort her and speak to it. "Boing Boing, I'll call out your kindred later. Don't worry, it's your good friend and won't hurt you." It was really like coaxing a child, and it took a while for calling to get better. Then, Zhang Qi was the one who summoned Seo. "Saya, go!" It's not so vain with Saya. Little Knight also understood Zhang Qi's meaning in an instant, and immediately flew towards the front. Not far away, there were more than 30 monsters, with levels between 50 to 55. Little Knight spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath regardless, and instantly, a large swath of damage numbers appeared. Zhang Qi glanced at it and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It actually had over 6 million damage. So scary. This nightmare-level copy of Sakura Nation was simply not enough. Then, Zhang Qi was advancing all the way with Sayaka like this. It didn't take long to see the boss. A big snake. But it's not Orochi, it's not the final boss. There was no nonsense, and Sayaka finished him off with a mouthful of dragon breath. Then, a tunnel appeared in front of him. The tunnel was very deep, and when Zhang Qi went down from the entrance, he came to a place that looked like a snake's nest. Here it is. Zhang Qi looked around, and then, it was with a jolt that he felt an extremely raging baleful aura. Under that fury, there was a sudden rustling sound from all around. Rustling. Upon further inspection, one pair of green eyes after another appeared. It was actually snake after snake. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Qi was startled at the moment. Damn, this thing suddenly appeared. It was indeed a bit scary. However, Zhang Qi directly sprayed down a mouthful of dragon breath. And again, it was resolved straight away. They then came to the deepest part of the nest. Here, there is a deep pool. And in the middle of the deep pool, there was an extremely huge serpent. That big snake had a huge body with extremely thick scales. More to the point, with 8 heads and 8 tails. Orochi, Orochi. Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes at once, knowing that he saw the final boss of the place, Yagyu Orochi. But what appeared here should be the remnants of Orochi Orochi. However, despite this, an extremely terrifying aura still appeared. Zhang Qi felt it, but wasn't afraid. It was just a mere Yachi Orochi, and in front of Sayaka, it was still not enough. Roar! At this moment, that Orochi Orochi roared, and the place trembled. The calling was startled, and then a huge boulder on the lair, which fell at once, touched the head of that Orochi Orochi with a bang, smashed it straight into blindness. Chapter 69. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Zhang Qi for clearing the Sakura Kingdom copy. It seems like someone entered the nightmare level copy of the Yaki earlier. What? A nightmare ranked copy of the Yaki? Really? No one has entered this Yaki copy for so many years. Really? Not only did you enter a nightmare level copy of the Yaki, but more importantly, you entered it alone. What? Is he crazy? Or did he not want to live long ago and went in specifically to seek death? This is definitely looking for death. Yaki copies are already difficult. Even for normal grade Yaki copies, there aren't many people who are able to pass them, let alone nightmare grade ones. Even our Sakura country's most powerful team, if they want to pass the nightmare leveled Yaki copy, it's not that easy, but now a person goes in and brushes it solo. What's that if not looking for death? It must be one that's looking for death and is tired of living. Otherwise, how could it possibly enter a nightmare level octopus copy? Or alone? These days, there are actually people who go there to seek death. It's really baffling. Forget it. If someone seeks death, so be it. It's none of our business anyway. That's true. But I wonder, how long will this man last? Still holding up? I guess I'll die if I go in there. At this very moment, right on the Sakura Nation's forums, many people expressed different opinions about this person entering the nightmare level octopus copy. Of course, the view is the same at the end of the day. Just never believe that anyone could pass a nightmare level copy of the Yaki, especially a single one. Only, what they don't realize is this: the one who entered the nightmare level Yagyu copy was not only a single person, but also not someone from their Sakura country. The look on his face would have been wonderful if he had known. And right now, right at the border of the Sakura country, Yumeko wa Ifu frowned. He said, "It's not right. The Dragon Kingdom is not right. How is it that so many third-turn priesthoods are entangled at the border? But there's no next step. What exactly are they trying to do? Is it hard to believe that there is another plot? And scheming?" At this point someone snorted and said, "I think the Dragon Kingdom people are just because there is too much public opinion in the country. There is no way. Only to be able to send people out first, wanting to give some news at the border, and then just wait is all. Wait for the public opinion in the country to go down slowly. They, don't have the guts to fight at all. They only dare to stay outside. This time you'll see. Absolutely no fight." After hearing that, Yumeko wa Ifu also thought that might be the case. Yet, it didn't feel quite right. He always felt that the Dragon Kingdom had other intentions. But what's the intention? Couldn't even think about it. Dragon country, no national war first. This is naturally a strange shame. This Dragon country people do not get down? Yumeko wa Ifu was puzzled. And the same. After seeing that the Dragon Kingdom had little intention of making a move, and only had the third turning priesthoods gather at the border, all of a sudden, the Southern Rod Kingdom had a voice. What is this to be? What is the Dragon Kingdom doing here? Just rallied, but no more next move. What are they trying to do? Is it hard to believe that it has seen through our plans and is thus making some kind of defense? It's impossible to say. It's not impossible. The Dragon Kingdom is the closest to us in the Southern Baton Kingdom. They plagiarized our culture. So naturally they learned how smart we are. Point taken. Shameful Dragon Nation. Everything is modeled after our Southern Stick Empire. When our Southern Rod Empire regains its former glory, we'll go and reclaim that part of the Dragon Kingdom's homeland. And the people in the pretty country know about the movement in the Dragon Country. But the response was rather muted. This time out, it was just an opportunity to lay out. It was naturally best for the Dragon Kingdom to be able to make a move. And if they weren't able to make a move, then they didn't have much to lose. And the Dragon Kingdom's reputation could still drop quite a bit anyway. It's a good thing either way. Just, no one knows. At this time, there had long since been a dragon nation that had already entered the middle of the nightmare-level copy of the octopus. Moreover, at this time, he was still in the midst of the nightmare-level Yaki copy, and had broken through to the end, even needing the final boss of the nightmare-level Yaki copy. This was something that countless people from Sakura Nation had failed to do. After so many years, no one from the Sakura country had even entered this place and seen this final boss. The remnants of the Yamanano Orochi, the Yachi copy, for Sakura Nation, has an indescribable obsession. It's just a shame that they simply can't. Everything was because of the fact that the difficulty of this Yachi copy was too great. So much so, that so many of their teams have folded here. At all. But, none of this was a problem for Zhang Qi. The monsters in front of the Yachi copy were all simply cleared by Seo. And after clearing out these monsters, Zhang Qi had leveled up to 51 as expected. Boing Boing upgraded rapidly after sharing the experience. And soon, it was reaching level 25. After reaching level 25, Boing Boing's attributes change very quickly. This is easy to see. However, right now, Sayaka's damage was really high, so Zhang Qi didn't have the idea of letting Boing Boing make a move. Unfortunately, there are no more divine pet evolution cards, so that has resulted in Boing Boing still being an infant now. There's no way to evolve if you want to. If not, Boing Boing was able to evolve, and it was the strength, as well as the skills, that were turned upside down and changed a lot, but even that was enough. At this very moment, in front of them, there was a gigantic Yagyu Orochi, with 8 heads and 8 tails. The shape of this Orochi was also a bit odd, but it looked, well, ferocious. At this moment, after seeing Little Knight, this Yamatobi Orochi actually let out a roar of rage. Roar! The roar was so shocking that Zhang Qi was a bit surprised. After seeing Sayumi, this Orochi actually had the guts to let out a roar. This was looking down on Sayumi. Sayaka, show him what you're made of. As Zhang Qi's words fell, roar! Sayaka made the same roaring sound, with Little Knight's bloodline. In addition to her current rank, this roar was truly terrifying. The Orochi serpent, its previous ferocity was suppressed at once. Then, the eyes appeared dull, obviously stunned directly by Sayaka. Zhang Qi checked the information of this Orochi and it actually had tens of millions of blood. Boy! And that's just a remnant that actually has tens of millions of blood. Some of it is awesome. However, it was at this time that the roar of that Orochi made Boing Boing quite ragged. Calling poked his head out of Zhang Qi's arms and called out twice towards that Orochi. Then, those 8 heads of his actually began to attack each of them. This scene directly froze Zhang Qi's eyes. That's okay? In that instant, it was as if the other heads were all life and death enemies, and they began to attack each other. The blood level instantly began to fall, and the speed was not satisfactory. It didn't take long for millions of blood to be dropped. This scene was able to witness the horror of Boing Boing. And at this time, after seeing this scene, Sayaka was naturally unwilling to be left behind. Although Boing Boing's ability was terrifying, in Sayaka's eyes, Boing Boing was a new dragon egg that hadn't been born for long. It was naturally far worse than this old dragon of his. He, an old-timer, had to show this little dragon how powerful he was. At once, it just flew up into the sky and then, with a jerk, landed. Boom! An immense and incomparable sound rang out in an instant. Little Light crashed down from the sky above, a mountain of pressure, and directly stomped on the remnants of this Orochi. In a matter of moments, it was 5 million blood drops, and all 8 heads were dazed in this instant. Immediately, Little Knight was instantly replenished with a desperate dragon claw, directly dropping another 4 million or so blood. The poor remnants of this Orochi, the final boss of this Orochi copy, hadn't even put up much of a fight yet, and they had been seconded by the combined efforts of Boing Boing and Seo. Pust! The remnants of Orochi died, naturally bursting out quite a few things. Zhang Qi looked at it and actually had 2 pieces of legendary equipment. It just so happened that these 2 pieces were what he was missing, so without further ado, they were directly replaced. Other than that, it's just ordinary equipment. Zhang Qi simply collected it in his head. However, there was something in here that made Zhang Qi a bit surprised. Scales of Orochi. With this item, you can summon the remnants of Orochi. Lasts for 5 minutes. Number of uses 1. It's actually a summoning item. This thing was summoned and given to Sakura Nation. Not only was it able to cause considerable damage, but it was even able to disengage itself from suspicion. Good stuff. Zhang Qi put it away. Then, in the middle of his mind, the voice of the past copy was heard. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the nightmare level Yaki copy. Do you want to hide the information? I can't believe that's a sweet option? Well, naturally. No hiding. Since you're here in Sakura country, you need to hide information? Funny, isn't it? We must show the people of the Sakura country how strong our dragon country's professionals are. Give them a little shock. At this very moment, right outside, the news that the nightmare level octopus copy had been cleared was quickly spread. Then, all of a sudden, it caused a sensation in the Sakura country. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone really cleared it. A nightmare level copy of Yagyu? Too strong. This person is simply too strong. How is it possible that he actually cleared the nightmare level copy of the Yaki? Who in the world is it? Which great god? I want to worship him. Worship this great god. Great god. This is properly great. Too strong. This time, someone reacted. That's not right. There are only a handful of people who enter the nightmare level Yachi copy, and there's only one person at this time of day. It's still a single person entering. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What? Solo entry? Wouldn't that be soloing through a nightmare level copy of the Yaki? I'm treading water. This is too fierce. Soloing through a nightmare level copy of the Yagyu. My goodness. Flax fall. This must be a great god. I want to find him and give him a monkey. At this time, after realizing that this was a single person who had cleared the nightmare level copy of the Yaki, Sakura Nation was directly abuzz. Because it's just too strong. And at this moment, the head of the Sakura country's Yaki replica region, Aoi Bukong, learned of this news and immediately said, "This person is the future hope of our Sakura country." Several of our Sakura country's most powerful young men have already sacrificed themselves in the middle of the national war. This is the future hope of my Sakura kingdom. Find him and cultivate him. He must be found. However, just as he spoke these words, a message burst out once again in a steep moment. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Nation's Zhang Qi for clearing the Nightmare Class Yachi copy and getting the first pass on the Nightmare Class Yachi copy. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Nation's Zhang Qi for clearing the Nightmare Class Yachi copy and getting the first pass on the Nightmare Class Yachi copy. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Nation's Zhang Qi for clearing the Nightmare Class Yachi copy and getting the first pass on the Nightmare Class Yachi copy. The message was 3 times in a row. It resounded in the minds of every excited Sakura Nation member here. Then, that earlier excitement came to an abrupt end. It was as if they had been looked at by Medusa and were directly petrified. No one spoke for a long time. It was a long time before anyone was there. What? Did I just hear it wrong? Who passed the level? Dragon. Someone from the Dragon Kingdom? I think I heard it too. Fake it. How can it be that a Dragon Nation person cleared our nightmare leveled copy of Yaki? Fake. It must be fake. My ears are out of joint. I can't believe I'm hearing this. Baka. How can this be true? Damn Rokoku people. Soon, it was bustling again. How is it possible to mishear this kind of news? Or to hear it 3 times in a row? They just have a hard time believing it. Damn the Dragon Nation. Actually sneaking into our Sakura Nation. Baka. Find him and make sure to kill him. Kill this Rokoku man who smuggled himself into our Sakura country. Kill him, kill him. The Dragon Nation is dead and dying. Soon, these professionals went straight mad. After all, this was a copy that no one had passed in their Sakura kingdom for a long time, and it meant a lot in their hearts. That's a copy of Yachi. A copy with the remnants of the Orochi in it. And the Orochi, an extremely important thing in the mythology of the Sakura country. But now, it was such a copy that actually allowed the Dragon Nation to get the first pass. Still a nightmare first pass. This is a complete slap in the face of the Sakura Nation. Smoking too loud. As for Aoi Bukong, after being dumbfounded for a split second, his face was suddenly incomparably angry and directly twisted. Baka! Baka! Baga! He growled up in his office and gave orders. Find this Dragon Nation and kill him. Kill him. And at this moment, Zhang Qi naturally imagined how furious and annoyed these professionals of the Sakura country would be at this time. But, he was partial to being cool. Ha 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 ha. A Dragon Nation. Entering the Sakura Nation and clearing one of the few hardest copies they have. Or the meaningful kind. It would be wrong for the professionals of Sakura Nation not to jump to their feet. But, and that's just the beginning. That's not all he wants to do. And, at this time, he had one more thing to do. Destroy this place. Chapter 70 Destroying the Copy of Sakura Country. Dragons. Damn dragons. How dare they enter our copy? He also entered alone. Entered our nightmare level octopus copy alone. This is contempt. This is contempt for us. Provocation. He's provoking our great Sakura Empire. Ah, Baka. Must kill him, never let him live. All the people in the Sakura country who knew the news were already completely mad. They couldn't imagine that there would be someone from the Dragon Kingdom who would be so bold as to sneak over and clear their nightmare-level copy. And even more crucially, this person has the audacity to not hide the message and inform directly. Let them know. It would be a great shame for the Sakura Kingdom if this man wasn't killed. Strange shame. They had announced earlier that the Dragon Kingdom's first place in the national war was questionable, and that it had been achieved through cheating, which didn't count at all. However, immediately afterward, the Dragon Nation people had cleared the nightmare-level octopus copy that they had not cleared for a long time. It was a hard slap in the face of all the Sakura Nation. It's outright humiliating. How can they stand it? So, at this time, all of the Sakura Nation professionals here rioted and looked around, wanting to kill Zhang Qi. Only, what they didn't know was that Zhang Qi hadn't even come out from among the copies at this time. The reason it didn't come out is also very simple. Because, what he had to do, he had not yet done. How is it possible to leave so easily? This copy, it's very significant for Sakura Nation. The more copies like this that are destroyed, the more pain will be felt by Sakura Nation. So, Saya, Zhang Qi shouted. Sayaka instantly understood Zhang Qi's thoughts. Zhang Qi and Xiaoyi had done this kind of thing quite a lot. Earlier during the national war, one man and one dragon naturally didn't choose a very ordinary method in order to brush the monsters, but in order to directly brush all the monsters. Even the peaks that hid the monsters were burned down. At this time, the thing to do is just the same as earlier. And, after doing this, I believe that these people in the Sakura country will definitely show more interesting expressions. Soon, little light was flying above the sky. Then, a mouthful of dragon's breath spewed out. The terrifying dragon's breath, which instantly fell. Then, first fell into the middle of this nest, and then gradually spread towards various places. The flames began to scorch up and sear every inch of it. Zhang Qi naturally took Boing Boing with him and found a safe place in advance. It won't be affected. That was fast. This nightmare-level copy of the 8 gifts began to burn up in no time. The terror of the little light dragon's breath was naturally more than just here, because this abyssal dragon's breath was one that had a certain chance of exiling the target to the subterranean dragon's abyss. So, this is a copy of Yachi, and it disappears very quickly. And as soon as there is a gap, then there is no more problem. The time that passed was not very long, and the copies of the Yachi, then, began to disappear. Similarly, with the help of Zhang Qi, increasing the rate for Seo, causing this flame, gradually, to spread within the other levels of the replica. Among the king-level copies of the Yaki, it was a team that realized something was wrong. Strange. What in the world is going on? Why is it so hot? Look there, you guys. There's a big fire burning up there. How the copies are starting to fade away. What's going on here? Ah, this fire is so powerful. It hurts. Run. Some of the Sakura Kingdom professionals who ran slowly were directly burned to death by the flames. Gradually, the king-level copies of the Yaki, too, began to disappear. The fire is spreading again, to the warrior level. Damn! What's going on here? Baka! There's a problem with this copy. Back off! Back off! Adventure level. Run! Run out! Ah. Soon, professionals of all ranks ran out and immediately exited their copies. But when exiting, they realized that the copy can't get in. Not only could he not enter, but even the look of the Yachi copy gradually dissipated. At once, they thought of the horrible possibility that a copy of Yachi, it's going to be gone. It's going to disappear. How is this possible? This is a copy that is extremely important to them. How did this happen? How? Baka, what the hell is going on? How did our copies disappear? This is our copy of the Yagyu, belonging to our Sakura country. Could it be? It's because that dragon nation passed the level. That's why the copy disappeared? When someone said this, there were quite a few people from the Sakura country whose faces changed. Ah, how is it possible? How could the Rokoku people do it? There must be a situation with the replica. It will be able to be opened after some time. They simply couldn't accept that their Sakura nation's copy of the octopus was gone because the dragon nation caused it. However, what they don't have the luxury of accepting is the truth. The next thing they realized was ordinary, adventure, warrior, king, nightmare. All 5 levels of Yachi copies are inaccessible. All gone. It was only at this moment that they believed that all the copies of the 8 gifts had really disappeared. rather than being temporarily closed on. And the only possibility for this scene to occur was because of that Dragon Nation. Damn Rokoku people. Baka. Find that Dragon Nation man and kill him. Make sure you kill him. Never be able to let him live again. The moment. The professionals of Sakura Nation. Crazy to the end. Countless professionals, instead of going to brush their copies, had formed teams to hunt Zhang Qi. They were like mad dogs, looking around and spreading out. Anyone who is suspicious will be arrested and interrogated. However, even so, there was still no trace of Zhang Qi to be found. However, Zhang Qi, at this time, was quietly watching what the Sakura Nation's professionals were doing from the shadows. And naturally, he was comfortable in his heart. The first place in the national war that originally belonged to the Dragon Kingdom was hardened by the Sakura Kingdom, which naturally made him very unhappy. And at the moment, he destroyed a copy of Sakura Nation in return. But, naturally, this is not enough. How can you simply destroy a copy? He was going for 5 nightmare-level copies of the first past this awakening. There are 4 more. And, at this moment, Zhang Qi appeared in his hand and the scales of that Orochi came. Since the Sakura Nation's professionals like the Orochi so much, then, let's show them the Orochi. Zhang Qi crushed the scales. Roar! In the next moment, a roar shook the heavens and resounded. Chapter 71, Sakura Nation goes crazy. This kid, what the hell is he up to? Tension couldn't help but frown. They naturally have a source of information that they are able to learn about the news of the Cherry Blossom Country. And now, they are paying close attention to the news of the Cherry Blossom Country, fearing that if there is a little bit of omission, they will miss the news of Zhang Qi. In this way, once there was something real going on, they would be able to immediately step in and solve Zhang Qi, not allowing him to have things happen. This was something that Tension had thought about before, and Tension was never going to let something happen to Zhang Qi. It was also for this that Tension had made so many preparations. If not, how could he give an explanation to the others? Once something really happened to Zhang Qi, then, Tension is the first offender. Besides, the importance of Zhang Qi was self-evident. This is something that Tension knows all too well. However, this time around, if it wasn't for the fact that there really wasn't too good a way out, Tension actually didn't want Zhang Qi to make a move. Not to mention, this time, Zhang Qi was very willing. In such a situation, this kid actually dared to go to the Sakura country to brush his copy. So I have to say that this kid had a lot of guts. That is the case. It was under such considerations that Tension agreed to Zhang Qi's request and allowed him to travel to Sakura country. But spare me the trouble. He still made a lot of preparations in order to ensure Zhang Qi's safety, getting the third-turned priesthood of the Dragon Kingdom here, and, well, doing a lot of other things. However, Tension had done all of this to cover up the news of Zhang Qi's entry into the Sakura Kingdom, and to keep Zhang Qi from revealing his identity for the sake of his safety. But how could he not expect that Zhang Qi, this kid, actually gave his identity away by himself? What's this about? How did you give away your identity for good reason? Though, what Zhang Qi is doing is very nice and cool. Directly gave Sakura Nation's copy of the Yagi a direct destruction, and also got the first pass for this nightmare-level Yagi copy. But, such a copy, it just happened to be their Dragon Nation that got the first pass. This, when word gets back to the country, I don't know what the guys in the country will have to blow up into. It was a blast. But, the same brings the news that Zhang Qi's entry into the Sakura country has been exposed. So, the obvious point, when the news of Zhang Qi's entry into the Sakura kingdom was known, then what he had been trying to hide was also known. The first ones to know about this news were these 3-turned priesthoods in the Dragon Kingdom. Then, a swarm of them all. Yi Tingyun was right in the middle of it, with a gloating look in his eyes, that seemed to be saying, I told you not to say hello to us in advance. Now, let's see how you're going to explain next. Taking the future of the Dragon Kingdom and doing this kind of thing. It's a wonder these people won't give you a piece of their mind. Zhang Li immediately felt a huge headache. Tension, you give me an explanation. There were voices outside. Tension's brain was already hurting before he even saw anyone. Then, it was quickly followed by the many third-turned priesthoods that rushed over. Zhang Li said helplessly, Gentlemen, in fact, it's not that I don't want to talk to you about this matter. Really, it's so important that I have to keep it a bit secret. Good. You Tension still know that this is important? Taking the future of our Dragon Kingdom and doing such risky things. What if something happens? What? What if something happens? Can you Tension afford this responsibility? He, Zhang Qi, is currently the only person in the whole country who can solve the Dragon Kingdom. 2 of the 3 dragon eggs have already been solved. leaving the last and most crucial one. But what about now? You're actually letting Kid Zhong take the risk. If he loses a single hair, it's all your Tension's responsibility. Ha! If even one hair falls off Zhong's head, I won't spare you. Tension. In an instant, that is, a bunch of people, talking and accusing one after another. In the face of his fellow officers' openings, Tension was having a hard time. And there is no way to say anything, because what everyone said is right. And also, are standing in the direction of the dragon country on the consideration, not the slightest bit of personal thoughts. So, Tension would just have to listen and take everyone's accusations. Let these individuals vent their grievances. At the back of the room, Tension saw that these people had pretty much said it all before he said, "Gentlemen, it's not that I'm not willing to tell you. In fact, this matter, the bellboy himself is also willing, and even it's him who specifically found me, and then after our discussion, we went to the Sakura country. This matter mainly involves the bellboy's transfer task. If not, how could I possibly loose this mouth? Don't I know the importance of the bellboy? I definitely know, but it is because I know the importance of Zhong Kid. So, I will nod my head and agree to these things. These are for Zhong Kid's recognition. It's precisely because Kid Zhong is simply too important that I finally bit the bullet and agreed to this." At this moment, Tension had to get on the defense. Then, his words were not bought at all by the crowd. "Ha! If you had told us about this matter long ago, would we not have supported it? Now, you make this sudden move, and you actually want Kid Zhong to make a name for himself in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, destroying a copy of Sakura Nation's Yagyu. That was indeed awesome. We all admit it as well. And we're also proud of Kid Zhong. But to make a name for yourself in Sakura country at a time like this, can that be a good thing? The next thing that awaits Kid Zhong can be the siege of the Sakura Kingdom. In such a situation, every extra day that Kid Zhong stays, that's a day of danger." Upon hearing this, the others nodded their heads, indicating that they meant the same thing. But the others nodded their heads, except for Tension himself, who was miserable. It's not like he asked for it. I didn't agree to it myself. This is Zhang Qi's own initiative. He did it himself. He said instantly. It's something that I didn't ask him to do, and I was trying to protect his privacy and keep it safe. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted. "Ha, come on you, this kind of thing, so dangerous. If it wasn't for your Tension's request, Zhong Kid isn't stupid. He'd be able to do this kind of thing? He's in a foreign country, and there are enemies all over the place. It's too late for him to hide. Would he do such a thing as to put himself in a dangerous situation? Zhongli, even if you're looking for an excuse, use some heart." Zhongli instantly cried a face. He swore. "Not him. It's really not him. But how come no one believes it? How could he, Tension, be such a person?" He was absolutely wanting to keep Zhang Qi safe. However, no matter how much he tried to argue, no one believed him. All agree that this is what he meant. It made Tension feel suffocated. Yi Tingyun lightly coughed at this time, feeling that the time was almost right, and then said, "Since this has already happened, then we should hurry up and look for an opportunity to do something else, to add a safeguard to Kid Zhong's well-being, and ideally, we should be able to make it so that all of the third-turn divinities in the Sakura country can't go back. In that case, it will be able to more perfectly guarantee the safety of Zhong Kid." That makes sense. Elder Yi is right. It's come to this point. We can't stay like this anymore. We have to contribute and create a safe environment for Kid Zhong. That's right. Let's do it now. We can never let anything happen to Zhong Kid. Good. We'll strike now. At this very moment, the news from the Dragon Kingdom, too, traveled very fast. Due to the overwhelming news from the Sakura country, spreading everywhere, the Dragon country also had some people who were discovering it, and then, quickly informing others. But yes, it is well known. What? Zhong Qi sneaked into Sakura country and even got the nightmare level first pass for the meaningful Yaki copy of Sakura country? This is too awesome. The guts are really big. To actually sneak into the Sakura country to get the first pass. Now these Sakura ghosts are going to be green in the face. More than that, they have to be furious. The copy they couldn't take for so long. But it was taken by us Dragon Kingdom people. Ha 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 ha. It's awesome. Zhong Qi is awesome. From now on, I'm a fan of Great God Zhong Qi. A 10-year-old fan. Uninvited. You guys are all behind in your news. You know what? Big brother Zhong Qi didn't just get the first pass for the nightmare level Yaki copy. You didn't just get the first pass for the nightmare level Yachi copy? Can it be that big brother Zhang Qi also went to another copy and got the first pass as well? Of course it's not that simple. Zhang Qi big brother, after taking the first pass, even the Sakura country's copy of the Yagi, directly destroyed. In the future, the Sakura people who have been living a good little life, there will be no more copies of Yachi. Asterisk 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 asterisk? This is too hanged. Right, after taking the first pass, and giving people copies to destroy? Awesome. Too awesome. Not only that, but after the first pass, big brother Zhang Qi didn't even cover up that message, he just sent it out full screen, and all the Sakura Nation professionals who were there, knew about it. As I recall, this kind of first pass message is sent 3 times, right? Right, just send it 3 times. So that means that the Sakura country's professionals have heard this message 3 times? Ha 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 ha, just thinking about that image makes me want to laugh, hearing it 3 times in a row. That mustn't be pissed off. Not only will I be pissed off, but I'll lose my copy. Ha 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 ha, big brother Zhang Qi is awesome. The big man is too strong. This wave of operation is dry. It's really cool. That's how it should be done. Who let Sakura Nation engage in this shameless behavior? Actually trying to erase us from first place in the national battle. Exactly. This shameless Sakura Nation should be taught a hard lesson. Earlier, I was still saying that if it wasn't for my lack of strength, I would have gone to the front line to support and teach these cherry blossom devils a lesson. I can't imagine that it's still big brother Zhang Qi who's more ruthless, going straight there without saying a word. This is the difference between the big boys and us rookies. The big man's got too much action. But nothing's going to happen to the big guy if he up like this, right? Yes, now that it's made known, the people of that cherry blossom country would have gone crazy long ago. Wouldn't they be looking around for big brother Zhang Qi? If that big brother is found. Blah blah blah. What are you thinking? Big brother Zhang Qi will never be found out. That's right, Biggie is never going to be found by these brats. However, even though they said so, they still had worries in their hearts. After all, Zhang Qi's current situation was just too dangerous. If it wasn't so unhelpful, this group, long ago, wouldn't be here with us. However, at this time, Tension and the others, too, began to make their move. Since Zhang Qi had already begun to make some moves, they, naturally, could not watch. If we let the third-turned priesthood of Sakura Nation go back, then, Zhang Qi is even more dangerous. Soon enough, the Dragon Kingdom's third-turned priesthoods were coming out from the border, heading towards where the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was. When the third-turned priesthoods of Sakura Nation found out about this news, they were instantly excited. Of course, they were informed of the situation within their own borders, though, and were furious. But at a time like this, it is natural to be able to tell which part is more important. Yumeko Waifu got the order and told the others, domestic matters, it's nothing, but a small matter, although it's a copy of the Yaki that's gone, but let the sons of Yaki go over there. It's very easy to deal with. Nowadays, our task is to deal with these third-turned priesthoods in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as one is able to kill one of the Dragon Kingdom's third revolutionary divine priesthood, then, it's a huge weakening for the Dragon Kingdom. After Yumeko Waifu opened his mouth, many people nodded their heads. Yeah, at the level of a third-turned priesthood, the impact on battles was enormous, and every third-turned priesthood was a strategic level weapon for every country. And if you can kill one of the Dragon Kingdom's third-turn clerics, then, the Dragon Kingdom is just a huge loss. And this time, the Dragon Kingdom had sent out quite a few people, so if they were able to get them all in one go. When thinking of this, quite a few people from the Sakura country were already unable to hold back their elation, as if the next moment they would be able to see the scene where the Dragon country's third-turning priesthoods threw themselves into the net and were left to their own slaughter. In the same way, they took this news and quickly informed the South Rod Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom. In an instant, the third-turned priesthoods of the 3 countries were united, and swiftly, a huge siege was launched. And at this moment, what they don't know is that at home, as Zhang Qi crushed the scales of that Orochi, a huge Orochi had appeared. And this Yagyu Orochi, although it has not existed for a long time, yet, it possessed the full strength of that remnant of the nightmare level Yachi copy. In other words, bosses with tens of millions of blood appeared just like that, out of thin air. And, right after appearing, and without any warning, it launched an attack towards the Sakura Nation professionals in all directions. In an instant, a large number of miserable screams appeared. Chapter 72, The Killing of the Orochi. The South Stick country is located. The Dragon Kingdom has finally made its move. It seems that the time has come for us to restore the glory of the Southern Rod Empire. Quickly, immediately strike and suppress these people from the Dragon Kingdom. As long as we can snatch the resources of the Dragon Kingdom, then our South Rod Kingdom will be able to continue to be strong, and will be one step closer to recovering to the days of the Great South Rod Kingdom. After knowing that the Dragon Kingdom's third revolutionary priesthood had made some movements, these people from the southern stick, as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood, went towards the outside one after another. They quickly met up with the Pretty Country and also the Sakura Country. At the same time, inside the Sakura Country, Yamamoto Jiraiya had learned that not only had the Nightmare level first pass for the Sakura Country's copy of the Yagyu been obtained by the Dragon Country, but he had also destroyed that copy of the Yagyu. As the son of Yachi, he was also the most promising genius within Sakura. With his profession, he can summon the Orochi. After coming out of this seclusion, he was more familiar with his profession, and likewise, he had completed his second turn awakening, and his strength was much stronger than before. So at this point, he was planning to go through the Nightmare level of the Yaki copy and get the first pass of this Nightmare level copy, but he didn't expect that he would be shortchanged. Not only that, but this shortcut is a Dragon Nation. Even more, it directly destroys the Yachi copy. When he thought of that, Yamamoto Jiraiya revealed an angry expression. Baka! Damn you Rukoku, I'm going to kill you. He quickly left and headed towards where the copy of Yaki was located. At this very moment, in the copy area where the original Yamanuki copy was located, these people, like crazy, looking for traces of Zhang Qi, but suddenly saw a huge Yamanuki serpent suddenly appeared, with 8 heads and 8 tails. It is the same as the mythological Orochi. After seeing this Orochi, the Sakura Nation professionals here were directly stunned. Asterisk. What's this? It's huge. Well, it seems like it's an Orochi. It seems like it really is. But didn't the Yachi copy disappear? How did this Orochi appear? It can't be. The Orochi should have disappeared along with the Orochi copies. It's not quite right for it to appear at this time. Could it be that the Yagyu copy actually didn't disappear completely? That the Rikoku people couldn't do it at all? And now it's the Yagyu Orochi that has appeared to revive the Yagyu copy? That must be it. This is, after all, a copy of our Sakura Nation. So how could a mere Dragon Nation destroy it? That's right. How can a mere Dragon Country person destroy our copy of the 8 gifts? If you want to destroy our Yaki copy, the Dragon Country people don't have the ability to do so yet. Although the appearance of this Orochi was odd, as those words were said, there were still quite a few people from the Sakura Country who accepted it. In comparison, it's still a little harder to accept that the dragons destroyed the hegemony copy and made them lose the possibility of re-entering it. And after accepting this, many Sakura Nation professionals were in a much better mood. Just, in their view, the godly Yamanano Orochi, steeply, suddenly a snake head opened its mouth, violently as a flame spit down. It was the place where there were the most people, and under the spewing of the Orochi, a large number of Sakura Nation professionals were directly unable to dodge and suffered. The screams of pain came straight out. This sudden change directly caused everyone to be confused. What's going on? How did our Sakura Country's Orochi attack us? Something's wrong. I must be dreaming. This is our Sakura Kingdom's divine beast. A divine beast of our Sakura Kingdom would actually attack its own people. It's not right. It's not real. It must not be real. Damn it. This must be the tactics of that damned Dragon Nation. Definitely. It's all because of that damned Dragon Nation. It's him. He's the one who caused all this. Many of the Sakura Nation's professionals didn't believe that their Sakura Nation's divine beast, the Orochi, would attack them, and this, all because of Zhang Qi's mistake. So even at this point in time, they were still working hard to find Zhang Qi, trying to find a trace of Zhang Qi, and after seeing this scene, Zhang Qi instantly revealed a smile. What? It's come to this, and you're still unwilling to attack your divine beasts? Good then. He steeply then looked at that Orochi, and then ordered, Orochi, I order you, slaughter the professionals here. I don't want to see a single one alive. As Zhang Qi's order was given, the remnants of Yaki Orochi's thoughts were thrown into a state of madness. The 8 heads continuously sent out attacks, blasting away in all directions. After this Orochi fell into madness, that attack power, naturally, was not weak. It wasn't long before some professionals were killed under its attacks. The terrifying ability of the Yamanano Orochi had not been experienced by Zhang Qi earlier in the replica. because Saya and Boing Boing's abilities were so strong. This thing didn't have much room to maneuver and was just straight up seconded. But not now. In the face of the Sakura Nation's professionals, the Orochi was still extremely courageous and worthy of its name as a divine beast. Even if it's a remnant, it's still enough. Of course, Zhang Qi did feel that it should be in some fun. That is, let Boing Boing, to help out. At that moment, many of the Sakura Nation's professionals were the ones who had fallen down while escaping, or while escaping. They suddenly felt sick to their stomachs, and all sorts of emergencies. Then, in a blur, he was sprayed to death by the Orochi, who had rushed over to catch up with him. Ah! Help! Help! Why? Why would a divine beast of our Sakura kingdom attack its own people? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can't accept it. I can't accept that it will come to this. We, the great cherry blossom nation, will be able to overcome all the difficulties. It will be possible. Quickly stop the divine beast. We mustn't let it continue. If it continues like this, something will happen to us here. Its people will die out. There's no choice but to attack. I believe the divine beast will forgive us. Strike. There can be no more running. If we run again, none of them will survive. Then, many of the Sakura Nation's professionals were launching attacks towards the Orochi. That tactic is also sharp as hell. And right now, after seeing this scene, Zhang Qi released his skill with the idea of helping others to the end. He discovered that the skills he had given to his favored beasts to enchant them also had an effect on the remnants of this Orochi. Isn't that a good thing? Chapter 73, Destroying Another Copy? This time, when the Orochi appeared, the sensation caused was imaginable. And, because directly after the appearance of this Orochi, it started to attack the professionals of this Sakura country, or the indiscriminate kind. Almost instantly, a large number of Sakura Nation professionals died as a result. This is something that cannot be defended against in any way. Even as a result, they began to launch an attack on that Orochi, the divine beast of their Sakura country. And, still, the attack contained anger. They could never have imagined that their Sakura kingdom's own divine beast would actually launch an attack against their own people. It made these Sakura Nation people break their defenses straight away. And at this time, Zhang Qi was naturally not stingy in helping out the Sakura Nation divine beasts a bit. Right away, it was a few increased skills that were stacked up for that Orochi. In a matter of moments, it had caused that Orochi, from its original state, to become even more furious. Boom! At this moment, it was a flame that was directly ejected. Then, immediately, a large number of Sakura Nation professionals died directly. Ah! The screams of pain spread directly everywhere. The Yamanano Orochi is worthy of being the divine beast of Sakura Nation. At this moment, it is directly a flame that goes down, and a large part of the Sakura Nation professionals cannot withstand it. You have to know that this Orochi has 8 heads. 8 heads launching their attacks together can be a fierce damage mess. It was the Sakura Nation professionals who, at this moment, made a response, but it was equally useless. Soon enough, it was time to begin a direct attack on the Orochi. However, even so, it is still of little use. But at this time, that Yamamoto Jairu, who was known as the son of Yaki, had also come here. And, all of a sudden, he saw the remnants of that Orochi, and at that moment, Z snorted coldly and said angrily, "Dragon Nation, what a bully." He directly summoned his favorite beast out, actually is also the Orochi, but this Orochi is compared to a lot worse. His Orochi had not yet fully evolved, so it looked much weaker, but it was actually quite good. He had come out now to settle things within Sakura, in order to fix Zhang Qi. Dang Sakura country. It's considered a big country. The copy that had not been passed by anyone in the country for a long time was actually passed by a dragon nation. It's kind of a strange shame, I have to say. This, he would never allow. That's why he came. However, as soon as I came here, I saw such a thing, so naturally, I would not allow it. Therefore, at that moment, together with the Sakura Nation's professions, they launched an attack on the Orochi, and as Zhang Qi saw this scene, he was somewhat curious about this Sakura country's long-famous son of Yagyu. After all, this person's fame in the Sakura country was not small. That is, in other countries, it was equally not small. Zhang Qi had long heard of this person, but he had never had the chance to see him. But now, there was time. Zhang Qi looked aside and realized, this person's strength was indeed very strong. This Orochi, even if it was only still underage, its strength was still terrifying. This residual thought, in front of this person, was no match at all, and was quickly suppressed. Zhang Qi did not look at the time as not long, after watching a while, found that for this person is not a threat, is quietly left here. At this time, he naturally wouldn't expose his identity. What he wanted now was to quickly go among the other copies. Hurry up and get your transfer quest over with. After you pass the transfer quest, your strength will increase a bit again. When the time comes, it's a lot more comfortable. Zhang Qi then left. He has props in. He is not afraid of being discovered at all. As long as he does not take the initiative to show himself, there is absolutely no problem. And shortly after Zhang Qi left, the remnants of this Orochi's mind, it was finally time. It just disappeared. After realizing that the Yamatatsuki Orochi had disappeared, the Sakura Nation professionals who were here were instantly confused. What's going on? How did it disappear? Obviously there's still quite a bit of blood left in the bar. Damn! It must be that Rokoku man who escaped. He took advantage of the fact that we were attacking the remnants of the Orochi and didn't have time to care about him. He simply escaped. This damnable dragon nation. Go and find him. Make sure you find him. Never be able to let him continue like this again. Kill him. The only way to wash away our shame is to kill this dragon countryman. At this time, these Sakura Nation's professionals were directly frantic. First, the nightmare level copy of Yachi was brushed through by Zhang Qi, and not only did he brush through it, but he also destroyed this copy. Sure, more crucially, Zhang Qi had summoned the remnants of the Orochi directly behind him, and had killed quite a few Sakura Nation professionals. How could a time like this not drive the Sakura Nation's professionals crazy? That Yamamoto Jiro, at this time, also revealed an ugly face and said, "Find him, must find him." If they really let Zhang Qi get away, then, all of them, along with the entire Sakura Kingdom, would be put to shame, and it's the laugh out loud kind. Ever since then, the Sakura country, all of them, will be nailed to this pillar of shame. And whenever the Sakura country is mentioned, the name Zhang Qi is mentioned. This is the shame of their Sakura country. This time, the appearance of the remnants of the Yamanano Orochi was, without a doubt, bringing them no small amount of trauma. The Sakura Kingdom's professionals here had died by the hundreds in those 5 minutes. Hundreds of professionals died, which was also an extremely huge loss for Sakura country. And Zhang Qi was already sneaking away at this moment. And, toward another copy. By this time, Zhang Qi was already walking near the second copy. This second copy, which was not as significant to Sakura Nation, was, however, at the forefront of difficulty among these copies. Volcano copy. It is the name of this copy. In the Cherry Blossom country for many years, the fame is not even weaker than the Octogi copy. Octogi copy still has the Cherry Blossom country's sacred beasts. So the fame, in fact, there is a slight discrepancy in but this volcano copy is no more. The reputation of this volcano copy is entirely due to its difficulty. Because it's so difficult here. Sakura Nation had once organized too many teams and tried to pass this copy together, but none of them were successful. Unbelieving, they specifically invited a few powerful teams from the pretty country, but they still failed to clear the nightmare level, only passed the king level. Since then, this copy of the volcano has become famous. Sure, the biggest problem with this copy lies in the horrible terrain that will make you drop blood all the time, which is one of the hardest places for him to get. On top of that, there's also the density of the monsters, which makes you face monsters all the time with such frequency that you can't catch your breath at all. Of course, in addition, there is the boss here. Each attack, with the annoying burning, as long as the attack is hit, is bound to continue to drop blood, without any accident. Therefore, after these points are added together, it is the result that the difficulty of this copy is greatly increased. And, due to the difficulty of this copy, the fame went down for a long time in Sakura country. The number of people who come every day trying to get through the replica is outrageous. And now, Zhang Qi is here in this copy. It was natural to brush through the replicas here in the Sakura country, the ones that were famous and the ones that were difficult. After learning about this volcano copy, Zhang Qi was very interested in it. If they were able to brush this copy off, it would obviously be another blow to the Sakura Nation's professionals. And now, Zhang Qi was in front of the copy area. Then, it was to directly select the nightmare level of the volcano copy and enter. It was after Zhang Qi had entered, and it was obvious that the people outside were still not aware that Zhang Qi had already arrived here. Of course, if they were clear, they were afraid that they would have already surrounded Zhang Qi outside of here. At this very moment, The news that a large swath of professionals had died in Sakura country had also reached Dragon country. The news of such a large number of professionals being killed could not be hidden at all, and it was easily known by other places. Therefore, the professionals of the Dragon Kingdom soon became aware of it. When this news was known among the Dragon Forum, it naturally exploded. What in the world has happened? There's news that a large number of professionals in Sakura country have died? Just how did they lose their lives? Someone asked with a face full of shock. Another person picked up. According to what the rumors say, it seems that they were killed by their own country's divine beasts. What? There could be such a strange story? The person who heard this couldn't help but stare in disbelief as he asked back, immediately followed by a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha, it's simply too funny. This is such a beautiful thing that the country should really celebrate. Serves them right. Those Sakura nation's professionals deserved what happened to them. Another person chimed in. That's right, the more deaths the better, especially if they are killed by their own divine beast. This divine beast can be considered to have done a great deed. The crowd agreed. At this moment, someone suddenly raised a question. Don't forget that Big Brother Zhang Qi is in the Sakura Kingdom right now. And isn't that Yaki copy something that Big Brother Zhang Qi had previously broken into? In my opinion, this matter might have something to do with Big Brother Zhang Qi. Don't believe me? This possibility does exist. You know, Big Brother Zhang Qi has just successfully cleared the extremely difficult Yaki copy. And it's still the dreaded nightmare level. Maybe he really does have that kind of magical prop in his hands. Another person excitedly chimed in. I thought of that too. If it's really Big Brother Zhang Qi making a move, then anything is possible. The crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. According to this, could it be that this is something that Big Brother Zhang Qi purposely did for us to get out of a bad mood? Everyone agreed. Big Brother Zhang Qi is just too powerful. As long as he's in charge, those professionals from the Sakura country are bound to be routed and littered with corpses. At this moment, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were all holding a sulk in their hearts, and when they witnessed the brilliant achievements made by Zhang Qi, the inner euphoria they felt was simply unspeakable. Everyone couldn't wait to immediately fly to Zhang Qi's side to help him out. But unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. He can only stay in the country, shouting and cheering for Zhang Qi through various ways, hoping to pass on this strength to him. And this time, after knowing about these things Zhang Qi had done, Tension and the others were also feeling the pressure. Zhang Li couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. This kid, really, has to make a big commotion. Ordinary commotion can't satisfy him anymore. It's still true. At this time, not only did Tension feel helpless, but also the other third-turned priesthoods. Yi Tingyun sighed and felt that it was also a bit of a no-brainer. First go to give people nightmare-level copy pass on pass, but also specifically no hidden information. Make all know. It's all over the place. Why don't you run? The kid doesn't run either. Instead, you're still giving people copies to get rid of. If you lose your copy, you can run. Got no copies and did not run, but also summoned the Orochi to come, and gave people another batch of Sakura Nation's professionals to kill. This kid, the balls are huge, was really trying to give the Sakura Nation's professionals, making it so that the whole country had to come out and not stop until they were killed. In that case, their already dangerous environment was made even more dangerous. Right now, they were only able to do their best to give these third-turn divinities of the Sakura Nation a drag, not allowing them to return to the country. If not, when these third-turned clerics returned to the country, then Zhang Qi would not have any chance. It's going to be harder. Therefore, at this time they had to ruthlessly involve these people. In this way, they were able to lower the pressure on Zhang Qi by quite a bit. This way Zhang Qi would be a little safer within the Sakura country. At this moment, the situation is urgent. The only way is for us to double our efforts and go all out, Zhang Li said in a firm tone. He knew that the situation in front of him was grim, and he could not afford to slack off in the slightest. That's right. We must do everything we can. No matter what, we can't let them return peacefully. Otherwise, the pressure Zhang Kid will have to endure will be incomparably huge. Yi Tingyun echoed, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, the two of them once again launched a fierce attack on those Third Revolution divine clerics from the Sakura country. One had to know that the third-turn clerics were quite powerful, and it was by no means easy for them to quickly distinguish victory from defeat amongst each other. However, it was precisely because of this that this fierce battle was able to better buy valuable time for Zhang Qi. Every encounter was a life-and-death battle, with both sides putting their best foot forward and not giving in to each other. On the battlefield, sword chi was flying and spells were flying. colorful yet full of killing opportunities. Zhang Li and Yi Tingyun worked closely together, exerting all their strengths to fight the enemy to the death. There was only one belief in their hearts: they had to stall these strong enemies and create favorable conditions for Zhang Qi. And right now, right in the middle of this mysterious and dangerous copy of the volcano, Zhang Qi had already stepped into it. The moment he stepped into this realm, a blazingly hot and intolerable aura came over him, making him immediately realize that the environment here was harsh beyond imagination. As he looked around, the surroundings were filled with high-temperature heat waves, as if he was inside a blazing furnace. The entire replica world was like the interior of a huge volcano, red in color. Even the land under his feet showed a bright fiery red hue. Zhang Qi had just stepped into this scorching land and deeply experienced the suffocatingly hot temperature. For any other ordinary professional, he would have been unable to withstand this level of heat, and his life value would have begun to diminish and continue to fall. However, fortunately, Zhang Qi was not affected too much due to his amazingly powerful equipment and the unique abilities possessed by Little Knight. Instead of experiencing blood loss, he felt a strange sense of comfort in such a hot environment. Perhaps it was because of the equipment on him that was incredibly defensive and able to withstand the heat. Or maybe it was the distinctive characteristics of Xiaoyang that gave him the ability to adapt to the hot environment. In short, while others might get burned or even endanger their lives, Zhang Qi was able to walk between this sea of fire unharmed, just like a warrior from the land of flames. Then, Zhang Qi summoned Seo out. And as for Boing Boing, although Boing Boing didn't feel uncomfortable, due to the strong constitution of the dragon race, Boing Boing didn't feel anything, but it didn't like the environment here. There was no other way. Zhang Qi could only first let Boing Boing carry it in the dragon harnessing space. It's good to have Saya here. Little Knight, on the contrary, felt very comfortable with such an environment, and after coming out from the dragon harnessing space, Little Knight was instantly happy. Ow! Sayaka snapped into the sky and circled several times before swooping down to the bottom. For the environment here, Sayaka was very fond of it. And it was at this time, Zhang Qi touched Seo and smiled. It looks like this place still suits you. And Little Knight's earlier hovering circle caused the monsters in all directions to tremble in fear. Don't even dare to call anything more. The monsters here are also very dense indeed. In the middle of this crater, is divided into several strata, each stratum above, standing full of monsters. Zhang Qi's gaze was like a torch as he stared tightly at the lowest layer, his eyes filled with anticipation. He turned his head to look at Little Knight beside him and said in a firm tone, "Sayaka, now is the time to show your true strength. Let these guys get a good feel of how powerful you are." Roar! Little Knight understood Zhang Qi's words, and it let out a deafening roar in response. Immediately afterward, only Little Knight violently opened those huge and magnificent wings, and like an eagle with its wings spreading out, it swiftly soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, it sped out like lightning, dashing towards the layer where the target was located like the wind. Almost at the same moment, Little Knight opened its mouth without hesitation, and an incomparably hot and surging dragon's breath gushed out from its mouth. This powerful and incomparable force seemed to be able to destroy all obstacles that stood in its way, sweeping towards the class at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by this terrifying dragon breath, forming a suffocating sea of fire. Zhang Qi couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart as he fixed his eyes on it. It turned out that there were hundreds of monsters with different forms and hideous faces gathered in this stratum. However, in the face of such a large and powerful number of enemies, Seo was still at ease. The dragon's breath that it spewed out was like a deadly torrent, mercilessly washing away those monsters. In just a moment, hundreds of monsters were drowned by Sayaka's dragon breath without any fight. 7895631, 7986523, 80123669. Terrifying damage numbers surfaced. Little Knight's damage was even more terrifying nowadays, and even though there were up to hundreds of these monsters, they were still instantly killed in seconds. Then, under a glow, Zhang Qi was leveled up. It's level 52. Zhang Qi's leveling up was not slow, and after seeking to clean up and play with the monsters of the first stratum, it was immediately followed by going towards the second stratum. Then, Sayaka took another bite of dragon breath, and all the monsters in this class were cleared away. However, it's not that simple with this copy, which is facing down. The lower you go, the closer you get to the bottom of the volcano. It is also the source of the deepest volcano. Within a short period of time, Zhang Qi and Xiaoyang were able to clear out 4 classes of monsters in a row. Zhang Qi's level, close to level 53. It was also at this time that Zhang Qi was getting closer and closer to the lowest source of the volcano. Under such a source, Zhang Qi suddenly had an idea. For example, can we make this volcano erupt if we attack this lowest source? Only, if this volcano erupts, one must maximize one's life. Nothing can ever go wrong. In that case, it would have to be special. Zhang Qi then revealed a contemplative look. Eventually, he was coming up with something. Little Knight was not small nowadays, so as long as he sat on Little Knight himself, then Little Knight was far away and detonated the source of this volcano. In this way, it would be possible for the volcano to completely erupt, and at the same time, it would not be able to affect itself. After thinking about this, Zhang Qi felt more and more feasible. Now that I've thought of it, I'll do it. Sayaka, let's try and give this place a complete detonation. Then, the tacit understanding between this person and the dragon could be described as sufficient. Zhang Qi then directly let Xiaoyi come down from the sky, and then sat on Xiaoyi. Little Knight was instantly carrying Zhang Qi and quickly reached the sky above. Then, roar! Little Knight let out a roar, instantly scaring the monsters here. None of them dared to approach. Zhang Qi and Little Knight were approaching the source of the volcano. Zhang Qi immediately said, "This is the time. Saya, attack!" There was a loud bang. Little Knight opened its huge mouth without warning, and a hot and powerful dragon's breath gushed out like a raging torrent. At the same time, its huge body was like an arrow that had left the string, quickly soaring up into the air and rushing straight into the clouds. When it flew to a certain height, Little Knight suddenly stopped, and the power of the whole body instantly converged, followed by a mighty and incomparable dragon god shocking heavenly break. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, the wind and clouds rolled over, and the electricity flashed and thundered. With another deafening bang, it was as if the whole world had been shaken to its core, only to see that the originally calm volcano below began to tremble violently. The surface of the mountain constantly had boulders rolling down, and the rolling smoke rose from the mouth of the mountain and went straight to the sky. And at this moment, this long silent volcano is about to erupt. Chapter 74, Crushing the Pride of the Sakura Nation. Boom! Right in the middle of the volcano replica, as Xiaoyi's attack falls violently, is the source of the instantaneous eruption. Little Knight's attack was directly the cause of this volcano's source. It caused countless flames to spew out from among them. It was that there was no one else here besides Zhang Qi. If not, after seeing this scene, he would have been extremely shocked, because at this moment, they would know Zhang Qi's true thoughts detonating the entire volcano. What madness and horror this is! And Zhang Qi is already implementing it. The volcano had already begun to completely erupt after being attacked by Sayaka. Boom boom boom. One deafening roar after another rang out violently, and in the next moment, the volcano, as if it was a giant beast that had been sleeping for many years, awoke and violently erupted with blazing fire and fiery magma. The terrifying flames were like roaring fire dragons, instantly spewing out in all directions, and its speed was staggering. These magmas were like a ferocious beast, mercilessly devouring everything around them. Those monsters that were unfortunate enough to be affected, even though they had been living in this land and were more than familiar with such an environment, they were powerless in the face of such raging, boiling hot magma. The hot lava mercilessly sprayed on them, causing them to let out agonizing howls and eventually die. Fortunately, Zhang Qi and Xiaoyan reacted quickly and escaped from this dangerous area in time. Otherwise it would have been difficult for them to be spared. When they managed to escape, the copy of this volcano was completely detonated and plunged into chaos. Once the magma at the source of the volcano started erupting, it couldn't be stopped and gushed outwards in a steady stream. Boom boom boom. Another loud sound came from the volcano, and the momentum of the eruption became more and more violent, causing people to tremble. Sound unceasingly, directly is the beginning, from a point to start, directly sprayed to all around. The volcano copy of the monsters, already is all cannot stay. In this fierce magma, already has a large area, directly be melted. The temperature is too high. Even the two of them, Zhang Qi and Xiaoyan, were able to feel the heat wave coming from a long distance away. From this, one would be able to know how terrifying this magma was. At this moment, Zhang Qi was sitting on Xiaoyan's back and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I can't imagine that I actually managed to detonate this magma. He just wanted to try something, not realizing that it could really cause such horrible consequences. But now, since Zhang Qi had attempted it, this copy, by the looks of it, was also going to be finished. If the Sakura Nation's professionals knew that Zhang Qi had secretly entered the next copy and, in the middle of this copy, a volcano was detonated, and this copy looked like it was going to be hard to avoid destruction, the Sakura Nation's professionals were to go completely crazy. Now, the volcano copy nightmare level monsters were pretty much dead. Only that final boss was left, still struggling. When Zhang Qi saw it, he was instantly distracted and said at that moment, "Saya, try and see if you can tackle it from this far away." After attempting this, Little Knight violently spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. Unfortunately, though, it was too far away to spray over. So, there's no choice but to give up. The dragon god Shocking Skybreaker had also tried, and it still didn't work. In the end, Zhang Qi could only watch the boss die in the lava. He wasn't going to take that risk and go and try to kill that boss again. Since there's no way to do it, just forget about it. After Zhang Qi looked at it roughly for a while and felt that there should be no problem, he let Little Knight fly a little farther away. Then, boom! The volcano erupted. Magma spewed out in all directions, causing these 4 directions to be eroded by magma as well. The flames that covered the sky, the sea of red fire that encroached in all directions, causing this copy to become a purgatory within it. And at the moment, a voice came from Zhang Qi's ear. "Ding! Congratulations! You have cleared the nightmare level volcano copy. Please ask if you are hiding the message?" Zhang Qi hooked the corner of his mouth and made a direct choice. Zhang Qi said, "No hiding." As Zhang Qi's words fell, at once, the news was ringing outside. "Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Nation professional Zhang Qi, passing the nightmare level volcano copy and getting the first pass of the nightmare level volcano copy. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Nation professional Zhang Qi, passing the nightmare level volcano copy and getting the first pass of the nightmare level volcano copy. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Nation professional Zhang Qi, passing the nightmare level volcano copy and getting the first pass of the nightmare level volcano copy." The news was also 3 times in a row, and after these 3 news appeared, it was a direct trigger for the Sakura Nation professionals here. The news from the Yaki copy there spread far and wide, and naturally, the Sakura country's professionals all knew about it. But, they, however, did not expect this Zhang Qi to be so bold. In this case, actually, how dare you sneak in here and enter a nightmare level copy of the volcano? What's even more pedal to the metal is that it also gives a nightmare level copy of the volcano a pass. Still the first pass. Volcano copies were always known for their difficulty, and at this time, it was actually Zhang Qi who got the first pass. This is completely not treating the Sakura Nation's professionals as human beings. Naked humiliation. So, right after this news came out, the professionals in this part of the Sakura country, too, directly exploded. It's so infuriating, so infuriating. The nightmare level volcano copy first pass was also gotten by him? This is totally not treating us like human beings. This damned Dragon Kingdom professionals. So angry. So much I want to catch this Dragon Kingdom's professional and give him a hard beating. That's it. So am I. It's no longer enough to clean him up. He has to be killed. He's too much evil. Not only did he destroy our copy of the Yachi, but he also killed a lot of people. It's a crime beyond pardon. And just at this time, suddenly, someone inquired. He entered the volcano copy this time, and, having gotten the nightmare level first pass of the volcano copy, he wouldn't, like last time, want to lay his hands on destroying the volcano copy, would he? I don't think so. The last time he destroyed the nightmare level copy of the Yagyu, it should have been by chance. It's impossible for him to succeed a second time. When the crowd heard this, they fell silent, but someone soon said, "But, who can guarantee it? After all, this Dragon Kingdom professional is simply too powerful, and, with his endless means, if he really wants to destroy the volcano copy, I'm afraid, there's nothing we can do to stop it." Dark. This is absolutely impossible. That's true. How can it be so easy to destroy the copy? Last time it was just a blind cat catching a dead rat. It's absolutely impossible if you want to succeed this time. That makes sense. How could a mere dragon countryman destroy our copy? Moreover, with this difficulty of the volcano copy, he was able to pass the nightmare level, quasi by speculation. That should be it. There's no way the volcano copy will be destroyed this time. However, just as they were thinking about it, the erupting volcano had already spread from the nightmare level copy to all directions, and soon, it had spread to the king level volcano copy. What's this? What is it? Why is it so hot? A Sakura Nation's professional looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of horror as he felt a blazing heat coming over him, making him almost unable to breathe. Damn! This volcano copy was already difficult, but now how come it's even more difficult? Another Sakura Nation's professional roared angrily. They had thought that they were fully prepared. But now they found themselves in an even greater crisis. The volcano is erupting. Run! The volcano is erupting. Someone shouted in terror, his voice filled with despair and fear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did the volcano erupt? Exit quickly, or else we'll all die here. Someone anxiously urged his companions to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Run! The crowd turned around and desperately ran towards the exit, hoping to escape this disaster. Tramp! How did the volcano erupt? Even though they had run as fast as they could, there were still some people who were caught up by the hot lava and were instantly engulfed, letting out miserable screams. This moment, this king-level volcano copy had become an inferno. The magma spewing from the crater of the volcano was like a huge torrent that quickly flooded the entire replica. Flames and smoke filled the air, making it difficult to see the surroundings, even because the volcano was so terrifying that, along with it, it was already heading towards the warrior level copy. And this spread very quickly. The originally calm warrior level copy was also affected. The ground began to shake violently, and cracks appeared on the walls, as if it could collapse at any time. Several other levels of copies all suffered. After these people withdrew, the news spread at once. What? The volcano erupted directly in the middle of the volcano copy? How can this be? For so many years, nothing like this has happened. How come these days instead? All of them have erupted. All levels of the volcano replica can't get in. This magma spread under all the volcano copy, all this way. In other words, it's the same as the volcano copies, completely destroyed? I'm afraid it's really ruined. The power of the volcano is too terrifying. If this continues, everything in the copies will be burned. It's no different from being destroyed. At this moment, someone suddenly said, as I recall, it was the Dragon Kingdom's professional Zhang Qi who entered this volcano copy, right? Yeah, and he also cleared the nightmare level volcano copy. He also cleared the nightmare level Yaki copy before, and then, the Yaki copy was destroyed. The crowd murmured, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. This news was simply too shocking to be accepted. Could it be, someone spoke hesitantly, that the destruction of all these copies is because Zhang Qi passed them? The moment this speculation was raised, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone began to think about this possibility, but no one could give a definite answer. After all, this kind of thing had never happened before, and no one knew exactly what the reason for it was. If that's true, doesn't that mean that as long as Zhang Qi passes a certain copy, that copy will be destroyed? Someone marveled. These words caused the originally lively scene to fall silent, and everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, the resources in the copies were very important to all countries. And if they were really destroyed just like that, it would be a huge loss. Maybe we should look into this. Someone suggested. Could it be that the destruction of the copies this time was also the work of that Zhang Qi? No way. How could it be him again? But besides him, it seems, there wouldn't be another candidate. It should be him. At this time, when the Sakura Nation's professionals discussed it, it was obvious that the truth was guessed. It's Zhang Qi again. Zhang Qi ruined both of their copies. A copy of the Yaki and a copy of the volcano. Moreover, these two copies are both extremely difficult and famous copies among the Sakura country, but it was such a copy that was indeed destroyed by Zhang Qi, and it was still destroyed only after Zhang Qi, a Dragon Nation man, got the first pass of the Nightmare class. At this time, the people of the Sakura country, naturally, were once again going crazy. Find him, must find him. An angry voice rang out as if it was going to penetrate the entire space. Definitely can't let him escape. Another voice chimed in, carrying endless determination and hatred. Blockade. Block off all the places. We can't let this dragon countryman Zhang Qi give escape. An order was given, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Only by killing this dragon nation will we be able to clear our shame. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing everyone's heart. And at this moment, after knowing that Zhang Qi had already quietly arrived here at the volcano copy, Yamamoto Jiru was also anxious to follow and chase after him. At the same time, Yamamoto Jiro also released a message in an attempt to provoke Zhang Qi. Dragon Nation Zhang Qi, dare you show your face and fight me? Is this the guts of your Dragon Nation? All you can do is hide and dare not go head to head with our Sakura Nation's professionals. His voice was full of provocation and mockery, as if he wanted to force Zhang Qi out. Are all the people of the Dragon Kingdom such fearful people? It's really laughable. Another Sakura Nation professional echoed Yamamoto Jiro's words, his tone full of disdain. Is this the Dragon Kingdom's professionals? The news naturally traveled far and wide. The people of the Cherry Blossom country, after hearing this news, naturally straightened their backs right away and immediately agreed. That is, Dragon Nation, if you have the guts, then show yourself and fight against our son of Yaki. If you don't dare, hey, that's all the Dragon Country people have the guts to do, make a sneak attack behind the scenes. As for a real head-on battle, the Dragon Country wouldn't dare. These words carried a strong sense of mockery and provocation, as if the Dragon Country people were regarded as timid as rats, only capable of sneak attacks in the dark. On the other hand, the son of Yachi in the other party's words was portrayed as powerful and invincible, further emphasizing the cowardice of the Dragon Kingdom. That's right, that so-called first place in the national war in Dragon Kingdom was only able to get it by sneak attacking and relying on nasty means. Why cancel your first place in the national war? Don't you have any points in your own heart? What a laugh! Our son of the eight gifted has stepped in and crushed this Dragon countryman like a street rat, not even daring to show his face. Now, the son of the eight gifted is willing to put his foot down and give you, a Dragon countryman, a chance, and he's still not thankful for it? These words were full of banter and contempt. Come out and die. Dragon Nation, don't cower. This Dragon Kingdom professional, just like his country, is a shrunken head turtle. Apart from shrinking into their turtle shells, other than that, nothing can be done. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Soon, it was quite a number of Sakura country's professionals have conformed, and laughed out loud, between the words and laughter, are for the Dragon country's mockery. And naturally, the words, under the transmission of those who had the intention to do so, also reached the Dragon Kingdom. Then, it is the one that has caused quite a stir. What? The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is actually saying that we don't dare to fight them? That's ridiculous. Laughing to death really want their own use of cheating means, but instead also cancelled our national war first. We are real fight out. It really is a lineage of meanness, the same as their ancestors. And now, to have the nerve to say Big Brother Chung, that's really the funniest joke I've heard this year. Ah no, this life. That's right, Big Brother Jong has already taken the first pass of 2 nightmare-level copies in a row, which are copies that no one in Sakura country has been able to brush for a long time. And just like that, they can still say that Big Brother Jong is afraid? Where's the face? These people from the Sakura country really don't even have a face. It's really laughable. Is this the cheek of the Sakura country? It's really something. Ha ha ha. The best thing about the Sakura country is their cheek. People's murmurs rose and fell, filled with ridicule and anger towards the Sakura nation. They thought that not only had the Sakura nation people cheated and cancelled their first place in the national battle, but now they were turning around and accusing Big Brother Zhong of not daring to fight them. This kind of behavior was simply shameless to the extreme. Everyone said that the Sakura nation's skin was too thick, and this kind of brazen behavior was laughable. However, with this look, they understand that they want Big Brother Zhang Qi to come out, and Big Brother Zhang Qi would be better off not coming out. These people from the Cherry Blossom country are clearly not holding back any good farts. Yeah, they were unable to find Big Brother Zhang Qi, and then they tried to use this method to force Big Brother Zhang Qi to come out. How shameless! Big Brother Zhang Qi must not come out. Yamamoto, are you immortal? At this point in time, the Dragon Kingdom's professionals, naturally, had seen Sakura Nation's attempts early on, and naturally, they didn't want Zhang Qi to show his face. As long as Zhang Qi didn't show up, then the Sakura Kingdom's trickery wouldn't be able to succeed. So, naturally, nothing will happen. However, just at this time, within the Sakura country, Zhang Qi naturally let out a cold snort after learning the news. These Cherry Blossom boys are playing a good game. However, since they had already made a move, they naturally couldn't help but take it themselves. If not, wouldn't they be looked down upon just like that? Gotta teach these Sakura Nation pros a lesson. Therefore, almost after this news had fermented for a while, Zhang Qi was likewise passing out the news to go. Want to fight me? Do you have the qualifications? Saying that I'm shrinking and have no strength, and that your Sakura kingdom is better? However, since you rushed up to send to death, want me to abuse you, I will fulfill you. Your copy of Sakura country. There is a copy of Yasukuni. In your Sakura country among the difficulty, ranked in the first, then we will choose in this copy. On the nightmare level Yasukuni copy pastime to see you. This Sakura country's Yagi's son, the strength of the actual how about it? Yamamoto, dare you? These words were retransmitted back to Yamamoto Jiro's ears, and when Yamamoto Jiro heard them, he responded with a sneer. What's there to be afraid of? You're the one who should be afraid. Dragon Kingdom Zhang Qi, if I win this time, your life will stay in our Sakura Kingdom. This copy is your death. You are bound to die today. Yamamoto Jiro has absolute confidence in himself. He was able to summon the 8 gigantic Orochi, and it was obvious that he thought that Zhang Qi was bound to lose to him, and was definitely not going to be able to win. And after that response, it caused many Sakura Nation professionals to praise it. Worthy of being the son of Yachi, the first genius of my Sakura country. This guts, this courage, it's really admirable. That's right, this is my Sakura country's strongest person. My Sakura country's first genius. Only such a strong man will be admired. Dragon Nation, have you learned yet? Being as fearful as you are, commanding people to look down on you. Come on, how can we expect the Rokoku people to learn the fine virtues of our Sakura country? The Rokoku people will only shrink. For these words, Zhang Qi naturally wasn't lazy to talk to them. Straight away, he summoned Boing Boing and gave them a full-on curse. It was as if he, Zhang Qi, was a kind-hearted, great benefactor, and did not fight with them. That was naturally not, since he had already spoken. Zhang Qi definitely wanted to give them a deep impression, so that they would deeply remember this. Remember the horrors of Zhang Qi. Remember, too, the consequences of saying the wrong thing. Zhang Qi responds to Yamamoto Jiro. In that case, I'll see you in the replica. And let me see if your strength is as strong as your Sakura Kingdom's cheek. Zhang Qi was not far from the Jinghua copy, and he relied on this prop to conceal his breath. And it didn't take him long to arrive. Then, he was the first to enter the nightmare-level Yasukuni copy. This copy of Yasukuni is even more significant for Sakura Nation. Therefore, before Yamamoto Jiro even entered, there were quite a few people from the Sakura country, who were making a strong case for him, but even that is still useless, because Zhang Qi, in the end, would crush everything they had.